Chapter 1. Congratulations to the host for activating the family binding system. Every individual is destined to possess a home of their own. Once bound to a family, your fortunes are intertwined. You rise together in glory and fall together in ruin. Naturally, the prosperity of your family can bestow upon you immense enhancements, be it in strength or chakra, or even in the mastery of bloodline limits. Seated in his chamber, Uchiha Yu's countenance was ashen. Particularly as he gazed upon the panel reflected in his retina, he felt a wave of dizziness sweep over his mind. He understood what this was. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, it was undoubtedly his golden finger. However, the predicament lay in the fact that he had traversed into this world for a full 15 years. 15 years, mind you. Others at least had the luxury of engaging in a playful, if you were a brother, come at me for 3 years. But what he was experiencing was a grim reality akin to if you were a ninja, come at me. After waiting for so many years in vain, he had nearly resolved to abandon hope, especially considering that his current strength was not lacking. Having crossed over for 15 years, Uchiha Yu was notably fortunate. Due to his tender age, he had evaded the most tumultuous moments of the Third Great Ninja War. He had merely participated in the latter stages of the conflict alongside his peers, such as Uchiha Shisui, and had borne witness to the brutalities of warfare. Yet, as a transmigrator, he found the horrors of the battlefield intolerable, yet he possessed a formidable mental fortitude. He had always been acutely aware of how to evolve his Sharingan. Thus, throughout these 15 years, he had sought every opportunity to enhance his ocular prowess. Now, at merely 15 years of age, he had already earned a reputation as one of the most exceptional talents of his clan, much like Shisui. However, he was painfully cognizant of the vast chasm separating him from Shisui. That lad possessed the potential for the Mangekyō Sharingan. While he understood the mechanisms for unlocking the Mangekyō Sharingan, he had yet to find the appropriate emotional stimulus to activate it. The method for awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan does not simply involve eliminating one's closest kin. It necessitates an extreme mental stimulus and fluctuation. Therefore, eliminating a beloved one would be the most straightforward approach, yet this method was utterly inapplicable to him. After all, knowing this method would naturally lead to psychological preparation, a form of self-preservation. He could ascertain without trial that he would undoubtedly fail. Without the Mangekyō Sharingan, I stand no chance against the rampaging Uchiha Itachi. In the end, I fear I will merely become a soul claimed by his blade. 15 years had elapsed, and now it was the 54th year of Konoha, nearing 55. This meant that there was less than a year remaining before Uchiha Itachi would make his move. Moreover, the atmosphere within the clan had grown increasingly oppressive, as if a tempest were on the horizon. Yu was acutely aware of the impending tragedy, yet he was powerless to intervene. The only course of action left to him was to flee. At that moment, he commenced gathering his belongings, preparing to make a hasty retreat at an opportune moment. If he could not confront it, perhaps he could evade it? Taking flight discreetly was fraught with peril, while remaining would surely lead to demise. Thus, the choice seemed painfully clear. However, as he contemplated his escape route, a panel suddenly materialized at the corner of his eye. The information contained within it caused Yuhuan's complexion to drain of color. He could hardly believe that his wretched golden finger had chosen this moment to activate. Activation aside, it had bound him to the Uchiha clan. Was this not akin to being kidnapped? How long could the Uchiha clan possibly endure? To speak candidly, perhaps a year, but strictly speaking, whether they would last even 10 months was debatable. Even if he were to save the Uchiha clan now, what of the future? Let us not even mention that fellow who flies above, shouting about how many floors a sack of rice can withstand, as he threatens to flatten Konoha. The upcoming Chunin exams posed a perilous risk of heavy casualties. This is not merely a family binding. It feels as though Konoha itself has been ensnared alongside it, and I cannot possibly flee with my clan. Regardless of Konoha's fate, if calamity struck, the family would suffer too. Fleeing with the clan? What would he just call? Even if they did manage to escape, would Konoha permit their departure? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Uchiha Yu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and helplessness. Yet he now realized that escape was no longer an option. Who could predict that upon fleeing, Uchiha Itachi would launch his assault, leading to his inexplicable demise? The cost of such a gamble would be excessively steep. The loss of others mattered little, but he absolutely could not afford to perish. With a resigned shake of his head, all he could do was contemplate potential strategies while examining the contents of this newly activated system. Current binding, Uchiha clan. Current status, extremely poor. The family is in a state of severe internal division, with malevolent individuals lurking outside. Prosperity level, 8848. The normal base prosperity level for a family is 10,000. Recommendation: expedite the resolution of family division, stabilize the internal environment, and unite those who can stand together to confront the challenges ahead. You are fully aware of how dire the situation is within the Uchiha clan, yet you choose to activate now? It would have been far better had you never activated at all. Upon reading this, Uchiha Yu could no longer contain his exasperation, unleashing a torrent of curses. Fortuitously, there was no one nearby, otherwise he would surely be regarded as deranged. Just how chaotic and fractured was the Uchiha clan? It was quite simple. One could refer to the beacon of freedom across the Pacific in his past life for clarity. Among the clan members, those who could become ninjas held a natural hierarchical conflict with those who could not. Furthermore, among those who became ninjas, a division arose between those who could awaken the Sharingan and those who could not. The Uchiha had even transformed the security department into a family enterprise, creating yet another level of conflict between those who could enter the security department and those who could not. In addition to this, the Uchiha clan was split into two major factions: the Hawks, who advocated for war, and the Doves, who favored peace. These factions were in constant conflict, engaging in hostilities, and virtually every member of the clan was coerced into choosing a side. In essence, the Uchiha clan thrived on chaos and division. However, a slight glimmer of hope surfaced for Uchiha Yu, as the system did grant him some abilities. As the host binds with the family's prosperity also augments the host's powers. Given the current state of the clan, the host may acquire 3 abilities for cultivation. Sky Dance Technique enables flight using chakra. Secret Technique, Thousand Birds, allows the throwing of kunai imbued with lightning chakra. Each possessing the power of 1,000 birds. Lightning attributes can be acquired through skill. Upon seeing the 3 options before him, Yu fell into deep contemplation. None of these skills were native to the world of Naruto, and 2 of them originated from a game he had played in his previous life. As for the last one, if you remember correctly, it belonged to a realm where one could obliterate a planet with a single punch. Although the origins of these abilities were somewhat peculiar, he could not deny that each one was exceedingly desirable. The Sky Dance Technique, for instance, enabled flight, an ability that was quite rare in the Naruto universe. The Thousand Birds Technique appeared to be a variation of the Reikage ability, but here it seemed to have been modified so that every thrown shuriken possessed the might of 1,000 birds. Most importantly, even without the lightning attribute, acquiring this ability would inherently grant him that attribute. This is indeed remarkable. It's as if I have obtained a formidable ninjutsu while simultaneously acquiring a chakra attribute without effort. As for the final ability, the Glorious Evolution, it was evidently a passive skill, and under the condition that Yu did not pursue the mechanical ascension route, it could enhance one of his abilities. Though the conditions were somewhat stringent, requiring Yu to eliminate his enemies to obtain power fragments, the potential effects were truly terrifying. This meant that Yu, with his current 3-Demo Sharingan, could utilize this ability to elevate his Sharingan to the Mangekyō level. Could this be considered a windfall delivered to my doorstep? Despite his foul mood, he found it hard to dismiss such rewards. For with the Mangekyō Sharingan, he would possess a degree of self-preservation within the clan. Though time was of the essence, he was determined to fight for his life. He would never accept the fate of dying in this cursed place. Acquired skill, Glorious Evolution. Activation condition, requires 100 power fragments for completion. Power fragments. Jinin can obtain 25, Chunin 20, and Genin 10. Ordinary enemies yield between 1 to 5 fragments. Friendly reminder, Ninja rank does not correlate with ninja strength. The host is encouraged to exert greater effort. After making his choice, Uchiha Yu soon found a system prompt panel reappearing within his vision, and upon seeing this panel, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Having specific details made matters considerably easier, and the final friendly reminder invigorated his spirit. It is well known that the rank of a ninja does not necessarily equate to their strength after all. Naruto Uzumaki was merely a genin during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Similarly, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were once only chunin. To conflate a ninja's rank with their actual prowess is a profound misunderstanding and a considerable pitfall. Indeed, the ninja world has consistently utilized chakra reserves and intensity as a means to gauge a person's approximate ninja rank. However, this should only serve as a reference. Understanding that an individual possesses chakra levels akin to that of a jounin necessitates approaching them with a mindset and preparations suited for facing jounin, which is of utmost importance. If one were to solely consider ninja rank, it would certainly simplify matters significantly. If only that damned system had activated sooner, I could have simply joined the security department. Uchiha Yu, a mission ninja, possessed a talent that could have allowed him entry into the security department, yet he ultimately declined. This decision was a means of preserving his reputation, for the security department had garnered a notorious reputation in Konoha, a place he was loath to step foot into. However, he now found himself somewhat regretting this choice, as the jurisdiction of the security department encompassed a crucial location, the Konoha prison. The authority of the security department was indeed substantial, albeit diminished, due to the Uchiha clan's self-destructive actions. The higher-ups in Konoha had utilized this rationale to continuously curtail the power of the security department. Nevertheless, the Konoha prison remained under its jurisdiction throughout. Perhaps this was a measure to further tarnish the reputation of the security department. Konoha had been operating in this manner for years. Given the current circumstances, it is impractical for the security department to handle the prison. It seems I must resort to capturing individuals myself. With a resigned sigh, Uchiha Yu contemplated that for the sake of his eyes, it would be best for him to go out and apprehend some individuals. With this thought in mind, Yu rose and made his way outside, swiftly arriving on the bustling streets. Time was of the essence, and he had a multitude of tasks to accomplish. There was no room for delay. As he walked, he pondered whom he should eliminate to achieve his objectives. To be frank, the ninja world is vast, yet the number of jounin is quite limited. After all, jounin are considered strategic resources for their villages. Few are easy to deal with. No competent jounin is a simple foe. However, he did recall a certain individual, Aoi. This fellow was from the same cohort as Uchiha Yu and was merely a chunin while in Konoha. Yet, after stealing the Raijin sword and defecting, he had attained the rank of jounin. Such a character would be exceedingly easy to handle. However, the primary issue was that this wretched individual had fled to the Rain Village. What kind of place is the Rain Village? Is it somewhere he could venture? Jiraiya perished there. What fate would befall him in his current weakened state? Truly, this is quite troublesome. As Yu walked, he rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on as he deliberated on where to find 4 jounin to confront. What trouble are you facing, Yu? At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear, causing his body to tense momentarily. Cursing himself for being so absorbed in thought that he failed to notice his surroundings, he realized that had it been an enemy, he might have met a dire fate. Yet, upon turning to see the newcomer, he couldn't help but exhale in relief and smile. "It's you, Shisui. You're back." Indeed, the figure that appeared behind Yu was none other than Uchiha Shisui. Shisui and Yu were from the same cohort, having maintained a competitive relationship since childhood. However, as they spent time together, Yu discovered that Shisui was quite amiable. Moreover, compared to Uchiha Itachi, Shisui was vastly different. At the very least, aside from his relatively gentle disposition, which led him to choose suicide in extreme circumstances, he did not exhibit unwavering bias towards any faction within the village or clan. His greatest aspiration was to maintain harmony between the village and the clan, rather than eliminate the latter for the sake of the former. On the other hand, Uchiha Itachi was someone Yuan genuinely disliked. Regardless of his actions towards the Uchiha clan or his treatment of Sasuke, it was evident that he believed he could control everything. Yuan had interacted with him in his youth, but after expressing his own stances and attitudes, Itachi had disregarded him entirely. Shisui, however, was different. He appreciated Yuan's notion of the unity of clan and village, which significantly improved their relationship. Now, bound by the clan's constraints, leaving him with no means of escape, Yuan's discontent towards Uchiha Itachi had only intensified. As for Shisui, he felt compelled to take action. After all, his ideals had not strayed from their path, and with the potential of possessing the kaleidoscope Sharingan in the future, this individual undoubtedly became someone worth vying for. Indeed, seizing the rare opportunity of a holiday, it was only natural to return and pay a visit. Shisui, too, smiled as he observed Yuhara, oblivious to the inner machinations stirring within him. Having just completed a mission, he naturally intended to rest well. Initially, he wished to find Itachi, but alas, Itachi had yet to take a break. Though both belonged to the Anbu, the organization was divided into several detachments, each stationed in various locations. They were not part of the same unit, hence were unaware of each other's current circumstances, leading to the occasional disappointment upon returning. Nevertheless, encountering Yuhara was certainly a delightful surprise for him. However, he was taken aback to notice that Yuhara seemed troubled by something. "Do tell, what weighs on your mind? We are friends, after all. I am more than willing to assist if you are in trouble. In truth, there were numerous troubles, personal issues, and family concerns were all burdensome. Weren't they?" Upon hearing Shisui's inquiry, Yuhara could not help but let out a faint sigh. His words visibly altered Shisui's previously cheerful demeanor, but it was evident that Shisui's expression had grown tense. His smile gradually fading. "Let us avoid discussing such vexing matters for now." Ultimately, only a bitter smile remained on Shisui's face as he shook his head and sighed. "Is there a family meeting underway?" "Something like that. Each time feels akin to a market scramble. Truly irksome," Yuhara replied, shaking his head before continuing. "However, it is foreseeable that the extremists may gain the upper hand. Although less than a year remained until the fateful night of the clan's destruction. The internal factions, the Hawks and Doves, had yet to yield a definitive victor within the clan. One must mention a certain individual. Uchiha Fugaku. It was he who maintained a fragile balance within the Uchiha clan, allowing the Doves and Hawks to engage in mutual strife without any faction gaining dominance. Yet, his actions had prevented the Uchiha from ever unifying under a single voice. Furthermore, the Uchiha betrayal had a significant catalyst, Danzo. Danzo's assault on Shisui, a representative of the Doves, marked the turning point that led the Dove faction to completely switch allegiances. However, all of this had yet to transpire, and Yuhara still had time to take action. Yet, one could not deny that the Hawks held substantial advantages. "Indeed, we are bound to descend into chaos. After all, you still have Itachi, don't you?" Upon hearing Shisui's words, Yuhara suddenly spoke with profound significance. "I do not believe they are as oblivious as you think." Yuhara's words caused Shisui's expression to shift slightly. He quickly glanced around to ensure no one else was present before allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. He was well aware of whom Yuhara referred to, which was why his countenance appeared grim. Moreover, the actions he and Itachi had taken were, to some extent, a betrayal of their clan. Some things should not be spoken so freely. "Yuhara." Shisui gazed at Yuhara with a serious demeanor, his voice lowered. "This could provoke significant trouble, especially since our involvement in the Anbu was the Patriarch's directive. I am fully aware it was the Patriarch's decision." Yuhara replied, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "But I haven't said much. Why are you so anxious, you?" Shisui found himself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat stifled by Yuhara's remarks. "Well, in truth, none of us are fools. Some matters can be deemed open secrets." Yuhara sighed softly. "To acquire information, one must earn trust, and the way to gain that trust is to provide corresponding intelligence. Is it not?" Yuhara's words prompted Shisui to close his eyes momentarily. He recognized that Yuhara was insinuating they were double agents. Yet, he could not deny the accuracy of Yuhara's assertion. However, it was essential to note that even double agents have their biases. Which side they lean towards is a matter only they could ascertain. "However, since you brought up the Patriarch, I have a question for you." Observing Shisui's silence, Yuhara's face broke into a smile, and he leaned in to inquire softly. "The Patriarch?" Shisui opened his eyes, curiosity evident as he regarded Yuhara, his thoughts racing with the rapidity of Yuhara's inquiries. go ahead and ask. If it's merely about the patriarch, do you believe the patriarch wields significant power? As the leader of the clan, his authority is undoubtedly considerable. Then why does he not find a way to quell the internal strife within the clan? Yahara's question left Shisui momentarily speechless, his expression shifting from confusion to astonishment, ultimately morphing into disbelief. He never anticipated that Yahara, who had grown up alongside him, would dare pose such a question. It was evident that Yahara was challenging the patriarch's control over the clan, a matter that should never be questioned. How could he dare to ask such a thing? How was he to respond? Yet, Yahara's words compelled Shisui to ponder deeply. Why had the clan descended into such chaos while the patriarch remained inactive? Noticing Shisui's bewildered expression, Yahara understood that his words had indeed provoked thought. In truth, Shisui was not dim-witted. He simply lacked exposure to a broader perspective, or rather, his viewpoint was obstructed by his limited worldview. Yahara, as a time traveler, had studied politics in high school and had taken courses on Mao Zedong thought, Marxist philosophy, and ethics in university. His perspective was undoubtedly beyond Shisui's reach, or perhaps one could say that aside from his abilities still in need of evaluation. His worldview was not inferior to that of any Hokage in the ninja world. This was the advantage of a time traveler, a high-dimensional superiority derived from experience and knowledge. You must understand that he indeed possesses the power to unite the clan. Yet look at what the clan has become, aside from the disarray within. Observe the deteriorating relationship between the clan and the village. Is it not worsening? A clan must unify to prevent internal strife. Only by consolidating all opinions and thoughts can one effectively accomplish a task. Shisui, consider this. If the dissenting voices within the clan were silenced, devoid of so many conflicts, and if he leaned towards Konoha, would there still be anyone to oppose him? Would the relationship between the clan and the village still be as dire? At this juncture, Yahara had truly laid bare his thoughts. Although he was aware that the issues plaguing the Uchiha clan were not solely the result of Fugaka's actions, he was undeniably one of the primary catalysts for the clan's downfall. Yet, matters must unfold step by step. First, he needed to plant the seed of doubt within Shisui's heart before revealing the true bombshell. In fact, I have always believed that only two individuals can genuinely transform the clan. Two individuals. Shisui, still somewhat dazed, gazed at Yahara in astonishment, his mind echoing Yahara's words. Indeed, two individuals. Yahara's smile grew increasingly radiant at that moment as he pointed a finger at Shisui. Then at himself. One is you, and the other is me. Regrettably, they were in a public space, devoid of any childhood camaraderie to reminisce about. Otherwise, Yahara would have relished the opportunity to indulge in a discussion about the patriarch over a leisurely drink. However, the impact of his words was undeniable. Uchiha Shisui now appeared utterly numbed, and Yahara felt a surge of joy at the sight of his blank expression. If his words failed to stir any inner turmoil within Shisui, then his efforts would have been in vain. In truth, it was quite risky to discuss such matters with Shisui. However, bound to the clan by a system mandate, he needed to make a decision swiftly. Though a year may seem ample for Yahara, it felt as if he was starting from scratch. With only a year to build from nothing, he could hardly afford to be complacent. Yahara, do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? However, at that very moment, Shisui finally regained his senses. He was almost the first to glance around, striving to ascertain whether there were any onlookers nearby. Only after confirming that they were in a secure environment did he adopt a serious, even somewhat grim expression as he addressed Yahara. Your thoughts are perilous, truly too dangerous. Am I wrong? Before Shisui could finish his sentence, Yahara interjected. Although his voice remained subdued, it was imbued with an unprecedented determination. You and I are both young. We possess vitality and ambition, and we share a common goal. While our aims may diverge somewhat, we both yearn for the peaceful coexistence of our clan and village. Yet, look at how the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village has deteriorated under Fugaku Uchiha's leadership. Shisui, your position is unique. You should be able to see this most clearly. Shisui clenched his teeth, appearing ready to retort, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he recognized that he had already accepted Yahara's words, and it could be said that his resolve was wavering at that moment. This was a dangerous signal, one that a ninja like Shisui understood all too well. Nevertheless, Yahara's words lingered deeply within him, rendering them impossible to forget. Was it all merely a matter of the clan leader? If a change were made, or even if a better leader were found, could all issues be resolved? After a long pause, Shisui's expression settled into calmness as he fixed his gaze on Yahara, finally asking, so, if you were the clan leader, what would you do? Shisui, have you not realized that your perspective is rather narrow? Yuhara paused momentarily, letting out a soft sigh before continuing. We both know how a clan leader should act. However, the extent of their actions truly depends on the village's stance. At this point, Yuhara abruptly shifted direction, leading Shisui towards the forest behind the clan. The forest behind the Uchiha clan was an abandoned training ground, once used by Obito. Unfortunately, after his departure, the place had become even more desolate. Yet, this had benefited Yuhara, who enjoyed training there. It had nearly become his private sanctuary, a place where he could speak without fear of attracting attention. What do you mean by that? After surveying the surroundings, Shisui finally voiced the question that had been on his mind. What does it mean to consider the village's stance? Is there an issue with handling relations with the village once we become clan leaders? That is why I said your thinking is somewhat myopic, Shisui. Yuhara chuckled lightly, but his smile soon faded, and he adopted a serious demeanor. The clan and the village are one. This cannot be altered. No matter what, you know what the Uchiha clan's greatest criticism is. Criticism? Shisui shook his head gently. While he had entered the Anbu and seen more, merely seeing did not equate to understanding the underlying implications. For instance, he could not comprehend why that individual named Shimura Danzo harbored such animosity towards the Uchiha. That I can tell you with certainty. It is the police force. Yuhara sighed deeply. He had initially believed he would never speak these secrets aloud, intending to use them to lure Sasuke if he ever defected. However, now he found it necessary to reveal them in an attempt to persuade Shisui. The primary duty of the police force is to maintain internal security and stability within the Hidden Leaf Village. They are also responsible for establishing order, enforcing regulations, and apprehending individuals with criminal tendencies, both civilians and ninjas. To be honest, the Uchiha have not performed poorly in this aspect. But do you know why the reputation of the police force is so abysmal? I do not know, Shisui replied, shaking his head and earnestly regarding Yuhara, awaiting his answer. He likely did not even realize that he now resembled an eager student thirsting for knowledge. Everything traces back to our second Hokage. It was he who established the Konoha police force, which is the root of all this. While it was nominally entrusted to the Uchiha, in reality, it cast the Uchiha clan in the role of enforcers of justice. By placing the police force alongside the prison under the pretext of monitoring criminals, they brazenly relegated the Uchiha to the corners of Konoha. After all, our clan once produced Uchiha Madara, and the second Hokage's intent was to keep a watchful eye on the Uchiha. He aimed to swiftly respond should another Uchiha Madara arise, believing that this would better protect Konoha at this juncture. Yuhara paused slightly, and Shisui's expression had already shifted entirely. He was aware of who Uchiha Madara was, and had heard tales of this former clan leader. He even knew that many Uchiha still revered Madara. The third Hokage and his core team were primarily disciples of the second Hokage, and they steadfastly adhered to his principles. Before Shisui could fully process these revelations, Yuhara spoke again, and this time his words plunged Shisui's heart into despair. Under such a paradigm, Konoha will never trust the Uchiha. Especially after the Ninetales incident, this distrust has only intensified. Just look at the current predicament of the Uchiha. In a sense, they are being forced into this situation, and coincidentally, we have encountered a leader like Fugaku. Our fate is all too predictable. With a genuine sigh, Yuhara's gaze turned serious as he looked at Shisui, who appeared somewhat dazed. This is why I say that if we overthrow Fugaku, we must still consider the village's stance. However, a unified clan, in contrast to a fragmented one, would certainly be more formidable. At the very least, we must not allow Konoha to disregard us so easily. Furthermore, if we excel and gain sufficient influence, we might even become Hokage through our own efforts. Observing Shisui's seemingly silent demeanor, yet noticing a flicker of fervor in his eyes, Yuhara smiled and firmly patted his shoulder. Therefore, how can we govern the clan alongside these insects? We must have faith in ourselves. In truth, Yuhara harbored another thought that he did not voice. How can we govern Konoha alongside these insects? Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that he could discern Shisui's current state. Yuhara's words were highly galvanizing, and although Shisui remained silent, the way he looked at Yuhara had already transformed. Unreservedly, Yuhara's words had fundamentally altered many of Shisui's internal convictions. Although the influx of radical ideas was overwhelming, each was reasonable and undeniably worthy of contemplation. After all, he was a traveler from another world, possessing knowledge of the original story and standing at a vantage point that allowed him to view everything. While Shisui's character often exhibited despair in critical moments, he was also an intelligent individual. He recognized when a situation was untenable, leading him to contemplate suicide. Moreover, as a member of the Anbu, he would not have been admitted if he were truly dim-witted. Furthermore, as an Anbu, he had access to extensive information. And he quietly reviewed this knowledge in conjunction with Yuhara's words. He sorrowfully realized that everything Yuhara had stated was indeed factual. Such revelations inflicted a profound upheaval within him, from his subsequent demeanor. It was evident that he was still grappling with his thoughts. Yuhara understood that there was no need to inundate him with further radical ideas at this juncture. What he needed now was to rest adequately, adjust his state of mind, and, most importantly, recalibrate his perspective. With this, he resolved that he would not be embarking on any missions today. Yu Huan let out a quiet sigh, subsequently returning the water to its place at home before making his way back to his own residence. His abode was a relatively spacious 2-bedroom, 1-living-room small cottage, inherited from his parents who sacrificed their lives during the Third War. Being a member of a notably gifted family, Yu Huan had access to a plethora of resources. Consequently, the modest dwelling was filled to the brim with materials he had perused. However, the room appeared remarkably organized, for he possessed the privilege of having staff arranged by the family to maintain his living space. He need not expend any effort in this regard. He could simply focus on his cultivation, even though he had yet to affiliate himself with any particular family faction. In essence, Yu Huan's life had been quite satisfactory. Albeit this existence was destined to last less than a year to sustain, or even enhance his quality of life, while simultaneously ensuring his own survival, he would have to take decisive action. Indeed, it is often the instinct for self-preservation that ignites an extraordinary determination within individuals. Lying back on his bed, Yu Huan began to ponder the potential reactions of Shisui, contemplating the choices he might make. Moreover, regardless of Shisui's involvement, he needed to devise a strategy to expel Uchiha Fugaku. There were essentially 2 approaches to removing Fugaku, one being a peaceful resolution. Yet it was apparent that achieving a harmonious solution within the Uchiha clan had perpetually been a formidable challenge. This group, often characterized by their inflated sense of self-importance, would only entertain reason if one possessed the perceived qualifications to engage them in discourse. How, then, does one attain such qualifications? The answer is rather straightforward: through sheer force. No matter how eloquently Naruto attempted to persuade Sasuke, it bore little fruit. However, when he altered his method and ultimately bested Sasuke in their fateful confrontation, the issue was swiftly resolved. Sasuke capitulated without the need for further persuasion. It seemed evident that the only means to compel Uchiha Fugaku's departure would involve a degree of violence. Yu Huan mused, contemplating that if time permitted, he might also consider initiating contact with the security department, rallying all who could be persuaded to form a new coalition of interests, and seeking opportunities to eliminate the most radical factions discreetly. While assassination is not the most favorable solution, there are times when eliminating specific individuals, such as the opposing group's ideological leaders, can yield significant results. These individuals often serve as the linchpins of their respective factions, well aware of their political aspirations and capable of formulating their own agendas. With these 2 elements aligned, they can keep their subordinates in check, resulting in a unified front. Should they incite their followers to take up arms, the consequences would be dire. The dismantling of the Black Panther Party across the ocean was achieved through the elimination of their true ideological leader, leading to their internal disintegration. Once a formidable force, they ultimately devolved into a fragmented group devoid of clear political objectives and agendas, reduced to mere footnotes in Hollywood's narrative. Perhaps such measures would also be necessary for Yu Huan in the future. However, Uchiha Fugaku remained the most pressing concern. Did he possess the Mangekyō Sharingan? The question of whether Uchiha Fugaku wielded the Mangekyō Sharingan was indeed a troubling one. In the original manga, there appeared to be no indication of such a capability. Yet, within the Itachi Shinden, he had revealed his own Mangekyō in the presence of Uchiha Itachi. Yu Huan was uncertain of the true nature of this world, but he felt compelled to prepare for the worst-case scenario, that this individual indeed possessed the Mangekyō. If that were the case, he would need to exercise utmost caution. Thus, he resolved to awaken his own eyes swiftly, vowing to take action the following day and assemble 4 elite shinobi. As Yu Huan delved deeper into his thoughts, he suddenly noticed the system panel flickering once more within his retina. Congratulations, host. You have garnered the preliminary recognition of Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui has been awakened by your words. He has begun to perceive the internal issues within the clan, as well as the concerns between the clan and the village. Although he has yet to speak, he will choose to assist you in certain matters. Upon witnessing this revelation, Yu Huan was momentarily taken aback, his face breaking into an involuntary smile. Gaining Shisui's recognition, even if only at a preliminary level, was a significant victory, for every individual harbors a sensitive and often skeptical nature. Doubt is not inherently negative. Rather, it breeds anticipation, and once that doubt is methodically dismantled, what remains is profoundly fulfilling. It seemed that further guidance for Shirei was necessary to broaden his perspective, enabling him to provide even greater assistance. Yu Huan felt a wave of elation, despite his uncertainty regarding whether Shisui had activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. At the very least, this character had indeed achieved such a feat in the original narrative. This signified that Yu Huan had secured the support of a ninja destined to wield the Mangekyō in the future, which was a source of immense joy for him. His excitement was further compounded by the subsequent changes in his system panel. Current affiliation: Uchiha clan. Current status: extremely dire. The clan is in a state of severe internal division, with malicious individuals lurking externally. Prosperity level: 9848. The standard prosperity level for a healthy clan is 10,000. Recommendation: expedite the resolution of the clan's internal division. Stabilize the internal environment and unite those willing to face the challenges together. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,000 points, which can be exchanged for a single ability draw. Sky Dance Technique enables flight utilizing chakra. Blazing Fire grants fire release. Blazing Flame, allowing rapid flames to spread and inflict damage on nearby foes. If lacking fire release, it can be acquired through skills. Whirling Hurricane grants wind release. Whirling Hurricane, altering pressure and temperature to summon a small storm within a localized area. The more chakra invested, the larger the storm. Another Sky Dance Technique. Observing this latest selection of rewards, Yu Huan felt a mix of joy and calmness. After all, having experienced 2 such occurrences in one day, it was challenging to maintain a heightened sense of excitement. Furthermore, this reward did not possess the same abundance as the first. Regardless, the initial acquisition of the glorious evolution had solidified the potential for his Sharingan to evolve into the Mangekyō. What could genuinely excite him now would be the prospect of attaining even higher-tier abilities. Of course, such musings were merely speculative. Although he had obtained the passive ability of glorious evolution, he had yet to fully realize its potential. Contemplating more advanced options felt like a mere dream. Addressing the immediate challenges before him remained paramount. As for this selection, there was little that stood out. As a member of the Uchiha, he was inherently skilled in fire release. Thus, he had no intention of selecting Blazing Fire. While the effects appeared impressive, Yu Huan was not without alternatives. He could easily learn the Great Fire Annihilation technique. Though its power was substantial, it was merely classified as a B or C rank jutsu, reliant on the chakra infused within it to determine its strength. Conversely, Whirling Hurricane was indeed appealing. While he excelled in fire and earth release, he lacked wind release abilities. However, compared to the ability to soar freely through the skies, he deemed wind release a lesser priority. Moreover, having encountered the Sky Dance Technique twice, it would be remiss not to seize it. Without a doubt, Yu Huan's choice this time was the Sky Dance Technique. The sensation of flying through the heavens was an experience no one would willingly forego, unless, of course, there were even more challenging options to consider, such as evolving his own eyes. Having acquired this technique, Yu Huan eagerly ventured into the forest behind the Uchiha compound after nightfall to experiment further. He could not deny the exhilarating sensation of free flight. However, he noted that this technique required a significant amount of chakra. With his current chakra reserves, he could sustain slow flight for approximately an hour. However, I fear that even 5 minutes of rapid flight would be beyond his endurance. Moreover, the complexities of the skies must also be taken into account, as the repercussions of such swift movement can be considerable. Nevertheless, for now, it suffices. Yuhara remains quite content. The art of aerial maneuvering has bestowed upon him another means of survival. After all, individuals capable of flight are a rare breed within the entire ninja world. To put it bluntly, unless confronted by formidable foes like the later Pain or Inoki, he could evade pursuit with ease to avoid drawing excessive attention. Yuhara dutifully returned to his dwelling after conducting a brief experiment. Following a restful night, he promptly decided to visit the mission center early the next day to hunt down a jonin. One naturally requires a plausible reason to leave the village, and accepting a mission serves as the most fitting choice. At the same time, he intended to ascertain whether there were any rogue ninjas from Konoha worth pursuing. Encountering a suitable target would be fortuitous indeed. Shisui. Yuhara was taken aback to find Shisui just as he stepped outside. At that moment, Shisui appeared somewhat fatigued, his eyes reddened as if he had just been subjected to the Sharingan. Clearly, he had not rested well, although Yahara was already aware through the system that Shisui had tentatively acknowledged him. He did not anticipate such inner turmoil from his companion. After all, Yahara perceived little merit in such conflict. The actions of the village and the inaction within the clan had led to the current state of the Uchiha. Once the essence of this matter is understood, clarity follows with ease. As for dwelling on it. Good morning, Yahara. Shisui, still looking somewhat unwell, adopted a notably serious demeanor and addressed him directly. I've contemplated this throughout the night. While I fundamentally agree with your thoughts and perspectives, however, stop. This is not the place for such discussions, and I have matters to attend to. We shall converse later. Yahara promptly halted Shisui before he could ramble on. For who knows whether eavesdroppers lurk nearby. Lacking the ability to sense ninjas, Yahara was wary of the potential consequences should their conversation be overheard. They would have no choice but to await Itachi Uchiha's blade. Joining forces with Obito and Danzo's roots in a grim fate, Shisui soon realized his mistake. A hint of self-reproach crossing his features, he recognized the impropriety of his actions. Had Yahara not reacted quickly, he might have caused a significant blunder. Yet, he soon cast a puzzled glance at Yahara, having taken note of his words. Something on your mind? Shisui inquired curiously. Is there a mission? Not yet, but I plan to accept some tasks. The atmosphere within the clan is stifling, and I am inherently averse to such meetings. Additionally, I intend to contemplate my next steps. Yahara did not elucidate what he intended to ponder, yet Shisui instantly grasped his meaning. He had to concede that the environment within the clan was indeed quite adverse, especially after reflecting on Yahara's words from yesterday. He realized their veracity. While Yahara's remarks may have been harsh, the reality seemed to align with them. How could one govern the clan alongside a bunch of insects? They had failed to identify the root of the problems. Ironically, they even regarded the security division as a coveted asset. In truth, it was a death knell, a mechanism that distanced the clan from Konoha, and an institution that led to the Uchiha's decline. The clan had transformed, and Konoha harbored no trust in them. Any change would have to originate from within. Suddenly, Shisui realized he had consistently underestimated his friend and classmate. They had competed together, grown together, and been hailed as the clan's prodigies. Yet, he had plunged headlong into a quagmire while his friend remained an outsider. It was precisely this detachment that enabled Yahara to perceive everything clearly, to discern the Uchiha's shortcomings. He was the most lucid individual in the clan. With this realization, Shisui resolved to take action. Yet before articulating his decision, he needed to reflect and observe carefully. Yahara, I shall accompany you on this mission. What did you say? I said I wish to accompany you, for only in doing so can I gain greater insight. Yahara was taken aback. He had not anticipated Shisui's inclination to join him on a mission. Even more surprising was that after Shisui reported this intention, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man, actually consented. It was understandable that Shisui wanted to accompany him, as he had many questions and matters to comprehend. However, as a member of the Anbu, it was not a simple task for him to leave the village at will, particularly given the increasingly intricate situations surrounding the Uchiha. Yet reality often exceeded Yahara's expectations. Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed approved Shisui's request, prompting Yahara to ponder the Hokage's motivations. Was someone observing, intent on discovering their intentions? Yahara maliciously speculated, yet upon reflection, it dawned on him that this was likely Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategy to win hearts. Shisui's present demeanor was one of unwavering loyalty to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha, and the weight of his unique role brought considerable pressure. Being well aware of the internal dynamics of the Uchiha clan, it was only natural for him to desire a brief respite with friends in such an oppressive environment. Meanwhile, Yahara had always exhibited commendable character traits, maintaining a friendly disposition towards everyone in Konoha. He did not possess the inexplicable arrogance characteristic of the Uchiha. Even when ordinary folk encountered difficulties, he would extend a helping hand. Such a person, in every respect, stood apart from other Uchiha, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to perceive him as one embodying the will of fire. Of course, this alone was insufficient. At its core, Sarutobi Hiruzen, much like the second Hokage, harbored a fundamental distrust of the Uchiha. Yet, he held more than just Shisui as leverage. He had Itachi Uchiha, which likely influenced his decision to allow Shisui some leisure time, granting Shisui a sense of trust while ensuring he had an ally should complications arise. Having contemplated all this, Yahara felt somewhat reassured, for he need not worry about anyone trailing behind him. inhibiting his willingness to speak freely. Yet, the third Hokage proved surprisingly generous, allowing them a month of respite. As they traversed the main road, Yahara turned to glance at Shisui beside him, curiosity prompting him to inquire, "Having been away for so long, are you truly untroubled?" "Well, it is not without reason that I must thank you." Shisui replied with a light shake of his head before continuing in a calm tone. "Were it not for your acceptance of so many peculiar missions, which compelled me to seek intelligence through Anbu channels, it is unlikely I would have had such an extended reprieve." Yahara paid little heed to Shisui's words. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen was privy to certain details, he remained unconcerned. After all, he was indeed intent on stirring up trouble with some jonin or even rogue ninjas. And he harbored no fear of scrutiny. Gathering intelligence through Anbu channels was, in fact, a form of unspoken protocol. After all, the information acquired by the Anbu often proved more reliable than that of the clients themselves. And Shisui would be accompanying him. Thus, as long as they adhered to the rules, Shisui could provide some intelligence for their mutual benefit. Moreover, missions that had already been posted at the mission center would have their detailed information submitted to the mission department by the Anbu, unless the tasks were specifically intended for training students. Thus, these tasks will not be disclosed with more details. For instance, regarding a mission in a certain land of waves, Yahara would not believe for a second that Konoha lacks more specific intelligence. Nor would he trust Kakashi's somewhat clumsy performance. Both of them were not slow. Before long, they had already distanced themselves from Konoha. The targets of their current mission were predominantly rogue ninjas, and these renegades were not of low caliber, hailing from various other villages. Interestingly, most ninja villages possess scant information about their own traders. While it may seem ironic, it is indeed a fact, or perhaps a universal truth within the entire ninja world. When a village produces a rogue ninja, it is rare for them to remain within the confines of their own country. The notion of darkness beneath the light does not apply to the Anbu. Once they escape to other nations and are discovered by other villages, as long as they do not commit any egregious acts in those places, those villages will, to some extent, offer protection, refraining from leaking their intelligence. However, this protection is not genuinely beneficial for these rogue ninjas. If a rogue possesses considerable strength, they might establish contact and extract information from them. Conversely, if they are weak and lack intelligence value, they may simply be retained to vex the village they betrayed. Alternatively, in future exchanges of interest, they might be handed over to demonstrate sincerity. In essence, being a rogue ninja is not as enviable as it may seem. In fact, the traitors from one's own village are often the most challenging to apprehend, and once caught, their fate is typically quite grim. Speaking of which, why would one desire to become a jonin? It was only after they had traveled a considerable distance that Shisui posed his question. Although this allows us to remain away from Konoha for an extended time, I believe you must have more thoughts on the matter. Right? Just consider it a process of experience. Yahara chuckled lightly before responding. After all, I need to train diligently, and as I mentioned, I must engage in some serious contemplation. May I ask you a question? Shisui fell silent for a moment before gently inquiring. If, and I mean if, you were to become the clan leader, what would you do? If the clan leader, upon hearing Shisui's question, Yahara could not help but smile. The first thing I would do upon becoming clan leader would naturally be to consolidate the entire family. Pausing slightly, Yahara raised his gaze towards the sky and slowly continued. A family can encompass many voices, as each individual's thoughts differ, yet one thing must be achieved: unity of ideology and will. For only then can we work together to accomplish what we need to achieve. However, this is far from sufficient. We require a comprehensive political agenda and action plan. Only in this manner can we ensure that all clan members understand our objectives and what we aspire to achieve. Rather than aimlessly floundering without a clear goal, having spoken these words, Yahara redirected his gaze towards Shisui and firmly patted his shoulder. Every action must have a clear objective. Our goals can be divided into two phases. One is to eliminate internal strife within the clan, allowing us to live peacefully and stably. The other is to ensure that all of Konoha hears our voice, making them aware that we do not wish to see Konoha embroiled in chaos. More importantly, we must make them understand that the Uchiha have always remained in Konoha. We have never departed. Yahara's words resonated powerfully, stirring Shisui's heart. Indeed, although the Uchiha seem to drift further from Konoha, their ultimate aim is to return, for they have never truly left. The concepts of political agenda and action plan were foreign to Shisui, and likely to most in the ninja world as well. Even if they were already operating in such a manner, they probably lacked an understanding of these two concepts. Take the Akatsuki organization, for instance. They possess a clear political agenda and action plan. Their demand is for peace within the ninja world, and their action plan is to use forceful deterrence to compel the ninja world to unite, thereby establishing a peaceful state. Although the voices within their ranks are vastly different after all. Those who join the Akatsuki often have their own ulterior motives. It is undeniable that under Nagato's leadership, they are indeed striving towards these goals. Today, after Yahara articulated these two concepts with clarity, Shisui's gaze reflected not only shock, but also a gradual admiration to Tio Shisui. Yahara's ability to clearly articulate these concepts indicated that he had undoubtedly done his homework. He understood precisely what he wanted to accomplish and what he sought to attain. Such a clear and distinct understanding deepened Shisui's respect for Yahara. Seems my perspective has indeed been too narrow. Yahara has already ascended to a higher level, with these two concepts in mind. Shisui refrained from pressing Yahara further about his specific methods, as he felt the information he had acquired was sufficient for the time being. He now needed to absorb everything he had learned and contemplate what his own political agenda and action plan would be if he were to assume the role of clan leader. Especially under the dual pressures of clan and village, Shisui fell into silence, and Yahara was quite pleased, for he feared that if the conversation continued, Shisui might become overwhelmed. This lad questioned how he would act as clan leader. But what could he possibly do? He couldn't simply tell Shisui to keep those who obey and send the disobedient to the Pure Land. Could he? Though such actions might be tempting, he would likely resort to more extreme measures against particularly radical individuals before becoming clan leader. Especially those who serve as spiritual leaders, they are the most perilous of existences. If they refuse to acknowledge his ideas and stubbornly pursue their ideals through extreme means, Yahara would indeed find himself with little choice. Thus, it is prudent not to delve too deeply into matters for which one is not fully prepared. In the ensuing hours, both individuals entered a state of travel, although Shisui occasionally asked questions. None of them posed any challenge to Yahara, who had undergone systematic education in his previous life. His responses were straightforward and precise, yielding numerous insights for Shisui each time. As they journeyed, Yahara noticed that Shisui's gaze towards him had shifted. The admiration and respect in his eyes were impossible to conceal. However, Shisui could no longer ask further questions, for after a considerable trek, they had finally reached the border between the land of fire and the land of hot water. They had arrived at their destination. Their target was a rogue ninja from the hidden cloud, a formidable individual skilled in lightning techniques, with unknown reasons for his defection, upon entering the border of the land of hot water. This rogue had already been detected by Konoha's Anbu, yet prior to this, no one had planned to take action against him. However, this individual was not one to abide by the rules. He had forcibly seized control of a village and even assaulted passing merchants. Such behavior naturally incited panic among the traders, prompting them to submit a request to Konoha for assistance in dealing with the situation. Yahara, through Shisui's connections within the Anbu, had gathered more intelligence regarding this task, making the rogue his first target. Yet, as they approached the village, both displayed signs of wariness. It was eerily quiet, an atmosphere uncommon for a normal village. Moreover, this silence was accompanied by a faint scent of blood. Trouble seemed to have befallen this village. It appeared they were not the only ones after him. Shisui whispered, having stealthily drawn a kunai. Indeed, it seems someone has gotten there first. Yahara's expression darkened. This was his target. Moreover, this was the key to unlocking his Mangekyō Sharingan. The thought of having his prey snatched away by someone else was utterly unacceptable. Do you think it could be someone from the hidden cloud? Striving to remain calm, Yahara quietly inquired. After all, they are their rogue ninja. If it is someone from the hidden cloud, that could be troublesome. Shisui had already contemplated the presence of Yun-in, which cast a shadow over his countenance. The relationship between Yun-in and Konoha was exceedingly strained. Not only did the second Hokage perish at their hands, but they also launched an offensive against Konoha during the Third Great Ninja War. Merely 5 years prior, they had coerced Konoha into surrendering Hinata Hisashi under the threat of war, a demand that had plunged their relations into an icy abyss, although Hisashi was unharmed, as it was his twin brother Hisashi's corpse that was relinquished. The incident nonetheless inflicted significant damage to Konoha's reputation within the ninja world. Conversely, Yun-in basked in the glory of this operation, propelling themselves beyond Konoha to become the foremost ninja village. Both in name and in reality. It would be an understatement to assert that Yun-in ascended by stepping on Konoha. It is indeed peculiar if their relations were to be amicable. I would argue that it would be preferable if the individuals involved were from Yun-in. Yu Yuan murmured softly. After all, we are in the land of hot water. Shisui, taken aback by Yu Yuan's words, hesitated for a moment before he too seemed to entertain the thought. But what if we are discovered? Then we must handle it discreetly, Yu Yuan replied, recognizing Shishui's expression as a sign of feasibility. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, first ascertain their numbers, then swiftly eliminate the weaker adversaries. I will engage their leading jonin and await your return once you have dealt with them. Upon hearing this opportunity, Shisui pondered deeply before nodding resolutely. It was evident that he was a person who had experienced the brutal realities of war. Despite being a pacifist, he was not naive. Once they reached a decision, they commenced their actions, and as they approached the village's outskirts, their resolve to eliminate these foes intensified. This group of savages, Shisui muttered under his breath as he beheld the numerous corpses strewn across the ground. Regardless of age or gender, lying in pools of blood, their postures suggested they had attempted to flee, yet the assailants had granted them no opportunity for escape. Furthermore, individuals were in the process of transporting the bodies to the center of the village, presumably for mass incineration. Witnessing this, Shisui inwardly cursed but restrained himself from taking action. Their current objective was to ascertain the enemy's numbers. Only then could they confidently eliminate these adversaries, after a period of waiting and reconnaissance. Yu Yuan and Shisui concluded that only 4 ninjas were present in this operation. However, they stumbled upon a rather troublesome discovery. The leader was no ordinary foe. If their observations were correct, the individual appeared to possess magnet release, known as Troy. In the original narrative, Troy was scarcely mentioned. His only notable appearance was when he was summoned by Kabuto. Nevertheless, Yu Yuan recognized him, for this individual had visited Konoha several years prior. With their target being Hinata, rumor had it that during the Third Great Ninja War, Troy had caused considerable trouble for many Konoha ninjas on the battlefield in the Land of Hot Water. It would be an understatement to say that he was a rarely mentioned character in the original narrative, yet he was undeniably a formidable opponent. The prospect of encountering him weighed heavily on Yu Yuan. For magnet release was not an easy ability to contend with, as it allowed the user to manipulate the weapons of their opponents. Any metallic weapon, be it shuriken or ninja blade, was susceptible to this control. And should he unleash this ability, it was easy to imagine the devastating consequences of one's own weapon turning against them. Tio think it would be him. What a significant catch, Yu Yuan whispered, his expression subtly shifting. Although the appearance of these adversaries had caused him to lose a target, they also presented an opportunity to compensate for his losses. They would proceed as originally planned. Such a substantial prize could not be allowed to escape. Be cautious. I will return to support you as soon as possible. Shisui did not oppose this, instead expressing his concern for Yu Yuan's safety. At that moment, the dynamics of who would support whom remained uncertain. Yu Yuan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze now fixed on Troy. In an instant, his eyes transformed into the Crimson Three-Tomo Sharingan. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Once everything was prepared, Yu Yuan initiated the attack. He opted for the technique with the broadest range, uncertain of its effect, but given that there were 4 adversaries, a large-scale technique would significantly increase the likelihood of hitting multiple targets. Hey, be careful, we have an enemy ambush. The response speed of the Yunin ninjas was remarkably swift. In particular, Troy sensed something amiss almost immediately. At his warning, all the Yun ninjas reacted, either hastily forming hand seals or swiftly evading charge. As the formation of Yun-in was disrupted, Yu Yuan and Shisui surged forth from their concealment. Their Crimson Sharingan scanned the area, quickly pinpointing the exact locations of the Yun ninjas. Without further exchange, Shisui executed a body flicker technique towards the scattered adversaries, while Yu Yuan focused on Troy, advancing rapidly. Just as Troy landed, Yu Yuan's fist came crashing down towards him. Troy reacted with remarkable speed, instinctively crossing his arms in front of his chest, narrowly blocking Yu Yuan's punch at the last moment. Uchiha, Troy immediately recognized the vivid crimson eyes of Yu Yuan, instinctively averting his gaze from them. However, his tone was anything but cordial, brimming with animosity. What do you intend to do? Incite war? War? You need not phrase it so dramatically. This is neither the land of fire nor your land of lightning. Yu Yuan retorted, refusing to be swayed by Troy's words. That he swiftly withdrew his fist and unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Troy's lower body. Yet, halfway through the motion, he sensed something was amiss and immediately halted. Simultaneously employing the body replacement technique, the sound of wind rushing past echoed, but regrettably, only a few wooden logs remained on the ground, as Yu Yuan's figure had already appeared beneath a nearby tree. The body replacement technique, one of the fundamental techniques for ninjas, often proved to be the most life-saving. Impressive reaction, Troy observed the shattered wood on the ground before turning to face Yu Yuan's new position. Kid, you're rather skilled, and your eyes are quite remarkable. At your age, possessing such eyes indicates you are certainly no ordinary individual. You must be Uchiha Yu Yuan, correct? Indeed, that is I, Yu Yuan replied with a slight nod. Not surprised that his identity was recognized. After all, he was a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, and having executed numerous missions over the years, he had garnered some renown within the ninja world. It was hardly astonishing to be recognized. Moreover, he was acutely aware that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. As a competent ninja, the most crucial aspect during battle was to cast aside distractions. Only with unwavering focus could one hope to secure victory. So it is you. I must admit, the Uchiha truly are remarkable. Troy appeared somewhat contemplative, his gaze fixed on Yu Yuan as he spoke in a detached tone. Once you acquire your Sharingan, you undergo a qualitative transformation. The heavens certainly favor you. Such drivel. Yu Yuan maintained his gaze on Troy, simultaneously discarding all metallic items on his person. The heavens do not grant power without reason. If you take such things for granted, you are not far from death, perhaps, but I remain genuinely curious about the power of your Uchiha clan. Troy's eyes narrowed slightly, a disdainful smile gracing his face. Moreover, discarding metal indeed limits some of my capabilities, but, without any warning, several shuriken materialized behind Yu Yuan in an instant, slicing through the air and piercing his heart. Simultaneously, Troy had already appeared before Yu Yuan, delivering a powerful punch to his body. Without your weapons, how will you face me? The sound of the fist echoed, yet in that fleeting moment, Troy sensed something was amiss. The smoke that erupted next confirmed his suspicion. That damned Uchiha had employed a substitution technique. Nonetheless, he paid it little mind, for this was the prodigious Uchiha youth. Already possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan at such a tender age, it was only natural for him to boast such reflexes. After all, it was likely that every one of Troy's movements had been scrutinized by him. Quickly retrieving a scroll, Troy tore it open with fervor. In an instant, dozens of square-shaped shuriken emerged amidst a thick cloud of smoke. Hovering under his command and beginning to spin ever so slightly, Troy commenced a meticulous search for Yu Yuan's whereabouts, and soon a smile crept onto his face. Found you, with a furious roar. The square shuriken seemed to receive a command, hurtling towards Yu Yuan's concealed position with alarming speed. A nearby building was obliterated in an instant by the onslaught of shuriken. Quite impressive, indeed. The efficacy of a surprise attack was truly remarkable. High above in the sky, Yu Yuan watched the chaos unfold below, unable to suppress a remark that bordered on sarcasm. Having already discerned Troy's bloodline ability, he was acutely aware of every subtle movement from this adversary. Even before Troy orchestrated the assault with the shurikens circling behind him, Yu Yuan had sensed the faint fluctuations of chakra emanating from Troy's form. Thus, the moment Troy's chakra surged, Yu Yuan had already activated his substitution technique. However, his reaction was slightly delayed, resulting in Troy's shuriken grazing his shoulder. Yet, this minor wound proved inconsequential, allowing him to toy with Troy as he was now. After switching positions through the substitution technique, Yu Yuan observed that he had been left with some elusive and peculiar chakra. A ninja would not engage in frivolous actions. It was evident that Troy had a specific intent in leaving behind this chakra. It was likely a method to track his location and launch subsequent attacks utilizing the properties of magnetism. Yu Yuan surmised Troy's intentions quite swiftly. Thus, as soon as he concealed himself with the substitution technique, he promptly discarded the garment that had been tainted by Troy's chakra. Subsequently, he created a shadow clone to pass his shirt to it, while he himself utilized the technique of flight to stealthily observe the unfolding events from midair. He did not soar too high, cleverly hiding his form behind a building, alleviating any concerns of being spotted. Of course, even if he were seen, Yu Yuan considered it a trivial matter. He had never deemed the technique of flight as one that needed to remain concealed. Although flying ninjutsu was exceedingly rare in the ninja world, it was not entirely absent. Moreover, years prior, there had been instances of sky ninjas. Thus, while Yu Yuan's technique was indeed unusual, employing it was by no means a significant issue. Furthermore, with aspirations of becoming the clan leader and even greater ambitions, showcasing sufficient capability and strength was an imperative endeavor. Casting his gaze slightly aside, he soon discerned that the battle involving Shisui was nearing its conclusion. One could not deny Shisui's exceptional prowess, particularly in terms of speed, which was breathtaking. His body flicker technique was executed with such peculiarity that even Yu Yuan, with his Sharingan, had to concentrate intensely to distinguish between the true form and the afterimages generated by Shisui's movements. To wield the body flicker technique with such effectiveness, akin to a shadow clone, while simultaneously creating a blend of reality and illusion, was indeed Shisui's unique talent, under the onslaught of his overwhelming speed. The Cloud Ninjas, who likewise excelled in speed, found themselves utterly defenseless. One had already been eliminated, while another had sustained injuries that in truth, the Cloud Ninjas were no pushovers, despite not being part of the Anbu. Those who participated in the pursuit of rogue ninjas were far from weak, yet they were simply outmatched by the Uchiha's overwhelming prowess. Their pride in taijutsu and speed paled in comparison to the might of the Sharingan. However, it was time for me to accelerate my pace. Although Troy posed a nuisance with his magnetism, he lacked my intelligence, so Yu Yuan's eyes narrowed once more. Below, his shadow clone was being cornered by Troy's shuriken, with little room for escape. Nevertheless, Troy remained vigilant, refusing to advance too closely, unwilling to confront the dreaded gaze of Yu Yuan's three-tomo Sharingan. From a distance, he manipulated the shuriken to attack, while continuously gauging the chakra residue left on the Uchiha ninja. After several confirmations, he silently nodded. This kid still bore his chakra, suggesting all was well. Yet, he remained cautious. One moment of negligence could lead to dire consequences. With a flick of his wrists, 2 square shuriken found their way into his hands. The remaining shuriken swiftly surged towards Yu Yuan like magnets drawn to him. While Yu Yuan's movements were agile, in the face of such a dense barrage, he relied on his Sharingan to evade and deflect the shuriken while steadily closing the distance to Troy's position. However, he found it increasingly difficult to advance. Each time he drew nearer, he was forced to retreat in haste. Tisich, I thought this Uchiha Yu Yuan was formidable, but it seems he is but a mere shadow of his reputation. Troy mused internally as he observed Yu Yuan's predicament. Yet, considering the youth's age and his prior encounters with Uchiha ninjas, Yu Yuan's performance was indeed decisive and commendable. To act so resolutely in the face of unfamiliar abilities, knowing only that his opponent excelled in magnetic shields, and to willingly forego weapons susceptible to magnetic attraction was no small feat. Achieving such a level was beyond the capabilities of ordinary ninjas. However, lacking knowledge of his enemy's abilities had sealed this boy's fate. Suddenly, chakra surged into the 2 shuriken, elongating them into razor-sharp blades. With a fierce swing, Troy aimed to cleave Yu Yuan in 2. The unique chakra's attraction almost guaranteed that his strike would find its mark. Alas, it appeared that you lacked sufficient intelligence about me. Thus, I shall send you on your way. Magnet release. Beasting twin blades. The sharp blade sliced towards Yu Yuan, but in that very moment, Troy sensed something was amiss. The Uchiha before him suddenly exhibited a reckless disregard for death, charging straight at him, as if the technique's power were inconsequential. This development sent a wave of unease through him, yet at that moment, he could afford no further hesitation. He brought down his blade with force. Boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted, and Yu Yuan's form vanished, leaving only a tattered garment falling to the ground. Troy's expression shifted slightly. Had this kid discerned the nature of his technique? Before he could contemplate further, a figure descended from the sky, moving with such speed that Troy had no time to react. This figure, without a hint of hesitation, hurled a punch towards Troy's head. Bang! The sharp crack echoed, and Troy felt as though his teeth might shatter. However, he is an exceptional cloud ninja, and his physical condition presents no issues whatsoever. Although this punch caused him some trouble and even left him feeling dizzy, it was far from fatal. Yet, in the next moment, his complexion turned exceptionally pale as a pair of crimson 3-tomo Sharingan suddenly manifested before him. Establishing an immediate connection, the eerie chakra surged through those Sharingan and penetrated his own eyes, spreading into his mind. At that instant, his brain went blank, leaving only the image of those crimson 3-tomo. As Troy fell into the illusion, Yohara swiftly formed hand seals, subsequently unleashing a searing fireball. This fireball ignited Troy in an instant, the excruciating pain jolting him out of the genjutsu, but it was already too late. For Yohara, once he had deemed someone an opponent, he would show no mercy. Moreover, it was the Edo Tensei that had etched your name in my memory. Thus, I shall ensure you are denied even the opportunity for Edo Tensei. You truly are something else. After all, Troy is a bloodline ninja, and leaving his corpse behind would have been far more advantageous for us. Shisui gazed at the ashes of Troy, now completely reduced to cinders. A look of helplessness etched across his face. The battle had concluded. This quartet of cloud ninjas had been entirely vanquished by Yahara and Shisui, including the magnetic ninja Troy. In truth, this squad was not lacking in combat prowess. Had two different individuals been at the helm, they might have posed a significant challenge. Even a standard fully staffed combat team would not have been an easy match. Under normal circumstances, the best choice would have been to retreat. However, this cloud ninja squad was exceedingly unfortunate, encountering Yahara and Shisui, both members of the Uchiha clan. Their areas of expertise were completely countered by these two, leaving them with scant opportunities. The fight concluded in under 10 minutes. The duration was largely due to some members choosing to flee, necessitating Shisui's pursuit. This pursuit consumed considerable time, and upon returning, Shisui was astounded to discover that Troy had already been incinerated by Yahara. That's the style of your Anbu. I'm not a member of the Anbu, and I do not have the habit of retrieving corpses for study. Yahara felt no remorse for his actions. In fact, over the years, whenever he eliminated an enemy during missions, he opted to incinerate them to ashes. Although this approach may appear quite malevolent, bluntly speaking, it is akin to obliterating one's remains. Yet Yahara was acutely aware that there existed techniques capable of reviving the dead to continue fighting. And such techniques resided within Konoha. He had no desire to encounter those he had dispatched in the future. Thus, exercising caution by reducing them to ashes alleviated any future concerns. You really are something. Shisui was slightly taken aback by Yahara's statement, but he quickly shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Instead, he regarded Yahara with a curious expression. Just now, I noticed you used the body replacement technique and immediately soared into the sky, flying with considerable agility. When did you learn such a technique? Not long ago, Yahara replied with a slight smile, then continued at a leisurely pace. Ever since I heard that the third Tsuchikage possessed the ability to fly, I began contemplating how to achieve it. He has Earth release, as do I. So I started researching how to lighten my body using Earth release to facilitate flight. That I was fortunate. Despite investing a significant amount of time and effort, I succeeded. Although Yahara's aerial technique had no direct connection to Earth release, this did not hinder him from using it as a pretext, and such a narrative was indeed the most convincing. After all, there was the example of Noki, and Yahara bore the title of genius. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to have developed something as anticipated. Shisui nodded slightly upon hearing Yahara's words and ceased further inquiries. Every ninja has their own area of expertise, and many possess secret techniques they are reluctant to discuss. Persistently probing into such matters could render one foolish, and in severe cases, even suspected of espionage. I understand. Let us attend to the scene, Shisui remarked, glancing at the multitude of corpses strewn about, letting out a sigh before leading the way. Naturally, Yahara followed suit, but as they moved, he couldn't help but glance at his system interface. After eliminating Troy, his system had provided him with some notifications, piquing his curiosity. Skill, Glorious Evolution, 01. Activation condition, requires 100 power fragments for activation power fragments. Jonin can obtain 25. Chunin 20, Jinin 10, and ordinary enemies between 1 to 5 current power fragments acquired. 85 Friendly reminder, ninja rank does not correlate with ninja strength. Please strive diligently. Host. Upon viewing the information presented by his system interface, Yahara was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated accumulating such a considerable number of power fragments, which left him perplexed. He possessed no external boosters for critical hits, and thus, he could not have received any doubling of rewards. He had only just eliminated Troy as he contemplated turning back to assist Shisui. He discovered that Shisui had already dispatched 2 others and was in pursuit of the final one. This left him feeling somewhat helpless, as even a Chunin or Jinin would yield at least 10 to 20 power fragments. Could it be that my partnership with Shisui accounted for this? Even if I hadn't directly engaged them, his assistance could still count towards my share, thus granting me the power fragments. Upon reflection, Yahara considered this a distinct possibility. 85 power fragments equated to the spoils of 1 Jonin and 3 Chunins. A perfectly matched figure, which filled him with immense joy. This meant he needed only to eliminate a single Jonin or even just 1 Chunin to complete the task. What a tremendous windfall. Had it not been for Shisui accompanying me, I would not have dared to confront those 4 directly. In that moment, Yahara's spirits soared, although he had initially felt displeased at being denied a kill. After eliminating Troy, he realized he had not suffered a loss. Now, having discovered the extent of his gains, he was elated. Such a dramatic turnaround was enough to elevate his mood. However, this was clearly not the time for celebration. Observing the corpses littered about, Yohara sighed. While he was indifferent to the bodies of cloud ninjas, he found it difficult to accept the sight of the civilian casualties, though civilian casualties during ninja battles are a common occurrence. The fact that these cloud ninjas had decimated an entire small village merely to deal with one rogue ninja was nothing short of barbaric, akin to the beasts of the East. He felt justified in eliminating them, and their demise was well-deserved. Silently, he and Shisui gathered the corpses throughout the village and ultimately used fire release for a collective burial. The blazing flames engulfed the village. With thick black smoke rising into the night sky alongside the flickering light, Yohara and Shisui stood at a distance, silently observing the scene, the fire casting elongated shadows, just as the flames blazed most fiercely. Shisui abruptly broke the oppressive silence. Yohara, why do you think there is so much war? The question of why there is so much war is, in fact, quite straightforward to answer, at least for Yohara. This question was not particularly challenging. However, for the inhabitants of this world, it might not be as simple, having experienced the end of the Third War. He understood all too well how naive and absurd the contemporary ninja's understanding of war is. In the eyes of 90% of ninjas, the primary cause of war is hatred. Hatred, born from a myriad of reasons, culminates in the outbreak of conflict. Even someone like Jiraiya comprehends it this way. Perhaps it is this prevailing trend that gave rise to an absurd notion in his mind, that mutual understanding and communication among people could eradicate hatred and even eliminate war. In truth, this idea is not entirely erroneous when considering its first half. Mutual understanding can indeed diminish hatred. However, the fallacy lies in the belief that it can abolish war, for war has never been a mere product of hatred. Although certain factors may contribute to it, they are by no means the predominant ones. War is a weighty topic, a still water. Perhaps it is due to the current atmosphere that Yohara's voice takes on a somber tone. His gaze fixed upon the distant flames. Suddenly, he poses a question. In your view, what is the essence of war, or why does war exist? Shisui hesitates slightly. He is more inclined to hear Yohara's interpretation. To him, Yohara appears to stand on a higher plane, possessing a broader perspective. Yet, Shisui quietly begins to question his own thoughts, feeling an unsettling doubt about his views and insights. After a moment of contemplation, he speaks. Perhaps, as everyone says, it is due to hatred, for the continuation of hatred leads to. Thus, my point remains, your perspective and thinking are far too narrow. Yohara interrupts Shisui before he can finish. Turning to look at him earnestly, he lets out a soft sigh before slowly articulating. You, like everyone else, perceive matters in an overly simplistic manner. I can tell you unequivocally that the outbreak of war has never stemmed from hatred. Not from hatred. Though Shisui had mentally prepared himself, he is still taken aback by Yohara's bold assertion. The absolute nature of Yohara's words shatters a portion of their long-held understanding of the ninja world. Indeed, war has never been driven by hatred, for hatred is merely an excuse. Yohara nods seriously at Shisui. The true nature of war is, in fact, a continuation of politics through alternative means, political continuation. Shisui silently repeats this phrase. He does not fully grasp its meaning, yet he feels as if he begins to understand something. Certainly, wars arise under specific political conditions, instigated by certain political motives, without giving Shisui much time to ponder. Yohara continues. To put it simply, war is merely a facet of political interaction and is by no means an independent entity, while conflicts between individuals may indeed involve elements of hatred. When a nation or a ninja village engages in war, it is certainly not merely out of hatred. The outbreak of war is fundamentally a drastic measure chosen by various villages to protect their own interests, or for their own advantages. Let me ask you something. Our Konoha has experienced 3 wars since its establishment. We are unfamiliar with the first 2, having not been born yet, but we were witnesses to the Third Great Ninja War. Do you remember what triggered the onset of the Third Great Ninja War? Yohara poses this question to Shisui mid-sentence, prompting him to reflect seriously. In the past, he would have easily attributed it to hatred, but now he cannot afford to consider such a superficial explanation. Instead, he begins to explore deeper issues, such as the political and economic factors Yohara mentioned. Though Yohara's words have dismantled his previous understanding, his time in the Anbu has allowed him to sense certain truths. Before long, he seems to arrive at a realization, hesitantly stating, is it a matter of their own development? Indeed, the issue of self-development is crucial. Yohara smiles and nods, having observed Jisui's transformation throughout this journey. If helping Shisui broaden his perspective means he becomes a significant asset, then he could even be one of Yohara's strongest forces in the future. The Land of Wind is situated in a desert region, devoid of sufficient water sources and arable land, severely limiting their development. They are unable to sustain themselves, relying heavily on imported grains, which depletes their already scarce funds. They need an oasis, a piece of cultivable land. Only then can they break free from their limitations. Thus, to overcome these constraints, they must advance towards the land of rivers and launch an attack on us. Correct. In an instant, Shisui comprehends Yuhara's message. And with the different perspectives provided by Yuhara, he sincerely realizes that this is likely the essence of the matter. Compared to the interests of the villages, hatred seems rather trivial, from the position of a Kage. The choice becomes glaringly obvious. Having grasped this, Jisui's gaze towards Yuhara transforms profoundly. In just a few days, Yuhara has continually shattered his worldview, dismantling his previously held beliefs. Yet, this deconstruction has not left Jisui lost. Rather, Yuhara has offered him a clearer, elevated perspective from which to comprehend and observe the world, whether regarding judgments within his clan, the clear demands and principles he must establish as a future clan leader, or the true nature of war. All of these notions had previously been vague to him, lacking concrete logic. Yet now, he seems to grasp so much more. Indeed, war is not as we typically perceive it. What we see may merely be a facade, crafted by others for our consumption. At this moment, Yuhara reveals a smile, patting Jisui's shoulder with a serious tone. Thus, one must exercise caution in their actions and look beyond appearances to discern the essence. Only by understanding the essence can one truly grasp this authentic world, whether it be to think twice before acting or to see beyond appearances. These are fundamental lessons Yuhara learned in his previous life. However, for Jisui, they are profound teachings that leave him feeling humbled. Although he does not consider himself a genius, he has always believed himself to be quite clever. Yet now, he realizes that in comparison to Yuhara, he is worlds apart. Not only has he failed to grasp the essence of war, but he has also overlooked the fundamental dynamics within his own clan, let alone the nature of the relationship between the clan and Konoha and why it has transformed in such a way. Had it not been for Yuhara's reminders, he would likely have continued down a path of confusion. Reflecting on this, his gaze towards Yuhara begins to fill with respect, even becoming fervently enthusiastic. Such a gaze from Jisui is somewhat overwhelming for Yuhara in his worldview. It is simply unacceptable for one man to regard another with such admiration. However, slowly, Yuhara comes to realize that Jisui's gaze is not born out of any issues of orientation, but rather a genuine respect for him. In the following days, Jisui's demeanor has transformed completely. He no longer behaves like a friend or peer, but more like a humble student earnestly seeking knowledge. After inquiring about the information he desires, he diligently records it. Observing Jisui's eagerness to learn, Yuhara cannot help but feel a sense of nostalgia. If he had been as dedicated as Jisui back in the day, he might have long since gained admission to prestigious universities. Well, such thoughts are better left unthought. One must not be awakened by a sweet but shallow illusion. Jisui's transformation brings Yuhara immense joy. Although discussing Marxism-Leninism in this world may not be entirely appropriate, given that it is a realm imbued with supernatural powers, he still finds many topics to discuss with Jisui. He is genuinely grateful for the education he received in his past life, as he realizes that there is a striking absence of political education in this world. In Konoha, the prevailing ideology revolves around the will of fire. However, Yu Yuan believes that it would be more appropriate to refer to this as brainwashing. This form of education has never revealed the essence of the world, nor does it guide you on how to perceive and transform it. Furthermore, it fails to elucidate the concept of contradiction, leaving you unaware of what the object of your contradictions truly is. They merely instruct you to remain loyal to this village and to the Hokage, echoing the phrase will of fire, and then leave it at that. Perhaps initially, ninjas were seen as family in Senja Hashirama's eyes, but this has devolved into the notion of tools over time. The concept of ninjas as mere tools has always circulated within the village. Even thriving in its midst, Kakashi once became a ninja akin to a tool, and under Shimura Danzo's influence, his definition of a ninja was firmly rooted in this tool category. Upon reflection, there is nothing inherently wrong with this. A tool devoid of self-will is indeed far easier to control than someone who perceives everything clearly. Are you certain this is the right location? As they meandered along, Yu Yuan and Shisui journeyed from the land of hot water to the coastline, where a boat could take them directly to the land of waves. However, it was evident that their destination was not the land of waves, but rather a small village along the border of the coastline of the land of hot water. Their current objective was to locate a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, who had now chosen to defect. Raiga. In truth, Yu Yuan was quite eager to find Zabuza. But regrettably, Zabuza had yet to betray his allegiance. The decapitating sword still rested in the hands of Pabai Shirzong, and Uchiha Itachi had not yet accompanied Pabai Shirzong to the hidden mist village to deliver the blade. Thus, Yu Yuan reluctantly abandoned the notion of pursuing Zabuza and shifted his focus to his former comrade. According to intelligence, Raiga had entered the land of hot water from the land of waves. Precisely in an area under the jurisdiction of Konohagakure, small nations have always been tragically caught in the crossfire during wartime, serving as battlegrounds for the great ninja villages that in times of peace. They are relegated to various spheres of influence determined by the geopolitical landscape. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Raiga, having ventured into the territory of the land of hot water controlled by Konoha, was soon discovered. Indeed, according to the Anbu's intelligence, his last known appearance was here, seemingly intent on seizing control of a village. Much like the previous individual, Shisui meticulously surveyed their surroundings before confirming Yu Yuan's query. Another attempt to occupy a village. What on earth are these individuals thinking? Although Yu Yuan, having read the original work, knew that Raiga indeed harbored such intentions, he couldn't help but scoff, with a village so small. Could he truly aspire to develop it into a ninja village? That seems rather fanciful, doesn't it? Who knows? Shisui replied with a shake of his head, then curiously asked, should we set off now, or wait until tomorrow? The sun had already dipped below the horizon, and a silvery moon now rose high amidst the clouds. Undertaking a mission at this hour was certainly feasible. In fact, for some ninjas, executing tasks at this time could yield even better results. However, after pondering for a moment, Yu Yuan gently shook his head, decisively dismissing the suggestion. We've traveled a long way and need rest. Besides, you still have plenty of leave. There is no rush. Indeed, there was no urgency. Taking a moment to recuperate was a wise course of action. Shisui, initially brimming with eagerness, now readily concurred with the idea of resting. His sudden change in demeanor left Yu Yuan both amused and perplexed. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a positive development, as it demonstrated Shisui's trust in him. The trust Shisui held for Yu Yuan could no longer be encapsulated by that term alone. Yu Yuan felt assured that if he were to take action against Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui would undoubtedly be the first to lend his support. Speaking of which, what do you plan to do upon returning to your clan? After setting up a simple campfire in the forest and with Shisui having caught a wild rabbit for dinner, he inquired once more. While you seem to have a plan, I'm quite curious about the specifics. Surely you can share this with me so that I may prepare accordingly. How long have you been resting? And you're already back to this. Yu Yuan chuckled and shook his head at Shisui's persistence, yet he felt pleased by his inquiry, as it indicated Shisui had expressed his viewpoint. What preparations might that entail? Naturally, it was in preparation for overthrowing Uchiha Fugaku. In truth, my objective is rather simple. A great person once said to unite all forces that can be united, and I believe this principle is applicable to our current situation. Who constitutes the majority within the clan? This question is quite straightforward. It is the ordinary Uchiha members, particularly those Uchiha ninjas who have yet to awaken their Sharingan represent the largest segment. Although their power may be minimal, they are also the least noticeable and least influential. Yet, they are the true majority within the Uchiha clan. Let me pose a question. From where does power originate? Is it from the clan head, the elders, or the ordinary majority? Shisui hesitated momentarily before furrowing his brow and replying, is it not from the clan head and the elders? I recently advised you to see beyond appearances to grasp the essence. Not to be misled by your preconceived notions. Yu Yuan sighed softly, and then spoke earnestly. Always remember, in the mechanism of power dynamics, the clan head and elders are the wielders of power. They are the superiors. However, the authority granted to them derives from the majority of the Uchiha clan. You could understand this as the true power stemming from the obedience of the subordinates. Thus, pausing briefly, Yu Yuan noticed Shisui's astonishment transform into sudden comprehension. Yes, oh, that's how it is. I understand now. If the subordinates choose not to obey but instead listen to us, then they lose their power. And we seize the discourse. Yu Yuan, you're truly remarkable. It's as if you possess boundless knowledge. The praise of omniscience felt somewhat excessive to Yu Yuan, for he understood his own limitations. The reason he could exhibit such overwhelming cognitive abilities and insights, seemingly from an entirely different dimension, was primarily due to the ample education he received in his past life. In Yu Yuan's view, the educational standards of this world could hardly be described as lacking. After all, he graduated from elementary school in just 8 years. What more could he expect? Those ninjas who graduated from elementary school could only acquire further knowledge through their own continuous practice and reflection. While this approach was not without merit, the issue lay in the tool-like mindset of ninjas, which constrained their thinking. Moreover, the level of education they received prevented them from contemplating deeply, and as a result, they gradually became ensnared in a rigid mode of thought. This is precisely why individuals like Uchiha Itachi, who reached the pinnacle of perception in the ninja world, occasionally acted in ways that were difficult to comprehend. In simpler terms, their level of understanding simply fell short. Of course, Yu Yuan had no reason to take pride in this, as any reincarnator from his homeland, after receiving a certain level of education, could achieve similar outcomes. Furthermore, for such reincarnators, they maintained a mindset of nobility and commoner, who can claim superiority. Upon entering this world, they might also adopt a stance of self-preservation. Yet, when pushed to the brink, they might exclaim, "To hell with the Hokage," and even engage in acts of sweeping through the realms, unifying the world. As for Yu Yuan, he was still in the midst of his journey. To be honest, had he not been bound by the system, he would have originally planned to flee. So, did I inadvertently bring shame upon reincarnators? Whether or not it was shameful, Yu Yuan was certain that if this continued, Shisui would truly become his little fanboy. At times, Yu Yuan wondered what impact it would have on Shisui if he were to organize and share the knowledge he had acquired in his past life. However, after much contemplation, he decided against it, as such an endeavor would be immensely taxing. Moreover, it would require Yu Yuan to systematically organize knowledge he had not touched in over a decade. Even though this knowledge seemed to be etched into his very DNA, there were still numerous concepts that eluded him. For instance, he found himself unable to write down mathematical formulas he had once mastered. After a restful night, the following morning, Yu Yuan and Shisui set off together. If one were to exclude certain specialized techniques, Leiya was relatively easy to deal with. However, this particular individual was a mist ninja, possessing a technique that effectively countered the Uchiha clan, the mist shadow technique. This technique had a certain capacity to obscure the Sharingan, causing both Yu Yuan and Shisui to harbor a degree of trepidation, albeit it was merely a cautionary sentiment. Yu Yuan could easily employ the sky dance technique to subdue this fellow, ascending into the air to unleash fire release from above, while Shisui likely already possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. Furthermore, the speed of this boy was astonishing. It was likely that Leiya would sense an impending attack and evade it, perhaps even countering it in turn. Moreover, they were two Uchiha working in tandem. If they could not handle this individual, it would be wise for them to reconsider their endeavors. Soon, the duo found themselves within a small village, which appeared somewhat desolate and sparsely populated, seemingly inhabited entirely by fishermen. After a thorough exploration, they realized they had yet to locate their target, prompting both Yu Yuan and Shisui to feel a sense of doubt. Could it be that he has already departed from this place? Yu Yuan inquired curiously while standing atop a small hill overlooking the village. "I cannot say for certain," Shisui replied, shaking his head. "We did confirm with the villagers that Leiya was indeed here not long ago, but his current whereabouts remain unknown to me." Yu Yuan could only nod in resignation upon hearing Shisui's words. Indeed, intelligence was merely intelligence, and particularly so when it was not real-time information. This indicated that their data might have discrepancies due to changes in actual circumstances, a common occurrence in the world of ninjas. Therefore, it was imperative for ninjas to possess a strong adaptability to ensure the successful completion of their missions. "Let us wait and observe," Yu Yuan suggested after a moment's contemplation. "However, we should prepare for multiple contingencies, tracking his location while simultaneously assessing his probable direction, all while we remain here." "Yes, leave the tracking to me," Shisui promptly affirmed, then turned away without further ado. Yu Yuan found Shisui's tone and actions somewhat amusing. It seemed he fully regarded himself as a subordinate. Nevertheless, this was not without its advantages, as it would save Yu Yuan considerable trouble. Moreover, Shisui, being from the Anbu, was undoubtedly an expert in the art of tracking. Eliminating the rogue Leiya would conclude this mission successfully, allowing Yu Yuan to proceed with his next plan upon their return. The subsequent plan involved rapidly consolidating and rallying the lower echelons of the clan's power. If possible, Yu Yuan aimed to gather capable ninjas and even elders to his side. The Mangekyō Sharingan was no trifling matter, with two pairs of Mangekyō standing united alongside a substantial number of supporters. Yu Yuan was confident that anyone would be deterred. At that moment, Yu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Quickly turning to look behind him, he noticed an individual approaching, seemingly headed for the village ahead. This person had green hair and carried two oddly shaped ninja blades on his back. It appeared that he had also noticed Yu Yuan's presence. Upon spotting the clan emblem on the back of his attire, he furrowed his brow in response. Uchiha, Leia, when the two were less than 10 meters apart. They spoke almost in unison, confirming each other's identities. Yuan was taken aback. Barely had Shisui left when Leia had already returned. He had initially contemplated surrounding the individual with Shisui, yet it seemed he would have to confront him alone. Ninjas were never bound by the code of samurai. They employed any means necessary to eliminate their targets, and that was the true essence of a ninja. Leia's brow tightened further, sensing that the newcomer was not there for friendly discourse. "What business does a young Uchiha have here? I am here to find you," Yuan replied with a light chuckle, attempting to adopt a tone of congeniality. "In fact, I seek to borrow something from you." Before Leia could respond or prepare himself, Yuan activated his Sharingan and, in an instant, appeared before him. That would be your life. Though Yuan was indeed struck by the peculiarities of fate, finding himself in such a situation with Leia, he did not lose sight of his primary objective, nor would he forget the conduct expected of a ninja. That a surprise attack was a fundamental tactic of a ninja. He had no inclination to engage in lengthy dialogue with his adversary before establishing a stance. Even if he were to speak, it would merely serve to divert the opponent's attention, allowing him to seize the opportunity to strike. Yuan was well versed in this approach. However, such tactics did not always guarantee success. In this instance, he faced Leia, a seasoned ninja. Clang! The sharp sound of metal striking metal resonated as Leia reacted with remarkable speed, drawing his blades to swiftly parry Yuan's shuriken. He immediately counterattacked. Wielding his dual blades with an agility that was almost ethereal, the strangely shaped weapons whistling through the air. In the midst of this frenzied onslaught, Yuan found himself momentarily on the defensive. Realizing that this Leia was far more formidable than he had anticipated, the man's swordsmanship was exceptionally robust, and his speed was astonishing. Most critically, he consistently avoided making eye contact with Yuan's Sharingan. Imagine maintaining such a fierce offensive while simultaneously evading the gaze of the Sharingan to avoid Jinjutsu. This underscored Leia's prowess. Yet, despite his strength, he was still affected. He sought to create distance. Although Yuan was pressured, he managed to evade a series of attacks with relative ease, thanks to his Sharingan. Moreover, Yuan could distinctly sense that there was a flaw in Leia's rhythm of attack. While he appeared to strike fiercely, the actual efficacy of his blows was rather mediocre. Under such circumstances, Leia was understandably reluctant to engage Yuan in close quarters, as distancing himself would allow him to utilize a variety of techniques, whether unique to his weapon or the highly effective mist shadow technique. Sure enough, amidst the relentless clashing of weapons, Leia seized the opportunity to retreat swiftly as Yuan dodged, although his expression was somewhat grave. A mocking tone laced his words. "Do you think you have the qualifications to take my life? Though I have defected from the mist, I am not someone you can easily handle." Indeed, Leia's swordsmanship was undeniably formidable. Yuan steadied himself, gazing at Leia with a smile. "As for whether I possess the qualifications, that will be determined through our battle. Moreover, as a rogue ninja." "Did you not anticipate this day would come, Leia? As a rogue ninja, I am acutely aware of the fate that may await me, but I certainly did not expect my visitor to be a Konoha ninja." At that moment, Leia suddenly burst into laughter, speaking as he swiftly began forming hand signs. "But I must admit, my luck is rather fortuitous. Although I know not where your companions are, you stand alone. And you are merely an Uchiha." He continued. "Did your elders not warn you to be cautious when encountering mist ninjas?" As he spoke, the technique was fully prepared, and chakra surged within him, enveloping the surroundings in a thick mist. It was clear that he had activated the mist shadow technique without hesitation in response to the threat posed by the Sharingan. Yuan acknowledged that the mist shadow technique indeed had a certain counteractive effect against the Sharingan, particularly under such conditions where chakra was infused on a grand scale. While Yuan observed the scene before him with not the slightest hint of panic. On the contrary, a faint smile graced his lips. A smile that caused Leia to feel an unsettling disquiet. However, Yuan did not afford Leia any opportunity for a response. Instead, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from within him, and his body began to levitate. "May I pose you a question? What is the extent of your mist shadow technique?" As his voice resonated, Yuan ascended directly into the sky, towering above the ground where Leia's face bore an expression of profound distress. The range of the mist shadow technique is contingent upon the chakra he invests. Yet, as a ninja, one would never recklessly wager a substantial amount of chakra without absolute certainty, merely to ensnare an adversary. Leia, being a conventional ninja, would certainly not engage in such folly, and moreover, he was currently beset by a throbbing headache. He had never anticipated that this Uchiha would possess the ability to fly. A flying ninjutsu? How troublesome, Leia thought bitterly. Nevertheless, he did not retract the mist shadow technique. He wished to observe just how long Yu Yuan could sustain his flight and ascertain the altitude he could achieve. Should his flight be neither enduring nor high, Leia could exploit that to mount a counterattack or make a swift retreat. However, Yu Yuan had no intention of granting him the luxury of time for testing or deliberation. Without a trace of hesitation, he formed hand seals mid-air. His chakra surged fervently, causing the surrounding air to become somewhat sweltering. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a massive fire dragon erupted from Yu Yuan's mouth, coiling through the air before hurtling down towards the ground with ferocity. Upon witnessing this, Leia's expression shifted slightly, and he promptly turned to evade the colossal fire dragon, simultaneously intensifying the density of the mist. He lamented the realization that if he did not act, that infernal Uchiha would undoubtedly lock onto him from above and unleash ninjutsu upon him without restraint. Boom! The roaring fire dragon collided with the ground, unleashing a tremendous explosion that reverberated across the plains, the once white mist now tinged with fiery hues, transforming into an orange glow. In that moment, Leia appeared somewhat beleaguered, although the flames did not directly contact him. He felt an overwhelming heat. The power of that fire dragon was indeed formidable. Damn it, can flying ninjutsu and fire techniques be combined in such a manner? Leia cursed inwardly, yet he did not retract the mist shadow technique. He peered through the thick fog towards the sky, only to find his expression darken considerably. He despondently realized that his attempt to conceal himself within the mist was entirely futile, for that wretched Uchiha paid no heed to the fog. He witnessed Yu Yuan once more gathering chakra, rapidly forming seals. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Like the seeds of a phoenix flower, flames erupted from Yu Yuan's mouth, dispersing in all directions and assaulting the vast expanse of mist. Under his chakra's control, the flames spread wide, unapologetically enveloping the entire area of the mist shadow technique. Prior to mastering the sky dance technique, Yu Yuan had perceived the value of fire techniques primarily in terms of tactical support. However, after acquiring the ability to fly, he had significantly amplified that value, as he could now execute carpet bombing. As a time traveler, Yu Yuan was acutely aware of the significance of air superiority. The relentless explosions continued to echo across the plains, and at that moment, Leia's mist shadow technique was utterly transformed into a haze of orange flames. The searing heat intensified the mist, rendering it intolerable for anyone to remain within. With Yu Yuan's relentless bombardment, Leia could no longer endure. He emerged from the now completely altered mist, somewhat disheveled. At this juncture, he merged his dual blades, enveloping himself in lightning chakra for defense, which spared him from the flame-scorching touch. However, he understood that remaining within the fog would spell his doom, as he could not retaliate in such an environment. What a damnable fellow, Leia cursed inwardly, and at that moment, he recalled the Second Ninja World War, when the air ninjas were obliterated by Konoha, those who soared above, raining down explosive tags. Yet, Konoha possessed formidable anti-air capabilities, employing the oil-wielding clan's insects to dismantle those ninjas' flying apparatuses, leading to the downfall of the air ninjas. He too had anti-air measures, but he was unable to deploy them before Yu Yuan forcibly subdued him with fire techniques, transforming his mist shadow technique into a fiery haze. This directly stripped him of any chance to conceal himself, and remaining within could lead to grievous burns or even suffocation. Oh, the mouse has come out to play. Yu Yuan chuckled lightly as he observed Leia's disheveled state from above, yet his actions remained unimpeded. Having temporarily secured air superiority, and with the opponent displaying minimal anti-air capabilities, how could Yu Yuan possibly cease his assault? Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. With his hand seals completed, a colossal fireball was conjured, hurtling directly towards Leia. Humph! Leia scoffed, his body shifting slightly as he swiftly leapt backward, evading the fireball with ease. Although he had lost the cover of the mist, he found himself more agile in the open terrain, no longer hindered by the confined space. After dodging Yu Yuan's fireball, he seized the opportunity to counterattack before Yu Yuan could launch another strike. Lightning style, Leia. His dual blades crossed, and the robust lightning chakra enveloped them. As he spread his blades apart, the violent lightning chakra surged towards the airborne Yu Yuan, observing the oncoming torrent of lightning chakra. Yu Yuan deftly maneuvered his body and chakra, weaving hand seals while evading the assault. The flexibility of the sky dance technique was unquestionable. Even in midair, Yu Yuan could easily control his movements. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Once again, Yu Yuan unleashed the Great Dragon Fire Technique, this time summoning 3 fire dragons simultaneously. Each dragon approached from differing angles, roaring as they charged towards Lei Ya's position. Accompanied by 3 thunderous sounds and the rapid spread of flames and smoke, Yu Yuan noticed that Lei Ya had once again evaded his attack with remarkable ease. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Clearly displeased with the outcome, he had indeed secured air superiority, compelling Lei Ya to perpetually flee. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that his current approach felt akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. The target was simply too small and too agile. Were this a battlefield scenario, his tactics would likely yield excellent results. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, such methods seemed excessively extravagant. Nevertheless, he had achieved his objective. At the very least, this adversary dared not employ the mist shadow technique any longer. Yet, upon returning, he would need to replenish his fire techniques. As Yu Yuan contemplated this, he swiftly descended to the ground. Continuing to bombard with ninjutsu would undoubtedly strain his chakra reserves. Moreover, the purpose of his aerial maneuvering was to evade the mist shadow technique. Having achieved that goal, there was no need to prolong the engagement. As for replenishing his fire techniques, that was imperative. Now that he had secured air superiority, it was essential to exploit it to the fullest. Techniques such as Great Fire Destruction and Great Fire Extinguishing, as well as the Dragon Flame Song technique, were all essential tools that synergized perfectly with the Sky Dance technique. Upon landing, Yu Yuan swiftly drew several shuriken. However, at that very moment, a colossal dragon, shimmering with lightning and spinning furiously, charged towards him. The technique known as Lightning Release. Lightning Dragon Tornado was instantly recognized by Yu Yuan. He hurled his shuriken without hesitation and executed a body flicker technique to evade the lightning dragon. Yet, Lei Ya was clearly not about to let this opportunity slip away. Although the lightning dragon failed to strike Yu Yuan, it ravaged the ground beneath them, tearing apart the flames that Yu Yuan had left behind and granting Lei Ya greater maneuvering space. In an instant, he stood before Yu Yuan. Die, Lei bellowed, thrusting his 2 kunai, imbued with surging lightning chakra, towards Yu Yuan with ferocity. Clang! The Sharingan in Yu Yuan's eyes flickered as he conjured 2 more shuriken in the blink of an eye, deftly blocking Lei Ya's kunai with precision. The sharp sound of metal clashing filled the air, yet a smirk crept across Lei Ya's lips, for in that moment, the lightning chakra had already surged through the shuriken and into Yu Yuan's body. Amidst the crackling currents, Yu Yuan's form became translucent as the lightning chakra enveloped him entirely. Shuriken conduct electricity. Surely you must know this, Lei Ya said with a hint of arrogance, though his smug expression soon froze. Before him, Yu Yuan erupted into a cloud of smoke with a resounding bang, leaving only the shuriken that fell to the ground. Shadow clone? When did that happen? Do you think I wouldn't notice? Just then, Yu Yuan's voice echoed from another location, accompanied by the sound of slicing air and the sharp clang of metal. Lei Ya's senses heightened instantly. He leapt backward, realizing that those sounds indicated the unique throwing technique of the Uchiha clan. His movements were swift and concise as he dodged and maneuvered. The shuriken descended around him, embedding themselves into the earth. Yet, none struck him directly. Observing this, Lei Ya felt a slight relief, but just then, Yu Yuan's voice resounded once more. You have already lost. Lei Ya. Yu Yuan emerged slowly from the shadow of flames, his blood-red eyes chillingly piercing. That I lost. Upon hearing Yu Yuan, Lei Ya couldn't help but sneer. You truly have a knack for grand proclamations. Little brat, whether I speak grandly or not, you will soon find out, Yu Yuan replied with a light chuckle, dismissing Lei Ya's expression. Your evasion was impressive, but did you know I never intended to use shuriken to defeat you? As he spoke, Yu Yuan began forming hand seals, an audacious act that immediately caught Lei Ya's attention. Yet, just as Lei Ya prepared to lift his kunai for a counterattack, he felt a sudden sharp pain coursing through his body, rendering him momentarily immobile. Glancing down, he was horrified to discover he was ensnared by nearly invisible wires, intricately woven around the scattered shuriken, all leading back to Yu Yuan. Lei Ya's expression darkened. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, he began to struggle fiercely. Do not forget, I am an Uchiha. However, Yu Yuan granted him no reprieve. With a surge of chakra, his jutsu was complete. Fire release. Fire Dragon Technique. The wires employed by Yu Yuan were a unique creation of the Uchiha clan, both resilient and nearly undetectable. Their purpose extended beyond mere entrapment. They served as a potent tool in conjunction with the Uchiha's fire techniques. As the fire dragon surged along the wires towards Leia, his pallid face flushed crimson in the inferno's glow. He strained to break free from the bindings, and though he managed to free some wires despite his injuries, the speed of the fire release far outpaced him, especially as Yu Yuan had calculated the shuriken's landing to obstruct Leia's hands, denying him any opportunity to perform hand seals. In a state of despair and futile struggle, he could only watch as the searing flames engulfed him. A piercing scream echoed across the plains, and the acrid scent of charred flesh rapidly spread through the air, his cries reminiscent of tormented souls from the depths of hell. Yu Yuan felt a wave of nausea at the sight, particularly as he observed the flesh melting away from the wretched figure before him, causing him to furrow his brow. Even as a ninja, having witnessed his fair share of carnage, Yu Yuan maintained his own moral boundaries. Just as he would feel rage upon witnessing the slaughter of innocents. I told you, you lost. Now, you may rest in peace. Yu Yuan murmured softly, drawing another shuriken, which he swiftly propelled towards Leia. As the metallic sound of piercing flesh echoed, Leia's cries abruptly ceased. The shuriken had pierced his heart, extinguishing his life in that instant. Yet, his body remained standing, ensnared and bound by the wires, eerily ablaze, a sight both bizarre and terrifying. Nevertheless, Yu Yuan paid little mind to these details, quickly regaining his composure. After all, he had claimed many lives with fire techniques before Deus and Uchiha, without lightning release. Yu Yuan excelled in fire techniques. While he had dabbled in earth release, his proficiency remained mediocre. Thus, his tactical considerations in battle leaned heavily towards fire techniques, which in his hands were far from merciful. Even as he utilized fire release as a cover for offensive maneuvers, it remained his preferred method for delivering a fatal blow, especially when close combat was not an option. Moreover, with the addition of the sky dance technique, the value of fire release had grown even greater. However, this was not the time for such contemplations. More pressing matters lay ahead. Yu Yuan silently reminded himself, intensifying his chakra output, causing the flames to burn even more fiercely. Within the frenzied and blistering flames, Leia's corpse disintegrated further, billowing dark smoke into the sky. He had no intention of leaving any trace of this individual, nor granting him the chance for resurrection through impure world reincarnation. After completing this task, he accessed his system panel, having sensed a notification from the system the moment he eliminated Leia. This confirmed that he had indeed dispatched his foe, as the system would not provide a notification otherwise. As the system panel materialized in Yu Yuan's vision, a smile crept across his face. Skill, Glorious Evolution, 01. Activation conditions. Requires 100 power fragments to complete activation. Power fragments. J Nin yield 25. Ch Nin yield 20, Jinin yield 10. Ordinary enemies yield between 1 to 5. Current power fragments acquired. 110. Congratulations to the host for fulfilling the prerequisites for Glorious Evolution. Would you like to complete the evolution? Faced with such a question, Yu Yuan felt no need for deliberation. His excitement surged. The Mangekyō Sharingan, the very eyes he had long coveted, were finally within his grasp. With these eyes, he could secure a favorable position in the tumultuous future that awaited him, ensuring his survival amidst impending crises. More importantly, possessing these eyes would afford him greater opportunities within his clan. The shadow of the Uchiha massacre loomed over him. Although he understood that without Shisui's death, the coup d'etat's catalyst would not exist, nor would Itachi have awakened the Mangekyō. However, the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan remained unchanged. Even without Itachi, others might still be compelled to act. It was even feasible that they could bypass the Uchiha altogether. After all, in the original work, the night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation was orchestrated by Root, with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito acting in concert. If Danzo truly had no ties to the Akatsuki organization, Yu Yuan would find it utterly inconceivable. After all, this individual had collaborated extensively with Orochimaru. One cannot simply dismiss any connections simply because Orochimaru has defected. Those abilities he possesses could not have been attained without Orochimaru's assistance. Thus, I cannot afford to relax for even a moment. Only by possessing sufficient power can I achieve all that I aspire to. The yearning for strength has been a persistent sentiment within Yu Yuan since his arrival in this world. However, this desire became even more pronounced following his family's abduction. Without adequate power, what use is a sharp mind? Whether through schemes or various tactics, they merely serve as aids. True mastery of power is the foundation upon which one stands in this world. Glorious evolution initiated. Skill. Glorious evolution 11. The host will automatically vanish upon use to select the evolution target of the Sharingan. Evolution is currently in progress. In an instant, Yu Yuan felt his mental energy being recklessly summoned within his brain. Not only that, but it was also in a state of frenetic operation. Amid this tumultuous activity, Yu Yuan experienced an excruciating pain in his head, and at that moment, his eyes seemed unable to open. Under the intense agony, even Yu Yuan, with his extraordinary endurance, could not suppress a cry of anguish. He collapsed to the ground, tightly shutting his eyes while clutching his head with both hands. He sensed something flowing from his eyes. If he were to guess, it was likely his own blood. In the midst of such torment, every moment felt like an eternity. Yet for the sake of the Mangekyō, he had to endure. He understood that the awakening of the Mangekyō was a mental stimulation. Yet he had not discovered a method to provoke that intense stimulus. Thus, the system's forceful activation of his mental energy, causing it to wildly expand and grow, seemed to be the only recourse. Fortunately, this pain did not persist for long. Yu Yuan could already sense his mental energy settling down. Accompanying this was the alleviation of pain in his eyes, and a peculiar power began to emanate from them. He realized that everything had come to an end. Is this what it means to undergo a glorious evolution? Yu Yuan stood up unsteadily, gently wiping away the blood from the corners of his eyes before slowly opening them. In that fleeting moment, a formidable and terrifying power radiated outward. Upon opening his eyes, Yu Yuan distinctly felt the overwhelming power contained within them, a force both chilling and oppressive, brimming with destructive potential. Even he felt a sense of trepidation. However, he quickly regained control over the aura that was spilling forth, rapidly reining it in. Yet, Yu Yuan could perceive that his mastery over this power remained quite unrefined. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, he had just awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. The Mangekyō Sharingan does not grant immediate proficiency upon awakening. Like other levels of the Sharingan, it requires continuous honing and exploration. The quickest way to become adept at wielding his Mangekyō Sharingan would be through battle, as exemplified by Sasuke in the original narrative. However, Yu Yuan dared not emulate Sasuke, who, after acquiring the Mangekyō, had managed to blind himself in less than a month. Such recklessness was unacceptable to Yu Yuan. Sasuke likely felt unfazed because he had Itachi's eyes as a safeguard. No matter how recklessly he played, he would not be overly concerned. Conversely, Yu Yuan stood alone, having lost his parents to the ravages of war, and there was no possibility of him being granted a younger sibling. Even if he had one, he would be powerless to assist. In other words, Yu Yuan had no capital to indulge in Sasuke's reckless antics. However, it seemed he had a system. Perhaps he could draw something that could restore his eyesight. Yu Yuan silently contemplated this as he remained stationary, the memory of his recent pain still vivid in his mind, needing a moment to recuperate. Moreover, intriguing information began to surface in his mind, which he needed to examine closely. The first piece of information pertained to his Mangekyō Sharingan, and it appeared suddenly in Yu Yuan's consciousness upon the awakening of his eyes. This information detailed the abilities of his Mangekyō. The powers of the Mangekyō are derived from the individual's deepest obsessions prior to awakening the eyes. That why Yu Yuan had been fervently wishing for greater strength, yearning for more power to ensure a better future. This intense desire shaped the abilities of his eyes. The capability of his left eye is called Uchiha, which can reduce the difficulty of using Susanoo, as the most formidable yet perilous ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan. The activation of Susanoo is notoriously challenging and requires significant personal sacrifice. Typically, one who has just awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan would be unable to utilize Susanoo until they had become accustomed to their new powers. However, with the aid of Uchiha, Yu Yuan sensed that he could activate Susanoo even now, though it would likely be at its most rudimentary level, merely a skeletal form offering minimal protection. Its defensive capabilities would still be substantial. The ability of his right eye is known as Dihan, which enhances the potency of all his techniques. Indeed, it amplifies the power of every technique, whether it be Genjutsu, Ninjutsu, or Taijutsu, under the influence of this ability. Their effectiveness is significantly heightened. In other words, this technique bears some resemblance to Sage Mode. Yet, the exact differences remain unclear, as he has yet to attain Sage Mode himself. These two abilities represent a pinnacle of power augmentation. However, why do they evoke a sense of similarity to Uchiha Madara's abilities? After carefully assessing the power bestowed upon him by his ocular prowess, Yu Yuan's expression turned somewhat peculiar, in the original narrative. The specifics of Uchiha Madara's ocular techniques were never elucidated. Yet, one word encapsulates the impression he left on the world: strength, an overwhelming offensive capability, formidable ninjutsu, and that suffocating Susanoo. Wherever he stood, he emanated an unparalleled sense of pressure, allowing others to effortlessly perceive his might. Yet, beneath his immense power lay a reliance on conventional abilities, with Susanoo being the only ocular technique he frequently employed. This led Yu Yuan to genuinely question whether Uchiha Madara's Mangekyō abilities were, in fact, twofold. One, to diminish the usage limitations of Susanoo, which he had activated to near maximum levels without the eternal Mangekyō, and the other, to amplify his overall capabilities, while some ninjutsu could attain staggering strength through sheer chakra accumulation. The quality of the ninjutsu itself would remain unchanged unless there existed a specific technique to enhance its quality. Regardless of whether my abilities overlap with Uchiha Madara's ocular techniques, I have at least acquired my own skills, and both of these techniques are incredibly useful to me. Though Yu Yuan did not obtain any flashy techniques like Amaterasu, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his newfound powers. However, the abilities he acquired were exceedingly practical, leaving him immensely satisfied. As for the second piece of information, it pertained to the system. After Yu Yuan completed his glorious evolution, his system had already issued a notification that he had yet to examine. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan is a pair of immensely powerful eyes. Possessing these eyes enables the host to better salvage a family that is on the brink of collapse. Congratulations, host, for having significantly enhanced your abilities upon unlocking the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and for receiving 1,000 points. Current affiliation, Uchiha Clan. Current status: in a state of severe internal division, with malevolent individuals lurking externally. Prosperity level: 10848. The baseline prosperity level for a normal clan is 10,000. Advisory: although the prosperity level exceeds the normal threshold, this is due to the individual prowess of the host and Shisui, and is therefore unstable. Suggestion: expedite the resolution of the family division, stabilize the internal environment, and unite those who can be united to confront the challenges ahead. Congratulations, host. You have earned the opportunity to select a capability 1,000 times. Swordsmanship, Waterfowl Dance. The sword technique of the flowing water swordsman has been transformed, moving with the grace of waterfowl and capable of manipulating the wind. Without the wind release attribute, it can be acquired through skills. Earth Release, Granite Shield. Can construct a chakra-formed defensive shield using Earth Release to negate one instance of damage. Without the Earth Release attribute, it can be acquired through skills. Water Release, Surfing the Waves, in water. Both you and your teammates will gain an extraordinarily high speed of movement. Without the Water Release attribute, it can be acquired through skills. Gazing at this series of system prompts, Yu Yuan felt a mix of confusion and elation. To think that reaching the kaleidoscope level would grant him 1,000 points. Although Yu Yuan felt this was somewhat meager, considering that the system even operates on the principle of 1J nin equals 2. 5 genin, he deemed it not too shabby. Moreover, it gave Yu Yuan a hint. Since the system awarded him 1,000 points after he had essentially dealt with Shisui, did this imply that Shisui had indeed reached the kaleidoscope level? With this thought, Yu Yuan's heart swelled with joy, as it bolstered his confidence. Just then, Yu Yuan sensed something and turned his head, only to see Shisui rushing toward him, his expression initially tense, then becoming somewhat dazed. No, he needed to move faster. Shisui dashed toward Yu Yuan's location, filled with regret for having separated from him. Although Yu Yuan's strength was beyond question, he was now facing an enemy skilled in the Mist Shadow technique. Shisui was acutely aware of the Sharingan's vulnerability to the Mist technique. After all, he had dealt with Mist ninjas during his years in the Anbu. Despite earning a fearsome reputation, even the Anbu member known as Ao from the Mist Village would avoid him. However, this did not lead him to underestimate Mist ninjas, especially during confrontations with them. He noticed the exceptional discipline these Mist ninjas exhibited, and their unwavering commitment to their missions, regardless of life or death. Shisui had also heard that during missions, there were specialized Anbu overseeing operations. If anything went awry, they would eliminate anyone who could potentially expose their information, such ruthless, bloodthirsty ninjas, with exceptionally high standards, and one of whom was formerly part of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Shisui could not help but feel anxious. Boom, boom. The continuous sound of explosions heightened Shisui's tension, particularly when he realized that his path was obstructed by raging flames. He felt utterly exasperated. Lacking the water release to extinguish the flames meant he had to find a way around, which would consume considerable time. Yu Huan, you better not encounter any trouble. Shisui felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and accelerated in another direction. His speed was remarkable. Within mere minutes, he had plunged into the heart of the flames. However, what met his eyes was a bizarre figure, arms raised as if they were wings, engulfed in flames. The sight of this figure made Shisui's gaze sharpen, but he relaxed slightly upon noticing another figure standing beside the strange one. He recognized that the individual standing there was Yu Huan, and everything before him signified that Yu Huan had triumphed in this battle. That it seemed he had underestimated Yu Huan after all. Shisui silently reflected as he approached Yu Huan. But the next moment, Yu Huan suddenly turned around, leaving Shisui momentarily stunned, for he clearly saw a peculiar triangular pattern slowly swirling within Yu Huan's crimson eyes. That was the kaleidoscope. In that instant, Shisui recognized the pattern within Yu Huan's eyes and understood that he had consistently underestimated him. The kaleidoscope Sharingan was the most potent eye within the clan, and Shisui knew all too well the torment required to awaken such eyes. Additionally, he was acutely aware of the immense power these eyes could wield. As he himself possessed a pair, Shisui swiftly suppressed his astonishment and confusion. After all, he also bore such eyes. Regardless of how shocked he might be, he could still regain his composure. Yet, when did Yu Huan acquire such eyes? He could not help but ponder, but just as he began to think, he shook his head vigorously to dispel the thought. Everyone harbors secrets. Even Shisui's own kaleidoscope was known to very few, even within the clan. However, upon realizing Yu Huan possessed the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Shisui's heart underwent a subtle transformation. Perhaps he had long possessed these eyes. After all, without strength as a foundation, resisting the clan leader and elders was indeed a formidable challenge. Moreover, possessing such power, with insights so far-reaching and logical reasoning so clear, he was nothing short of an ideal clan leader. In that moment, upon witnessing Yu Huan's kaleidoscope, Shisui was wholly convinced that Yu Huan was the best choice. A leader endowed with strength, vision, and foresight, one who comprehended the root causes of issues within the clan, the village, and even the ninja world. Who could be more suited to assume the mantle of clan leader than him? Shisui even believed that Yu Huan could easily become the Hokage. Shisui, is that you? Upon seeing Shisui approach, Yu Huan instinctively concealed his kaleidoscope Sharingan and smiled, saying, "No need to be anxious. This guy has been dealt with. It seems our mission has been accomplished at all." Oh, Shisui, still lost in his thoughts, quickly regained his focus at Yu Huan's voice. Indeed, it appeared their mission had been completed as they spoke. Shisui continued to stare intently at Yu Huan. The change in his gaze made Yu Huan feel somewhat unsettled. Such an expression was even more intense than a few days prior, which was truly overwhelming for Yu Huan. However, Yu Huan understood that this reaction likely stemmed from Shisui witnessing his kaleidoscope. He had never intended to hide it. The primary reason was that he knew it was impossible to conceal such a matter, since he had resolved to oppose Uchiha Fugaku and the others. He naturally needed some confidence to back it up. Revealing his kaleidoscope was the best way to assert that confidence. The clan members would not simply rally behind an abstract reason to fight against the existing structure, nor against their current leader. That he needed to convey his thoughts and reasons to them, while also demonstrating that he possessed the strength and capability to do so. After being taken captive by the clan, Yu Huan yearned for the kaleidoscope Sharingan, not only to guard against the impending night of clan extermination, but also to instill confidence in all those who would follow him, a belief that following him would not lead to dire troubles. The kaleidoscope Sharingan was the greatest source of assurance for all clan members. Even if they may not be aware of these eyes, the suppression exerted by the kaleidoscope would undoubtedly enlighten them. Although Shisui also wields the kaleidoscope, Yuan could indeed rely upon Shisui to accomplish everything. Yet leaning on others is hardly as pragmatic as relying on oneself. Moreover, the deterrent power of a single kaleidoscope, how could it possibly compare to that of two? Very well, any questions can wait for later. Yuan is currently in high spirits. albeit still affected by some lingering headaches. However, having acquired such a precious set of eyes, it is difficult for him not to feel elated. The situation here has already deteriorated to this extent. Remaining any longer would not be prudent. Indeed, Shisui affirmed with a serious nod. Suppressing all his inner doubts upon hearing Yuan's words. It is not appropriate for you to speak to me in such a manner. After all, you are my friend, not my subordinate. Yuan teased Shisui playfully, before directing his gaze towards the still burning Raiga. Particularly, he fixated on the kunai that had fallen to the ground after being severed by flames. Once the fire dies down, we can retrieve the blades and return Raiga's kunai. Shisui also turned his attention to the two kunai, nodding in agreement. Indeed, they are fine weapons, which could be returned to the village. Yet, I have no intention of surrendering them to the village. Yuan interrupted quickly. My plan is to melt down these two blades and forge a new one for my own use. Forging it anew for yourself? Shisui's mouth fell slightly agape at Yuan's declaration, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Meanwhile, Yuan began to envision how he would wield the kunai, having ultimately chosen the ninja blade. Waterbird Dance as his reward this time. The appearance of Waterbird Dance on Yuan's skill selection panel was something he had not anticipated in that moment. Upon seeing the skill, Yuan was transported back in time, recalling the days when he held a controller. Watching the screen where a woman donned in a golden helmet and flowing red hair, cloaked in crimson, showcased her elegant movements with a prosthetic blade, which ultimately bled him profusely and cost him a significant amount of runes. That woman had long been a nightmare for him, and her graceful form was indelibly etched in his memory. Indeed, it made him want to hurl the controller in frustration, ultimately, to vanquish this woman. Yuan resorted to a cheat, only to discover its futility, as that woman possessed the ability to siphon life. Henceforth, she became the Valkyrie in Yuan's mind, an unparalleled one at that. Although this Valkyrie was ultimately defeated by Yuan's decisive strike, he felt that he could never truly forget her. Now, unexpectedly, Yuan discovered that the very swordplay of this woman lay before him, accompanied by wind attribute chakra. How could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? From now on, I shall make the ninja world feel the malice of attacking their weaknesses. Naturally, acquiring sword techniques necessitated a blade, leading Yuan's gaze to Raiga, who lay lifeless, leaving behind two kunai that had become unclaimed. Yuan was well aware that these kunai possessed a unique ability to absorb chakra, and could even be utilized to perform certain ninjutsu. To let these blades go would be an unforgivable act on his part. The following morning, after Yuan and Shisui retrieved the two kunai and confirmed that Raiga had indeed turned to ashes, they began their journey back to Konoha. Though Shisui could not fathom why Yuan was so insistent on acquiring the blades, perhaps he harbored thoughts about the special kunai of the mist, he chose not to voice his concerns. While surrendering Raiga's kunai to the village might seem more appropriate, ultimately, these blades were Yuan's spoils of war. He possessed every right to determine their fate. In any case, it was not a matter of great significance. Moreover, Shisui was currently in a rather poor mood, and such trivialities were not worth his attention, especially as he pondered over Yuan's words from the previous night. During their search for a quiet place to rest the night before, Shisui had voluntarily disclosed to Yuan that he had obtained the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This revelation filled Yuan with immense joy, particularly as Shisui went on to share the abilities of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, indicating that he had fully aligned himself with Yuan. However, Yuan still needed clarity on a few matters. How many people were aware of Shisui's kaleidoscope, and how many knew of its powers? After all, Shisui's kaleidoscope was exceedingly perilous, and his abilities were akin to those in the original narrative. Still, that terrifying Kotoame Tsukumi. The only ones aware of my kaleidoscope are the clan leader, a few elders, and the third Hokage, Shisui stated candidly, swiftly relaying the pertinent information. However, regarding his abilities, they remained oblivious, as he had not divulged those details. Is that so? I understand. Yuan felt reassured upon hearing Shisui's words, as it was clear that Shisui's life was intricately tied to the disclosure of his abilities. Kotoame Tsukumi was a technique capable of silently altering a person's subconscious and will. Once ensnared by this technique, even the victim would remain unaware. Such an illusion would instill fear in anyone, especially when wielded by someone they could not trust. You must never reveal your ocular technique to anyone. Do you understand? Yuan's expression grew serious as he regarded Shisui intently. his demeanor imposing enough to render Shisui instinctively solemn. I trust you realize that if the clan were to learn of your ocular abilities, what might they compel you to do? The less intelligent might seek to have you control another faction, thus turning against their own, while the more astute would likely wish for you to manipulate the Hokage. I assume neither scenario aligns with your desires, correct? Indeed, Yuan. Shisui replied earnestly, nodding. Regardless of the situation, I shall neither attempt nor consent to such actions, and to inform the village, to disclose this to Sarutobi Hiruzen, would be an even graver error. It could very well lead to your demise. A chilling vision flashed in Yuan's mind, of Shisui revealing his abilities to Sarutobi, only to be attacked by Danzo. It led him to wonder whether the assault on Shisui was Danzo's initiative or a directive from Sarutobi himself, or perhaps something tacitly approved by him. Demise? Shisui furrowed his brow. Surely it cannot be that dire. Do not forget that you hail from the Uchiha clan. Yuan interjected before Shisui could finish, his tone grave. The village's distrust of the Uchiha is deeply ingrained. It is a matter etched into their very bones. Even if they trust you, the moment they learn of your ability, do you think they would not contemplate whether you might use it against them? Yuan's words rendered Shisui silent, as he had not meticulously considered this aspect before. Or rather, not until he had grown closer to Yuan. Suspicion is a dreadful thing. Once its seed has been sown in the heart, it cannot simply vanish. It will only flourish, no matter the reasoning employed to justify it. Should the clan find themselves in an irretrievable situation, and you reveal that you possess this ability, claiming you can manipulate the clan's will, do you believe they would trust you? What fate do you foresee for yourself? I can assure you that they would deem it safest for this technique to remain in their own hands. And should you perish, what do you think would transpire? Yuan's words sent a chill down Shisui's spine. For prior to his association with Yuan, he had entertained the notion that, should the clan reach such a point, he might indeed make that choice. He felt as though Yuan had seen right through him. And his words compelled Shisui to reflect deeply. However, Yuan did not allow him the luxury of contemplation. Instead, he provided a resolute answer. I can assure you that your death would be the final straw that breaks the camel's back. You are the clan's prodigy, its hope. Your demise would incite an uproar among your kin, prompting those aligned with you to turn against the established order. The hardliners would seize control, intent on using force to make Konoha acknowledge their existence. A military coup would become an established reality. The village would use this as a pretext to take action against the Uchiha clan, seeking to eliminate its internal threat. As he spoke, Yohara paused momentarily, while Shisui's complexion had turned an ashen hue. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he processed Yohara's words, shocked not only by the implications of such a fate, but also by Yohara's foresight regarding the future. After a long silence, he gazed at Yohara with a mixture of bitterness and deep admiration. Ultimately, the clan would face annihilation. Well, we've arrived at the village, yet you still bear such a countenance. At the gates of Konohagakure, Yohara looked helplessly at Shisui, who trailed behind him, seemingly lost in thought. For days now, Shisui had maintained this demeanor, appearing contemplative at all times, occasionally revealing an expression of dread after his musings. Yohara surmised that Shisui had been unsettled by the words he had spoken that fateful night. His intuition proved correct. Shisui was indeed deeply troubled, having spent these days reflecting on the matter and mentally rehearsing its every detail. He even recalled various teachings imparted by Yohara, only to realize that none of Yohara's warnings had been exaggerated. What kind of man was Danzo? Shisui had encountered him and heard the elders and clan leaders' evaluations of him. He understood that this dreaded old man was extreme in his distrust, never easily placing faith in anyone, particularly the Uchiha. This aversion was palpable. He harbored no goodwill towards them. Strangely enough, despite committing numerous transgressions, Danzo faced no repercussions, clearly indicating the third Hokage's profound trust in him, that a man who was unwaveringly distrustful, yet harbored animosity towards the Uchiha, while simultaneously enjoying the Hokage's confidence. What might transpire upon discovering the powers of his Mangekyō? Shisui could foresee the grim outcome. That it was likely that Danzo would not hesitate to turn against him and seize his eyes. Believing such power would be better suited in his own hands, the best-case scenario for Shisui would be to survive, but returning to his clan alive would signal Konoha's aggression towards them. Conversely, should he perish, the outcome would be no different. The clan would remain incensed, igniting an internal conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha. Thus, once his abilities were exposed, both his fate and that of his clan would be irrevocably sealed. Still lost in contemplation, Shisui was jolted back to reality by Yohara's words, prompting him to respond with a hint of remorse. "I apologize. It is my fault. I was merely—" "All right, I understand." Yohara shook his head in resignation. "Let's register our return home. Everyone is weary." "Yes, I comprehend." Shisui raised his gaze towards the grand entrance of Konoha. The gates remained as imposing and magnificent as ever, yet they stirred a peculiar sentiment within him, a reluctance to step through. He knew that crossing this threshold would force him to confront the turmoil within his clan and the unforeseen challenges posed by Konoha. With a soft sigh, Shisui acknowledged the impracticality of his thoughts. After all, he was still a ninja of Konoha. He dutifully followed Yohara to complete the village entry registration, where the guards were not the later figures of Izumi and Kanzo, but two unfamiliar ninjas. They did not impede Yohara and Shisui, allowing them to enter Konoha promptly. Inside, Konoha bustled with life. Children frolicked joyfully in the streets. This cheerful and heartwarming scene felt discordant in stark contrast to Shisui's current state. Yohara observed it all, realizing that his omniscient analysis, or rather, spoiler, had burdened Shisui more than he anticipated. Nonetheless, he did not regret divulging the truth, as it was essential for Shisui to grasp the harsh realities of their situation. Yet, Shisui's ongoing demeanor left Yohara feeling somewhat helpless. After a moment's reflection, he approached a nearby bookstore, absent-mindedly purchasing 2 books before returning. Although he found the shopkeeper's expression peculiar, he dismissed such details. "Here," Yohara said, thrusting a book into Shisui's arms. "You mustn't dwell on unfounded fears. That is misguided." "Huh." Shisui was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively accepted the book. He had no time to glance at its title before Yohara continued. "I am not sharing this to incite your imagination, but to make you aware of a reality. Your worth and significance. You confided in me about your abilities, and I trust you. Thus, it is my duty to consider your circumstances carefully." Yohara paused briefly, then placed a reassuring hand on Shisui's shoulder, smiling as he continued. "You are my friend from childhood, my classmate with whom I have grown up, and my long-standing rival. Now, we both possess those unique eyes within our clan. Perhaps it is destiny that has brought us together as comrades striving for a grander goal. However, in your current state, we will struggle to accomplish what lies ahead." That Yohara's words resonated deeply with Shisui. Acknowledging the special bond they shared as both friends and rivals, the revelation of their shared powers intensified Shisui's sense of closeness to Yohara. Particularly, Yohara's assertion struck a chord within Shisui, who began to believe that fate intended for them to unite in saving their clan. Reflecting on this, Shisui felt a pang of guilt. Yohara's analysis was in his best interest, yet he felt he had let him down. "I'm sorry. I will not allow this to happen again." Shisui took a deep breath, his expression earnest as he vowed to Yohara, "I will immediately adjust my mindset and face everything ahead with my utmost resolve. That is the Shisui I remember. The one I need," Yohara replied, elated by Shisui's renewed determination. To help Shisui maintain this mindset, Yohara decided to paint a hopeful picture of their future endeavors. "What we are about to undertake is perilous. And once we succeed, we must hold each other accountable. The tales of dragon slayers turning into dragons are all too common. We must not allow ourselves to become that dragon. Thus, regardless of who becomes the clan leader, the other shall serve as deputy, tasked with overseeing and supporting the leader. We must always remain in our best form. Only then can we forge ahead and ultimately achieve our goals. Yes, I will not let you down," Shisui declared, invigorated by Yohara's words. In times of confusion, when one's faith wavers, offering a fresh path or a ray of hope can illuminate the way forward. Yohara had witnessed this fervor in others. While Shisui may not have been in such dire straits, it did not hinder Yohara from employing a similar approach. When feeling distressed, immerse yourself in books. They can liberate you from worries, bring you joy, and impart knowledge. Observing Shisui in this moment, Yohara retracted his hand, feeling somewhat awkward with it resting on another man's shoulder. Shisui nodded earnestly, but as he glanced down at the book in his hands, his expression shifted to one of bemusement. "Yohara, are you certain you want me to read this?" "Of course, why? But this book is Paradise of Affection, huh?" Yuan had not anticipated that the 2 books he casually picked up would turn out to be Paradise of Affection. It suddenly made sense why the bookstore owner had regarded him with such a peculiar gaze. However, now that he had purchased the books, there was no possibility of returning them. Whether Shisui would read them remained uncertain. But Yu Yuan was certain that he would delve into them. Naturally, he was curious about the contents of a book that Kakashi cherished so dearly. Yet, before he could immerse himself in reading, he had numerous other matters to attend to, such as reporting on his mission and requesting the forging and reworking of Lei Ya's ninja blade. Fortunately, these tasks did not require Yu Yuan's direct involvement, as Shisui had readily offered to take charge. Shisui even mentioned that he would assist in contacting and gathering some of the Uchiha who had previously fought alongside them, and he would also communicate with the elders supporting him. He wished to gauge the elders' attitudes. If possible, he hoped to win them over. After all, even the currently weaker Dove faction elders possessed substantial resources. If Shisui could persuade them, it would undoubtedly save Yu Yuan and his companions a considerable amount of effort. However, the outcome of such endeavors depended on future developments, and all Yu Yuan could do was hope for a favorable result. For the time being, Yu Yuan chose to disregard these matters and sat down on a bench along the streets of Konoha. Subsequently beginning to read the book he had just purchased, what sort of nonsensical content could it possibly contain? Yet, after eagerly reading a few chapters, his expression morphed into one of utter bewilderment. He discovered that Jiraiya's writing was, quite frankly, abysmal. Although there were aspects that piqued his interest, Yu Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that Jiraiya's work was lacking. The details, in particular, left him speechless, having previously read complete works such as Kong Su and Sheng Xiao. And having admired the writings of Abin and Baijia, Yu Yuan found Jiraiya's current writing to be quite unsatisfactory that he couldn't help but wonder if Jiraiya was unaware of how enjoyable such writing could be. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, he snapped the book shut, muttering to himself that moment. He noticed that the people around him were casting curious glances in his direction, particularly upon seeing the book in his hands. A hushed murmur began to ripple through the crowd. This left Yu Yuan feeling somewhat helpless. Was a book of this caliber truly worthy of such attention? Yet, if writing such a book could yield substantial royalties, perhaps he should give it a try. Forget about novels. He could whip up something of similar nature, whether it was due to acquiring the Mangekyō Sharingan or resolving matters with Shisui. Yu Yuan's spirits were undeniably high. Although he knew he still had a long way to go before truly escaping danger, he had never been one to wallow in gloom. Maintaining a perpetually tense demeanor was hardly beneficial. A bit of relaxation and rest would provide him with the energy needed to tackle the tasks at hand. With that thought in mind, Yu Yuan stood up, intending to grab a bite to eat before finding a training ground to experiment with the gains from his recent endeavors. This time, aside from Jishui's assistance, Yu Yuan had acquired the Mangekyō Sharingan, along with a sword technique infused with wind release. Tio put it frankly, he had struck a veritable goldmine. Yet, no matter how much he had gained, he knew he must adapt and hone his skills diligently. While he might not dare to experiment recklessly with the Mangekyō, the example of Sasuke, who blinded himself in a month, lingered in his mind. However, understanding the changes that came with merely activating the Mangekyō was essential. Moreover, since unlocking the Mangekyō, he had felt a noticeable increase in both his physical prowess and chakra reserves. The growth in physical condition was modest, primarily reflected in his chakra enhancement. That Yu Yuan silently pondered that he was aware the activation of the Mangekyō would provide a certain degree of feedback to his body. However, he was uncertain about the specifics of this feedback, only recalling that Uchiha Madara once remarked upon the straightness of the Sharingan, implying an agility that was commendable. This left Yu Yuan perplexed. He could not fathom what straight truly meant. Was it indicative of linearity or something else? In his memories, Uchiha Madara's original Sharingan appeared as three interconnected tomo, with no discernible aspect that could be deemed straight. On the other hand, after acquiring his brother's eyes and evolving them into the eternal Mangekyō, he did indeed obtain three straight pillars. As for Sasuke's eyes, Yu Yuan was equally bewildered. They clearly resembled a curved six-pointed star, yet after integrating Itachi's eyes, the patterns had straightened out. Thus, the meaning behind straight remained elusive to Yu Yuan. Consequently, he was more inclined to focus on the changes within himself, noting that the most substantial enhancement he gained from unlocking the Mangekyō was related to his chakra. Both the quality and quantity of his chakra were steadily improving. Notably, this enhancement bore no connection to his training. It was a significant and comprehensive boost, albeit with a slight lag in physical condition. Nevertheless, this was hardly a concern, as he possessed the ability of Dao Fan. With mastery over this ability, akin to Sage Mode, Yu Yuan felt confident that his physical capabilities would not fall short. Although this ability tended to deplete his ocular power in the event of facing trouble in battle, would he truly refrain from using it? As long as he did not overly rely on or exhaust his abilities, Yu Yuan believed he could resolve any ensuing troubles before his ocular power was entirely spent. Moreover, with the system providing support, he felt a degree of reassurance, prompting him to dedicate himself to honing his swordsmanship. As he contemplated this, Yu Yuan had resolved to take action. However, just as he was still mulling over how to convey a sense of attack the enemy's vulnerability to the ninja world, he suddenly heard someone call out his name. Yu Yuan. The voice was melodious yet tinged with surprise, and within it, he detected a hint of laziness. This unexpected voice prompted Yu Yuan to turn around, and he was met with the sight of a girl with long black hair tied in a ponytail. Upon seeing her face, he instantly recognized her. She was none other than Nara Katono, a former teammate whose name had left a lasting impression on him. Meanwhile, in a room within the Uchiha clan, Shisui sat silently across from an elder named Uchiha South. The elder's expression was one of sheer astonishment, as if he could hardly believe what he had just heard. Shisui had grown up under his watchful eye, and many of Jisui's thoughts and beliefs had been shaped by the elder's teachings. He had always regarded Shisui as his protege. Their shared conviction was the hope for harmony between their clan and the village, a vision of coexistence that they had never wavered from. Tirelessly striving towards it, they longed to establish connections through communication with the higher-ups in Konoha, hoping to earn the village's acceptance and recognition. Unfortunately, their faction had suffered significant blows, particularly after the Ninetales incident, which had driven a wedge between the Uchiha clan and the village, a reality they could not change. Within the clan, discontent had grown among the majority due to the village's actions. Their only hope lay in Shisui, as they sought to gain the trust of the third Hokage and the ninja of Konoha, aiming to restore their clan's place in the village and revive its former glory. After all, their ancestors had once rejected Uchiha Madara. Shisui, as a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, was one of the finest among them, having even awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Within the entire clan, the number of individuals who have awakened the Sharingan is rather limited, let alone those who possess the Mangekyō Sharingan. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan, it seems that only Shisui has attained this extraordinary ability. Not only that, but Shisui has also managed to bring the clan leader's son, Uchiha Itachi, into his fold, thereby providing them with greater leverage. However, Uchiha Zone does not hold a favorable view of Uchiha Itachi, as the young man prioritizes the interests of Konoha above all else. Nevertheless, the son of the clan leader is a person of resolute will. He cannot alter Itachi's convictions, and thus places his hopes squarely on Shisui's shoulders. Upon returning from an Anbu mission, Shisui did not report back as expected. Instead, he took a leave of absence to undertake a mission alongside Uchiha Yohara. Yohara is also a prodigy of the clan, having reached the level of 3 Tomo at a young age, and he shares a friendship and academic bond with Shisui. However, Yohara is an unconventional individual, refusing to align himself with any faction within the clan. He even abstains from joining the security division, ultimately opting to become a mission ninja. Despite Shisui's amicable relationship with him, Uchiha Zone feels powerless. He secretly hopes that Shisui could recruit a talent like Yohara to strengthen their standing. What Zone could never have anticipated was that after a single outing with Yohara, Shisui would return with new ideas and plans. The nature of these plans was profoundly audacious, even to the point of causing Uchiha Zone to break into a cold sweat. I am fully aware of what I am saying, Shisui stated earnestly. Locking eyes with Uchiha Zone, he nodded and reiterated, I assert that the clan is mired in chaos and division. We are utterly incapable of uniting to address our pressing concerns. The root cause of this turmoil is the clan leader. Had it not been for his indulgence and indecision, our family would have long since united to confront challenges collectively, rather than squabbling endlessly over our differing beliefs. Shisui's words were resolute, leaving even the seasoned Uchiha Zone trembling at this moment. As someone who had navigated the clan's intricacies for many years, Zone was acutely aware of the extent of the internal discord. Yet, understanding the situation and possessing the courage to act upon it are two entirely different matters. According to Shisui's assertions, he intends to oust their clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. This is preposterous. Uchiha Zone swiftly interrupted Shisui. glancing around to ensure their conversation remained discreet. Have you lost your mind? Do you dare to lay a hand on the clan leader? Do you comprehend the implications of such an action? It would amount to a coup, and if you were to depose the leader, who would take his place? Who possesses the qualifications to assume that role? I concede that Uchiha Fugaku has performed poorly, allowing the clan to fracture rather than fostering unity. But what would happen if we did unify? You must understand that within the clan, those with forceful dispositions dominate. In truth, the majority comprises the most ordinary members of the Uchiha. Before Uchiha Zone could finish his statement, Shisui interjected, gazing intently at him as he softly, yet firmly continued. Yohara has imparted to me that within the mechanism of power, the clan leader and the elders wield authority as superiors. However, the true source of power lies with the majority of the Uchiha. Genuine authority springs from their compliance. Should they choose to endorse us and reject those forceful individuals, then they cannot rightfully claim to be the majority. Uchiha Zone stared, astounded, at Shisui, feeling as if he were gazing at a stranger. The sharpness and audacity of Shisui's words were striking. Yet, one could not deny that Shisui had succinctly articulated the structure and dynamics of power. This left Uchiha Zone both impressed by Shisui's growth and apprehensive of the peril that accompanied such thoughts, for Shisui's insights were indeed chilling. In truth, we have been profoundly mistaken, to an outrageous degree. Both they and us, Shisui remarked, observing Uchiha Zone with a sigh before continuing. We have perpetually engaged in endless disputes, verging on infighting, without ever considering the necessity of unity. Meanwhile, within Konoha, the third Hokage and his advisors have inherited the will of the second Hokage. They likely harbor reservations about the Uchiha. If we cannot unite, we will never be able to convey our political aspirations to them. Without unity, we lack a coherent agenda. We are but a disjointed assembly, helplessly witnessing our circumstances deteriorate, watching our clan inexorably descend into the abyss. As for how Konoha will respond to us, I cannot say. However, Yohara has made it clear that we must ensure our voices are heard in Konoha. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves in grave danger. Uchiha Zone remained speechless, grappling with the undeniable truth in Shisui's words, which incisively captured Konoha's current stance towards the Uchiha and highlighted the clan's shortcomings. Moreover, Zone realized that it seemed Yohara had significantly influenced Shisui. At Yohara, he mused in a low voice, half in inquiry and half in reflection. Indeed, it is Yohara, Shisui confirmed. Though he was uncertain about the nature of Zone's inquiry, he provided an answer nonetheless. It is Yohara who has reshaped my understanding of this world. He has enlightened me about the clan and the village's circumstances, guiding me on what course we ought to take. He asserts that only he and I can effectuate change within the clan, leading it towards prosperity. Yet, I believe he is the sole viable choice, and he is my choice. At this point, Shisui inhaled deeply, his expression grave and serious as he looked at Uchiha Zone. He too possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan. Unbeknownst to him, Yohara was observing from a distance, a smile gracing his lips as he beheld Shisui. He glanced at the sign for Ichiraku Ramen, contemplated briefly, and then decided to enter. Ichiraku Ramen is a historical establishment in Konoha, and Yohara frequented it in his childhood, as it is a well-known landmark. Characters from the original series, such as Naruto, Iruka, and Kakashi, have all dined here, and Yohara, having traversed into this world, certainly would not miss such an iconic spot. However, as his missions increased over time, his visits became less frequent. As for Nara Koton, she was a classmate of Yohara during their time at the Ninja Academy. Although both Yohara and Shisui graduated early, she became Yohara's teammate for a time after her own graduation. Yohara held a fond recollection of Koton, as her name was unforgettable for anyone who had watched a certain anime. Additionally, she was quite beautiful, sporting a long ponytail when tied up and straight black hair when left down, making her quite memorable in Yohara's eyes. Furthermore, she was also a cousin of Nara Shikamaru, inherently possessing the cleverness characteristic of the Nara clan. While on missions together, she often provided insights that even the leading J-nin would heed. However, as their ninja ranks rose, each of them acquired new duties and responsibilities, leading to the natural dissolution of their team. Over the years, Yohara had primarily undertaken solo missions, although there were occasional team gatherings. He rarely attended. This was not due to a lack of desire, but rather unfortunate timing, as he was often away from Konoha during those gatherings. I thought I must have been mistaken, Koton said with a tilted head and a smile. You are quite the busy person. I can hardly recall the last time I saw you. Was it a year ago or two? Dahara, somewhat uncertain, shrugged nonchalantly. You know, as a mission ninja, I have a lot on my plate. Being with old teammates felt relatively relaxed for Yahara. Their group had not faced any significant conflicts, and he himself did not exhibit the typical Uchiha flaws. Apart from Narakodon, one of his teammates was a civilian ninja, and overall, their interactions were quite amicable. Boss, I'll have a large bowl of pork chashu ramen, and don't forget to add extra chili. Narakatoba did not respond to Yahara's words immediately. Instead, she turned to Ichiraku and ordered a bowl of noodles. Only after lowering her head to eat did she say, I know, but you truly made the right choice by not foolishly rushing to the security department. Furthermore, encountering you today brings me joy, so this meal is on me. Please, indulge yourself. How rare it is for you to treat, Yahara remarked, his amusement evident as he noted Katoba's infrequent generosity, despite her family's affluence. She often seemed rather frugal. As for her mention of a position in the security department, she had alluded to it vaguely years ago. That time, before the Ninetales incident occurred, she had warned Yahara on the day their squad disbanded that the security department was certainly not a good place to be. This revelation astonished Yahara. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware that the security department was a perilous pitfall. However, Katoba was neither a traveler nor a member of the Uchiha clan. Are you mocking me? Suggesting that I am stingy, Katoba rolled her eyes at Yahara's chest. Yet, she was unconcerned with such matters now and continued to eat leisurely. Not at all. You can trust me on that. But speaking of which, what are you doing for work now? Yahara, unwilling to divulge his true feelings, quickly shifted the conversation. It's strange that I would trust you. Your method of changing the subject remains as awkward as ever. But it doesn't matter. Katoba lifted her gaze to Yahara briefly before continuing. After the squad disbanded, I began assisting my father with family matters. Later, my uncle suggested I join the administrative department. Claiming it would be a shame for me not to go, I told him I was still young and didn't have much ambition at the moment. Truthfully, I have no desire to work in the administrative department. It's exceedingly dull and tedious. I would much prefer to attend school and find any position that allows me to do so with ease and without hassle. Katoba's uncle was, of course, Nara Shikaku. Yahara was not surprised that Katoba could enter the administrative department. Her intelligence was undeniable. Moreover, according to the traditions of the Nara clan, the future of its members typically involved either selling medicine or working within the administrative department. A legacy of sorts. However, it seemed Katoba had inherited the clan's laid-back disposition, showing little enthusiasm for work in the administrative department. As they conversed, Ichiraku served up the freshly prepared ramen. Yahara had to admit that Ichiraku's ramen was among the most genuine fare he had enjoyed over the years. The generous portions and quality ingredients reflected Ichiraku's dedication to his craft. Such care in preparing ramen would draw Yahara back time and again, just as Yahara was about to dig into his meal. A small, lean figure with tousled yellow hair suddenly dashed in. Upon the arrival of this child, Yahara noticed Ichiraku's face break into a warm smile, though the other ninjas dining in the establishment frowned in disapproval. Ah, it's that little rascal, Katoba remarked, her interest waning after a brief glance. I didn't expect to encounter him again. It seems you don't mind him, Yahara chuckled, glancing at Katoba. His name is Naruto. Right? Indeed, the impish boy who had just entered was none other than Naruto. Yahara recognized him, albeit their encounters had been few and far between due to various reasons. How could he forget the protagonist of the original story? Yet, there was a necessity to feign a semblance of unfamiliarity, for in reality, he and Naruto were not well acquainted. How surprising, Katoba said, her eyebrows raised as she looked at Yahara. You actually know his name. And you don't seem to dislike him anymore. Please, I'm not an idiot, Yahara replied, shaking his head before sighing. I've heard about his circumstances. The poor kid has had it tough. Indeed, he is quite unfortunate. Katoba agreed, letting out a soft sigh. My younger brother is classmates with him, so I'm familiar with his situation. However, here, Katoba suddenly regarded Yahara seriously, lowering her voice earnestly. You should avoid expressing sympathy for him. His background is too peculiar. Surely, you have not forgotten what happened back then. I'd like a large bowl of pork chashu ramen, please, Naruto exclaimed, his voice bright. Certainly, Naruto. Ichiraku beamed, his smile warm as he swiftly turned to prepare the ramen. Meanwhile, Naruto carefully made his way to the edge of the seating area, hopping up onto a stool. He adored this ramen shop. Ever since his first visit, it had left an indelible mark on him. The flavors here were exceptional, a taste he had never experienced before. Additionally, Ichiraku, unlike others, had never scolded him or treated him as a nuisance. He consistently made Naruto feel welcomed at tea times. Naruto pondered whether it was the delectable taste or Ichiraku's warm demeanor that drew him back. Yet, he ultimately believed that the flavor was of greater importance. Ichiraku's ramen was undoubtedly the best he had ever tasted. Thus, whenever he received his monthly allowance from the third Hokage, he would rush to this shop. And whenever there was something worth celebrating, he would choose to come here as well. Here you are, Naruto, your large bowl of pork chashu ramen. Before long, Ichiraku had prepared the ramen, serving it to Naruto with a smile. By now, the other patrons had left, leaving only a young couple at a nearby table. With empty seats available, many passers-by considered entering the shop, yet upon seeing Naruto, they could not help but display their disdain. Subsequently leaving one by one. Clearly, Naruto's presence was unwelcome to them, which hindered Ichiraku's business. However, Ichiraku was unfazed, happily leaving the tidying up to SHBU while he leaned on the counter to chat with Naruto. Naruto, is there something joyful happening? I recall you were just here at the beginning of the month. Why are you back so soon? That is because something wonderful has happened, Naruto replied, gazing hungrily at his ramen as he deftly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat with impatience. I'm about to dig in. This is delicious. Slow down. Don't burn yourself. Ichiraku chuckled, shaking his head at Naruto's eagerness. After a moment's thought, he stood up to prepare another batch of ramen while simultaneously inquiring. You haven't mentioned what has made you so happy. Well, I've made some real friends, Naruto said, his mouth full as he spoke, his pride evident despite the muddled words. Today, I went out with Shikamaru and Choji during class. Choji was reluctant at first, but I managed to convince him, and he even shared his chips with me. Although we got in trouble later, I was still overjoyed. I finally have true friends. Hey, hold on. You do realize that you're skipping class, right? SHBU interjected, her lips pursed in disapproval. It was uncertain whether her dissatisfaction stemmed from the mention of the Ninja Academy or Naruto's presence affecting business. The young couple beside them exchanged astonished glances, clearly taken aback by the news they had just overheard. And if you continue on this path, whether you graduate as a ninja is another matter altogether. Well, that's a concern for the future, Naruto replied anxiously. But before he could retort, Ichiraku interjected. Smiling as he interrupted the playful banter between Naruto and his daughter, he gathered the freshly cooked ramen and some sliced meat. Placing it in Naruto's bowl, and with a grin, he said, however, for now, congratulations, Naruto, you're one step closer to your dream. Keep it up. Thank you, dear Uncle Shouta. I shall undoubtedly make more friends. And I am resolutely determined to become the Hokage. Earning the recognition of all. As Naruto gazed into his bowl of ramen, an overwhelming sense of joy enveloped him, though he could not quite comprehend why his eyes felt so weary. Little fellow, may I pose a question to you? Just then, a voice unexpectedly emanated from the side. This voice conveyed no discernible emotion. Although not as gentle as Shouta's, it was sufficiently surprising to capture Naruto's attention. Naruto turned to see a handsome older brother, adorned with the Leaf Village headband, observing him. What question do you have, big brother? You just mentioned your aspiration to become Hokage, correct? The dark-haired gentleman revealed a warm smile. Exuding friendliness, such kindness made Naruto's heart flutter involuntarily. Nevertheless, he nodded earnestly yes. Then, do you believe that only those who earn everyone's acknowledgement can become Hokage? The handsome older brother's smile grew even brighter. Or is it that those who become Hokage are the ones who have already gained everyone's recognition? Are you unwell? The dark-haired gentleman's query prompted a sudden interruption from the beautiful sister seated beside him. Can such a little boy truly grasp these concepts? Focus on your ramen. Oh, the dark-haired gentleman pouted slightly, but ultimately smiled and nodded at Naruto before lowering his head to eat rapidly. Naruto found himself momentarily dazed. Although the question posed by the handsome older brother seemed deceptively simple and similar, he sensed a profound difference within it, one that he couldn't quite grasp at the moment. Nonetheless, he committed that phrase to memory. Lowering his head, Naruto eagerly resumed eating his ramen. Upon finishing his meal, he noticed that the older brother and sister had already departed. The ramen shop was now entirely empty. Save for himself, others who had initially intended to enter upon seeing him ultimately chose to leave instead. However, Naruto had grown accustomed to such occurrences. He stood up and retrieved his money to hand it to Shouta. There's no need, Naruto. To his surprise, Shouta shook his head. Uncle, that simply won't do, Naruto insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Well then, do you truly believe I would be the one to suffer a loss? Shouta chuckled as he returned Naruto's money, then pointed to the vacant seats where the young couple had been. The gentleman who spoke with you has already taken care of your bill. You needn't worry. That older brother? Naruto murmured, glancing at the empty seat. From that older brother, Naruto felt a treatment unlike any he had experienced previously. He regarded himself merely as an ordinary individual. Yet such treatment stirred profound emotions within Naruto. For reasons unknown, he felt a slight sting at the corners of his eyes. Nevertheless, he suppressed that feeling and looked up at Shouta. Uncle, what is that older brother's name? Him. If I recall correctly, he goes by Uchiha Yu. You, my friend, did I not advise you to avoid him? After leaving Ichiraku Ramen, Nara Kanade shot a displeased glare at you. Clearly taken aback by his actions that in Kanade's memory, you had always been exceptionally intelligent and remarkably kind. Approaching tasks with a calm demeanor, it was inconceivable that he belonged to the Uchiha clan. His insights and perspectives commanded respect, even from Nara clan members like Kanade. However, after several years apart, upon encountering you once more, she noticed that while his appearance remained unchanged, his intellect seemed to have diminished. Who was that little brat just now? Although the village forbade discussions about him, and the villagers had spread rumors portraying Naruto as the embodiment of the Nine Tails, the truth was not far from that claim. As Naruto was indeed the host of the Nine Tails, sealed within him. On the night of the Nine Tails incident, the participating ninjas witnessed the reflection of that blood-red Sharingan in the eyes of the beast. What did that imply? It suggested that the Nine Tails had been manipulated, and the one controlling it was an Uchiha. Despite the years that had passed, the devastation wrought by the Nine Tails in Konoha, resulting in the demise of the fourth Hokage and his wife, remained vivid in the memories of the villagers. The destruction caused by the Nine Tails marked Konoha's first encounter with such a grave assault. While ordinary citizens might be unaware that the Nine Tails had been controlled, the village's higher-ups certainly knew better. What did it mean for an Uchiha to associate with the Nine Tails? Such actions were tantamount to courting death. I am aware. Rest assured. I have it under control. In response to the incessant admonitions of Nara Kanade, you merely shook his head in resignation, not feeling angered, for he recognized her concern. You viewed kindness from others as a blessing, not a burden. The sage once said, repay resentment with honesty and kindness with virtue. Although you understood the original intent of the phrase, he preferred to interpret it as, if others treat you well, you should reciprocate. If they do not, then simply observe. While this interpretation might distort the sage's words, you adhered to his understanding when navigating life. Furthermore, he had also studied ancient maxims such as a drop of water should be repaid with a fountain. A tooth for a tooth must be returned with a head. The Nara clan was quite intriguing. Once one gained their familiarity and approval, they would go to great lengths to assist, despite their complaints. This was evident in the relationship between Naruto and Shikamaru in the original story. Although Shikamaru often found himself dragged into Naruto's antics, he would still strive to offer help. Moreover, the Nara clan's ninja standards remained commendable. During the Chunin exams, Shikamaru had prepared himself for potential sacrifice while covering for his comrades. Fortunately, Asuma arrived just in time, or Shikamaru might have truly perished. Don't speak of me. Have you forgotten that your dear Shikamaru was skipping classes with the Akimichi boy? You sought to shift the conversation away from this topic, redirecting it towards matters concerning Kanade's family. TSK, back in our day, we wouldn't dare skip classes. Isn't your brother quite the character? Shikamaru is my cousin, not my brother. Why should I concern myself with his affairs? What a bother. Unexpectedly, you found that Kanade was not engaging in the banter he anticipated, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, Nara Kanade was not the type to insist on her words being heated. She merely offered a friendly reminder to you. Should he choose to disregard her advice, she would not press further, as this was not her own dilemma. Over-explaining would only lead to displeasure on all sides. All right, this is your matter. Handle it as you see fit, but consider this a friendly warning. Nara Kanade halted, glancing around her surroundings before lowering her voice to address you, even covering her mouth with her hand. I have heard some whispers, and it is evident to me that the relationship between your clan and the village has deteriorated significantly. If possible, I suggest you refrain from involving yourself in your family's affairs and seek a long-term mission outside the village. Observe the situation before making any decisions. The words of Nara Katoba were exceedingly cryptic, yet Yahara, not lacking in intelligence, could discern the true meaning behind the girl's insinuations. He had not anticipated such a suggestion from Nara Katoba. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the advice was indeed quite benevolent. As for the information Katoba had gathered, It likely stemmed from an amalgamation of Nara Shikaku's recent actions alongside an analysis of the current internal dynamics of the village. A person like Nara Shikaku would hardly be prone to divulging sensitive intelligence, though it could also be a gesture to provide assistance to the Uchiha. However, Yuhara leaned towards the belief that this was a conclusion derived from Kitoba's own analysis. As he was well aware of the girl's capabilities from their time as teammates, it must be said that her analysis was remarkably accurate, and her counsel was quite commendable. The crux of the matter, however, lay in the fact that Yuhara found himself unable to flee. Are you suggesting that I should leave Konoha, if at all possible, perhaps sensing the gravity of the topic or perhaps reluctant to engage further due to his own internal plans? He jestingly remarked to Kitoba, well, it's merely a friendly suggestion of mine. You are under no obligation to heed it. Nara Kitoba cast a glance at Yuhara before resolutely continuing her path forward. Hey, if you tell me such things, can I report you for inciting my defection? Yuhara quickened his pace to catch up, chuckling softly as he posed the question, is there anyone besides you and me who heard that? Kitoba raised an eyebrow, regarding Yuhara with a look of bemusement. What are you talking about? Defection and all that? After uttering those words, she continued on her way, raising her hand in farewell, I'm off now. I am heading home. I hope to see you again next time. Observing the girl's retreating figure, a faint smile graced Yuhara's face. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly called out, thank you. Kitoba. He then turned and made his way towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Originally, he had intended to train, but now he felt a sense of urgency. He was more inclined to return to his family to see how Shisui was faring in his discussion with the elder behind him. Furthermore, Yuhara believed training was best conducted with a partner, especially since his training companion could not afford to be weak. However, to his surprise, upon arriving at the entrance of the Uchiha clan, he found Shisui already waiting for him. Yuhara, come with me. The elder wishes to see you. All right, understood. Following Shisui, they arrived at a residence within the Uchiha clan. Shisui nodded to Yuhara before opening the door for him, evidently intending to remain outside while Yuhara handled the ensuing matters himself. Yuhara was somewhat taken aback by Shisui's efficiency. He was curious about what had transpired between Shisui and the elder. He also had no inkling of how this meeting would unfold. But he felt no trepidation in facing the elder's summons. Having acquired the Mangekyō Sharingan, even if his mastery was still nascent, Yuhara had undoubtedly surpassed his former self, should he encounter any troublesome situations. He would not hesitate to utilize his newfound ocular power, while he preferred to avoid significant conflict and desired to resolve matters amicably. This did not imply that he would shy away from challenges. He understood that he could no longer evade his responsibilities, especially since he felt as though he had been ensnared by his entire clan. As he stepped into the room, Yuhara instinctively surveyed his surroundings. As this was his first time entering, the chamber was modestly sized and exuded an air of antiquity, with sliding doors on either side and a lone character for shinobi hanging prominently, devoid of any other embellishments. The elder, seated directly beneath the shinobi character, was none other than Uchiha So. Yuhara silently wished that this elder had a brother named Uchiha Ka, or perhaps a superior by that name as well. Taking a deep breath, he approached the elder and stood before him, choosing not to sit but rather regard the elder from an elevated stance. Uchiha So furrowed his brow at Yuhara's posture, feeling that the youth's demeanor was rather disrespectful. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively suppressed it. Indeed, Yuhara's current conduct was quite impolite. However, if what Shisui had mentioned was accurate, then Uchiha Yuhara possessed every right to exhibit such apparent insolence. The Mangekyō Sharingan, what a potent gift it was. After the tumultuous era of 4 Mangekyō wielders that had plagued the Uchiha clan in the wake of Uchiha Madara's departure, only one individual had been known to possess the Mangekyō Sharingan, and that was Uchiha Shisui. Yet now, circumstances had changed. The boy who had once grown alongside Shisui had also awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Shisui had been meticulously nurtured by Uchiha So from a young age, and their bond was profound. So trusted Shisui implicitly. Conversely, Uchiha Yuhara was a different case altogether. He had never aligned himself with any faction within the clan. His methods bore no resemblance to the typical Uchiha mannerisms, and it could be said that he seemed to possess little sense of belonging to the clan. Perhaps it was precisely this lack of affiliation that allowed him to view the clan from an outsider's perspective and identify its issues. Yet, his approach was decidedly unorthodox, bordering on heretical. The critical point was that he had managed to persuade Shisui to trust him. Contemplating this, Uchiha So let out a deep sigh, lifting his gaze to meet the imposing Yohara. Ultimately, he could only speak softly. "Please, have a seat. Child, I appreciate the elder's hospitality," Yohara replied with a smile, gradually settling into a chair. In truth, Yohara was not one to adopt an overbearing demeanor. He simply understood that at times, he had to project a position of strength. Only through such displays would others genuinely regard him with concern, fear, and ultimately, heed his words. This approach, while commonplace, often led to a recognition based on fear, which was the most unreliable form of allegiance. Given the opportunity, Yohara would prefer to persuade others through reason. However, at this moment, he could only resort to reason in a more physical sense. Shisui has already approached me and shared a great deal. Once Yohara took his seat, Uchiha Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The discomfort of being looked down upon was quite unbearable. Nevertheless, he recognized that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He needed to glean more information from Yohara. "Do, what did he share with you?" Yohara raised an eyebrow at the elder's inquiry. "Furthermore, why the sudden urgency in summoning me? What is it you wish to convey?" "I wish to hear your intentions," Uchiha Yu replied straightforwardly, without any intention of beating around the bush. "Shisui mentioned that you plan to remove the clan leader and seek to reunite the family. This is an exceedingly perilous notion, yet I must admit it is indeed a beneficial idea for the clan. Thus, I wish to hear your thoughts. How do you intend to achieve this? What are your plans?" "Shisui desires my assistance, but for me to lend it, I must first see a glimmer of hope. However, is it merely hope you seek?" Yohara found himself partially convinced by Uchiha Yu's words, though only to a slight extent. For he was acutely aware that the elder had not disclosed the entirety of his thoughts. Reflecting on his conversations with Shisui during their journey, Yohara felt a twinge of frustration, realizing he had shared far too much. Yet, after careful consideration, he surmised that the elder's apparent willingness to comply stemmed from the influence of the Mangekyō Sharingan. With this understanding, Yohara felt reassured. He recognized he was positioned on the advantageous side of this exchange, thereby granting him the upper hand. "Are you interested in hearing my plans and intentions?" Yohara revealed a faint smile, then slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, a suffocating aura filled with the essence of destruction emanated from him. This power instilling a profound sense of fear within Uchiha Yu. "Well, I comprehend the elder's intent. However, I believe there is more that the elder wishes to ascertain, that I am unaware of the specifics of what Shisui conveyed to you. But I suspect your willingness to meet me is tied to something significant, something you both dread and yearn for, a force capable of transforming the Uchiha clan, is it not?" The next moment, Yohara opened his eyes, which had transformed into a vivid crimson. Within this sanguine hue, a triangular pattern began to rotate slowly. That was the kaleidoscope Sharingan. "You likely wish to ascertain, or rather, confirm whether I possess such eyes. Correct?" Uchiha Yu gazed at Yohara's kaleidoscope Sharingan, his heart a tumult of excitement and despair. The thrill stemmed from the fact that the Uchiha clan had gained another kaleidoscope Sharingan, substantially enhancing their power. Yet, the despair arose from the realization that Yohara was an entity both formidable and exceedingly perilous. If it were merely this, it would suffice. At worst, one could provide him with certain benefits, seeking to win him over subtly. However, the problem lies in Yohara's perspective and thought process, which renders such efforts futile. His insights are such that even Uchiha Yu cannot help but admire them. Faced with such an individual, Uchiha Yu felt compelled to remain attentive and contemplative. Pondering strategies. I do not know how much Shisui disclosed to you, but I must emphasize that the clan must undergo transformation. Just as Uchiha Yu was engulfed in sorrowful contemplation, Yohara began to speak. "The clan requires consolidation. This is what I conveyed to Shisui, and now I reiterate it to you. Whether you or those from the other faction, your division has rendered it impossible for the clan to function normally. Even unable to counter Konoha's provocations, Uchiha Fugaku, despite his good intentions to maintain clan stability, clings to such notions in these critical times that I can only describe him with one term: indecisive. He appears oblivious to the clan's current plight and utterly unaware of what the clan truly needs. Moreover, reflecting on Uchiha Fugaku's tenure as clan leader, one must ponder what he has accomplished. Yohara chose not to regurgitate everything Shisui had mentioned, but instead prompted Uchiha Yu to reflect. After all, Uchiha Yu is an elder, while Shisui can only be deemed a clever and competent ninja. His insights, honed through years of navigating the clan's intricacies, likely surpass those of Shisui. Indeed, under the leadership of the clan head over these years, The clan. Uchiha Zong exhaled deeply. Yahara's words had stirred his thoughts. Uchiha Fugaka's leadership had indeed been lacking. The clan was undeniably in decline. Just look at our current dwelling Mata. We have been relegated to the village's outskirts. Following the Ninetales incident, Konoha sustained damage, necessitating reconstruction. During this rebuilding phase, Konoha relegated the Uchiha to the village's periphery. Such actions have incited dissatisfaction among numerous Uchiha clan members, which in turn has bolstered the ranks of the hardliners. As the division between Konoha and the clan becomes ever more pronounced, the number of dissenters continues to grow. However, we are not without means to communicate with Konoha. Shisui is currently in the Anbu, and we can establish a bridge of communication with Konoha. Yet, after this lamentation, Uchiha Zong spoke again, only to be interrupted by Yahara. You are far too naive, elder. Yahara shook his head in resignation, gently tapping the table before continuing. At your age, you should have lived through the second Hokage's era, and Uchiha Kagami was likely among you. I concede that the second Hokage taking Kagami as a disciple provided you with hope. But is that truly the case? What is the purpose of the existence of the guard division? Can Shisui not see it? Or do you, elder, still fail to comprehend after all these years? Yahara's words left Uchiha Zong speechless. For he could not provide an answer, or rather, he was unable to respond at all. Moreover, at that moment, the look in his eyes had changed as he regarded Yahara. The wide-eyed gaze reflected his astonishment and shock. With the guard division at hand, combined with the Uchiha's modus operandi and the village's propaganda, the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha would only deepen, even if we remain diligent in our duties. The advantage in public opinion lies with Konoha, especially when you transform the guard division into a private entity. Konoha will only become more unrestrained. You suggest Shisui be the bridge for communication. And even Uchiha Itachi is gone, but what has been the outcome? They have merely become double agents. Are your methods truly effective? At this juncture, Yahara paused, observing Uchiha Zong, who had closed his eyes, his body trembling. Yahara was uncertain of the elder's thoughts, but he knew he had firmly grasped the initiative. So, if you succeed, what will you do? After a lengthy silence, Uchiha Zong finally opened his eyes, his expression laden with bitterness. Speak. Let this self-deceiving old man see what plans you hold that have garnered such admiration from Shisui. My thoughts have always been quite simple, and I have articulated them clearly. Yahara observed Uchiha Zong's current demeanor and shook his head. Yet he spoke unhurriedly. The clan requires unity. Shisui once asked me what I would do if I were the clan leader, and I told him I would consolidate all the clan's forces, aligning everyone's ideologies. That I understand your concerns, but I can assure you, I have never contemplated instigating a civil war between the clan and the village. I am acutely aware that should war break out, the clan would undoubtedly face annihilation. However, to persist in your approach of mere compromise will lead the clan to a similarly grim fate. That a great figure once said, peace obtained through struggle is true peace. Peace obtained through compromise leads to the demise of peace. At this point, Yahara fixed his earnest gaze upon Uchiha Zong before continuing. After consolidation, I will formulate our course of action and political demands. I will ensure all clan members understand our intentions, what we seek to achieve, where we can be radical, and where we must not overstep. Simultaneously, I will make it known to the village what we desire and what we categorically cannot accept. Peace obtained through struggle is true peace. Peace obtained through compromise leads to the demise of peace. Uchiha Zong was taken aback by Yahara's declaration. He was unsettled by the weight of those words, uncertain of which great figure had uttered them. Yet upon reflection, their truth was undeniable. What had their compromises yielded? Deep down, they had foreseen the consequences but had continued to cling to a fragile hope. I believe I grasp your meaning. After a considerable pause, Uchiha Zong finally spoke. Then let me pose one final question. How do you intend to make Konoha heed our voice, in addition to the necessary assertiveness? There are also certain subtle strategies. Upon hearing Uchiha Zong's question, Yahara couldn't help but chuckled. Do we not possess the guard division? And is it not true that the guard division allows us to enjoy power while simultaneously bearing the blame? If we were to transform the guard division into Konoha's own, allowing all clans and civilian ninjas to participate, we could collectively enjoy this power and share in the burden of blame. Thus, our voices could resonate from within the guard division, and would the third Hokage dare allow us to continue bearing the brunt of blame? The silvery moonlight illuminated the earth as Yahara leisurely exited Uchiha Zong's chamber. What the outcome of his conversation with Uchiha Zong would be, he could not say. Even though Uchiha Zong had begun to waver, the decision he truly wished to make was no simple matter. Their faction was a cohesive unit, more plainly described as a self-interested group bound by a common belief, making it difficult to assert that when Uchiha Madara departed, they had refused to follow. To alter their convictions would not be an easy task. They were not like Shisui, who, at his age, still possessed the capacity for reflection and change. These individuals, even when aware of the truth, found themselves perpetually nudged by unseen forces, rendering them incapable of transformation, inevitably leading them down a dark path. Perhaps their internal beliefs forbade them from changing. They had clung to these convictions for a lifetime. If one's disposition could be altered by mere words, it would indeed be rather implausible. After all, each individual harbors certain convictions within, often clinging to them despite their potential fallibility, as I find myself inexplicably drawn to legs, even when I acknowledge the absurdity of it. Yuan silently mused upon this thought before his gaze fell upon Shizuki, who awaited him at the door, prompting a smile to grace his lips. "Thank you." Yuan approached and spoke directly. "It's merely a matter of urgency. You may rest a while before we commence our endeavors. There is no time for respite. The affairs of my clan render my quarters restless," Shizuki replied, shaking his head earnestly. "I overheard your conversation. Yuan, you are truly remarkable." Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at Shizuki's earnestness. He had no desire to be embroiled in such troublesome matters, had it not been for this insufferable system forcibly binding him. He might have long since fled to a tranquil sanctuary far from Konoha. There, he could bask in the sun, enjoying the pleasures of life, perhaps even fishing by the river, relishing in the ease and comfort of it all. Instead, he found himself embroiled in the relentless pursuit of eliminating the Cloud Shinobi and the Mist Shinobi, while simultaneously donning the guise of a political instructor, imparting materialist dialectics to Shizuki, and masquerading as a spiritual guide, offering him motivational platitudes and grand visions. Furthermore, he had to devise intricate plans and engage in discussions with that troublesome elder about the future. Such a convoluted array of responsibilities was both numerous and burdensome. Were it not for the preservation of his own life, Yuan would have gladly let others do as they pleased. It is hardly anything extraordinary. All of this is for the tranquility of our clan and the stability of our village. Though internally disgruntled, Yuan was adept at uttering the necessary platitudes. However, I maintain my stance. One must strike a balance. An unyielding tension will only lead to fractures and disintegration. Learning to rest is paramount. Very well, but I may need to return to the Anbu in a few days. Shizuki sighed softly before continuing. Once I rejoin the Anbu, my time will be significantly curtailed, even if I desire to withdraw. The procedures require time, hence my urgency. Yuan understood the daunting demands of Anbu missions, even without having served in the ranks. The frequent disappearances of Shizuki and Itachi were telling. Their absences were not mere days, but sometimes stretched into weeks or even months. At this critical juncture for the clan, Shizuki's return to the Anbu would plunge him into a whirlwind of responsibilities, leaving him unable to manage many matters or foresee Yuan's subsequent actions, leading to understandable anxiety. Yet, this was the consequence of his own choices. Who could he blame? Yuan had contemplated employing the most direct and forceful methods, such as unleashing the Mangekyō Sharingan within the clan to eliminate those who defied him, thereby compelling Uchiha Fugaku to abdicate. After all, the Uchiha clan was notorious for its rebellious nature. Perhaps this approach could resolve the issues at hand. However, while such an action could secure power, forcing submission through sheer strength would yield unpredictable repercussions. Even if Shizuki were to consent, the aftermath would not be something Yuan wished to confront. That a threat remains potent only as long as it is unexecuted. Once the blow is struck, all that remains is pain and resentment. This is why, despite recognizing the efficacy of such a method, Yuan had scarcely considered it, and his desire to confront the various factions within his clan was minimal if time could rewind to a few years prior. Before the Night of the Nine Tails, when Orochimaru still roamed the village, Yuan would have acted without hesitation, easily deflecting blame onto Konoha or Orochimaru himself. Back then, during the fourth Hokage's tenure, Minato had no animosity towards the Uchiha. Under his watch, they thrived. However, the landscape had irrevocably shifted, and such tactics were no longer viable. Should Yuan adopt a cold, arrogant demeanor akin to Danzo, he would surely incite instinctive resistance from all. No one wishes to dwell in the shadows of fear. This is a matter of human nature, not strength. Moreover, such actions would not garner loyalty, Without unity of purpose, how could one instigate a revolution? The Mangekyō Sharingan, after all, is not an omnipotent tool. With a sigh, Yuan recognized that this was precisely why he adhered to decorum. That of course, should circumstances develop beyond the point of no return, he would disregard these trivialities. His own life was now entwined with that of his clan. Allowing them to act recklessly was simply unacceptable. If they were to perish, it would be a grievous loss for him. Rather than wait for Konoha to eliminate everyone, it would be far more prudent for Yuan to take matters into his own hands. At least by doing so, those who fell would contribute to the future strength of the clan. With this resolve solidifying within him, Yuan recognized that he had indeed contemplated such actions before. However, after today's encounters, he was resolute in his convictions. As the saying goes, one must first offer courtesy before resorting to force. If reason fails to resonate, one must not be surprised by the consequences. You may handle the Anbu matters as you see fit. If you choose to withdraw, then so be it, Yuan stated after a moment of contemplation. I appreciate your efforts, Shizuki. I understand. I will manage these affairs diligently. Shizuki nodded earnestly, then glanced at Yuan as he began to step outside. Curiosity piqued. Where are you off to at this hour? Naturally, I wish to practice my swordsmanship and abilities. Would you care to be my sparring partner? Ah, that makes sense, and no wonder you are so formidable. It seems you have been diligently training. Very well. I shall inform my superiors and join you shortly. I will be at Training Ground 3. Do remember to bring a shinobi blade. Though Yuan found the prospect of training at such a late hour somewhat eccentric, he was too restless to sleep. The events of the day had been overwhelming, making it difficult for him to process. First, he encountered his former teammate, Nara Kanashi, who discreetly advised him to escape while he could. Then, he crossed paths with Naruto, exchanging playful banter. Finally, he was summoned to meet with Uchiha Yu, where a plethora of matters were discussed. It was fair to say that today had been rather eventful, and aside from Naruto, the other incidents required serious contemplation. Given that he had intended to train earnestly today, and with Shizuki conveniently available, Yuan decided to enlist him as a training partner. This would not only strengthen their bond, but also allow him to acclimate to his new abilities. Truly a twofold benefit. He silently mused this. He soon arrived at Training Ground 3, perhaps due to the late hour. The area was deserted, illuminated solely by the moonlight, which cast a serene glow upon the ground. However, upon stepping inside, Yuan's brow furrowed. He sensed an unsettling atmosphere within the training ground. Though he had never been particularly adept at sensing danger, 15 years of existence in this world had honed his instincts to be acutely aware of impending threats. Pausing, Yuan began to scan his surroundings, curious as to who might be seeking to trouble him. Could it be the Uchiha? That seemed unlikely. Given their internal strife, they would not act so recklessly. Perhaps it was someone from Konoha? Yet, he had not provoked them. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had interacted with Naruto today, but it had been a mere exchange of words. Could it be that Konoha had grown so vigilant? Or that their animosity towards the Uchiha had escalated to this extent? Come forth. Do not skulk about like wretched vermin, Yuan called out, his mind already primed for battle. The covert approach of whoever was behind him made it difficult for him to believe their intentions were benign. Regrettably, Yuan's words seemed to have elicited no response, which led him to question whether he had misjudged the situation. However, Yuan was not inclined to let this slide. He took a deep breath and drew forth several shuriken. His eyes turning a vivid crimson in an instant, his gaze swept the surroundings, assessing the most probable locations of concealment. With the aid of his Sharingan, he quickly identified several potential hiding spots and, without the slightest hesitation, hurled his shuriken towards those areas with remarkable speed. He did not employ any special techniques this time, as it was unnecessary. After all, this was Konoha, and Yuan could not afford to act recklessly. The shuriken swiftly pierced the designated hiding spots, and the next moment, the sound of metal clashing resonated through the night, accompanied by fleeting sparks in the darkness. As these sounds echoed, several figures suddenly leaped from their concealment. Confirming Yuan's suspicions, clad in black ninja combat attire adorned with silver armor on their chests and donning animal masks, these individuals unmistakably bore the hallmarks of the Anbu. Anbu? Yuan inquired curiously. Though he was uncertain if they truly belonged to that elite group, nevertheless, he had an inkling that this encounter might be related to his earlier interaction with Naruto. Uchiha Yuan, you will accompany us, declared the leading Anbu in a flat tone, his voice mechanical and devoid of emotion, sending a chill down Yuan's spine. If you wish for me to accompany you, You ought to clarify your identity. Yu Yuan retorted, unfazed by the man's words, as he still had certain matters to confirm. Moreover, if you expect me to go with you, a reason is warranted. We do not require a reason to act. The Anbu replied bluntly, his tone growing even colder, akin to a biting winter wind that chilled to the bone. You have two choices. Either you come with us quietly, or we will take you by force. Initially taken aback by this uncompromising stance, Yu Yuan soon found himself laughing involuntarily, as he had now discerned the true nature of these individuals, familiar with Shisui and aware of the Anbu's operational methods. He knew they only acted with just cause. They would not apprehend someone without proper justification. However, there existed another faction that was far less scrupulous. They would seize individuals without needing an explanation. Dispatching adversaries with naught but the phrase, "You threaten the safety of Konoha" as justification, this realization dawned upon him. Yu Yuan's expression turned dangerous. Danzo was the character he despised most in the original narrative. Without exception, a man who wore a mask of righteousness while spouting ideology, yet whose heart was filled with ulterior motives, such individuals were universally reviled. Without further ado, Yu Yuan assumed a combat stance. Fully aware that his identity would not be recognized by the rude operatives in a sense, this worked to his advantage. He could define these men as impostors masquerading as Anbu. It seems you have misunderstood my background. I count Anbu among my acquaintances, he declared, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, his chakra surging within him, his voice deepening with intensity. The Anbu do not operate as you do, while I am unaware of your motives. Impersonating Anbu is a grave offense. Are you unwilling to accompany us? The leading operative observed Yu Yuan's demeanor without a hint of concern, as if delivering a mere procedural statement, with a subtle wave of his hand. He ordered, in that case, eliminate him. Upon the command, the remaining root ninjas surged forward without hesitation. Observing their approach, Yu Yuan recognized that this confrontation would not end peacefully. His aversion to Danzo intensified, as he regarded the man as a troublesome instigator. Yet, since he had sent his subordinates to their demise, Yu Yuan felt no remorse for what was to come. As he pondered this, the three tomo in his eyes began to whirl with increasing speed. A smile crept across his face as he disregarded the oncoming ninjas, softly murmuring, "You insect-like fools, today you shall witness the power of the Uchiha." In an instant, the three tomo fused into a single entity. And the oppressive, destructive chakra erupted forth. The moment the Mangekyō Sharingan activated, Yu Yuan experienced an overwhelming sensation of omnipotence, as if everything lay within his grasp. In that moment, he perceived the trajectories of his enemies' movements, their attack directions, even the strength and intentions behind their strikes, all laid bare before him. This sensation was profoundly exhilarating, and Yu Yuan began to understand why Uchiha Madara, upon being reincarnated during the Fourth Great Ninja War, dared to challenge the allied shinobi forces single-handedly with merely his Sharingan. He possessed such formidable strength. However, Madara had only utilized the three tomo during his confrontation, relying solely on taijutsu and jinjutsu until he reached a certain threshold of exertion, at which point he began employing ninjutsu after being forced off the battlefield by Temari's wind techniques. Yu Yuan found it unfathomable to conceive Madara's level of power, for it surpassed the limits of humanity itself. Nonetheless, he harbored hopes for the future. Although he currently lagged far behind Madara and lacked brothers, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan remained an elusive dream. Yet, as a transmigrant, Yu Yuan was acutely aware of Madara's evolutionary path. Furthermore, he possessed something Madara lacked, the duality of love and hatred embodied by the system's external assistance. Without this advantage, he would likely not have even attained the Mangekyō Sharingan. Indeed, he would have fled long ago, as Nara Shikamaru had suggested. However, it was precisely because of this system that he found himself ensnared by this nearly extinct clan, compelled to devise every possible means to save it. With a gentle shake of his head, Yu Yuan banished all distracting thoughts, immersing himself completely in the state of combat. Originally, he had intended to train with Shisui to familiarize himself with the Mangekyō, but now that trouble had sought him out, he felt no need for courtesy. The moment Yu Yuan activated the Mangekyō, the leading ninja's tone shifted, revealing a hint of surprise that Yu Yuan could sense his shock and unease. Yet regrettably, the mask obscured any visible expression. At that moment, the first root ninja lunged at Yu Yuan, his kunai aimed viciously at him. In that instant, Yu Yuan's right eye spun rapidly, the power of reversal surging quietly as his body sprang into action. He had already discerned the trajectory of the man's attack, allowing him to deftly evade with a slight shift of his body. Yet, this mere adjustment ensured that the root ninja's blade did not graze Yu Yuan in the slightest. Buzz, unbeknownst to him, a shuriken materialized in Yu Yuan's hand as he sidestepped the root ninja's assault. The shuriken flew at an uncanny angle towards the operative. Their figures crossed, and the root ninja suddenly collapsed to the ground. Clutching his throat with both hands, blood oozing through his fingers at that moment, another root ninja surged forward, brandishing his weapon with deadly intent, while Yu Yuan once again deftly evaded, swiftly tossing the shuriken from his right hand to his left. His crimson gaze locked onto the approaching operative, who froze in place, paralyzed by fear, as Yu Yuan's left hand thrust the shuriken forward, piercing through the man's chest. In merely a fleeting few seconds, Yu Yuan had already dispatched 2 root ninjas, a feat that instilled a sense of trepidation in the remaining operatives. Each root ninja had undergone rigorous training, with only the most exceptional, 1 in 100, being deemed fit for mission execution. Devoid of independent thought or emotion, they functioned solely as tools of assassination, relentless killing machines whose sole focus was the completion of their tasks, rendering all else insignificant. Yet, before them stood a youth who appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, effortlessly eliminating 2 of their own. This unexpected display sent ripples of shock through their ranks. However, it was clear they would not abandon their mission. Their pause was not to retreat, but to recalibrate their strategy. Yu Yuan, curious to observe their next move, noted that the effects of the Dauphin Ocular technique exceeded his expectations. Although his original taijutsu was commendable, achieving such prowess was no simple feat. Yet now, he found himself capable of executing these maneuvers with remarkable ease. Indeed, the Dauphin technique resembled a form of sage mode, enhancing his abilities in a significant manner. Upon witnessing this technique, Yu Yuan had previously speculated its potential, yet lacked the opportunity to test it, relegating his conjectures to mere hypotheses. He understood all too well that practice is the only true measure of truth. As he employed the technique, he discerned a peculiar power flowing quietly within his eyes, its consumption rate not as severe as he had anticipated. Could this be ocular power? Yu Yuan mused internally, convinced that this was indeed the fabled ocular energy. The depletion and consumption of this power could lead to the blinding of the Sharingan, a reality Yu Yuan could not afford to overlook. He observed, however, that the simple use of the Mangekyō Sharingan, or its combination with the Dauphin technique alongside taijutsu and genjutsu, did not seem to drain his energy as significantly as he had feared. This revelation was undoubtedly good news for Yu Yuan, although he remained uncertain about the limits of Dauphin's capacity and would need to conduct further experimentation. Ultimately, the effectiveness of his ninjutsu, as well as the synergy with his skills and Susanoo, would dictate the outcome. According to the feedback from his Mangekyō, Dauphin had the potential to enhance all techniques. Furthermore, the skills obtained through the system had been somewhat localized, allowing for a natural synergy with Dauphin. Similarly, ocular techniques fell within the broader category of jutsu. His other eye possessed the Uzamitsu ability, which could reduce the difficulty of utilizing Susanoo. Yu Yuan could sense a voice beckoning him from within his consciousness, especially after activating the Mangekyō Sharingan. The voice had grown more pronounced. He understood that this must be his inner guardian, the embodiment of Uchiha Yu Yuan's protective spirit, his Susanoo. However, this was not the time to summon Susanoo. His priority was to swiftly eliminate the adversaries before him. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the root ninjas had repositioned, encircling Yu Yuan once more. In the next heartbeat, they advanced toward him, their assault meticulously coordinated. From every angle, they provided support and cover for one another. The formation was commendable, yet they seemed to have overlooked one crucial detail. A smile crept across Yu Yuan's face as he gazed at the unfolding scene. I am not just any Uchiha. With that declaration, chakra surged within him, and in that moment, he stood as if a harbinger of destruction. For a typical Uchiha, being besieged would indeed be a formidable challenge, as few could withstand the onslaught of the Sharingan in one-on-one combat. Only those who could avoid direct eye contact or employ techniques like the mist concealment to obscure the Sharingan's gaze stood a chance. Thus, in most scenarios, surrounding an opponent with the Sharingan was a sound strategy. Yet, as Yu Yuan had stated, he was no ordinary Uchiha. He wielded the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, choosing not to evade with the Sky Dance technique. He faced over 10 root ninjas alone, a seemingly perilous endeavor. Strangely, however, Yu felt no pressure whatsoever, even as these elite operatives employed their formidable combat skills. Under the keen insights of the Mangekyō Sharingan, none could escape his notice, and with the aid of Dauphin, his speed had increased markedly. The sound of blades slicing through the air echoed continuously as Yu danced through the fray, appearing to be at a disadvantage yet sustaining no injuries, like a butterfly flitting through a tempest of steel. He moved with grace and ease, each motion narrowly avoiding lethal strikes, rendering his opponent's attacks futile. Yet mere evasion was not Yuan's style. He awaited the opportune moment to counterattack. Such an opportunity did not keep him waiting long. As the root ninjas grew increasingly anxious, sensing their inability to overpower him, Yuan seized his chance. Perceiving the trajectory of their assaults, he executed a deft maneuver, evading their collective onslaught. In an instant, he produced a kunai from his left hand and, with blinding speed, plunged it into the chest of the nearest advancing root ninja. The piercing scream reverberated through the training ground, and in tandem with this cry, Yuan's right hand grasped another root ninja's wrist. Bolstered by Dauphin, Yuan's strength surged, and he firmly restrained the ninja's hand. Noticing the kunai in the ninja's possession, Yuan twisted sharply, the sound of splintering bone echoing ominously in his ears in the next heartbeat. He pivoted, using the momentum to hurl the incapacitated ninja's kunai directly into the chest of yet another adversary. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A root ninja positioned behind Yuan seized the opportunity, disregarding his teammate as he unleashed a jutsu. Naive. Yet, as the fierce gust of wind surged forth, Yuan merely glanced back, leaping backward with precision to evade the technique. However, several nearby root ninjas, caught off guard, were swept away by the gale, and as they crashed to the ground, Yuan's kunai was already soaring toward them. The scent of blood thickened in Training Ground 3. In a matter of mere minutes, Yuan had faced the relentless assault of these elite root ninjas without sustaining any harm. Conversely, several of their finest had already succumbed to his prowess. The leading root ninja, engaged in the fray, gazed at Yuan, who moved like a butterfly amidst the storm, his emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. As a captain, he had access to a wealth of information and intelligence, particularly in light of Danzo's various maneuvers against the Uchiha clan. The root ninjas had surely gathered insights about them. He recognized that Yuan possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. Yet, the true extent of its power remained an enigma to him, for the Mangekyō had been lost to history for so long that he had never witnessed its might firsthand. However, clarity began to dawn upon him, so this is the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Even when faced with overwhelming odds, confined in space by a coordinated assault, Yuan demonstrated an effortless mastery. Every attack was anticipated, dodged, and even countered. Such perceptiveness was far beyond that of the standard Sharingan. At that moment, Yuan suddenly seized hold of a root ninja advancing toward him, gripping his throat firmly yet refraining from delivering a swift end. "Allow me to borrow your blade for a moment." As the kaleidoscope turned gently, a root ninja wielding a blade inadvertently locked eyes with Yuhara, who was momentarily taken aback. The long knife in his hand was effortlessly seized, and a single stroke sent blood splattering. However, instead of launching an immediate attack with the stolen ninja blade, Yuhara abruptly halted. He flicked the blood off the weapon and cast a calm gaze over the remaining root ninjas. "Having played with you for quite some time, I believe this charade is drawing to a close," he declared. The term charade encapsulated Yuhara's perception of this confrontation, a definition that blatantly disregarded the root ninja's worth. The leader of the root, sensing the shift in Yuhara's demeanor, felt a twinge of uncertainty. He was unsure of Yuhara's ulterior motives, yet he comprehended that trouble was undoubtedly brewing. At this juncture, thoughts of retreat began to form in his mind. Yuhara was proving to be an exceptionally tenacious adversary, endowed with those remarkably unique eyes. Such intelligence warranted immediate communication back to his superiors. Suddenly, Yuhara's body began to ascend into the sky, causing the surviving root ninjas to realize with dread that he possessed the ability to fly. This revelation made them acutely aware that if Yuhara truly intended to escape, they were utterly powerless to impede him. As he soared above, Yuhara clenched the ninja blade between his teeth, his hands swiftly forming seals. Meanwhile, the kaleidoscope in his right eye spun rapidly once more. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. A torrent of chakra surged forth, overwhelming the surviving root ninjas, and in the next instant, 3 colossal fire dragons erupted from the ground. The sheer size of these fire dragons far exceeded their understanding of fire-style techniques. They had never witnessed such gargantuan manifestations of the great fire dragon. Most alarmingly, these 3 fire dragons completely sealed off their escape routes. I said this charade must end. Yohara's voice resonated as the root ninjas huddled together in despair. He stood above them, one hand raised high with the blade, as the chakra within him pulsed ominously. The fierce, bloodthirsty chakra made it clear that it was wind style, yet the combination of wind style and swordplay left them bewildered as to Yohara's intentions at that moment. Yohara broke into a smile. Have you ever felt the razor's edge from Mitsai? In a heartbeat, he descended like a water bird. The ninja blade in his hand shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, as countless wind blades danced around him. Secret technique. Waterbirds dance. The sharp edges of the blades, accompanied by the terrifying wind, swept across the ground, even shattering the fire dragons Yohara had unleashed moments before. Yohara landed gracefully, and behind him lay the utterly dismantled remains of the root ninjas. Under the onslaught of the waterbirds' dance, Yohara was uncertain if any of them could still be considered whole. However, he was certain that none would escape the wrath of his attack. Having been forced to perish countless times in his past life while playing games, Yohara possessed profound insights into the power of this technique that in reality. Unlike the games where resurrection was possible and one could endure numerous strikes without being cleaved in two, now the root ninjas faced true dismemberment beneath his blade. Only those who had consumed the splitting fruit, like Buggy, could hope to survive such an onslaught. Presently, his only concern was whether anyone had remained on the periphery, observing the chaos unfold. Yet, he deemed this a trivial matter. Even if someone had witnessed him eliminate this multitude of root ninjas, Yohara remained the true victim. If he were captured or killed, the incident would cease to progress. The Uchiha clan might be coerced into rebellion, which was likely what Konoha desired most. The village. It could not openly turn against its internal clans. After all, the establishment of the village hinged upon the support of these prominent families. If one were to assault the Uchiha today, would it not follow that tomorrow they would target the Hyuga or the Inuzuka clans as well? Although the Uchiha and Konoha had experienced severe rifts, the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha separation were not lost on the heads of these great clans. They could not afford to act first. Any aggression would necessitate a valid justification. Ideally, it would be best if the Uchiha turned against themselves, such as if a rogue Uchiha ninja went mad and slaughtered his entire clan, thereby leaving Konoha with no apparent connections to the incident. However, with Yohara still alive, the burden fell squarely upon the shoulders of the root. Attacked without provocation, and the assailant not being a member of the Anbu, it was abundantly clear who was responsible for the chaos. The root could not feign innocence, for the ground was littered with the dismembered bodies of their comrades. If it had been a cordial invitation for tea, would such a multitude have been necessary? The remnants of the scene indicated that this encounter was anything but a friendly visit. Furthermore, given the commotion he had stirred, it would not be long before others arrived on the scene. At that point, Yohara was keen to observe how they would extricate themselves from this predicament. Although Yohara's intent in employing fire style was to leave the root ninjas with no avenue of escape, he was not naive. He understood the necessity of drawing attention to himself to maintain the facade of an innocent party. Besides, he was already simmering with frustration. His mere interaction with Naruto had not been as straightforward as with others. He pondered why Shisui had yet to arrive. Yet, Yohara quickly dismissed these thoughts, focusing instead on reflecting upon his prior battle and assessing the state of his kaleidoscope Sharingan. This encounter marked his first complete utilization of the kaleidoscope in combat, and he had garnered significant benefits from it. The counterpath technique indeed aligned with Yohara's expectations. Even when employing the aerial technique granted by the system, counterpath still provided remarkable enhancements. When applied to ninjutsu, the improvements were distinctly observable. Yohara was confident that with continued practice, he would eventually rival Uchiha Madara in power, capable of immobilizing countless ninjas with merely a great fire extinguishment. Moreover, with the addition of the aerial technique, he was well on his way to becoming a strategic aerial assault machine. However, he noted that while using ninjutsu, the energy consumption of the counterpath began to escalate. Although it remained within his limits, it served as a reminder to exercise caution. Through this experience, Yohara discovered that the depletion of his ocular power was not as rapid as he had feared. When he activated the kaleidoscope without employing any ocular techniques, the energy expenditure was nearly negligible. While there was a risk of cumulative fatigue, he believed he could sustain its use for many years, provided he refrained from emulating Uchiha Sasuke. Observing Uchiha Itachi, who had utilized his eyes for so long without succumbing to blindness, and Uchiha Madara, who had withstood prolonged battles against Senju Hashirama, reinforced this belief. Thus, the judicious application of ocular techniques was crucial, and Yahara remained confident that the system would assist him in addressing any issues that arose. If it failed to do so, what purpose would it serve in binding him to this clan? Yahara retained faith in the system's capabilities. After all, it had enabled him to awaken the kaleidoscope and attain his current strength without compromising his well-being. For this reason alone, he was inclined to trust the system. Moreover, given the system's penchant for rewarding him with skills reminiscent of those from League of Legends, it seemed plausible that his chances of acquiring the eternal kaleidoscope were quite high. After all, many of the champions in that realm possessed passive abilities capable of enhancing one's own prowess or evolving a specific skill. Not merely enhancement, but even rebirth is possible, albeit one may transform into an egg. Ultimately, it allows for one's revival. Furthermore, upon activating the kaleidoscope this time, I can sense the latent power of my other eye stirring restlessly, and I truly perceive the presence of Susanoo. Susanoo, indeed, represents the most formidable power of the Uchiha clan. In the eyes of Yahara, this power is unparalleled in its extremity. Although the kaleidoscope can conjure a plethora of enigmatic abilities, such as the allure of spatial manipulation, when it comes to ultimate destructive and defensive capabilities, Susanoo can confidently claim the second position. Yahara cannot fathom who could possibly claim the first. It appears that I must thoroughly contemplate my Susanoo henceforth, as I can inherently diminish its activation difficulty. And I possess Dao Fan to amplify its might. Should I fail to grasp this well, it would be a disservice to my own abilities. Yahara pondered in silence when he suddenly noticed Shisui hurrying towards him from not far away. Not only him, but several other leaf ninjas were also rushing over. What could be the matter? Having returned home, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow upon hearing the commotion from outside. The duties of the Hokage are undeniably demanding, particularly for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is an exceedingly self-assured individual. He believes he can manage everything in Konoha with impeccable order. Thus, nearly all documents of Konoha pass through his hands for his judgment. Undoubtedly, due to his approach, he may not be the strongest Hokage in Konoha's history, but he is certainly among those who wield the most power. Perhaps only his mentor, the second Hokage, surpasses him in strength. In recent years, Sarutobi Hiruzen has faced numerous matters, particularly after he compelled Hinata Hizashi to surrender Hinata Hayashi, which thrust him into a whirlwind of busyness. On one hand, he must exert various efforts to restore Konoha's credibility. His actions regarding Hizashi have undermined Konoha's reputation throughout the ninja world. This blow has also drastically reduced Konoha's mission share, compelling Sarutobi Hiruzen to work tirelessly to restore Konoha's image in the ninja realm. On the other hand, he faces pressure from the Hyuga clan. In truth, it is not only the Hyuga clan. Likely, the entire village's ninja families harbor some discontent towards him. To speak frankly, there is a certain degree of hostility. If he dares to act against the Hyuga, who knows whose head the blade will fall upon next? The death of one rabbit brings sorrow to the fox. This is an inevitable truth. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not without means to address the situation. To ensure peace in Konoha and maintain the stability of these clans, the best approach would be to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. What could be more disconcerting than the disappearance of a family that is both disliked and unstable, especially when he possesses ample intelligence? Nevertheless, such actions are absolutely unacceptable for a Hokage to preserve the village's stability. He must also exhibit a conciliatory demeanor from all angles. Thus, at this moment, Danzo's value is thoroughly realized. Although all of this stemmed from his compromise in surrendering Hizashi, he does not regret his course of action. He is acutely aware of the choices between war and peace. A fleeting moment of weakness and compromise could provide Konoha with a chance for recovery, and he would not hesitate. For Konoha, even infamy is something he could endure. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the door to Sarutobi Hiruzen's chamber was rapped upon, and soon an Anbu ninja swiftly entered upon receiving his permission. This Anbu, with silver hair, knelt upon one knee after entering. His voice steady and deep. Hokage-sama, a fire has erupted at training ground number 3, caused by human intervention. Human intervention? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, then continued, You must have more information. Speak. And let me understand the situation. Indeed, Hokage-sama. The Anbu nodded, then continued. According to intelligence, there has been an attack on Uchiha Yu. However, all assailants were eliminated by Uchiha Yu. Many leaf ninjas have already rushed over, and based on the scene's description, the defeated were a group disguised as Anbu. Uchiha Yu was attacked. Has that boy returned? Sarutobi Hiruzen mused. The presence of imposters disguised as Anbu raised his alarm. Is there any other information? Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu continued. According to reports, Uchiha Yu dined at Ichiraku Ramen today and had a conversation with Naruto at this juncture. Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped the entirety of the situation, the so-called imposters masquerading as Anbu were. In fact, root ninjas. Danzo is indeed attempting to corner Uchiha Yu. The Uchiha possess Anbu among their ranks, and the operational styles of the Anbu differ significantly from those of Root, even if Uchiha members suspect Root's involvement. Should Yuhara remain elusive, all responsibility can simply be deflected. The Uchiha, enduring such a grievous injustice, might just enact some impulsive retaliation. This moment could serve as an opportunity for Konoha to strike back, even inciting those within the Uchiha clan who purportedly favor peace to clash with the more radical factions. Yet, while the notion is appealing, reality is indeed harsh. The fact that all of Danzo's agents have been eliminated presents quite a conundrum. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples in frustration, then rose, stating, in that case, I shall go and investigate. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu nodded, preparing to depart, only to be called back by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Has Danzo arrived? He was already there when I came. How's the situation on their end? It seems to have escalated into a standoff. Yuhara, are you certain of your assertions? Shisui observed the numerous shattered bodies strewn across the ground, their garments torn and tattered. He swallowed hard, unable to ascertain the exact number of casualties as the bodies were too mangled, yet he knew there were at least 10 or more. The fact that Yuhara single-handedly dispatched such a number, and so brutally, attests to his terrifying strength. What is even more alarming is the attire of these individuals, clearly resembling that of Anbu. Not only Shisui, but the multitude of leaf ninjas accompanying him stood in stunned silence. Many among them had already begun to encircle Yuhara. Such brutality inflicted upon Anbu by Yuhara could hardly be deemed a favorable occurrence. It could even be described as utterly atrocious. However, when Yuhara elucidated the circumstances, Shisui and the observing ninjas could not help but furrow their brows. Otherwise what? Yuhara shrugged, a look of helplessness crossing his face. You are from Anbu, and I am naturally familiar with some of Anbu's operational protocols. If these individuals truly sought me out, they would not dispatch so many. It is evident they were prepared to engage. Indeed, Shisui nodded in agreement with Yuhara's words. The gathered ninjas also breathed a sigh of relief. Even if they had never interacted with Anbu, they understood one thing. Such a large-scale operation was clearly not merely for inquiries or investigations. It aimed to eliminate a target. Everyone, disperse. Just then, a voice rang out, followed by the entrance of an ominous old man wrapped in bandages. Yuhara and Shisui exchanged glances, both frowning at the sight of this man. Though their reasons for discontent differed, it was clear they both held a disdain for this elder. For this man is Shimura Danzo. Danzo surveyed the surroundings, his expression darkening, then coldly glared at Yuhara and Shisui, silently admonishing, Uchiha Yuhara, how dare you unleash such violence upon Konoha's Anbu? Do you even consider yourself a ninja of Konoha? Who are you to speak so boldly here? Upon hearing Danzo's words, Yuhara couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He disregarded Shisui's attempts to intervene and disdainfully replied, Am I not a leaf ninja? It seems that is not for you to decide, is it? Or perhaps it is up to me. You may test that if you wish. Everyone, follow my orders and apprehend him. Danzo's irritation towards Yuhara was palpable, as he commanded all the ninjas present to take action. However, it was unfortunate that Shimura Danzo was merely that, Shimura Danzo. As the head of Konoha's root, he seldom made appearances. Consequently, most of the ninjas present hardly recognized him, leaving them unwilling to heed his commands. At this moment, a mocking smile crept onto Yuhara's face, and in that instant, his chakra surged, his eyes transforming into a vivid crimson. They bark orders here without grasping the situation or understanding what has transpired. Who do they think they are? The Hokage? Do they believe themselves to be the Hokage? Yuhara's words dripped with sarcasm, yet this very statement silenced Danzo, igniting a fierce flame within him. The loss of over 10 subordinates had already put Danzo in a foul mood. and Yahara's provocation set his anger ablaze. The title of Hokage had always been Danzo's dream, an aspiration he had pursued tirelessly yet could never attain. To secure the position of Hokage, he had even resorted to assassinating his old friend, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet he could never forget the day he proudly sat upon the Hokage's throne, envisioning Konoha's future flourishing under his leadership, only to find his old friend, Hiruzen Sarutobi, quietly standing behind him, gravely saying, "Danzo, you have overstepped. I am the Hokage." Those words, spoken so plainly, were etched indelibly into his heart. He knew that as long as Hiruzen Sarutobi lived, he would never ascend to the Hokage's seat. And today, this accursed young Uchiha had the audacity to utter such words in front of everyone. How could Danzo not be enraged? How could he not feel threatened? It seemed his opportunity to become Hokage was slipping away. And this was certainly not something a mere Uchiha brat could cavalierly comment upon. In that moment of extreme fury, Danzo paradoxically became calm, his solitary eye coldly fixed on Yahara, his tone chillingly frosty. "The truth is as I see it. You have eliminated so many Anbu yet wish to evade responsibility. Indeed, I am not the Hokage, but I am a leaf ninja, and for Konoha's sake, I must capture you. Even eliminate you, seize him." With Danzo's command, the root ninjas accompanying him sprang into action. This spectacle caused all the leaf ninjas present to flinch, and Shirsue's expression darkened. Yahara, however, regarded Danzo with surprise. This man appeared composed. Yet was he truly incensed? With over 10 root ninjas attacking him, the inevitable outcome was death. Did he genuinely believe that 3 root ninjas could subdue him? Or did he presume that, in front of such a multitude, he would refrain from unleashing his full wrath? A flurry of possibilities raced through Yahara's mind, and he was somewhat bemused if their intent was merely to capture him. Then should he act with lethal intent? It would spell trouble. Or perhaps, to do so would mean falling right into this old man's trap. However, since they had already struck at him, how could Yahara simply stand idly by, gripping his ninja blade tightly? He resolved to assess the situation before proceeding. Should their aim be mere capture, he would respond appropriately. If they harbored malicious intent, he would teach them a lesson. Yet, to Yahara's astonishment, before he could make a move, Shirsue had already charged forward. His ninja blade, previously sheathed, was now drawn in an instant, and he engaged in combat with the 3 root ninjas using body flicker technique. Witnessing this, Yahara frowned. Shirsue was being reckless. His actions were certainly ill-advised, particularly as he was an Anbu. Despite the ongoing tensions between the Anbu and Root, they would typically avoid direct conflict. Moreover, Yahara's actions could be somewhat justified, as he was entirely unaware of Root's existence. Whereas Shirsue's situation was markedly more precarious. With a resigned shake of his head, Yahara dashed into the fray. This battle was entirely different from the previous one earlier. Yahara had fought without holding back. Yet now, with so many witnesses, and given that the opponents had identified themselves as leaf ninjas, if he were to strike indiscriminately, especially when they had yet to make a lethal move, he would find himself in deep trouble. Nevertheless, both Yahara and Shirsue were formidable opponents at the level of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Even without fully unleashing their powers and lacking any coordinated strategy, they could still focus on individual targets and effectively restrain another. In such a united front, they engaged the 3 root ninjas on equal footing. Yahara could discern that although the trio's teamwork was adept, they were struggling within the constraints imposed upon them. Furthermore, he noticed that these 3 individuals likely held significant status. After all, Danzo had declared, "I might even eliminate you." Yet, they refrained from delivering lethal blows, adopting a demeanor that suggested they intended to capture him. If they did not possess a certain level of authority and insight, they would not be exchanging blows, but rather facing true hostility. "Halt! What are you all doing?" Suddenly, a booming voice resonated from afar. Upon hearing it, Yahara and Shirsue exchanged glances, instinctively retreating a step. The 3 root ninjas also ceased their actions, quietly returning to Danzo's side. The newcomer was none other than the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen approached the training ground with a solemn expression, the flames that had raged earlier extinguished by the arrival of other leaf ninjas. However, this training ground could no longer be deemed as such. It had transformed into a veritable hellscape. Nevertheless, as a Hokage forged by the crucible of war, Hiruzen surveyed the gruesome scene before him. Though this sight caused his brow to twitch, he retained his composure. ultimately directing his gaze towards Yahara. Explain, what transpired here? Whose corpses lie upon the ground? Allow me to elaborate, Hokage-sama. Shisui interjected before Yahara could respond. He stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Hiruzen before continuing. Hokage-sama. Yahara invited me to meet him at the training ground tonight to sharpen his swordsmanship. I accepted the invitation, but by the time I arrived, the events had already unfolded, and Yahara recounted everything to me. Shisui's account was succinct yet clear, showcasing the efficiency and clarity he had honed during his time in the Anbu. Yahara listened attentively, nodding in approval, while also noting that the number of leaf ninjas surrounding the scene was steadily increasing. Not just ordinary ninjas, but even clan members had arrived, including Hinata Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku. It seemed that he had inadvertently orchestrated a grand spectacle. Yahara couldn't help but find humor in the situation. The more people there were, the safer he felt. Moreover, those present were not foolish with the events of the night unfolding. Particularly Danzo's somewhat clumsy conduct. It was likely that various clans were formulating their own strategies, especially the Uchiha, who would undoubtedly have more thoughts and discussions on the matter. Thus, the situation is as follows. Hokage-sama, Shisui concluded. Once Shisui had fully conveyed the information he had received, he silently retreated to stand beside Yuan, choosing to remain silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen now genuinely felt a headache coming on. This situation was indeed as he had anticipated. The crux of the matter was that Danzo had truly made a miscalculation this time. Perhaps he acted out of good intentions, considering that a Uchiha was approaching the Nine Tails, regardless of who among them it was. Wariness would naturally arise. The events of 8 years ago seemed to linger vividly in memory, with the Sharingan in the eyes of the Nine Tails still etched clearly in his mind. No one wished for the Uchiha to have any contact with the Nine Tails. Nor did anyone desire a recurrence of the Nine Tails incident within Konoha. However, their methods of addressing such matters differed. If it were Sarutobi Hiruzen and his allies, they would observe gradually, then devise a way to inform the village that the Sharingan could control the Nine Tails. This would effectively instill greater fear and disdain towards the Uchiha, even fostering deeper suspicions. But Danzo had not taken this route. He saw this as an opportunity, one that could potentially drive the Uchiha to the brink, and thus acted without hesitation. Unfortunately for him, Danzo's plan had failed, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen in a very passive position. It appeared that everyone had underestimated Yuan, this once-renowned genius who stood alongside Shisui, casting a silent glance at Yuan. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had not anticipated Yuan's strength to reach such heights. The fact that he had dismantled over a dozen root ninjas was astounding, considering they were the elite of the root. Initially, he had hoped to leverage Shisui's relationship with Yuan and to see if he could plant another informant within the Uchiha. After all, Yuan's previous performance had been quite commendable, but after Danzo's intervention, he felt that such a possibility had vanished. I understand, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Though discomfort gnawed at him, he still adopted a stern demeanor as he turned to Yuan and earnestly inquired, "Is everything Shisui stated accurate?" Yuan. "Yes, Hokage-sama," Yuan replied promptly, standing firm. He nodded and continued in a grave tone. "Everything Shisui said is true, and the corpses of those individuals are right here. You may inspect their masks to confirm whether they belong to the Anbu." As he spoke, Yuan's expression suddenly shifted to one of anger, a performance intended for Sarutobi Hiruzen's benefit. Alternatively, we could enlist the help of the Yamanaka clan's elders to examine the memories within these individuals' heads. With everyone present, this will also serve to validate my words and allow me to discern which rat in the sewers has been scheming against me. Upon uttering these words, Yuan couldn't help but chuckle internally. His intent was to provoke Danzo deliberately, as expected. Danzo's expression shifted slightly at that moment. Even though these root ninjas were deceased, the information within their minds had diminished, and Danzo had not entrusted them with significant secrets. The very fact that they were part of the root was a colossal secret. If their identities were publicly exposed, it would lead to unprecedented trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen stiffened at Yuan's assertions, yet, as the Hokage, he maintained his composure, refusing to lose his poise. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned the appropriate course of action. That an investigation is imperative. If your claims hold merit, then these individuals were likely not ninjas of our village. Their ability to infiltrate Konoha raises numerous concerns that necessitate thorough scrutiny. This is not a matter to be taken lightly. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen succinctly defined the situation, first acknowledging Yuan's statement, then promptly refuting his suggestions. However, after articulating his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed a serious gaze upon Yuan, as if the transition between kindness and severity rested solely within his discretion. Nevertheless, Yuan, I recall that you have been AJ for over a year now. I understand your anger in the face of such events, but as AJ confronted with adversaries, particularly those who have infiltrated our village, you left not a single survivor, slaughtering them all and mangling their corpses. Do you realize how much difficulty this poses for us in tracing the origins of these foes? While the deceased may provide us with information, it pales in comparison to the value of a living witness. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words resonated with authority, yet they left Yuan momentarily speechless. There were times when Yuan considered himself rather shameless, yet in comparison to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he found himself woefully inexperienced. The practice of administering a harsh reprimand immediately after granting a favor was all too common. However, the truly remarkable aspect was how Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to invert the narrative and chastise Yuan in the process. The surrounding Konoha ninjas nodded in agreement, convinced that Yuan's actions had indeed been excessive. Even though he was a Uchiha prodigy, and despite his formidable prowess, sparing at least one survivor would have been far more prudent than rendering the corpses to such a state. Yuan could easily envision that. Following Sarutobi Hiruzen's remarks, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly acquire yet another reputation for brutality. I apologize, Hokage-sama. My swordsmanship is newly acquired, and thus not yet refined. I regret the inconvenience caused to everyone. Faced with the situation, Yuan could only offer a sincere apology, though he mentally noted the debt he owed. That he hoped that when the time came to deal with Danzo, the old man would continue to address him in such a manner. With that said, let us disperse. The remaining matters shall be handled by the Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, perceptive enough to recognize Yuan's insincere apology, chose not to dwell on the matter further. He cast one last glance at Danzo before departing without uttering a word. As Sarutobi Hiruzen left, the other Konoha ninjas followed suit. Even Uchiha Fugaku turned away after briefly observing Yuan and the others. Only Yuan, Shisui, and a few Anbu members tasked with collecting the bodies remained. Recognizing the lack of necessity to stay, Yuan decided to leave as well. After all, he had effectively achieved what he sought. He promptly took Shisui by the arm and headed towards the exit. Following the incident, neither Yuan nor Shisui harbored any intentions of training. Moreover, Shisui's heart was now rife with doubts. Once they had distanced themselves, Shisui quietly asked, were they Danzo's people? Yes. If nothing unexpected occurred, they were indeed his. Yuan nodded. However, aside from you, no one else is aware that I know of his existence, so I am free to act as I see fit. That I see, Shisui responded, relieved, yet he quickly shook his head. Indeed, they are Konoha ninjas. Yuan acknowledged Shisui's words with a nod, but soon he posed a counter-question. But have you considered what would happen if they succeeded? What would become of the Uchiha? Time passes swiftly. Standing at the threshold of his abode, Yohara gazed up at the clear azure sky, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, time had flown swiftly. After he had unleashed a flurry of water birds to teach those root ninjas a lesson in the blade of Mangekyō, a month had quietly elapsed. Within this span, numerous intriguing events had transpired. First and foremost, as Yohara had anticipated, his elimination of so many root ninjas had been perceived as excessively ruthless. Consequently, while Konoha publicly lauded his formidable prowess, it was likely that whispers of his brutality circulated in hushed tones. The words spoken by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in front of a multitude that fateful night could not easily be forgotten by those ninjas. Likewise, rumors began to circulate within Konoha regarding Yohara's peculiar stance towards the Nine Tails. Yohara needed no further contemplation. It would not be long before the village would once again echo the tales of the Sharingan being capable of controlling the Nine Tails. However, Yohara, having mentally prepared himself for this eventuality, remained unfazed, as he had already sent over a dozen of their ninjas to the afterlife. That it was only natural for the aggrieved party to indulge in idle gossip after suffering such a grievous loss. As for the notion of softly killing with a knife, while it did have a certain resonance, the Uchiha clan was already infamous. Any additional scandal would hardly matter. In truth, Yohara wished not to remain in such a passive position indefinitely. Yet, the machinery of public opinion was beyond his control. and thus he found himself powerless to alter it. Nevertheless, these considerations were of little consequence compared to the changes observed in Shisui and within the clan following that night. Shisui had indeed expressed some discontent regarding Yuhara's heavy-handedness, for he perceived those individuals as Konoha ninjas. It was only when Yuhara posed a question, if someone were to draw a blade against you, intent on your demise, would you simply await your fate? That Shisui fell into silence, ultimately refraining from further comment. After all, the deceased could not be resurrected, and lingering on past grievances held no merit. Particularly, the question posed by Yuhara compelled Shisui to engage in earnest reflection. Although Shisui still faced considerable challenges in terms of experience, his logical reasoning had significantly improved, likely due to Yuhara's month-long introduction to dialectics. After dedicating a week to contemplation, he sought out Yuhara one fateful night. That I believe I comprehend your intent. Should they succeed, the clan would undoubtedly be enraged by your demise, furious at Konoha's unrestrained actions and the consequences thereof. Konoha, too, would likely welcome such a scenario, leading to a reconcilable discord between the clan and the village, would it not? Shisui's words elicited a nod of satisfaction from Yuhara, although it had taken a week for him to arrive at this conclusion. It represented a significant advancement compared to his previous state. Yet, Shisui continued to ponder, but why would Konoha resort to such measures? Is not the Uchiha clan a part of Konoha? The fact that Shisui could articulate such a question brought Yuhara a sense of joy. Even though he had previously informed him about the tensions between the second and third Hokages, Shisui would undoubtedly seek verification, and it seemed he had begun to uncover the truth. Have I not already shared this with you? The origins of this issue stretch far into the past. I trust you have conducted your own investigations by now. In response to this inquiry, Yuhara exhibited a calm demeanor. However, his subsequent words plunged Shisui's heart into despair. Setting aside the historical context, have you not noticed the change in the Hyuga clan's demeanor since Hinata Hayashi was dispatched 5 years ago? Their attitude has grown noticeably distant. Not only the Hyuga, but many clans have begun to exhibit similar reticence, fearing they may be next in line. Moreover, you must have interacted with the root members during your time in the Anbu, correct? Those soulless beings, akin to machines, many of whom belong to bloodline clans. How do you suppose Root acquires their loyalty? Upon hearing Yuhara's words, Shisui began to grasp the implications, though he remained uncertain about how Yuhara possessed such insights into Root. He did not intend to pry further, for everyone harbored their own secrets, and digging too deeply was rarely prudent. Thus, discontent simmered among these clans regarding the third Hokage. He ought to have resigned due to the immense losses incurred during the Third Great Ninja War. Yet, following the fourth Hokage's demise, he had reclaimed power, only to now find himself embroiled in yet another crisis. The third Hokage, prioritizing his own interests and the so-called stability of the village, would undoubtedly seek solutions to these pressing issues. The most effective approach, in my opinion, would be to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and we are the most suitable targets. After all, the Uchiha clan is known for its restlessness, and they hold no affection for us. That Yuhara's words rendered Shisui utterly speechless. This conclusion was one he found exceedingly difficult to accept. Yet, in the current circumstances, it was the most logical explanation. In the days that followed, Yuhara's predictions seemed to manifest. Even without any misfortune befalling him, the clan sensed that something was amiss. Dissenting voices began to amplify within the clan, and even miscalculations sometimes bore unexpected benefits, while Yuhara maintained an outwardly untroubled demeanor. Continuing with his daily activities, Shisui understood that if this continued, a significant crisis was imminent. Uchiha Fugaku's attempts at suppression and balance were increasingly met with dissatisfaction from both hardliners and moderates. Should this persist, once one faction seized total control, it was likely that Uchiha Fugaku would unhesitatingly align with them, for it was only natural for a clan leader to side with the majority. However, how could I allow such a scenario to unfold? Yuhara mused internally. If such an event were to occur, it would signify a return to the original trajectory of events. This prospect was one Yuhara vehemently resisted. Although the night of the clan's annihilation was still a short while away, he resolved to expedite his efforts. Some matters required urgency, while others could not be delayed. He would not wait for the night of the massacre to resolve issues. Rather, he aimed to preemptively address them, thereby allowing him to manage a greater array of challenges. Today boasted splendid weather, and Yuhara hoped it would yield a favorable outcome. With this thought, he made his way toward the residence of Uchiha Zone. He intended to demand a resolution, and regardless of whether Uchiha Zone could provide an adequate response, he would ensure that this individual delivered a satisfactory answer if reasoning proved ineffective. Then he would resort to the logic of force. Although Yohara was reluctant to resort to violence, primarily due to concerns over its impact on prosperity, he had long prepared himself mentally and devised a strategy for action, should it come to that. He would prefer a swift resolution, better to suffer short-term losses than to endure prolonged agony, allowing the future to compensate for the present setbacks. With these thoughts in mind, Yohara arrived at Uchiha Zong's residence. However, upon entering, he discovered that, in addition to Uchiha Zong, there were others present. As Yohara stepped into the room and surveyed its interior, he immediately began to scrutinize every detail. Little did he anticipate that, aside from Uchiha Zong, there would be additional individuals gathered within. Yet, there was little reason for surprise. Uchiha Zong was merely one of the elder statesmen within the moderate faction, and others from this faction were also in attendance. They had convened, fully aware that Yohara's visit bore a purpose to lay all cards on the table. Upon his entrance, Yohara cast a keen eye around the room, hoping to discern whether Uchiha Zong had positioned any hidden allies, perhaps signaling for a confrontation should their negotiations falter. However, it appeared they had not assembled any such contingents. Even if they had, Yohara felt unconcerned, unless the opponent were Shisui, who could indeed complicate matters. After all, Shisui too possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan, and should a conflict arise, Yohara could guarantee he would not lose, yet victory was far from assured. "Welcome, Yohara-kun," Uchiha Zong greeted, his countenance adorned with a gentle smile. A stark contrast to their previous encounter. "Greetings, Elder Zong and esteemed elders," Yohara replied. Yohara averted his gaze, then smiled warmly as he nodded to all the elders present. However, he soon wore a perplexed expression and inquired, "I did not expect even Elder Naoki to be here. This truly takes me by surprise." Elder Uchiha Naoki appeared to be a man in his 50s, although in Yohara's perspective, this still fell within the realm of middle age. Yet, such details were inconsequential. What mattered was that in Yohara's memory, this Uchiha Naoki was a prominent figure among the hardliners. His presence here left Yohara bewildered. Could it be that the hardliners were seeking him out? Or perhaps the words he exchanged with Uchiha Zong had already reached this individual. As Yohara's mind swirled with uncertainties, Uchiha Zong timely interjected, "There is no need for surprise, Yohara-kun. It is rather embarrassing to admit. But while Naoki and I stand on opposing sides, he is my brother. Shouldn't your brother be Uchiha Kaido?" Upon hearing Uchiha Zong's words, a thought inadvertently crossed Yohara's mind, but he swiftly shook his head internally and began to contemplate other matters. To be honest, he had not anticipated that Uchiha Zong had a brother who had aligned himself with the neighboring hardliners. However, considering the Uchiha clan, or rather, the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, frequently found themselves embroiled in discord, he soon deemed this revelation unsurprising. It was becoming clearer to him why, after the death of Uchiha Shisui, the moderates had shifted their stance so rapidly despite Uchiha Itachi's presence. Perhaps, aside from their resentment and despair over Shisui's demise, Uchiha Naoki's role as Uchiha Zong's brother played a part in this transformation. Regardless, the implications of Uchiha Zong summoning Uchiha Naoki were undeniably intriguing. Now I see. I was indeed remiss. Yohara feigned enlightenment and then settled into a nearby seat. "Now, esteemed elders, I trust you are aware of my intentions for this visit. I have inquired about the individuals involved in the recent assault, and Shisui's response indicated they were ninjas from the root. I have come to understand what the root entails and what these individuals are likely engaged in. Hence, I believe the ramifications of my assault are clear to all of you, as you are the esteemed leaders and key members of our clan." His words prompted the elders present to nod in unison, fully aware of the countless disputes that had erupted over this matter in the past month. It was precisely due to this ongoing division that they had reached a decision to meet with the only two individuals in their clan possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan, who did not belong to any faction and possessed unique insights and perspectives. "We indeed grasp your intentions. Following this incident, we have come to acknowledge your perspective," one elder from the moderates spoke up after Yohara finished. "However, while we recognize your ideas, we do not endorse your ascension to clan leader. Although Shisui claimed you were the sole choice for our clan and his only option, your youth renders you lacking the experience and capability to lead a clan. Moreover, we are yet to comprehend your specific plans. What assurance do you provide us that we should place our trust in you?" The elder's remarks elicited a nod of agreement from all the other elders present, and Yohara regarded this individual with a discerning glance. Truthfully, Yohara was not incensed. The questions posed were pointed and resonated with reality. Empathizing, he realized that had he been in their position, he too would not readily concede. perhaps even disregarding the matter entirely. The fact that these old-timers were willing to sit down and discuss matters with him was already a significant concession, largely due to the intimidation wielded by the Mangekyō Sharingan. I understand that each of you considers yourselves experienced and capable. Yet, if I had not articulated these thoughts, would you have arrived at them? A faint smile graced Uchiha's lips. He felt no trepidation. For to him, this was merely an interview. Even if you could conceive of these ideas, would you dare to act upon them? Clearly, as it stands, you do not possess the courage to do so. This illustrates the disparity in vision and the youthful zeal that you seasoned veterans lack. Uchiha's words were unapologetically blunt, verging on disrespectful. Yet, he was acutely aware of his advantages and disadvantages. Although he lacked experience and a track record to inspire confidence, he possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan and the backing of Shisui's own Mangekyō. While power is not absolute, in the Uchiha clan, lacking power is unequivocally detrimental. This was the reason for Uchiha's audacity. As for my thoughts and plans, I acknowledge I may have been overly vague. Allow me to clarify further. In my view, both your moderate faction and the hardliners are excessively extreme. The moderates compromise too much. Peace achieved through appeasement is destined for demise. Without the necessary firmness, others will perceive you as easy prey, emboldening them to exploit you without restraint. Conversely, the hardliners are overly rigid, bordering on arrogance. I fail to comprehend why they believe we can shake the foundations of Konoha. While their target may only be Hirasenju, who can predict the outcome in Konoha, who among us can aid in this endeavor? Excessive compromise leads to ruin, as does excessive rigidity. Were I to become clan leader, I would amalgamate the ideas of both factions. The primary discord between the moderates and hardliners concerns our approach to Konoha. I now offer my resolution. In matters not concerning clan interests, we may adopt a conciliatory stance. However, once clan interests are at stake, we shall undoubtedly respond with the hardliners' approach. At this juncture, Uchiha paused momentarily before sagely stating, "We are all family, united in our desire for the clan's welfare. When Uchiha Madara sought to take us away, we resolutely declined. Now, should we wish to depart, it is likely our clansmen would be disinclined. Moreover, the foundation of Konoha was established through the collaboration of the Uchiha and Senju clans. Having lost so much, we must redouble our efforts to reclaim what we have lost." The sentiment of reclaiming what was lost resonated deeply within the Uchiha elders present, prompting them to draw in a collective breath. The division within the Uchiha clan into two factions was primarily driven by a shared desire to restore their lost legacy, regardless of the extent of their ideological differences or the conflicts that had emerged. This fundamental truth had remained unwavering. In truth, Uchiha's proposal to merge the ideas of both factions was not particularly innovative or astonishing. Throughout their years of infighting, many wise individuals had emerged, and similar notions had been broached within their ranks. However, as the old adage goes, conceiving an idea is one thing, while executing it and having the courage to do so is another. After years of internal strife, their discord had reached an unimaginable level. No one could genuinely voice such sentiments or take the initiative to make concessions. As time passed, they had all grown older, and their resolve to effect change had waned. Furthermore, the younger generation's differing ideologies perpetuated the cycle of conflict, rendering them even less likely to yield. Yet, Uchiha stood apart from the rest. He was a prodigy of the clan yet remained unaligned with any faction. His relationships with all were amicable, though he seldom mingled with his clansmen. This pure neutrality positioned him somewhat akin to Uchiha Fugaku. However, he was not Uchiha Fugaku, for he had genuinely remained untouched by the fray. Observing Uchiha's spirited demeanor and palpable enthusiasm, even the elders, despite their discomfort, had to concede that he spoke the truth. They were indeed aging. Indeed, we have grown old. Our concerns have multiplied, and many matters have ceased to revolve around right or wrong. Rather, due to certain stances and our own apprehensions, we have hesitated to undertake what is right. After some time, Uchiha's own finally regained his composure from Yu Yuan's words. He gazed at Yu Yuan and posed his final question. However, reconciling the thoughts of both parties was no simple task. Achieving mutual satisfaction proved to be quite challenging. Moreover, he wished to know what Yu Yuan would do if both sides were to decline. This was yet another exceedingly pragmatic inquiry, and it represented one of the most formidable obstacles in Yu Yuan's endeavor to unify the family's ideology. To put it bluntly, this was an exceptionally significant test. Yu Yuan felt a slight headache upon facing this inquiry, as he truly did not wish to divulge the truth. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, he concluded that it would be best to speak candidly about the matter, as it was also a necessary opportunity to express his own will. Having clarified all this, Yu Yuan took a deep breath, sweeping his gaze across everyone present before he slowly began to speak. Indeed, consolidating the thoughts of both parties is no easy feat therefore. In instances where critical viewpoints cannot be accepted by both sides, it is imperative that someone steps forward to make a definitive decision. Throughout this process, I have refrained from engaging in any conflicts between you and the hardliners. Thus, I am the one capable of making the most objective decisions in certain matters. A great man once proclaimed that one cannot exist without freedom, nor without discipline. It is commendable that you possess your own perspectives and ideas. This is indeed your freedom and allows you to better express your capabilities. However, when it comes to pivotal issues, discipline must prevail, for the unity of the family's ideology is indisputable. Yu Yuan's words rendered everyone present silent. His assertive stance was something they found difficult to accept, as they had become accustomed to the weakness of Uchiha Fugaku. Yet, they understood that the Uchiha clan was in dire need of a strong patriarch to reverse their fortunes, and Yu Yuan's words resonated with them on a profound level. They were unaware of the great man Yu Yuan referenced, but it was clear that the family required discipline and unity. As they pondered this, Yu Yuan spoke once more, his tone now tinged with somberness. If we cannot reach an agreement, then I will have no choice but to eliminate all of you elders. You are both too important and too dangerous. Your ideologies can influence those who follow you, and you have the power to pacify them or incite them to arms. Once you are gone, the rest will merely be disorganized fragments, and under the guidance of the two Mangekyō Sharingan, they will naturally be inclined to follow you. Do not doubt my resolve, nor my capabilities. Even if I alone am insufficient, I can enlist Shisui's aid. Rather than allowing the clan to languish or even perish under your influence, it is far better for me to eliminate you beforehand, making you the cornerstone of the family's resurgence. Yu Yuan's words resonated with a resounding conviction. He did not wish to express such sentiments, but he understood that if he were to lay all cards on the table, he must do so transparently, allowing them to comprehend his determination, a notion that was ultimately beneficial. Furthermore, Yu Yuan was somewhat confident that should he need to take action, he would not falter easily. Although he was aware that this group might outwardly acquiesce while secretly plotting against him. The overwhelming power of the Mangekyō Sharingan was no trifling matter, as evidenced by Uchiha Itachi and Obito's audacious assault on the Uchiha clan. Yu Yuan merely hoped that these individuals retain some semblance of the intention to preserve the embers, so as not to compel him into taking drastic measures. Upon hearing Yu Yuan's words, the elders' expressions darkened considerably. They had anticipated such a scenario, yet Yu Yuan's blatant declaration instilled a sense of unease within them. Even though Yu Yuan acknowledged their significance, being told to their faces that he would eliminate them was uncomfortable for anyone. Moreover, they perceived that Yu Yuan's ability to state such intentions directly suggested he was untroubled by the prospect of their covert maneuvers, affirming that he was indeed capable of executing such threats. A heavy silence enveloped the room, and after a prolonged pause, Uchiha Zone weakly broke the stillness. We understand your point. It seems we must continue to compromise for the sake of our lives. His words carried a tinge of sarcasm, yet were imbued with bitterness and resignation. In fact, prior to your arrival, we had already devised a contingency plan. We have two conditions that you must agree to. Let us hear them, Yu Yuan replied, recognizing that the matter had essentially reached a resolution, but he was curious to discern Uchiha Zone's intentions. First, upon your ascension to patriarch, Shisui must be appointed as vice patriarch. He needs to oversee your every action. If you were to act out of line, only Shisui would be able to intervene. This request momentarily took Yu Yuan aback, though he quickly nodded in acceptance. He had not anticipated that the vision he had initially proposed would be brought forth as a demand. He had no grounds to refuse. I can accept this. Yu Yuan nodded. Please continue. As for the second condition, allow me to articulate it this juncture. Uchiha Naoki interjected. We request that you visit us tonight. We need to verify a few matters. I can accommodate that. Yu Yuan acknowledged with a nod, followed by a smile. However, I suspect that your intentions extend beyond mere verification, do they not? That night, Yu Yuan accompanied Uchiha Zone and others towards the bamboo forest situated at the rear of the Uchiha clan. This bamboo grove occupied a substantial area within the battlefield of the Uchiha clan and lay in close proximity to the patriarch's residence. Most crucially, nearly all the hardline elders resided nearby. Having consented to their request, Yu Yuan felt compelled to attend. While he was somewhat surprised that Uchiha Zone chose to accompany him, he deemed it inconsequential. While Yu Yuan was aware that their invitation likely served to assess his strength, as the Uchiha clan's reverence for power was widely acknowledged, the hardliners aimed to seize control of Konoha through force, and to pacify them, one must decisively subdue them. He pondered whether there might be any treacherous intentions at play. akin to a hidden banquet. If so, Yu Yuan silently mused. Despite having harbored such thoughts since the morning and not having even sipped water upon entering, reality proved he had perhaps overthought the situation. Nevertheless, maintaining vigilance was an essential quality for a ninja, and Yu Yuan had no intention of relaxing his guard, especially while circumstances remained uncertain, for he was presently in the most precarious position. Before long, they arrived at a residence situated at the edge of the bamboo forest, where Uchiha Naoki awaited them at the door. Welcome, he stepped forward to nod at Yu Yuan, then turned his gaze to Uchiha Zo. Brother, it is a pleasure to have you here. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us proceed inside. Uchiha Zo interjected, shaking his head. Are they waiting for us inside? No, they are in the back, Uchiha Naoki replied, casting his gaze once more toward Yu Yuan. Everyone is gathered within the bamboo grove. Let us make our way there now. Neither Yu Yuan nor the elders found anything peculiar about Uchiha Naoki's words. They were all acutely aware of the theme of the night's gathering. Opting for a location that was more spacious and discreet was evidently the most prudent choice. Yu Yuan nodded gently, voicing no objections, and soon their group followed Uchiha Naoki into the depths of the bamboo forest. The bamboo grove was lush and verdant, yet under the silvery moonlight, it evoked a sense of chill and desolation. Furthermore, no one within the grove illuminated a fire. At first glance, it appeared rather eerie. Before long, they reached the central area of the bamboo grove that in this moment, Yu Yuan could distinctly perceive that a considerable number of individuals were present. However, these figures seemed to embody the elusive nature of ninjas. Strategically dispersed and cloaked in shadows, rendering it impossible for Yu Yuan to discern their appearances. Yet, upon his arrival, they immediately activated their Sharingan, the crimson light flickering ominously within the bamboo grove, amplifying an already foreboding atmosphere to an apex of terror. Nevertheless, Yu Yuan remained unfazed. He harbored little doubt that Uchiha Naoki had conveyed his words from earlier that day to them. This group evidently intended to impose their authority upon him. After all, regardless of one's decisions, being threatened invariably stirs discontent within. Thus, it is only natural to resort to seemingly outrageous actions, provided they do not pose a genuine threat, which Yu Yuan chose not to dwell upon. You are indeed Uchiha Yu Yuan. At that moment, a voice, aged yet resonant, broke the silence. The family's prodigy, possessing a newly awakened Mangekyō, prodigy? I would not presume to claim such a title. As for whether my Mangekyō is indeed newly awakened, that is not for you to judge, Yu Yuan replied with a light chuckle, nodding towards Uchiha Zo before advancing forward. Speaking as he walked, I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed, for your performance falls short of my expectations. However, it matters little. I am aware of your intentions in summoning me here, driven by the stability and future of the clan, hence my presence. Now, it is your turn to express your stance. It seems others have misjudged you. I have often heard you described as the least Uchiha-like member of the clan, yet it appears you are indeed a true Uchiha. The voice rang out once more, this time laced with a hint of mirth. You remain the proud Uchiha, albeit your pride is concealed. Such pride I admire. What a lunatic. Yu Yuan silently mused, pondering the absurdity of pride. Although he had felt a surge of elation upon discovering he was an Uchiha after his reincarnation, the clan's grim fate weighed heavily on his mind. He had long harbored aspirations of transforming the Uchiha legacy, yet his previous lack of decisive strength had rendered him powerless. This was also the reason behind his earlier desire to flee. Now, endowed with formidable power, he had no intention of indulging these individuals. Yet, his apparent lack of courtesy was misconstrued as arrogance, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Taking a deep breath, Yu Yuan gently closed his eyes. And when he opened them again, they glowed with the crimson sheen of the three-tomo Sharingan. You speak too much, he stated coolly. I have already indicated my awareness of your purpose in summoning me. I am also eager to ascertain the caliber of your elite forces. After all, you aspire to topple Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign through sheer force, intending to stand against the entirety of Konoha. At this juncture, a sardonic smile graced Yu Yuan's lips. I am quite curious to witness the extent of your strength that emboldens such ambitions. After all, Konoha awaits your move to seize the initiative, ready to retaliate. Should you fail to surpass even my threshold, I advise you to abandon such dreams, for they will only lead to the clan's self-destruction. With that, Yu Yuan unsheathed his ninja blade, striking a bamboo stalk with precision. In an instant, the bamboo was cleaved to the ground, and after measuring the dimensions, he severed it accordingly. Finally, he plunged the blade into the earth and, with a light chuckle, lifted the freshly cut bamboo pole. Matching the length of his weapon, come forth. I am prepared. If you wish to behold my Mangekyō Sharingan, Let it be under circumstances that challenge me. Do not disappoint me. I hope for your amusement. Yu Yuan's proclamation caused all the Uchiha present to furrow their brows. Such audacity transcended mere arrogance. Fortunately, Yu Yuan was indeed an Uchiha, lending his words a semblance of acceptance. However, this was contingent upon his ability to demonstrate compelling strength. Otherwise, such hubris would be met with disdain from any observer. Gradually, a dozen Uchiha ninjas emerged from the shadows of the bamboo grove. With one individual leading the charge, he fixed his gaze upon Yu Yuan. His tone devoid of warmth. Truly, you are the Uchiha genius. Your pride emanates from your very core. Yet, I wonder if you're worthy of that pride. Yu Yuan rolled his eyes at the remark, interpreting it as a veiled insult, akin to calling him the lunatic of the Uchiha clan. This sentiment left him feeling somewhat irked. However, Yu Yuan was not one to back down. He stared at this individual and shook his head. Is it just you? What do you mean? The individual, a robust young man, stepped out from the shadows. But before he could react further, Yu Yuan had already appeared before him, without granting him a moment's respite. Yu Yuan's eyes radiated an eerie power. Simultaneously, he thrust the bamboo pole forward with force. The azure chakra enveloped the pole, landing silently upon the sturdy Uchiha ninja. The latter, quick to respond, attempted to move. Yet the moment his gaze met Yu Yuan's crimson eyes, he found his mind clouded. Instantly, as Yu Yuan's bamboo pole struck him, the robust Uchiha was sent crashing to the ground. The surrounding ninjas were momentarily stupefied. Yu Yuan's decisive action exceeded their expectations. He seized the opportunity without wasting a moment on idle chatter. As they watched the fallen figure struggling to rise, their hearts raced with trepidation. Meanwhile, Yu Yuan's words sent their blood pressure soaring. My meaning is quite clear. You alone are insufficient. It's not your intention to witness my Mangekyō. Yet, with just one of you, there is no need for me to even activate it. With that, Yu Yuan's gaze swept across the assembly, and an oppressive aura erupted from him, pervading the atmosphere and causing their hearts to quicken. If this is all you can muster, you cannot even hope to impress me. As he spoke, Yu Yuan regarded them with indifference, illuminated by the moonlight, appearing utterly formidable. The gentle breeze rustled the bamboo, the sound akin to mockery directed at all present. Onward, we cannot allow this scoundrel to belittle us. Finally, a voice rang out, prompting the zealous Uchiha youth to surge forth. They roared in unison, charging towards Yu Yuan en masse. The disparity in numbers was apparent, yet in the realm of ninja combat, quantity could sometimes be rendered irrelevant by exceptional circumstances. For instance, in this very moment, a cry of agony escaped one of the ninjas upon contact. Although Yu Yuan felt a degree of trouble amidst the onslaught, it was merely a nuisance. His strength had escalated rapidly. While his prowess remained rooted in the quantity and quality of his chakra, his physical development lagged behind. However, his speed and perceptiveness had reached astonishing heights. And throughout this past month, Yu Yuan had refrained from rigorous training. Even though Shisui had yet to finalize his departure from the Anbu, Yu Yuan's training had largely revolved around research, particularly in developing Susanoo. Overall, Yu Yuan's physical skills had witnessed substantial enhancement since acquiring the Mangekyō. Even without activating his Sharingan or harnessing the power of Dihon, his abilities were not something these individuals could easily rival. Under the moonlight, Yahara danced through the crowd like a graceful butterfly, his movements seemingly effortless. Any Uchiha ninja who dared to engage with him found themselves swiftly dispatched. Even those who activated their Sharingan could not withstand the overwhelming disparity in perception. To Yahara, combat resembled a form of art, each motion both succinct and fluid. Casually discarding the bamboo staff in his hand, he deftly evaded an incoming attack from a ninja, delivering a swift punch to the most vulnerable point of an Uchiha before him. The impact sent the Uchiha flying, skillfully deflecting several of his companions in the process. The Scarlet Sharingan pivoted slightly as he deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a wooden kunai that had been thrust at his back. Clearly, these adversaries had come prepared, their choice of weaponry indicating no intentions of a mere ambush. Nevertheless, Yahara had no intention of holding back. If they wished to witness his prowess, he would oblige them. With a swift motion, he seized the wooden kunai aimed at him, along with the arm of its wielder. The Uchiha felt his arm being uncontrollably pulled in a different direction that a resounding thud echoed as another Uchiha was struck squarely in the chest by the kunai, sent hurtling backward. Even a wooden weapon, when wielded with such force, could inflict unbearable pain. Yahara, however, paid no heed to the fallen adversary, twisting his wrist with a sudden force that dislocated the grasped Uchiha's arm. He then crouched low, artfully evading yet another attack. before launching himself forward like a cheetah. Point 1 Uchiha barely registered his approach before being sent reeling backward. As another ninja prepared to strike, he found himself frozen in place, only to be kicked away by Yahara, who skillfully caught the bamboo staff that fell from the height of his previous throw. Disappointment washed over Yahara. The chakra within him surged anew as his gaze swept over the crowd, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. If this was the extent of their capabilities, he mused, then it seemed their efforts would end here. They could not even compel him to unveil his Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Yahara, that's enough. A middle-aged man suddenly emerged, his expression grim and his chakra radiating a formidable intensity. Accompanied by an almost palpable aura of menace. It was evident that he had survived the tumultuous Third Shinobi World War. A seasoned elite among the ranks. Yahara frowned upon seeing him, but quickly donned a smile, inquiring, "Oh, am I not allowed to speak the truth? You are indeed powerful, so powerful that it instills fear. But they are also your kin, and do not assume we are without allies." The man's voice boomed with conviction. Yet to Yahara, it sounded like the lament of a defeated soul. Previously, he had merely speculated on the extent to which the Mangekyō overshadowed the ordinary Sharingan. But now he comprehended the unimaginable scale of that dominance. What others possessed, they had in greater measure. What he lacked, they wielded with eerie potency. Even without activation, they could enhance the state and strength of their three-tomo Sharingan. The disparity between the Mangekyō and the standard Sharingan was truly of another dimension. It was no wonder that figures like Uchiha Itachi and Obito effortlessly brought devastation to the Uchiha clan, albeit with covert assistance from Root. Yet, Yahara was determined to ensure such a fate would not befall his clan. Every action he took was aimed at extinguishing that possibility. Raising his head slightly, Yahara fixed his gaze on the man before him, shaking his head gently. "You speak wisely, but can you deliver?" With that, he thrust the bamboo staff into the ground, his chakra surging once more. Power is not mere rhetoric. No matter how eloquently it is expressed, it remains hollow. What I see is that not even my Mangekyō can be coaxed out of you. To be frank, with such meager strength, do you harbor ambitions of a coup? Have you not considered securing a few more allies, let alone managing your public image, defining your objectives, and uniting the hearts of your clan? Without unity, how do you intend to stage a rebellion? You believe yourselves to be lions, yet in my eyes, you are but sheep, and I suspect Konoha views you similarly. Otherwise, they would not have moved against me. After days of bickering, you should recognize that this is Konoha's ploy to provoke you into action. Once you do, they will have the perfect pretext to eliminate us all. With a deep breath, Yahara felt the three-tomo in his eyes begin to spin faster. Alongside this acceleration, an oppressive yet destructive force began to seep quietly through the bamboo growth. Thus, I have always asserted that while your tenacity is commendable, excessive stubbornness borders on folly. Just as the Uchiha clan's blind compromises lead to annihilation, strength without wisdom invites downfall. You are bound to bring ruin upon your entire clan. Furthermore, if you wish to witness my Mangekyō, then behold and truly feel its power. As his words concluded, the three-tomo in Yahara's eyes converged into a singular pattern. The eerie markings, combined with the terrifying force emanating from him, rendered the already unsettling bamboo forest even more ominous. In an instant, a radiant blue chakra enveloped Yahara, taking shape into rib-like structures. The sight made the onlookers instinctively swallow hard, particularly the elders whose bodies trembled in trepidation. Susanoo. The elders who had previously been unyielding were now visibly stirred at the sight of Yahara's bizarrely patterned Sharingan. This was the first time they had witnessed the Mangekyō of the younger generation. Although Shisui possessed a Mangekyō, he stood behind the Uchiha clan's leadership, his stance entirely different from theirs. Moreover, as a member of the Anbu, he had spent little time within the clan, rarely participating in clan meetings. Thus, they had never witnessed his Mangekyō firsthand. This disheartening reality highlighted the chasm of familiarity and understanding that had developed within their own family. Perhaps this was what Yahara meant when he spoke of the disunity that plagued their clan while they entertained notions of rebellion. Although Yahara was not aligned with them, and in many respects, he was far more ruthless than Shisui, he possessed the capital to adopt such an attitude, for Yahara had not only awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan, but had also mastered the use of Susanoo. Those present had lived through the period when Uchiha Madara departed and had witnessed the chaotic conflict involving Uchiha Izumi's four Mangekyō. Even without activating their own Mangekyō, they understood that each pair of Mangekyō possessed unique ocular techniques and concealed their most formidable power, Susanoo. Each Mangekyō could indeed manifest its own Susanoo, but not every user of the Mangekyō could unlock this ability. Mastering this technique required a profound proficiency with the Mangekyō. as its usage would inevitably inflict damage upon one's own eyes. Uchiha's effortless and nonchalant invocation of this technique spoke volumes about his mastery over his own Mangekyō. Observing the middle-aged man before him, who appeared increasingly unsettled and intimidated by even the most rudimentary form of Susanoo. The elderly hardliner who had previously spoken let out a resigned sigh. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the middle-aged man. That is enough. Uchiha-kun. It is time to cease. Elder. The middle-aged man felt a twinge of shame upon witnessing the elder's actions. Bowing his head as if he could not bear to meet Yuhuan's gaze. While others may not perceive it, he, as the one facing the greatest pressure from Yuhuan, was acutely aware of the sheer terror that stemmed from being ensnared by the kaleidoscope. An overwhelming sense of despair that was profoundly haunting. He could scarcely fathom the courage he had summoned to confront this ordeal. If given the choice, he would sincerely prefer never to experience it again. All right, Chiya, if we are not opponents, then we are not opponents. Furthermore, Yuhuan-kun is not humiliating us. The elder gently shook his head, signaling the middle-aged man to cease speaking, before turning his earnest gaze towards Yuhuan. Yuhuan-kun possesses this strength. He stands at a height we cannot aspire to reach. He gazes down upon us all and has the right to do as he pleases. Let everyone depart. I believe you all understand the vast chasm that separates us. With that, the elder disregarded Uchiha Chiya, who had remained behind him, and continued forward. As he approached Yuhuan, he locked eyes with him. This act caused Yuhuan to furrow his brow. Within the elder's gaze, he discerned both obsession and boundless yearning. However, the elder seemed to realize that his behavior was somewhat excessive and soon regained his composure. Once he appeared more normalized, he softly spoke. Yuhuan-kun, I believe we can have a proper conversation now. Oh, Yuhuan arched an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his face. Is it not sufficient to observe the state beneath my kaleidoscope Sharingan? No need to look further. This is adequate. The elder shook his head before earnestly continuing. There is no need for Yuhuan-kun to maintain this state. It is not beneficial for your eyes. Prolonged use of Susanoo indeed took a toll on Yuhuan's vision. Yet, in truth, it was not as dire as the elder envisioned. With the assistance of Uzumaki, Yuhuan's activation of Susanoo was significantly eased. Moreover, after a month of training and study, Yuhuan discovered that this reduced difficulty seemed to encompass not only the activation but also the actual consumption of his ocular power, which was not as taxing as he had initially imagined. However, it was essential to note that Susanoo consumed more than just visual prowess. It also drained chakra at an alarming rate. Although it appeared that the majority of chakra expenditure stemmed from the Susanoo that resided within the depths of Yuhuan's eyes, seemingly from another dimension. It was indeed a challenging and chakra-consuming task to communicate with this power and summon it through the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Fortunately, since activating the kaleidoscope, Yuhuan experienced a significant increase in chakra, and he had merely unlocked the initial stage of Susanoo. This level of consumption was hardly concerning for him, a conclusion he reached after a month of rigorous experimentation and training. Otherwise, he would not have dared to use it recklessly. Silently, he deactivated Susanoo, along with his kaleidoscope Sharingan, and quietly regarded the elder before him. In Yuhuan's memory, this elder was named Uchiha Hatake, a figure of considerable standing within the clan. However, like Uchiha Zong, Yuhuan had minimal connection with him. Furthermore, their political aspirations were, in Yuhuan's eyes, quite distasteful. After all, once they had gained sufficient influence to force Uchiha Fugaku, a deeply concealed moderate, into a corner, Konoha had unhesitatingly taken action against the Uchiha clan. With such individuals, it would indeed be strange for Yuhuan to harbor any positive sentiments. Now, this man had retained the elder's presence and expressed a desire for a proper discussion. Yuhuan found himself curious about what they intended to convey. However, what pleased him was the possibility that the conversation might yield the answers he sought. Once Uchiha Chiya and those whom Yuhuan had previously defeated bowed their heads and silently exited the bamboo grove, Uchiha Hatake finally spoke. Well, they have all departed. I hope you will not be upset about what transpired this evening, Yuhuan-kun. Upon uttering this, Uchiha Hatake let out a quiet sigh before continuing. I have heard from Elder Naoki about your morning meeting. Essentially, I concur with your perspective, but there is one point I find unmanageable. That is, to demand my children follow my lead with the most rigid of stances, to abandon their grievances, relinquish their hatreds, and forsake our former beliefs. The conflict of ideologies has existed for countless years, and many circumstances have rendered us helpless to navigate this path. Therefore, do you require me to intervene and instruct them? Yuhuan raised an eyebrow at Uchiha Takechi's words. While there was merit to his statement, Yuhuan was not entirely inclined to place his trust in it. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter. At the same time, you wish to witness my kaleidoscope, do you not? Your earlier gaze has revealed everything to me. Indeed, he yearned to behold the kaleidoscope once more, for it had been an eternity since he last encountered such eyes. Uchiha Hatake exhibited no inclination to refute this notion. He simply nodded and allowed a smile to grace his features. Moreover, fighting alongside them would solidify your prestige. To assumed the role of clan leader. You must earn the respect of the people. Within Uchiha's own, having Shisui's acknowledgement would suffice to gain the complete recognition of others. However, our situation differs. Even if Shisui were formidable, our interactions have been limited. The children who follow me are ignorant of the vastness of the world. They have only heard of the kaleidoscope but are unaware of its true power, and thus, they would not recognize it. Therefore, your involvement could remedy this, enlightening these naive children about the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. The ultimate power of the Uchiha. Yuan was momentarily taken aback. While the kaleidoscope was indeed a formidable force within the Uchiha clan, it could hardly be labeled as the ultimate power. After all, beyond the kaleidoscope lay the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, which possessed an unfathomable potential. Did this elder truly remain oblivious to the existence of such eyes? After a brief contemplation, Yuan dismissed the matter, for he had acquired an answer that piqued his interest. The term clan leader, when uttered by Uchiha Hatake, coupled with Yuan's earlier display of authority, could be interpreted as a form of acknowledgement from the elder, possibly even a concession. Regardless of the nature of this recognition, Yuan had obtained the answer he desired. Pray tell, what demands do you have? Yuan inhaled deeply, raising his head to meet Uchiha Hatake's serious gaze. While he was aware of his newfound acknowledgement, he remained skeptical that Uchiha Hatake would simply acquiesce without reservations. This man was negotiating terms with him. Although it was likely due to Shisui's influence, Uchiha Hatake was also an elder with his own agenda. Even if Yuan did not necessarily agree with him, it was prudent to listen to his requests and understand his intentions, facilitating Yuan's own judgments. I am aware that Uchiha's own has made 2 requests. For Shisui to serve as vice-clan leader, and to gain our acknowledgement. I have heard you agreed to the former, and you have already satisfied the latter. Therefore, I shall present 2 requests of my own. Rest assured, we will not make things difficult for you. Uchiha Hatake regarded Yuan earnestly before stating his demands. First, you must ensure the safety of the clan. This is your obligation as clan leader. Second, you must fulfill all that you have promised. I wish to see you restore the Uchiha clan to greatness. These are my only 2 requests. Can you acquiesce to them? Yuan found himself momentarily taken aback upon hearing his words. He had been pondering what kind of request this elderly man would make, even fearing it might be something that would put him in a difficult position. However, he never anticipated that the request to play football would be so simple, to the extent that it aligned perfectly with what Yuan envisioned for his future endeavors. In that instant, he realized that although the members of the Uchiha clan might have some peculiarities in their thinking, their hearts were not as dreadful as he had initially imagined, despite their differing philosophies. They were genuinely attempting to salvage their family in their own unique ways. Although the outcomes had been rather dismal, they were indeed striving to take action, which caused Yuan to regard them with newfound respect. Taking a deep breath, Yuan nodded earnestly, stating, I accept your request. I shall exert my utmost efforts to fulfill it, and your request is indeed my ultimate goal. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hatake's smile brightened considerably. He turned to look at Uchiha So and others, while Uchiha So, accompanied by the elders of his faction and the hardline elders such as Uchiha Naoki, approached. Soon, they all stood together, their expressions turning exceedingly solemn. And in the next moment, they collectively bowed slightly. Esteemed clan leader, the future of the Uchiha clan rests in your hands. So, you have garnered recognition from both sides. Sort of, Yuan replied. Although I must admit that both factions have their peculiarities. Their intentions are ultimately for the sake of the clan. After witnessing my Sharingan, they have also grown more compliant. On a sunny afternoon, Yuan and Shisui sat at the edge of a training field, engaged in quiet conversation. However, Shisui's expression appeared somewhat awkward, as Yuan's remarks had inadvertently included him in the reprimand. Nevertheless, Shisui found it difficult to counter Yuan's words. For according to the logic Yuan had presented, they indeed belonged to that peculiar group of individuals. Regardless of whether they were deemed peculiar or not, those matters belonged to the past. Shisui was now elated by the thrilling news he had received. Today marked his day off, and he had intended to return home to inquire about Yuan's situation, only to discover upon his return that Yuan was absent. After some inquiries, he located Yuan at the training field. But just as he arrived, Yuan pulled him into training without giving him a chance to ask anything. Although Shisui was anxious to find answers, observing Yuan's composed demeanor, and his focus on training with his newly acquired ninja blade reassured him that the situation was likely not dire. Thus, he decided to calm himself and accompany Yu Huan until their recent session concluded. It was only after finishing that Shisui finally had the opportunity to ask Yu Huan about the events that had transpired during this time. And he received an equally delightful answer. Both Uchiha Yu, whom he regarded as a grandfather figure, and the hardliner Uchiha Hatake had already agreed to Yu Huan's proposal. The request they made genuinely moved Shisui, as he had not expected such simplicity from these elders. Just as Yu Huan had stated, their differing philosophies had indeed led to chaos within the clan, yet their desire for improvement was evident. Well then, congratulations, Yu Huan. Shisui decided not to linger on the topic, fearing that his emotional response might be overshadowed by Yu Huan's words. With a bright smile, he turned to Yu Huan and asked, "Shall I now address you as esteemed clan leader like those elders?" "Not quite yet. There are still many matters to address before we initiate that, unless you can no longer wait to become the deputy leader," Yu Huan retorted playfully, causing Shisui to scratch his head in embarrassment. In truth, the elders indeed had numerous tasks to undertake, such as clarifying the acceptable terms for dealing with Konoha. These negotiations were incredibly time-consuming, and they had spent over half a month deliberating such matters with Yu Huan. Fortunately, although these issues were challenging, especially when they could not find common ground on certain points, they had previously reached an agreement. Thus, when discussions reached an impasse, they simply entrusted the decision-making to Yu Huan. In reality, Yu Huan found these troublesome issues to be rather daunting. However, he was well aware of how to proceed. Unlike Uchiha Fugaku, he did not hesitate to make decisions on these matters that he asked for the remaining minor details. Yu Huan chose not to dwell on them. With the overall direction under his control, he could afford to turn a blind eye to the other interests they sought to protect. Involvement in every detail would inevitably lead to exhaustion. And he had not forgotten how a cunning yet weary prime minister had succumbed to overexertion as long as it remained within reasonable boundaries. Yu Huan understood that he could not manage everything. The proverbial cake needed to be shared among all to ensure that everyone was brought aboard. This much he comprehended. Moreover, Yu Huan needed to connect with the younger members of the clan, as well as those he referred to as the majority of the Uchiha, having explicitly articulated the mechanics of power. And with his understanding of the concept of the power of the people from his studies, Yu Huan was willing to invest time in this endeavor. After all, ensuring the clan's prosperity required a broader perspective beyond merely focusing on the ranks of shinobi. Yu Huan recognized the necessity of addressing all aspects and implementing reforms to elevate the clan's prosperity, thereby enabling him to acquire more resources in exchange for superior capabilities. Current binding. Uchiha clan current status. Relatively balanced. You have resolved internal clan issues, but external threats persist. Prosperity, 11,000. The standard base prosperity for a clan is 10,000. Suggestion. Consolidate all clan resources to counter external adversaries. After Yu Huan consolidated the two major factions, he received some points, though the amount was disappointingly meager. Even though these points were sufficient for a lottery draw, having reached 1,000, he did not obtain anything particularly valuable this time. Ninjutsu. Chakra shield. Each time a technique is performed, a shield composed of chakra will be generated, capable of mitigating a certain amount of damage. Ultimately, Yu Huan opted for a defensive capability. To be honest, he had hoped to acquire the granite shield from the previous draw. Yet regrettably, it did not appear he found it puzzling that, despite successfully merging two factions, the system did not reward him with a more substantial number of points. However, upon reflection, he suddenly realized that his consolidation was not recognized as that of a clan leader. This implied that there remained significant disparities between the philosophies of the clan leader and those of the factions. The system's assessment continued to be based on a higher echelon within the Uchiha clan. Thus, unless Yu Huan ascended to the position of clan leader, it was unlikely that his points would grow substantially. However, the time was drawing near, as this matter could not be delayed. Several months had already passed since he acquired the system, and the fateful night of clan annihilation that haunted Yu Huan's memory seemed to be approaching ever closer. Nevertheless, he felt prepared. Tragedy would not arise under his watch. Once he completed his current responsibilities, he would formally challenge Uchiha Fugaku, for he was determined to seize the title of clan leader. By the way, Shisui, Yu Huan suddenly seemed to recall something and inquired, "How is Itachi faring these days?" Itachi, Shisui blinked, as if deep in thought, before responding slowly, "He has been quite busy with missions lately, but he should be returning soon." "Is that so?" Yu Huan paid no heed to the specifics of Uchiha Itachi's assignments. After all, the tasks of the dark faction are not matters he can casually inquire about. However, Yahara was contemplating a certain issue. Although he harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards Uchiha Itachi, whom he regarded as a traitor, he recognized that this individual had yet to commit any heinous acts. Furthermore, the clan indeed required strength to confront impending troubles. Thus, Yahara resolved to give it a try. He wished to see if Shisui could persuade Uchiha Itachi. If successful, all would naturally fall into place. If not, what troubles you? Your expression seems rather grim, Shisui suddenly inquired. Interrupting Yahara's thoughts. It appears that your relationship with Itachi has never been particularly amiable. It's rather peculiar that he seems to harbor a dislike for you. Perhaps my perspectives clash with his. Yahara replied, shaking off his reverie with a faint smile. Indeed, the clan requires strength. See if you can convince this fellow to assist us. Convince him? Shisui paused, then nodded seriously. No problem. I can handle that. Though, how much of the clan's information should we disclose to him? As little as possible, Yahara pondered deeply before finally stating, just inform him that the clan has developed new ideas and perspectives that could transform our future, unless he genuinely agrees. Otherwise you don't trust him? Shisui remarked, never mind. I will take care of this matter. I'll manage it well. Thus, entrusting Shisui with the task of persuading Itachi was a decision Yahara had deliberated over for quite some time. Although he truly disliked this self-righteous and exceedingly arrogant individual, who always acted according to his own notions of what was best for Konoha and the clan, never truly considering Sasuke's feelings or thoughts. Yahara recognized that such attitudes could only be described as egotistical and conceited. In the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi ultimately came to a realization, expressing remorse to Sasuke. Yet, with the Uchiha clan having been utterly annihilated, Yahara remained uncertain of the true value of his repentance. After all, considering the Uchiha group, he felt it had little significance. Therefore, Yahara's impression of Uchiha Itachi had always been rather poor. Perhaps this was also influenced by the traditional values of filial piety ingrained in the country he hailed from. A tradition that spanned a millennium. In Yahara's view, the entanglements between Konoha and the Uchiha clan were not insurmountable issues. While the Uchiha clan indeed struggled significantly with articulating their political demands, their core philosophy merely sought fairness. As one of the founding families of Konoha, the Uchiha clan experienced a brief period of equitable treatment during the tenure of Senju Hashirama. However, following Uchiha Madara's departure and Senju Hashirama's passing, they progressively drifted further from Konoha. They had never held the potential to become Hokage. Influenced by Senju Tobirama, they were feared and ostracized by the residents of Konoha. This situation inflicted profound harm upon the Uchiha clan, which chose to remain. Amidst such an atmosphere, the Uchiha clan birthed two extreme ideologies, one of extreme compromise and another of unyielding resolve. Regardless of the approach, their ultimate aim was to reclaim what they deemed rightfully theirs. However, they likely never anticipated the emergence of Uchiha Itachi. Yahara was not particularly inclined to engage with Uchiha Itachi. After all, in his youth, he had sought to align himself with powerful figures but had been disregarded by Itachi entirely. Additionally, as a time traveler aware of Itachi's future actions, Yahara gradually shifted his focus to cultivating his relationship with Shisui, leaving matters with Itachi aside. Now, with a firm belief that he could become the clan leader, Yahara recognized the necessity of surrounding himself with capable allies. Although Uchiha Itachi's personality and thought processes were deeply flawed, it was undeniable that he possessed the potential for the Mangekyō Sharingan. Despite Yahara's dissatisfaction with Itachi due to future events yet to unfold, he acknowledged that those events had not occurred. Since they had not, and considering that all of Yahara's actions were aimed at rectifying the situation, he concluded that the best course of action was to set aside personal emotions and evaluate the situation from the clan's perspective, exploring the possibility of winning Itachi over. If he could sway Itachi, that would be excellent. If not, so be it. Itachi's motivations were primarily for Sasuke. Yet Konoha held a transcendent position in his heart that it was entirely plausible that individuals like him would not align with their cause. Yahara silently contemplated this, then chose to relinquish further concern for the matter. After all, he had entrusted it to Shisui, who was far more invested in the outcome. Shisui genuinely wished for Itachi to join their ranks. Shisui and Itachi shared a profound bond, one that even surpassed the connection between Yahara and Shisui prior to Yahara's influence. Before his demise, Shisui entrusted his singular Mangekyō Sharingan to Itachi, who awakened his own Mangekyō Sharingan as a result of Shisui's death. Their relationship had transcended mere brotherhood. It was akin to that of blood relatives to speak candidly. Even now, with Shisui having forged new aspirations and resolutely embarking on a fresh path, the emotional connection between the two remained intact. Yuhara was eager to witness the outcome of Shisui's efforts to persuade Uchiha Itachi. However, it would be prudent to focus on his own affairs for the time being. The tasks at hand were progressing smoothly, and he had ample opportunity to delve into his own studies, particularly in mastering the ninjutsu he yearned to learn. Additionally, he sought ways to enhance his Susanoo. He possessed the ability to reduce the difficulty of wielding Susanoo and augment its power. Such advantages, if not properly harnessed, would indeed be a grievous oversight. Yuhara recognized there were numerous areas in which he needed to bolster his skills, especially in ninjutsu, where the potential for improvement was substantial. Previously, as a task-oriented shinobi, he had received minimal resource allocation due to his lack of affiliation with any clan. However, now that he had successfully garnered support from both sides, the resources he could access would be plentiful. He was now free to immerse himself in mastering the great fire annihilation, eagerly anticipating the day he could wield fire techniques that would instill awe throughout the shinobi world, akin to Uchiha Madara. Nonetheless, having spent several days meeting with the elders from both factions, it was impossible for Uchiha Fugaku to remain oblivious to the developments, what he was currently contemplating, or whether he could sense the malice directed towards him, remained uncertain. Ultimately, whether Uchiha Fugaku could perceive their machinations was no longer of paramount importance. What truly mattered was that Yuhara had completed the initial phase of integration, regardless of his awareness or lack thereof. These circumstances could not be altered. Now, it is only the beginning of the next clan meeting, and everything will be irrevocably transformed by then, as Yu Yuan quietly awaited the commencement of the clan assembly. Uchiha Itachi had already returned to his family after completing a mission. In truth, there was another reason for his return. The clan gathering was imminent, and he needed to participate in order to gather more intelligence. Although Shisui accompanied him in this endeavor, Itachi remained indifferent to such matters to him. This was merely a means to collect more comprehensive information. However, having just returned home, Itachi cast a glance at his younger brother Sasuke before stealthily departing once more towards the clandestine meeting place he shared with Shisui. It had been some time since he last saw Shisui. The Anbu missions were exceedingly demanding and shrouded in secrecy. Despite both being part of the Anbu, their opportunities to meet were scarce. And Itachi had much he wished to convey to Shisui, as well as numerous questions he longed to discuss. In his eyes, Shisui was akin to an elder brother, one who had cared for him since childhood and imparted invaluable wisdom. Uchiha Itachi moved with remarkable swiftness, deftly evading the Uchiha clan's sentinels in the darkness, reaching a cliff by the riverside in approximately 10 minutes. He had no desire to attract the attention of his clan members, especially given the oppressive and peculiar atmosphere that enveloped the clan at present. This cliff served as the secret sanctuary for both him and Shisui, where Itachi could freely express himself and unleash his innermost feelings. Gazing out, he spotted a solitary figure seated cross-legged at the cliff's edge, quietly observing the flowing river. Upon seeing this silhouette, a smile involuntarily graced Itachi's face. "Shisui," Itachi exclaimed, his countenance radiating joy as he leaped towards Shisui's position. "You have arrived, Itachi." Shisui responded with a smile before standing up from the precipice. This cliff was exceptionally high, and merely standing at its edge could induce dizziness. Yet, Shisui appeared utterly unfazed, as though the towering cliff were non-existent. Soon, Itachi reached his side, though curiosity soon flickered across his features. He scrutinized Shisui from head to toe, sensing that his elder brother seemed somewhat different. During their last encounter, although Shisui had maintained his smile, there was an unmistakable aura of exhaustion and suppression in his demeanor. Today was different. Shisui's smile appeared genuine, devoid of the previous weariness and restraint. This transformation piqued Itachi's curiosity, prompting him to inquire. "Shisui, you seem quite cheerful today. Has something happened?" "Well, you could say that. It's rather good news," Shisui nodded, though he felt a sense of appreciation for Itachi's perceptiveness. He had no intention of concealing anything. He was genuinely elated, for the changes within the clan had greatly pleased him. Not long ago, his conversation with Yu Yuan had revealed that they were merely one step away from enacting true change within the clan. While he held little interest in the position of deputy clan leader, he understood that it was a role through which he could genuinely assist Yu Yuan. It was a position that would allow him to witness the clan's transformation more clearly. Thus he accepted it without hesitation. As for the notion of supervising Yu Yuan, he deemed it entirely unnecessary. With Yu Yuan's rationality and formidable strength, Shisui could not fathom a scenario where Yu Yuan would lead the Uchiha astray. He believed his duty was to support Yu Yuan, to aid him, and to witness the evolution of both the clan and their relationship with the village. However, as he gazed at Uchiha Itachi, Shisui suddenly felt a pang of concern. He recalled Yu Yuan's words cautioning him that some matters should not be articulated too plainly. While Shisui struggled to comprehend why Yu Yuan held such reservations, particularly regarding Itachi, he had promised to adhere to Yu Yuan's wishes, even in the presence of Uchiha Itachi. What news? Itachi inquired, sensing something amiss, for Shisui's expression had shifted upon mentioning good news, which caused him to mentally note this change. Shisui hesitated, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. He needed to carefully organize his words, yet his indecision only heightened Itachi's unease. After a prolonged silence, Shisui finally sighed, realizing how to proceed. It is like this. There may be some changes within the clan. Both the clan elder and Takeshi have recognized that their previous actions were misguided. Consequently, the clan is now beginning to discard the old voices and is preparing to unify their intentions. Unify intentions? What intentions? What are they planning to do? Before Shisui could finish, Itachi interjected, his demeanor growing increasingly troubled. For Itachi, this revelation was both shocking and bewildering. How could he not be aware of the ongoing disputes between the two factions within the clan? As someone who yearned for harmony between the clan and the village, he could scarcely fathom the idea of his faction aligning with the hardliners. If they were to unify their intentions, could those of them who longed for peace truly coexist with the village? Would their previously held ideals endure in such circumstances? Would they be influenced by the hardliners, inevitably leading the clan down an extreme path? These were thoughts that Itachi could neither imagine nor dare to contemplate, especially regarding Shisui, whom he regarded as a brother. The very notion of Shisui appearing to embrace such developments left Itachi utterly perplexed. It was Shisui who had once told him that the clan needed to foster mutual trust and interdependence with the village, that the clan must reintegrate into the village for the betterment of all. Itachi had always held this belief close to his heart, though he often considered the issues from the perspective of the Hokage. Yet, when he viewed the Uchiha from the village's standpoint, he recognized that the Uchiha had become a source of instability for the village. He had pondered why things had come to this, but his conclusion always remained the same. The clan is discontent with the status quo and clings to unrealistic fantasies. This realization intensified his desire for the clan to settle down. Only then could his brother thrive in Konoha, and the village would find stability. Yet now, Shisui's words chilled him to the core. He could not comprehend how things had come to such a pass, and he was utterly unwilling to accept this transformation. Itachi, do not be hasty. Please, allow me to explain, Shisui said, noticing Itachi's distress and furrowing his brow. He was unaware of the turmoil within Itachi's mind, nor did he grasp the extent of Itachi's aversion to such changes. He presumed Itachi was simply struggling to accept the divergence from his previously held beliefs. Sighing softly, Shisui continued, in truth, we have been pursuing the wrong direction all along. Yes, we have been mistaken. We long for peace, hoping to attain it through our efforts, thereby allowing us to integrate into the village. Yet, we have never considered one crucial question. Will the village truly accept us? This question had, in fact, been answered through their continuous compromises and efforts, and the answer was a resounding no. The third Hokage was a disciple of the second Hokage, and the Uchiha's plight had begun with the second Hokage. The third Hokage inherited the will of the second Hokage. Not only him, but also his advisors shared this sentiment. Certain matters would not change easily. While in the Anbu, I secretly perused some documents, and I assure you that what I have stated is the truth. Itachi, you have always been intelligent. Tell me, in such circumstances, how can we survive? After finishing his statement, Shisui silently observed Uchiha Itachi. Meanwhile, Itachi had closed his eyes. Enveloped in a profound silence, he could scarcely fathom that such words would emanate from Shisui's lips. Did the second Hokage truly disapprove of the Uchiha? If so, why had he taken Uchiha Kagami as his disciple and devoted himself to his instruction? The third Hokage, having inherited the will of the second Hokage, harbors similar discontent towards the Uchiha clan. Yet, why does he permit the Uchiha to oversee the security department? Why does he allow himself and Shisui to enter the Anbu together? As for the notion of the Uchiha letting their guard down, exploiting the security department to instigate a rift between the Uchiha and the village, how could that possibly come to pass? The Uchiha have gained immense power through the security department, but it is their own attitude that has led to the division between their clan and the village. In Itachi's mind, he could neither believe nor wish to believe Shisui's words. At that moment, Shisui felt utterly foreign to him. He could not fathom why Shisui would trust such statements. Could he not see everything the Hokage had done for the Uchiha? Moreover, if the third Hokage truly harbored resentment towards the Uchiha, the reports submitted to the clan meetings could have long served as justification for taking action against them. Anger, sorrow, and disappointment surged within Itachi. However, he swiftly suppressed these inner thoughts. As a competent ninja, particularly as a member of the Anbu, he understood the necessity of concealing his emotions, especially since he needed to ascertain many matters and gather more intelligence. What do you intend to do? Itachi asked, striving to maintain an air of normalcy. What are your new ideas? Itachi, are you all right? Shisui furrowed his brow. Though Itachi appeared composed, Shisui, as an Anbu, could readily perceive that Itachi was clearly not himself. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to speak with Itachi earnestly. After all, Itachi was the clan's prodigy, and his assistance could undoubtedly benefit the clan, especially now, when they had changed from their former selves. Shisui could see hope for the future and genuinely wished to persuade Itachi to join their cause. I'm fine. Rest assured. Itachi inhaled deeply before speaking earnestly. Then allow me to share. Shisui nodded gently and began to articulate his thoughts. He spoke slowly yet with great detail, discussing the two factions within the clan regarding the current situation of Konoha and the clan itself, omitting any mention of Yuzan, and presenting their conclusions clearly. For instance, the clan had come to realize that remaining weak would yield no favorable outcomes. Weakness would inevitably lead to Konoha gradually encroaching upon them, ultimately widening the chasm between the clan and Konoha, leading to their eventual extinction within the village. Conversely, persisting in a hardline stance would yield no better results. Such rigidity would only pit the clan against the entirety of Konoha, culminating in the same fate of annihilation. Thus, the most prudent course of action for both parties would be to unify their thoughts and intentions, ceasing the internal strife and division within the clan. They resolved not to overly compromise with Konoha, but instead to adopt a firm stance, to resist, to rebel. Yet, they could not be obstinate without purpose. They must have a clear objective. They did not plan to betray, but rather to take appropriate measures against their goals, ensuring that Konoha would hear their voices. At this point, Shisui paused, believing he had conveyed enough. Even if his explanation lacked extensive detail, he felt that it was sufficiently comprehensible. Having promised Yuzan not to diverge from their agreement, the essence of Shisui's message was unmistakable. They sought to adopt a different approach to achieve peace between the clan and the village. However, Itachi's countenance darkened further, particularly upon hearing Shisui's assertion of no more compromise or retreat, but a need for strength and resistance. He understood the gravity of the situation. Although Shisui emphasized that the clan would not rebel and desired peace with the village, how could they achieve this without compromising yet not rebelling? In the end, they would likely find themselves ensnared in an endless struggle with the Hokage, leading to a schism between the Hokage and the clan, thus exacerbating the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha. The Hokage was the leader of Konoha. To oppose the Hokage was to oppose Konoha itself. This was merely a rebellion dressed in elaborate finery. He felt his heart become a tumultuous whirlwind, never once imagining that the person he had regarded as an elder brother, who had cared for him for so long and shared his ideals, had now transformed entirely into a stranger. Silently, Itachi turned his head aside, his gaze fixed upon the towering cliffs. He sensed that with Shisui's words, the mentor and friend he had known from memory had vanished. The gentle Shisui, who cherished Konoha, had plummeted into the abyss. The one he had looked up to as a goal had departed forever. As this individual spoke those words, he could no longer find the Shisui he once knew, and the anguish in his heart threatened to spill over. Suppressing the pain, he raised his head to gaze quietly at Shisui, ultimately condensing his myriad thoughts and feelings into a single question. Shisui, are you certain you wish to abandon our shared dream and tread this path? What? Shisui was momentarily taken aback, unsure if he had misspoken or failed to clarify adequately. Yet, Itachi showed no inclination to allow him the opportunity to explain. He lifted his head, his eyes now a vivid crimson, and fixed an unwavering gaze upon Shisui, his tone resolute as he continued to press. Are you truly determined to oppose the village? Are you certain you wish to disrupt the peace of the village, to drag both the clan and the village into the abyss? Upon hearing this, Shisui's expression shifted. He discerned that Itachi seemed unable or unwilling to grasp their intentions, having evidently concluded that the clan could only integrate into Konoha through peaceful means. Their efforts appeared to be leading the clan and Konoha toward an abyss. This realization cast a pall over Shisui's face, echoing the mindset he once held. However, under Yuzan's guidance, he had undergone a transformation. He recalled the elder's words. Itachi was resolute and unlikely to change his stance easily. Such unwavering conviction could forge him into a remarkable ninja. yet when faced with adversity, it might render him a relentless adversary. "Itachi, please listen to me," Shisui urged, his feelings for Itachi sincere, hoping to salvage the situation. "There's no need to say more, Shisui," Itachi interrupted, not allowing Shisui to finish. "If you wish to confront the village, to oppose it through your so-called unification of the clans will against the village, disturbing its peace and dragging innocents into this conflict, then, at this juncture, Itachi's Sharingan began to spin rapidly. "I will not allow it. I will not permit your plans to harm my family or the entire village. You must first overcome me." With that, Itachi cast a profound glance at Shisui. He trusted Shisui more than the third Hokage. However, from this day forward, he felt he could no longer trust Shisui. Itachi held his own convictions. He wished for peace and stability in the village, for his younger brother to grow up safely within its confines. He sought no discord between the clan and the village, yearning instead for genuine tranquility. Turning away, Itachi departed in silence, acutely aware of a change within his eyes, yet the sorrow he felt left him no time to contemplate it. Shisui sighed helplessly as he watched Itachi's retreating figure. Uncertain whether his words had been flawed, his views aligned with Yuzen's. "We must not compromise excessively, nor should we be unyieldingly rigid." The clan's integration into the village was not about subservience. They merely wished for Konoha to hear their voices. Taking a deep breath, Shisui closed his eyes and, after a moment, managed a bitter smile and a shake of his head. It seemed that Yuzen's insistence on keeping his plans secret was indeed justified. It appeared that Itachi had rejected their invitation, and he regretted not having clarified the situation adequately. In a tastefully decorated room, Yuan, Shisui, and members of the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha Zong and Uchiha Shuji, sat together, with Shisui appearing rather remorseful. He had thoroughly recounted the meeting with Itachi, detailing the manner in which he expressed himself. Both Yuan and the elders listened without perceiving any issues. Shisui's account neither revealed Yuan's presence nor disclosed their subsequent intentions. It merely articulated a sentiment understood by nearly all clan members. That is, the family must neither be weak nor arrogant. They seek peace and fairness, desiring merely for Konoha to hear their voices. However, judging by Itachi's reaction to Shisui's words, it seemed he only perceived the Uchiha as opposing the Hokage and Konoha. The dilemma lay in the fact that the Hokage and Konoha are intertwined. It can also be distinguished. Opposing the Hokage does not equate to warring with Konoha. Itachi's stance was particularly vexing, as he was resolutely against any changes. He yearned for a peaceful resolution between the village and the clan. I have long maintained that Itachi is a person of unwavering will, unlikely to easily alter his stance or beliefs. Uchiha Zong sighed helplessly, choosing not to speak too harshly, as it was entirely unnecessary. He understood the nature of the relationship between Shisui and Itachi. They had grown up together. Moreover, this incident had profoundly impacted Shisui, and Zong was unwilling to further aggravate his wounds. He was also aware that it was Yuan's intention to attempt to win Itachi over, and with this endeavor having failed, there was no need to dwell on it any longer. Failure is just that. It is not your fault. Perhaps I should have allowed you to articulate your thoughts more completely. I will visit him next time. Observing Shisui's remorseful demeanor, Yuan shook his head and then spoke comforting words. To be honest, he was not overly disappointed by Itachi's choice, though he regretted that he could not have this potential wielder of the Sharingan follow him. Yet, Yuan was not one to become overly entangled in such matters. Potential does not equate to actualization. Furthermore, Itachi's ideology was quite extreme. Although Shisui displayed a degree of cowardice in a moment of despair, he had not committed any acts that would incite universal outrage. In stark contrast, Itachi could coldly annihilate the entire clan, sparing only his beloved younger brother. Even from Konoha's perspective, Itachi's actions could be deemed as righteous in extinguishing familial ties, but was Konoha truly in the right? Shaking his head, Yuan chose not to further contemplate Itachi's affairs. Whether it was misunderstanding or his own decisions, the choices he made were his to bear. This is a cruel world, and one must take responsibility for their own choices. Thank you for your comfort. I am fine, Yuan. Shisui managed a strained smile, then took a deep breath, speaking earnestly. Although I regret Itachi's choice, there are some matters beyond our control. At this juncture, Shisui paused briefly, his expression turning more serious. Thus, we must look ahead and strive to do our utmost. Only in this way can we demonstrate to him that we are correct, that our choices are the right ones. Yuan observed Shisui's demeanor and ultimately nodded, though he pondered the implications of proving their correctness. What would it matter if Itachi returned to them? Even if he did, could the elders accept him? That was another question altogether. Moreover, Yuan had no doubt that this incident would be reported upward. Even if the content of the report was trivial, it would inevitably sow discord. After all, which clan does not despise a traitor? The mere thought of traitors made Yu Yuan glance at Shisui, who could also be considered somewhat of a traitor. What is it? Yu Yuan. Shisui noticed Yu Yuan's gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny. Nothing. Just pondering a few things, Yu Yuan quickly shook his head, but after a moment's thought, he suddenly posed a question. If, and I emphasize if, Itachi chooses to oppose us, acting upon his words to you, what would you do? Shisui had also conveyed Itachi's threatening words, and Yu Yuan and the elders were aware of them. Why Yu Yuan's inquiry piqued their interest, and they turned their gaze toward Shisui, curious about how he would confront his brother. I would stop him. I will not allow him to become our obstacle. Without the slightest hesitation, Shisui spoke firmly. If it comes to an unavoidable confrontation, I will show no mercy. He has his beliefs, and I have mine. Even though I still regard him as my brother, there are some lines I cannot allow to be crossed. Shisui's resolve was unwavering, and his stance elicited smiles from Yu Yuan and the elders. No one wished to stir up any further complications at this juncture, particularly as they had already completed their fundamental preparations. The discord between the moderates and hardliners had significantly improved due to Yu Yuan's mediation and their mutual concessions. Yu Yuan had also made significant strides in reaching out to the lower echelons of the Uchiha clan, gaining insights into their situations and understanding their needs. In light of these circumstances, their task was to challenge Uchiha Fugaku during the clan meeting tomorrow. To confront the clan leader, even to the point of forcing his resignation, would be an unprecedented event in Uchiha history. To be candid, they harbored some concerns about this course of action, yet the presence of two potential Sharingan wielders provided them with a sense of reassurance. If, at this critical juncture, one of the Sharingan were to falter, particularly if it were the son of the clan leader, it would be a source of anxiety for anyone. Fortunately, Shisui did not disappoint them this time. Such cruel decisions need not fall upon your shoulders. You do not need to prove anything. We all believe in you. Yu Yuan patted Shisui's shoulder and continued with a smile. If necessary, I will confront him. At least I have no lingering affections. You need to prepare yourself. Tomorrow is the clan meeting, a crucial time for us. Indeed, the clan meeting tomorrow marked the beginning of Uchiha's transformation. Shisui needed to be in the right frame of mind to address any potential contingencies. The Uchiha's change would commence from tomorrow onward, and Shisui silently clenched his fists. Although his interaction with Itachi had led to this situation, he was resolute in pursuing this path and would not waver. Just as he had stated, he needed to look forward and strive to achieve his utmost, to show Itachi who was truly in the right. I will make you see, Itachi. The Nanha Shrine stood as a sacred ground for the Uchiha clan. Accessible only during clan meetings, with only the clan leader permitted entry at other times. During Uchiha Madara's tenure as clan leader, the Uchiha clan operated under his singular authority. Clan meetings were merely a formality. After all, Uchiha Madara's power was unparalleled, and it would not be an exaggeration to assert that he was the strongest member of the Uchiha clan in a century, regrettably, the Uchiha clan's nemesis. The Senju clan also produced a formidable figure capable of overpowering Uchiha Madara. Although Yu Yuan recalled that the final battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama saw both exhausted, Hashirama was still able to execute a surprise attack. This suggests that while both were equally matched, Hashirama held the upper hand overall. Even if the advantage was slight, it represented a considerable disparity in their strengths. Moreover, throughout their prolonged conflict, Senju Hashirama had consistently maintained the advantage. Thus, the first Hokage of Konoha was Senju Hashirama, a fact influenced not only by Uchiha Madara's character but also by his combat prowess. However, the Senju clan has now vanished, while the Uchiha still endures, albeit teetering on the brink of extreme peril. Moreover, the current Uchiha no longer embodies the unparalleled might of Uchiha Madara. In fact, throughout Uchiha history, it is likely that only Uchiha Madara wielded such authority that convening a clan meeting was unnecessary. The clan leaders before him lacked his formidable presence, necessitating that most clan matters be deliberated upon at regular meetings, after which considerations for implementation would follow. Although the clan leader possesses the power to veto and decide, especially in crucial matters, it is rare for leaders to exercise such authority. Yohara and Shisui walked quietly towards the Naha shrine, both feeling a tinge of nervousness. After all, the undertaking they were about to embark upon tonight was unprecedented within the entire Uchiha clan. Yet, being qualified shinobi, they managed to keep their emotions in check. Are you nervous? Yohara inquired with a hint of amusement, recognizing the gravity of the night's events, a touch anxious. "But with you here, I trust everything will be fine," Shisui replied, inhaling deeply before speaking. "Let us hope no mishaps occur tonight." Yuhara nodded and continued. "By the way, will Itachi be attending the clan meeting?" "Typically, he would," Shisui affirmed, but soon his expression turned grave. "However, I will not permit him entry." This clan meeting bore immense significance. The events that transpired within must remain undisclosed until the issues were thoroughly resolved. No one wished for complications to arise, nor for outsiders to exploit the circumstances for ill intentions. Only after all matters were settled would they consider making announcements to the outside world. As a member of the Anbu, Itachi had clearly stated his stance, hence Yuhara would never allow him to partake in this meeting. Regardless of his lineage as the son of Uchiha Fugaku or his possession of the three-tomo Sharingan, such considerations were irrelevant. The Uchiha clan is a family that prides itself on the Sharingan. Among its members, only those who have awakened the Sharingan are regarded as true Uchihas, possessing a voice within the clan. Therefore, a prerequisite for attending the gathering at Naha Shrine is that one must be a clan member who has awakened the Sharingan. "Then, I must ask much of you," Yuhara said with a gentle smile toward Shisui, inhaling deeply before earnestly stating, "Let us create an era that belongs to us." As his words fell, Yuhara pushed open the grand doors, followed closely by Shisui, who nodded in agreement. Upon the opening of the doors, the Uchiha clan members seated within the shrine instinctively turned their gazes toward Yuhara and Shisui. Yet, upon recognizing them, they quickly averted their eyes, bowing their heads in deference, unwilling to meet the gaze of these two formidable figures. The reputation of Shisui was well known within the clan. Both the moderates and hardliners acknowledged his prowess. Particularly, the moderates were acutely aware of Shisui's strength and his esteemed position within the Uchiha lineage. While Yuhara had shared a reputation with Shisui since childhood, his choice to pursue missions as a shinobi rather than align with any faction within the clan or the security department led to a gradual diminishment of his name's prominence. Although the younger generation held a favorable view of Yuhara, they shared a consensus that he might never catch up to Shisui. Irrespective of their close relationship, the gap between them was only destined to widen. However, what none could have anticipated was the transformative change that Yuhara underwent a few months prior. He inexplicably garnered Shisui's support and the elders' trust. Most astonishingly, he was revealed to be an Uchiha with the Mangekyō Sharingan. This revelation left them utterly astounded, and even more shocking was the fact that even the hardliners chose to support him, collaborating with him to modify many of their previously staunch beliefs. The rapidity of these changes was almost overwhelming. What was most unfathomable was that they now sought to overthrow the current clan leader, elevating the 15-year-old Yuhara to the position of new clan leader. Yet, they could not deny that after listening to the elders and Shisui expound upon Yuhara's perspectives, they found themselves in agreement with him. The Uchiha indeed required reform. Their current leader was undoubtedly inadequate, and action was imperative. The moderates had already begun to embrace this notion and recognized Yuhara's vision, while the hardliners were even more inclined to do so. After all, those present had experienced Yuhara's prowess firsthand and had witnessed the terrifying patterns of his Mangekyō Sharingan. That fateful night, Yuhara had appeared as a harbinger of destruction, shattering their confidence into disarray. Now, they rallied behind him, not only because his words illuminated their shortcomings, but also due to the formidable strength that warranted their allegiance. In the midst of this gathering, the only one wearing a troubled expression was Uchiha Fugaku, seated in the position of clan leader. He gazed intently at Yuhara and Shisui, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Although Uchiha Fugaku was a weak and indecisive leader, this did not prevent some from still following him. His heart was filled with doubt and concern, having heard whispers of the events unfolding within the clan over the past month. He could not fathom why two ideologically opposing factions would come together and exhibit signs of reconciliation, an incomprehensible phenomenon to him. Having served as clan leader for so long, he was acutely aware of the extent to which these factions had been at odds. The fact that they had not yet engaged in outright conflict was a testament to their lingering respect for clan laws, possibly influenced by the presence of Uchiha Shisui, while others might be unaware of Shisui's true strength. The elders certainly recognized him as a wielder of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Yet, everything had changed. The younger members began to communicate, and the elders were now convening for discussions, a transformation that far exceeded Uchiha Fugaku's comprehension. In principle, this should have been a positive development, as he longed for the clan's tranquility, but he had previously been incapable of achieving this or even knowing how to proceed. However, this newfound harmony had spiraled beyond his control. And it was a harmony that excluded him. The saying that extraordinary events often conceal hidden motives may not hold true in this world, yet it carries a similar sentiment. Especially troubling for Uchiha Fugaku was the realization that amidst this upheaval lurked the figure of Uchiha Yuhara. There was no denying that Yuhara was a prodigy within the clan. He and Shisui were classmates, and he had experienced the brutalities of war at such a tender age. Following that, Yuhara awakened his three-tomo Sharingan and subsequently ascended to the rank of a Nin in Konoha. No matter how one viewed it, such a young man possessed a promising future, yet he seemed markedly different from the other Uchiha members, not only in temperament but also in his choices. He had not aligned with any faction within the clan. Nor had he joined the security department. Instead, he had become a mission-oriented shinobi. This individual, who appeared somewhat out of place among the clan members, now found himself entwined with these factions, leaving Uchiha Fugaku feeling increasingly uneasy. From the outset, the clan meeting filled him with an unsettling sense, although he struggled to maintain his composure. After all, he was the leader of the Uchiha clan. Clan leader, everyone has arrived. I believe we can commence. Uchiha Hatake suddenly interjected, breaking Uchiha Fugaku's reverie. This voice drew Fugaku back to the present, yet he quickly shook his head. Let us wait a moment. Itachi has returned, and I expect he will be joining us. Apologies, clan leader, but this time we do not wish for Itachi to participate. As Uchiha Fugaku's words faded, Uchiha Zone quietly rose and spoke. The statement from Uchiha Zone caused Uchiha Fugaku's brow to furrow slightly, amplifying the unease that churned within him. The notion of excluding his son, Uchiha Itachi, who possessed the coveted Mangekyō Sharingan, from participation, especially voiced by Uchiha Zone, left Uchiha Fugaku utterly astounded. Who was Uchiha Zone? He was an elder of the moderate faction and had gradually assumed leadership of their sect due to his mentorship of Uchiha Shisui. Itachi, his own son, had ostensibly aligned with him, yet here was Zone, actively denying Itachi's involvement alongside Uchiha Hatake. Such a turn of events signified to anyone present that the troubles of the night were likely to exceed all expectations. What do you mean? Before Uchiha Fugaku could respond, a young man amidst the crowd abruptly voiced his discontent. The clan leader's son will one day be our leader. What right do you have to Hirabayashi? Cease your words. Before the young man could finish, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly interrupted him. This young man was a loyal follower of Uchiha Fugaku, a dedicated traditionalist with commendable strength, yet possessing somewhat limited perspective. Given the current circumstances, a mere clansman from the security division challenging the elders' joint decision was tantamount to courting disaster. While Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, had the authority to oppose, he was reluctant to contemplate the potential aftermath of such defiance, let alone witness it. The clan was already fraught with turmoil. He had no desire to exacerbate it further. Clan leader, Uchiha Hirabayashi, attempted to interject, but was soon silenced by Uchiha Fugaku once more. Since it is the request of the two elders, I shall respectfully comply, Uchiha Fugaku stated calmly. Furthermore, Hirabayashi is merely a young man. He lacks the experience, and I hope the two of you can overlook his impetuosity. With that, Uchiha Fugaku turned his gaze steadily towards the two elders, his stance unmistakably clear, while Uchiha Hirabayashi seemed to recognize his own impulsiveness. Although he still simmered with indignation, he complied and fell silent. A palpable stillness enveloped the shrine's assembly. Rest assured, Hirabayashi-kun is also acting in consideration of the clan leader. Uchiha Hatake shook his head, then continued. Shall we commence? Let us begin. Uchiha Fugaku inhaled deeply before speaking in a detached tone. May I inquire what matters the two of you wish to discuss at this clan assembly? Uchiha Fugaku's emotions were evidently stirred, yet he managed to maintain his composure, as this was ultimately for the sake of the clan's tranquility. This clan meeting is of utmost importance. After discussions with Elder Zone, we both believe the current situation necessitates thorough deliberation. Uchiha Hatake stated matter-of-factly, then turned his attention to Yuhara, who sat beside Shisui. Yuhara-kun, please step forward. You are the focal point of this assembly. With Uchiha Hatake's words, all eyes shifted toward Yuhara, and those privy to the unfolding events remained composed. In contrast, the few who were unaware appeared perplexed, with Uchiha Fugaku among them. His internal anxiety intensifying. He could sense that this matter was likely directed against him. After all, the two factions had conspicuously united while circumventing him, even excluding his son from involvement, a clear indication of significant underlying issues. Yet, he found himself questioning their true intentions. What was the purpose behind thrusting Yuhara into the limelight? Did Shisui harbor new ambitions? Amidst these swirling doubts, Yahara rose and made his way to the center of the assembly. He first offered a subtle nod to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Zone before finally fixing his gaze upon Uchiha Fugaku. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all familiar with me, so I shall forego self-introductions. Although it is not my desire to stand here, the circumstances within our clan have deteriorated to an intolerable degree. The root of this turmoil lies with our clan leader. I stand before you today with the intention of impeaching our clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, even though he had braced himself for such an eventuality. Yahara's proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. The gravity of impeaching a clan leader was unprecedented in Uchiha history, and the mere utterance of such a notion left them unable to maintain their composure. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. He had anticipated that this assembly might concern him, yet he had never envisioned the possibility of facing impeachment. Throughout his tenure as clan leader, he had believed that while he may not have excelled, he had at least ensured a fragile harmony between the clan and the village, preventing any single faction from becoming overwhelmingly dominant. This precarious balance, though not entirely secure, had kept the clan from descending into chaos, allowing for relative peace within both the clan and the village. Yahara's audacious impeachment left him momentarily at a loss, grappling with the bewildering reality of why he was being targeted and what agreements had been reached among the dissenters. Uchiha Yahara, do you comprehend the weight of your words? Uchiha Hirabayashi stood up in fury once more, his Sharingan activated. The crimson eyes, adorned with two spinning tomos, reflected his gathering chakra, signaling his readiness for confrontation. He was not alone. Others who supported Uchiha Fugaku similarly rose in anger, their Sharingan also ignited. The atmosphere in the assembly became tense, yet Yahara remained unperturbed. I am fully aware of what I am stating, and I require no reminders from you. Yahara gently shook his head, his voice calm. Sheath your Sharingan. Those eyes hold no power over me. Furthermore, this matter does not concern you or your faction. Everyone, please take your seats. Uchiha Yahara, do not presume that your talent grants you the right to speak so brazenly. Who do you think you are to criticize the clan leader? Yet contrary to expectations, Uchiha Hakadai, who stood behind Hirabayashi, erupted with indignation. Uchiha Hakadai was a captain of the security division and a steadfast supporter of Uchiha Fugaku. Yahara recalled that in the original narrative, this individual had once been sent flying by Uchiha Itachi. However, that moment had yet to occur, and Uchiha Hakadai now advanced toward Yu. Do not assume that possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan grants you the license to spout nonsense. You are merely a child. I am eager to see just how formidable you truly are, and whether you can maintain such arrogance in this setting. As his words fell, Uchiha Hakadai lunged forward. Yet, he refrained from drawing a weapon, showcasing a measure of restraint. Nevertheless, the very act of striking in this context revealed the extent of his hubris, prompting Yahara to furrow his brow involuntarily. In an instant, Yahara's eyes transformed to a brilliant crimson. And in that fleeting moment, Uchiha Hakadai sensed an uncanny power emanating from Yahara's gaze. Jinjutsu. Uchiha Hakadai scoffed internally. Employing Jinjutsu against a Uchiha who had activated their Sharingan was undoubtedly unwise, even though Yahara had activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. Hastily employing Jinjutsu against someone who had already unlocked their Sharingan would likely yield minimal effects, if any at all. Yet, in the next moment, Uchiha Hakadai's expression froze. That instant, he felt a disorienting fog enveloping his mind. In his vision, all that remained was Yahara's crimson Mangekyō Sharingan. Bang! Just then, a muffled thud resonated in Uchiha Hakadai's ears, and he was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his chest. The intensity of the agony jolted him back into awareness, only to realize that his body was being propelled backward. It was not until he crashed violently onto the ground that he recognized his defeat. Your audacity to judge my words is beyond your capacity. At that moment, the voice of Yuan echoed once more in his ears, still as calm as ever, yet it incited a deep-seated rage within him that made him grit his teeth in fury. And you, too, lack the qualification to stand before me and utter such grandiose threats. I have made it clear that this is not an affair you can partake in. Remain there quietly. You. Uchiha Hakadai's expression darkened profoundly, and he yearned to voice his thoughts, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his chest. The agony rendered him incapable of articulating a complete sentence, forcing him to clutch his chest and gasp for breath. You bastard! At that moment, Uchiha Hira could no longer contain himself. He charged swiftly towards Yuan, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his chest. His eyes shone crimson, and his movements were exceptionally swift. All the while he made a conscious effort to avoid making eye contact with Yuen. The plight of Uchiha Hatake lay before him. He certainly did not wish to tread the same path of misfortune. However, what transpired next was utterly unexpected. Yuen stood his ground, making no attempt to dodge, simply observing as Hira's fist descended upon his chest. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Yet this time, Yuen exhibited no signs of reaction. For unbeknownst to Hira, a radiant blue aura had materialized before Yuen's chest. It was evident that this was chakra, and it completely absorbed the impact of Uchiha Hira's punch, preventing him from landing a genuine blow on Yuen. It appeared that the technique ninjutsu, chakra shield, proved quite effective. Yuen silently observed the unfolding events. Moments prior, after casting an illusion, he had distinctly felt his chakra coalesce in front of him. The strength of this chakra shield was substantial, seemingly proportional to the intensity of his own chakra, which was precisely why Yuen chose to remain stationary and witness how well this shield could withstand physical attacks. The results spoke for themselves. The shield performed admirably. After all, Uchiha Hira had utterly failed to breach Yuen's chakra shield, leaving its integrity intact. Is this all you are capable of? Yuen inquired calmly, fixing his gaze on Uchiha Hira, who wore a countenance of utter dismay, his expression freezing at those words that he hastily attempted to withdraw. But in that instant, Yuen seized Hira's hand. Before Hira could react, Yuen's knee collided forcefully with his abdomen. Hira winced in pain, instinctively bending slightly. Yet at that moment, Yuen exerted his strength. Crack! A slight twist of his hand, and Yuen expertly dislocated Uchiha Hira's arm, subsequently releasing his grip only to grasp Hira's throat. Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Or do you truly believe yourself capable of dancing to this tune? Stop! Uchiha Yuen, what are you doing? Let him go. The sight of Yuen swiftly incapacitating Uchiha Hatake and gripping Uchiha Hira's throat ignited a wave of dissent among the supporters of Uchiha Fugaku. Many of them leaped to their feet, encircling Yuen. Their eyes glimmered with crimson, the Sharingan manifesting an eerie presence within the shrine. As they moved, the atmosphere grew suffocating, akin to a powder keg poised to ignite at any moment. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, a sense of discontent brewing within him over Yuen's actions. Yet, he was equally displeased with Uchiha Hatake and Uchiha Hira for their reckless aggression, though their actions seemed to defend their honor. They ultimately compromised their own standing, and he found himself unable to reproach them. The most troubling aspect was that their assault had yielded no tangible results. Instead, they suffered an embarrassing defeat, inciting greater chaos. This outcome left Uchiha Fugaku in a state of exasperation. Despite his dissatisfaction, he felt compelled to protect those who supported him. Just as he prepared to rise, he noticed Shisui and the moderates also standing, along with the hardliners who had also risen to their feet. Their Sharingan gleamed ominously, their gaze fixated on their own supporters, chakra beginning to swell within them. Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. Falling silent once more, he understood that Yuen was closely allied with these two factions and had garnered their support in his attempt to impeach him. Yet, he suspected that Yuen was merely a pawn pushed forth by these factions, with the benefits of success reaped by them while failure would not implicate them. However, the current situation contradicted his assumptions. He had not anticipated the level of support Yuen would receive from these factions. This was not simply a matter of placing Yuen in the spotlight. It was a full endorsement of his capabilities. Uchiha Fugaku was left dumbfounded, as were his supporters, who remained bewildered by the unfolding events. They were acutely aware that danger loomed. Rest assured, I will release him. Yuen, unfazed by the situation, recognized that the presence or absence of these individuals mattered little to him, and he had no intentions of escalating matters further. Teaching these unruly individuals a lesson was the extent of his resolve. Should he inadvertently cause a fatality, the consequences would be dire. Observing Uchiha Hira's already asphyxiating visage, Yuen gently relinquished his grip, allowing Hira to clutch his throat and gasp for air. Despite his fury, a glimmer of fear flickered in his eyes. Disregarding Hira's plight, Yuen turned his attention to Shisui, smiling as he spoke. Shisui, everything is fine. Please lead everyone back to their seats. This is a clan meeting, not a training ground. Everyone, step back. Yuen is correct. This is a clan meeting, not a training ground. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku regained his composure. Though weary, he spoke up. Hatake, Hira, Go and attend to your injuries. Furthermore, you are both forbidden from leaving your homes for the next month. Reflect on your actions. Your behavior has been excessively reckless. Understood, clan leader. Hakadai and Hira exchanged reluctant glances, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the gravity of their actions and the trouble they had incited, their intentions were clear, to uphold the clan leader's prestige, yet they had not anticipated the terrifying prowess of the 15-year-old Yuan. The difference between the 3-tomo Sharingan and the 2-tomo Sharingan was undeniably significant. However, in ninja's considerations extended beyond such trivialities. Chakra reserves, practical experience, tactical application, and intelligence were the essential elements that determined a ninja's ability to triumph over an opponent. Otherwise, individuals without Sharingan would not be able to defeat Uchiha clan members. Yet, the harsh reality was that even at the tender age of 15, Yuan was not someone they could contend with. Supporting one another, heads bowed, the duo swiftly exited the room as they departed. The assembly resumed their seats, and tranquility returned to the shrine as if the earlier conflict had never occurred. However, for those who supported Uchiha Fugaku, despite their dissatisfaction with Yuan, their gazes toward him now bore a subtle change. The Uchiha clan had always revered strength, and although Yuan had not previously demonstrated much in terms of power, he had not faced mere novices. Resolving his opponents with such ease showcased his formidable prowess and capability. Even if they harbored discontent within, a modicum of respect had begun to take root. It was this very respect that now compelled them to maintain silence, allowing them to contemplate why Yahara sought to impeach their clan leader. Yahara, I sincerely apologize for the events that transpired earlier. I hope you can overlook them, as they were merely anxious. Uchiha Fugaku remarked with a faint sigh before earnestly addressing Yahara. They have departed, so let us proceed with the clan meeting. You claim you wish to impeach me. I have diligently fulfilled my duties as clan leader. While I may not have achieved anything particularly commendable, I have also not committed any acts that would bring shame upon our family. If you intend to impeach me, surely there must be a valid reason. Thus, I implore you to elucidate where I have fallen short as a leader. Although Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor appeared calm, it nonetheless reflected the grace befitting a clan leader. His composure surprised Yahara, who had anticipated a more hysterical or outrageously furious reaction. Yet, the tranquility he exhibited left Yahara somewhat at a loss. Regardless of Fugaku's demeanor, Yahara knew he must press on with the matter at hand. Fixing his gaze intently on Uchiha Fugaku, Yahara nodded slightly before shaking his head. There was no denying that Fugaku had indeed approached his role with diligence. Under normal circumstances, he might have been considered an exemplary leader. However, the current environment surrounding the Uchiha and the internal dynamics within Konoha were anything but ordinary. Yahara's words, while seemingly exonerating Uchiha Fugaku from undue blame, were, in truth, the most scathing indictment of all. His implication was unmistakable. While Fugaku might be a competent leader in times of peace, he was woefully inadequate in times of crisis. Uchiha Fugaku clearly grasped the weight of Yahara's statement, and a shadow of distress crossed his features. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain his emotions, silently observing Yahara without interruption. His own frustration simmered within as he pondered the reasons for his perceived inadequacy. Esteemed clan leader, and all esteemed elders present, our family now stands on the precipice of an unprecedented crisis, a reality I believe you have all discerned. Since the attack by the root ninjas, I trust it is clear to everyone what Konoha's stance truly is. Is it not? Yahara disregarded Uchiha Fugaku's shifting emotions, exhaling softly before continuing. Konoha seeks to provoke us into action, fully aware that our clan is divided into two factions, one advocating for the use of force to reclaim what the Uchiha have lost. Imagine if I were to fall victim to their ambush, disappearing without a trace, while Konoha vehemently denied any involvement. The internal discord would escalate, swaying sentiments towards the hardliners, leaving the clan leader with no choice but to align with them. With such an outcome, Konoha would possess a pretext to accuse the Uchiha of rebellion. Can you fathom what would ensue next? At this juncture, Yahara paused, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Fugaku as he scrutinized his reaction. To his dismay, Fugaku's expression remained inscrutable. Perhaps he had already anticipated this outcome, or perhaps he simply refused to accept it. Regardless, Yahara resolved to continue, recognizing that some matters must evolve while others remain unchanged. My answer is straightforward, a catastrophe that could lead to our clan's annihilation. Yahara articulated this chilling conclusion in a voice devoid of embellishment, causing the countenance of every attendee, whether moderate or hardline, to darken significantly. Those from the hardline faction, having previously been reprimanded by Yahara, were somewhat more prepared for such grim revelations, while the moderates and Fugaku's supporters were left in disbelief, unable to reconcile the prospect of such dire consequences. Uchiha Yahara, what nonsense are you spouting? Do not resort to alarmist rhetoric here, interjected Uchiha Ina, captain of the security division and a staunch supporter of Uchiha Fugaku. Moreover, even if such a situation were to arise, I have faith that our leader will guide us through these tribulations. Regrettably, he has failed to do so and has never truly attempted it. Yahara, disregarding Ina entirely, continued his measured discourse with unwavering resolve. Perhaps some of you are perplexed as to how matters have deteriorated to this extent. There are two primary reasons. First, the second Hokage, from a historical perspective, has harbored disdain for the Uchiha. Second, the legacy of Uchiha Madara's assault on the village, culminating in the demise of the first Hokage, has left an indelible mark of animosity. These factors have undoubtedly fostered a deep-seated antipathy in Senju Tobarama towards the Uchiha. Do not be deceived by his establishment of the security division, which ostensibly conferred substantial power upon our clan, or by his decision to take Uchiha Kagami as his disciple. Such actions were ultimately detrimental to us. The appointment of Kagami as a disciple may have lulled us into a false sense of security, while the security division's establishment has effectively bound us to a role akin to that of a prison, isolating us from the political nucleus. Moreover, both Kagami and the security division serve to encircle and surveil us. Can any of you not see this even now? As Yahara spoke, a sigh escaped him, and the expressions of the Uchiha, save for a few elders and Shisui, turned grim. They longed to contradict Yahara, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, his understanding of the situation evident, rendering him unable to argue against Yahara's points. The third Hokage and his contemporaries are the successors of the second Hokage's legacy. I suspect this enmity has been perpetuated. Yahara continued, his tone now more resolute. Furthermore, I trust all present are aware of the events surrounding the Hyuga clan from a few years ago. Let me pose a question. If such an incident were to occur within our clan, would you all be able to endure it? This is the second reason, discontent among the Hyuga, as well as increasing dissatisfaction among other clans. If you were in the Hokage's position, would you act differently? A show of force to deter rebellion. Surely you comprehend this. Should I be assaulted and the clan reaches a decision, what would our ultimate fate be? Yahara posed three heart-wrenching questions, each more unsettling than the last, provoking silence and anger among his audience. Reflecting on Yahara's words, it became evident that the clan was indeed facing a monumental crisis, perhaps even one that threatened its very existence. In that moment, even Fugaku's supporters began to grasp the necessity of excluding Uchiha Itachi from the proceedings. Yet, they remained puzzled as to why Shisui was still present. Yahara offered no answers, his gaze fixed sternly on Uchiha Fugaku, his tone growing ever more severe. I need not elaborate on our potential fate. I have stated that I do not deny your diligence, Fugaku. Yet, alas, you lack the capability and the fortitude. Your character is weak and your resolve wavering. The clan's descent into turmoil is largely attributable to you. Alongside external factors, in the face of such dire circumstances, your inclination has been toward appeasement, and amidst our internal division, you have failed to consider unification. Fugaku, do you truly consider yourself a competent clan leader? Yahara's words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present, particularly upon Uchiha Fugaku, who remained silent, his eyes fixed on Uchiha that moment. He found himself at a loss for words. A profound silence enveloped the entire shrine, creating an atmosphere that felt particularly oppressive. All eyes were fixed upon Hayahara and Uchiha Fugaku, awaiting Fugaku's response and anticipating Hayahara to press further. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the shrine, causing everyone to furrow their brows, Hayahara included. Soon after, a young Uchiha ninja pushed open the door and entered, whispering, "Esteemed lords, Lord Itachi has arrived. We were instructed not to let him in." But, upon hearing the name Uchiha Itachi, the expressions of everyone present varied, yet they could not help but direct their gazes toward Uchiha Fugaku, whose countenance also appeared troubled, before he could utter a word. Shisui abruptly stood up. "I will handle this matter," he stated calmly. "Hayahara, you have mentioned that the clan requires discipline. Even though I regard Itachi as a brother, he must adhere to the clan's rules." Watching Shisui stride out, Hayahara could only sigh in resignation. He had originally intended to step out and resolve this troublesome situation, believing he could take on this task, as per Shisui's request. Of course, there was also Hayahara's desire to teach Itachi a lesson, although Itachi had yet to truly commit any unforgivable acts. Hayahara had been living in fear for 15 years under the shadow of the actions Itachi would eventually undertake in the original narrative. For those 15 years, he had contemplated whether to reprogram Itachi, but alas, being the son of the clan leader, he could not approach him freely. After finally establishing some contact, he had only managed to subtly convey a few of his thoughts, only for Itachi to disregard him entirely. Shisui, however, was somewhat different. They had grown up together, but Hayahara had been too young at that time to express certain thoughts openly, particularly when it came to political matters. He feared that if he spoke out, Shisui might relay his words to the elders, resulting in trouble for himself. Progress must be gradual. It is impossible to expect immediate results. Thus, he had always sought to express his stance while formulating plans. Unlike Itachi, Shisui was able to accept Hayahara's position, and their relationship had remained amicable, perhaps indicative of the difference between Shisui and Itachi. Shaking his head, Hayahara turned to Uchiha Fugaku and continued, "Although unexpected events have transpired, I believe Shisui can resolve these troubles. Indeed, Shisui would find a solution." Uchiha Fugaku sighed and nodded. "Let us continue the meeting. Hayahara-kun, please proceed. I am genuinely curious to see just how inadequate I appear in your eyes." Fugaku clan leader, your inadequacy lies in your failure to perceive reality. It stems from your compromises and your indecisiveness, Hayahara replied steadily, maintaining his gaze on Uchiha Fugaku as the clan leader. It is paramount to recognize the truth. "May I ask, Fugaku clan leader, do you still recall your decision on the Night of the Nine Tails?" The Night of the Nine Tails was undoubtedly a turning point that led to the Uchiha clan's decline, a fact that no one could deny. Moreover, those who were involved that night remembered one crucial detail. Uchiha Fugaku ultimately heeded an elder's command to halt all support efforts. This decision had previously drawn skepticism from many. Yet Uchiha Fugaku justified it as the third Hokage's order, which would absolve them of any suspicion regarding the Nine Tails. Why bringing this matter up again? Hayahara piqued the curiosity of those present, including Uchiha Fugaku. Hayahara-kun, that was a command from the third Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku began to speak, but was interrupted by Hayahara. "No, Fugaku clan leader, this matter cannot solely be attributed to the third Hokage's directives." Hayahara shook his head gently, his expression serious. "Do you not remember that the situation was so dire at that time? The third Hokage was already at the front lines battling the Nine Tails. With such a grave threat, how could he possibly have time to issue such orders? Moreover, every additional force we could muster would enhance our chances of defeating the Nine Tails. Perhaps you might argue that the Uchiha had suspicions surrounding the Nine Tails. However, the best way to clear that suspicion would have been to confront the Nine Tails head-on." Hayahara's words left Uchiha Fugaku momentarily speechless, ultimately rendering him unable to respond. Yet Hayahara did not relent. "Furthermore, even if we accept that this was a command from the third Hokage, I must pose a question to you. Fugaku clan leader, who was the Hokage 8 years ago? Was it the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, or the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato?" This question caused Uchiha Fugaku's expression to shift dramatically, and the faces of everyone present also reflected a subtle change. Indeed, the command that had led to their halting operations had been issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen. But the crucial issue remained. Who was truly the Hokage? Fugaku clan leader, it is precisely because you failed to recognize reality that the clan missed its best opportunity to prove itself. The chain reaction of this oversight was evident when, following the Nine Tails incident, the village indiscriminately relegated us to a more remote area during reconstruction. The reason is simple. We did not prove our innocence. And yet you, the clan leader, made another grave error in this matter. You chose compromise. You chose to accept everything without asserting a firm stance to contest it. In doing so, you effectively consented to everything. Hayahara's words struck like a sharp blade into the hearts of all present, compelling their gazes toward Uchiha Fugaku. Even the most steadfast supporters of Uchiha Fugaku found themselves looking at their clan leader in this moment. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists, revealing the inner turmoil and anguish he was experiencing. However, he remained silent, unsure of how to retort. As he listened to Hayahara's words, he reflected on his past decisions and began to realize that Hayahara's assertions might indeed hold merit. "As for your indecisiveness," Hayahara noted. Observing Uchiha Fugaku's current state, he sighed, softening his tone. The situation outside the clan has reached this point. Yet within the clan, you have never considered unifying everyone's thoughts and correcting the misguided ideologies within. The moderates are excessively conciliatory. The peace gained through compromise has demonstrated its inevitable demise. Conversely, the hardliners are overly aggressive, lacking a clear objective, merely insisting on reclaiming the Uchiha's glory. Does this imply that the Uchiha intends to stand against the entirety of Konoha? Konoha is vast, home to numerous ninja clans. How could a single Uchiha contend against them all? The Hyuga, Inazuka, Akimichi, Inazuka, and even the vast ranks of civilian ninjas. How could one Uchiha stand against the entirety of Konoha? Are we to believe that our current clan leader is still Uchiha Madara? Others could outlast us. Yet you allow such ideologies to proliferate unchecked. You have never considered the integration of the clan's thoughts, but rather sought to balance the two factions instead. Your approach has led both factions to believe they are correct, resulting in ongoing division and infighting within the clan. Each clan meeting resembles a marketplace, utterly failing to produce practical solutions for any issues. The clansmen lack a clear and unified objective, leaving them uncertain of what they truly desire. This is the change you have brought upon the Uchiha as clan leader. At this juncture, Hayahara paused briefly, regarding Uchiha Fugaku with utmost seriousness. After a lengthy silence, he quietly inquired, "Fugaku clan leader, are you truly not a qualified leader?" Hayahara continued to impugn Uchiha Fugaku within the shrine. While Shisui had now reached the shrine's exterior, tonight's clan meeting was of utmost importance, and Shisui would not allow any disturbances, even if that disturbance came from Uchiha Itachi, from the very beginning of the meeting. It had been established that Itachi would not be permitted entry, and now that Itachi appeared intent on forcing his way in, Shisui would naturally oppose it. Hurrying to the shrine's perimeter, Shisui spotted Itachi surrounded by several individuals. But his brow soon furrowed as he noted that several clan members lay incapacitated on the ground, indicating one clear truth. Itachi had already taken action. What is going on here? Without addressing the issue concerning Itachi, Shisui directly inquired, "Why is there such a commotion during the clan meeting?" "Lord Shisui, it is Lord Itachi who is attempting to force his way in," a somewhat troubled Uchiha ninja replied. Although he was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan, it was evident that he lacked the Sharingan, thus rendering him incapable of entering the clan meeting. Moreover, he felt he could not afford to offend either party involved. On one side were the collective orders of the elders, and on the other, Itachi, the son of the clan leader, who possessed the Sharingan. In such circumstances, even those with the Sharingan would feel the weight of the dilemma, let alone him. Who struck first? Shisui nodded slightly before posing the question. "We received orders not to allow Lord Itachi entry, and since he attempted to force his way in, we had no choice but to intervene." However, the ninja lowered his head as he spoke. His words were rather ambiguous, failing to clarify who had initiated the conflict, and it was clear that he was filled with apprehension. Nevertheless, Shisui was indifferent to such matters. He simply desired a general understanding of events and a definitive outcome. Nodding again, Shisui turned his gaze towards Itachi, whose expression was now tinged with complexity. Yet, he quickly reined in his complicated emotions, ultimately exhaling a sigh of resignation. "Itachi, you are aware of the rules. You should not be here tonight." "Why should I not come?" Itachi responded with an air of indifference, locking his eyes on his Shisui as he spoke in a low voice. "If you are allowed." "Why am I not?" "This is the command of the elders, and the clan leader concurs." Shisui shook his head, finally providing his answer. "You need not attend tonight's clan meeting. Leave now, and do not put me in a difficult position, nor cause trouble for others." Upon uttering these words, Shisui turned to depart, but at that moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful chakra brewing behind him. This caused him to halt, turning slowly to face Itachi, whose eyes had transformed into an intense crimson. "Indeed, you have changed completely, Shisui," Itachi observed coldly, his voice frigid. "You are no longer the Shisui I remember. I cannot fathom what has wrought such a transformation in you. However, I wish to inform you that I will enter, and you cannot stop me. Even as one who possesses the three-tomo Sharingan, I have the right to attend the clan meeting. Itachi, do not make this difficult for me." Shisui, witnessing Itachi's demeanor, felt a pang of bitterness within. Yet, he remained remarkably calm and resolute. "I have stated that this is the collective will of the clan leader and the elders, even with your three-tomo. It is not permissible. As he spoke, Shisui's eyes transformed into the crimson three-tomo Sharingan, signifying his stance that this matter was unchangeable. Indeed, I can harbor no illusions about you, for you are clearly not the Shisui I once knew. Itachi remarked, a hint of sadness mingling with a sense of acceptance in his voice as he slowly closed his eyes, his tone remaining as cold and detached as ever. Yet, at that moment, a more sinister chakra began to radiate from him, its intense and chilling aura swiftly enveloping the surroundings. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. My intent to enter is resolute. So let me ask you. As he spoke, Itachi gradually opened his eyes, revealing a swirling pattern akin to that of a dart within his gaze. Does this eye grant me sufficient authority to enter? The Mangekyō Shisui gazed at the unfolding scene. Astonished, he had never anticipated that Itachi would possess such eyes. However, amidst his astonishment, a wave of deeper concern washed over him, for he was uncertain of the origins of Itachi's new abilities. And it was clear that Itachi's stance had shifted to one of opposition. After a moment's hesitation, Shisui gritted his teeth and swiftly closed his eyes. The next instant, when he reopened them, he too bore the enigmatic patterns of the Mangekyō Sharingan. He focused on the chakra converging within Itachi, and then suddenly spoke. You indeed possess the qualifications to force your way in, but I must pose a question. Itachi remained silent, merely observing Shisui. Unfazed, Shisui continued. If I were to request that you refrain from reporting anything from tonight's clan meeting, would you comply? Outside the shrine, with the utterance of Shisui's words, the atmosphere once again fell into an eerie silence. The surrounding Uchiha ninjas had long since retreated, unable to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from the two young men. The suffocating atmosphere was steeped in despair. I understand. After a long pause, Itachi finally spoke, turning away without a backward glance. This action caused Shisui's expression to darken, and he could not help but call out. Itachi, you. There is no need for further words. Itachi interrupted Shisui as he walked away, stating slowly, I am truly disappointed that it has come to this. However, I have already anticipated your thoughts and the eventual outcome. You should take heed. Under the silver moonlight, Itachi's figure gradually receded, vanishing from Shisui's sight. In that moment, Shisui felt a profound ache within his heart. Behind the shrine, the entire meeting venue fell into an even deeper silence. With all eyes fixated on Uchiha Fugaku. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, lost in reflection on his past, contemplating whether he was truly as inadequate as he feared. After a lengthy pause, he sighed, lifting his head to gaze earnestly at Hayabusa before asking, How do you intend to deal with me, an unqualified clan leader? Given the motion for impeachment, it was evident that clan leader Fugaku was no longer fit to retain his position. Upon finishing this statement, Hayabusa turned to Uchiha Takashi and Uchiha Myun. Elders Takashi and Myun, we would appreciate your assistance moving forward. Both elders nodded in unison, exchanging glances before Uchiha Myun stepped forward. In light of Uchiha Fugaku's numerous actions that have led the clan into such dire straits, we have decided to dismiss him from the position of clan leader, and furthermore, at this juncture, Uchiha Myun took a deep breath, raising his voice that we hereby nominate Hayabusa Uchiha as the new clan leader. The nomination of Hayabusa as clan leader had long been predetermined, a decision that would not be altered. While every individual may harbor personal interests, the elders were no exception. Nonetheless, as members of the Uchiha clan, they shared a common mentality, loyalty to the strong. Faced with Hayabusa, who wielded the Mangekyō Sharingan and had Shisui's backing, they dared not express their self-interests, for those interests had been thoroughly shattered. The ensuing vote held little suspense. The hardliners were the first to rally behind Hayabusa. Although they were acutely aware that Hayabusa did not share their ideology, they recognized their lack of a clear objective. The consequences of opposing Konoha were unfathomable. It was not that they believed themselves weak. Every Uchiha, indeed every ninja, exercised caution, yet confidence was equally essential. Without confidence, how could they confront formidable foes? However, confidence and arrogance were two distinct matters. The mere thought of facing the combined might of all the clans in Konoha, alongside a multitude of ordinary ninjas, was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. They wholeheartedly agreed with Hayabusa's assertions. Even if they felt capable of victory, the sheer endurance of their opponents could prove overwhelming. Moreover, Hayabusa had already demonstrated his extraordinary power. Even their elders were convinced, so they naturally would not defy his words. The moderates, too, after witnessing the hardliners' choices, quietly aligned themselves behind Hayabusa. Strictly speaking, they were the first to make their choice, due to the fact that Shisui had long since decided to align with Yu Yuan, and their elders had also made their determination. Even though they had not directly clashed with Yu Yuan, they were well aware of the actions he had undertaken among the hardliners, with Shisui's connections. The support of the elders and Yu Yuan's martial prowess as a safeguard, they exhibited no hesitation whatsoever as the factions had completed their alignments. Those supporting Uchiha Fugaku began to murmur restlessly. Many bore grim expressions, while several appeared deeply conflicted at that moment. Regardless of the choices they would ultimately make, the outcome was essentially already assured, especially as Shisui had returned to the shrine. His demeanor appeared somewhat dazed. However, upon realizing that it was time for the voting, he hesitated not at all and positioned himself directly behind Yu Yuan. This action effectively rendered the voting devoid of any suspense. It seemed the result was predetermined. Yu Yuan gazed at Uchiha Fugaku and calmly inquired, "Do you have any further instructions, clan leader Fugaku?" Yu Yuan was not at all surprised by this outcome. He had invested considerable time in Shisui and these faction members. He had even deliberately exposed his Mangekyō Sharingan and engaged in a confrontation with the hardliners, all with the aim of successfully executing this impeachment. Moreover, during the clan meeting's impeachment, Yu Yuan had once again analyzed the circumstances of the Uchiha clan from a god's perspective. He had accomplished all that could be done, akin to a card game where all his opponents were essentially playing their hands face up. He was fully aware of everything and had the assistance of a system. If this did not garner sufficient support, it would indeed be quite peculiar. Yet, he dared not relax, for there remained one individual who prompted caution. Uchiha Fugaku. In terms of familial support and prestige, Uchiha Fugaku had already faltered. Under the pressure exerted by Yu Yuan, he was utterly incapable of sustaining himself. However, the crucial question remained. Did this man possess the Mangekyō Sharingan? Should he choose to relinquish his position, it would indeed be for the best. But if he were unwilling to step down and retain the Mangekyō Sharingan, then Yu Yuan would undoubtedly have to engage in a fierce battle with him, for such a confrontation would be almost inevitable. The Uchiha clan was inherently a combative lineage, and Yu Yuan had secured the opportunity to negotiate with the elders precisely by wielding the Mangekyō. If Uchiha Fugaku also possessed the Mangekyō and justified his position as clan leader by asserting that sufficient martial strength was a requisite, Yu Yuan would find it nearly impossible to reject such a claim. Should he refuse, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to his credibility. Indeed, it seemed the outcome was already determined. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. But his subsequent words prompted an involuntary sigh from Yu Yuan's heart. He raised his gaze earnestly to Yu Yuan, and in that moment, his eyes began to transform, turning a deep crimson as a terrifying aura emanated from him. His eyes had morphed into the three-tomo state, and as he quietly regarded Yu Yuan, he then shifted his gaze to Shisui, before slowly articulating, "I concede that, under your assertions and after deep reflection, I am not a competent clan leader. I am willing to step down. However, Yu Yuan-kun, I believe your wisdom qualifies you for this role. Yet, the leadership of the Uchiha clan cannot rely solely on intellect. One must possess sufficient strength to gain the family's endorsement. Though your performance was commendable, in my view, it remains insufficient, as your Sharingan lacks the necessary potency. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku paused. The three-tomo in his eyes began to whirl rapidly, and within moments, they coalesced into a singular form. At that instant, the expressions of nearly all the elders shifted dramatically, for they had never anticipated that Uchiha Fugaku had concealed such depths. They had never imagined that this seemingly weak clan leader possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. The Mangekyō Sharingan represented the pinnacle of the Sharingan's capabilities. In truth, I have always hesitated to reveal these eyes, for I believe they would invite trouble. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was soft yet resolute as he earnestly addressed Yu Yuan. I am willing to support your ascension to clan leader, but I believe you are not yet adequate. I propose that Shisui be considered as a candidate for clan leader, for he too possesses these eyes. He is deserving of this opportunity. However, for him to truly become clan leader, he must first defeat me. Only by genuinely besting me, the bearer of these eyes, can one be deemed a qualified leader. Do you comprehend my meaning, Yu Yuan-kun? Yes, I understand, Yu Yuan replied with a slight sigh, nodding in agreement. Though he soon shook his head, he turned slightly to offer a gentle smile to the concerned elders behind him before directing his gaze back to Shisui. Ultimately, he and Shisui looked toward Uchiha Fugaku, and in that moment, their eyes transformed into a brilliant crimson, yet they were not in the Tomo state. Instead, They exhibited an eerie, irregular pattern, radiating an aura of terrifying power. Uchiha Fugaku appeared momentarily stunned, along with those who stood behind him in support. However, after their initial shock, their faces morphed into expressions of profound fear, astonishment, and unmistakable disbelief. The Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Yu also possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. Yu regarded Uchiha Fugaku with calmness and ultimately revealed a smile. However, it is unfortunate that I too possess such eyes. I believe I am qualified. Would you not agree? Today truly is a splendid day. The following morning, Yu sat in his chamber, vividly recalling the events of the previous night. He had succeeded, for he had successfully compelled Uchiha Fugaku to abdicate. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku could no longer be considered the clan leader. Through his godly perspective analysis and judgment, he had laid bare the missteps taken by Uchiha Fugaku before the clan's upper echelons. His prestige had suffered an unfathomable blow, rendering him incapable of maintaining control over the vast Uchiha clan. Yet, Yu had not achieved complete success, as Uchiha Fugaku had unveiled his Mangekyō Sharingan before all present in the final moments. He had also presented an irresistible stipulation. The new clan leader must first defeat him to qualify for the position. Although Yu had anticipated such a turn of events, after all, while Fugaku appeared weak, he was still an Uchiha and a possessor of the Mangekyō. In simpler terms, he was a formidable adversary. Yu had mentally prepared himself, and he was not surprised that Uchiha Fugaku wielded the Mangekyō. After all, in Itachi's true story, this individual had unabashedly showcased his Mangekyō before Itachi, so his appearance was hardly unexpected. Yet, this development had thwarted Yu's immediate acquisition of the leadership position. Following subsequent discussions, it was determined that his battle with Uchiha Fugaku would take place a month later. Nevertheless, this contention for the clan leader position was merely a formal legal succession struggle. In essence, with both Yu and Shisui possessing the Mangekyō, they had already seized effective control over the clan. Uchiha Fugaku could no longer be deemed the clan leader. The immense impact on his prestige and the ensuing crisis of trust had resulted in his loss of authority over the family. Moreover, the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan had largely rallied behind Yu, implying that the current Uchiha clan was effectively under his command. What he lacked was merely the title of clan leader recognized by the former leader, and nothing more. However, upon hearing Shisui mention that Uchiha Itachi had also awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, this was what truly perplexed him. The thought of Uchiha Itachi's circumstances made Yu furrow his brow. He had never anticipated that Uchiha Itachi could awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. Yet, how had this young man accomplished it while Shisui was still alive? Although Yu had always been aware of Uchiha Itachi's potential to awaken the Mangekyō. Without a powerful surge of mental strength, how could he have achieved it? Was it possible that he had concluded that Shisui had embarked on a different path, and thus believed that the Shisui he cherished in his heart had perished, leading to his awakening? Yu could not help but internally scoff, pondering when exactly the Uchiha clan would lose their sanity and undergo a transformation of spirit. They asked for how to deal with this young man. If one were to adhere to the original narrative, Yu could indeed afford to disregard Uchiha Itachi. The reason for this was quite simple. Yu was intimately familiar with him. The abilities of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan were practically common knowledge, and with this understanding, Yu could devise appropriate countermeasures. However, the manner in which this individual had awakened his eyes was somewhat perplexing, making it challenging for Yu to predict his capabilities. Currently, he was proving to be as troublesome as Uchiha Fugaku. Nevertheless, if my conjecture holds true, Itachi's abilities should remain akin to those of the past. After all, it seemed that only Shisui could provoke him to awaken his eyes. In any case, I have not heard of any unforeseen incidents involving Sasuke, and Shisui has undoubtedly changed from the Shisui of yore. Thus, it is highly probable that this young man awakened his eyes due to the changes in Shisui, coupled with a series of actions from his clan that plunged him into profound despair. Although Yu could not be certain of his deductions, after all, Shisui had not engaged Itachi directly. This did not deter him from speculating in this direction. Moreover, regardless of the nature of the Mangekyō, Yu retained a measure of confidence in his ability to respond, as he possessed his own trump cards. His success at the clan meeting had resulted in a modest increase in his points, amounting to about 1,000. Yet Yu was quite satisfied, particularly because the rewards bestowed upon him by the system were exceedingly generous. Current binding. Uchiha clan current status. Relatively balanced. You have resolved internal clan issues and received formal recognition. Yet external threats still loom. Prosperity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The standard prosperity for a clan is 10,000. Suggestion. Attain the position of clan leader to command the clan and address threats against your kin. Congratulations, host, on completing the clan integration. Though you are but one step away from leading the clan, achieving this milestone showcases your capabilities, thus granting you a high-level point reward. Secret technique. Unyielding will. Can purify all negative states and provide substantial recovery capabilities without harming one's essence. Lasting 8 seconds. Secret technique. Crescent Guardian. Repels or eliminates nearby enemies with chakra, forming a protective wind. Any ninjutsu or shuriken thrown from beyond the wind's range will inflict no damage, lasting 8 seconds. Secret technique. Divine incantation. Can use secret techniques to enhance one's ninjutsu, genjutsu, and ocular techniques for 8 seconds, inflicting tremendous damage. This reward left Yu Yuan utterly astounded. If he recalled correctly, these all fell under the category of ultimate moves. Moreover, to speak candidly, he coveted all 3 skills, as each could significantly elevate his power. No wonder the system referred to this as a high-level point reward extraction. Perhaps these abilities were not attainable at his current stage. Or perhaps they exceeded the 1,000 points he could currently exchange. Yet, Yu Yuan paid little mind to such considerations. Now that he had these options, he certainly would not let them slip by. In truth, he found himself quite troubled about which to choose. After much contemplation, he ultimately opted for the secret technique, Unyielding Will. Although it was primarily a defensive skill, the ability to purify all negative effects was one he truly did not wish to forego. In the original narrative, Uchiha Fugaku's abilities were not delineated. However, he had demonstrated a vision of the future through genjutsu to Uchiha Itachi, indicating that his Mangekyō likely possessed formidable genjutsu capabilities, making this technique an excellent countermeasure. For Uchiha Itachi. While Yu Yuan remained unaware of the specifics of his ocular techniques, the substantial recovery potential of Unyielding Will could prove immensely beneficial. Combined with his Susanoo, he was not particularly fearful of facing him. As Yu Yuan walked, he quietly pondered. Although he often felt as though he had become a minotaur, possessing this ability indeed provided a sense of security. It was time to rise, visit the library for some serious study, and then head to the training grounds. He could not afford to waste this moment. Although Yu Yuan had yet to become the clan leader, the authority he had already acquired was considerable, which was undoubtedly advantageous for him. Furthermore, to steadily secure victory, he knew he must prepare diligently if he aimed to surpass Uchiha Fugaku. He could not afford even the slightest hint of complacency. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Itachi had quietly arrived at the Hokage building. In the dead of night, Uchiha Itachi stood silently at the edge of a cliff where he and Shisui had secretly met. Gazing into the unfathomable abyss, Itachi's heart was heavy with sorrow. Ever since returning from his break, he had observed that many aspects of his understanding had undergone a radical transformation. First, there was Shisui, the man he had regarded as a brother, who had taught and supported him since childhood and advocated for harmony between the village and the clan. That man had changed. He had become a stranger, utterly unlike the Shisui etched in his memories, and the so-called new perspective Shisui espoused had shattered his inner beliefs. He had never contemplated opposing the village, as he preferred to approach matters from the Hokage's perspective. The current state of affairs in the village was dire, as the actions of Mangekyō had severely undermined the village's credibility, leading to a rapid decline in Konoha's task allocations. In such a bleak scenario, should a fierce conflict erupt between the clan and the village, or worse, a coup d'etat, the repercussions for the village would be unimaginable. Indeed, regardless of who emerged victorious from such a coup, the village's inherent weakness would remain undeniable. Every ninja village harbored spies within others, which meant that any events occurring in Konoha would inevitably be relayed to other villages. The Konoha weakened in this manner would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of rival villages. And the animosities born from the Third Great Ninja War had not yet dissipated. When other villages sought vengeance on Konoha, the village would find itself utterly defenseless against their onslaught, risking annihilation. Such a calamity must never occur. Uchiha Itachi silently vowed that for the sake of the village, the clan, and his younger brother, he would not allow conflict to arise between the clan and the village. Thus, Shisui's words struck a heavy blow to Itachi's heart, and the transformation of Shisui made him feel as though the familiar Shisui had perished. In light of this upheaval, the turmoil within him was palpable. And it was this very turmoil that led to a subtle change in his eyes. Yet, this transformation was not yet complete. A part of him still clung to a sliver of hope, a flicker of expectation. However, all such hopes were dashed when, the previous night, he sought to enter the clan meeting to ascertain the specifics, only to be intercepted directly by Shisui. Why could he not enter? Because he was a member of the Anbu. Shisui was aware that he would report any intelligence to the Hokage. Why was there particular concern about his report this time? Because this clan meeting was undoubtedly determined to undertake the most dreadful of actions. Upon realizing these matters, Uchiha Itachi could no longer suppress the chill creeping up his spine, the suffocating despair relentlessly gnawing at his insides, agitating his very nerves. Under such excruciating yet potent mental stimuli, he awakened his own Mangekyō Sharingan. However, that alone was insufficient. Uchiha Itachi was filled with a sense of resignation. Though he had acquired the Uchiha clan's most formidable power, he lamented that he was not the sole possessor of such strength within the clan. The individual he had once revered most, Uchiha Shisui, also wielded this power, and he had possessed it far longer and with greater mastery. Itachi knew he could not match Shisui, and with his exclusion from the clan meeting, he was utterly in the dark regarding the clan's forthcoming plans. This overwhelming sense of confusion and despair left him at a loss. Who goes there? Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi's voice turned icy, his hand stealthily reaching behind him to grasp a shuriken. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an eerie and unfamiliar chakra resonating nearby, alerting him to the presence of others surrounding him. In such an environment, he had to exercise utmost caution and vigilance against any lurking threats. Suddenly, the ripples in space vanished, and immediately a mysterious figure cloaked in black emerged from the ether. This enigmatic individual wore a hood, and the moonlight revealed only a hint of a yellow mask covering the lower part of their face. Beyond that, Uchiha Itachi could glean nothing. Since this is our first encounter, let's not create an atmosphere of tension, shall we, Itachi? The mysterious man spoke first, his voice seemingly laced with a light chuckle. Itachi, however, ignored him, his gaze sharpening with vigilance. His crimson eyes transformed, the Sharingan fixating intently on every movement of his counterpart, as if searching for the opportune moment to strike. The current generation truly exhibits an overabundance of caution. The mysterious man murmured, then lifted the hood from his head. As intricate patterns revealed the mask beneath. A singular hole over his right eye showcased a clearly visible three-tomo Sharingan. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a member of the Akatsuki organization, and my name is Uchiha Madara. Before his words could fully settle in the air, a flash of cold steel erupted, in that instant of the man's relaxed demeanor. Itachi launched an attack. The kunai glinted under the moonlight as he darted past his opponent, the blade slicing through the air towards the man's throat. Yet, nothing transpired. The masked figure calmly turned, his three-tomo Sharingan devoid of emotion as it regarded Itachi. Such trivial actions are meaningless. I bear no ill will. Should you insist on positioning me as your adversary, it may lead you to regret this decision for the rest of your days. The moonlight cascaded upon him, and with words laced with an air of control, he imparted an unprecedented pressure upon Itachi. Such weight was something he had never experienced, not even from Shisui. Perhaps he had never known such pressure at all. He stared at the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara for a long moment before finally responding. If that is the case, communication between us must commence with utmost transparency. You claim to be Uchiha Madara, but I am afraid I cannot place my trust in such a declaration. Not just myself, but any rational individual would find it hard to believe. If you harbor no malice, then perhaps you might consider removing the mask from your face. The mysterious man chuckled lightly, his voice taking on a deeper tone as he slowly replied, Naive Uchiha descendant, I did not expect you to be ensnared in the same narrow-mindedness as those fools. Everyone claims Uchiha Madara is dead. Yet, the truth remains elusive, as people stubbornly cling to their ignorance. Unable to comprehend the reality that I hope you understand, I am indeed Uchiha Madara, a fact that need not be proven to you. And it is your side that currently finds itself in peril. Even if you are Uchiha Madara, what is your purpose in seeking me? Itachi inquired, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. The purpose. The enigmatic figure maintained his smile, addressing Itachi with an air of indifference. I harbor no specific intent. I merely wish to meet you. It is evident that you are troubled, but I possess no interest in the plight of the Uchihas. Nor do I care for Konoha's stance. Therefore, you need not be overly cautious around me. We do not currently share a direct conflict, do we? Itachi remained silent, still unable to ascertain the man's true intentions. Especially after their brief confrontation, he felt overwhelmed. Your wariness persists, the mysterious man observed, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. But that is to be expected. If you were to trust so easily, it would hardly warrant my attention. Night is falling. Let us conclude today's conversation for now. However, I must remind you, the Uchiha clan stands at the brink of a precipice. Not only the Uchiha, but even this world teeters on the edge of ruin. Should you find yourself in a desperate situation or faced with a critical decision, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. As he spoke, the figure began to waver, fading from view, but his final words plunged Uchiha Itachi into a deeper silence. I will seek you out. Feel free to divulge your thoughts to anyone you wish. Yet, I hope that next time, you will provide me with a satisfactory answer. Remember, my name is Uchiha Madara. The terror that Uchiha Madara instilled was palpable. And even though Itachi had never lived through that era, he had gleaned some knowledge of it. As the son of the clan leader, he had access to resources that others could only dream of throughout their lifetimes. The volumes of information he could peruse were countless, including forbidden techniques available to him even at a tender age, such as Izanagi and its counterpart, Izanami. Perhaps this was the privilege of being the clan leader's son. Undeniably, Itachi possessed the talent and qualifications to match in such an environment. He had acquired knowledge far surpassing that of his peers, including information regarding Uchiha Madara. The appearance of Uchiha Madara caught Itachi completely off guard. The presence of such a formidable figure evoked fear in anyone. Although, by age, Uchiha Madara should have long since departed this world, his bold entrance before Itachi compelled him to remain on guard. Even if Madara claimed disinterest in Konoha, Itachi found it difficult to believe. The names Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan, and Konoha all converged in a moment, enveloping Itachi in an unparalleled pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. Yet, he understood that it was precisely in such moments that he must maintain his composure. He could only rely on himself to save Konoha and everything else. What should I do? How should I proceed? Itachi repeatedly questioned himself, casting his gaze down at the abyss-like chasm beside him, suddenly frozen in thought. He then slightly closed his eyes, his hands clenching into fists, his body trembling with intensity. Finally, after a prolonged internal struggle, all movement within him stilled. Opening his eyes, he once again focused on the towering cliff, and at that moment, an icy coldness enveloped him. He resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Or perhaps an unmelting glacier from the ages. The following morning, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kazekage, and Tsunade sat in a row, while Uchiha Itachi knelt before them, clad in Anbu attire. According to your recent assertions, has the Uchiha clan truly reached this critical juncture? Mito Kazekage, now over 60 and bearing the weight of age, spoke first. Her once youthful beauty faded, her expression grave. And what about the Akatsuki organization you mentioned? Itachi lowered his head, his voice chilling and serious. However, after careful consideration, he opted not to disclose Uchiha Madara's name. Madara was too unique, and the masked individual too enigmatic. He resolved to gather more intelligence before speaking further. I cannot ascertain the clan's stance, but they barred me from last night's clan meeting. Moreover, Shisui advised me against showing weakness to Konoha and emphasized the need for resistance. Thus, I suspect. I am uncertain about the Akatsuki, but I sense they pose a significant threat and seem to harbor ulterior motives against Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently lit his pipe, taking a deep breath before speaking. That I never anticipated that events would unfold to this extent. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Itachi, we are aware of these matters, and we will devise a plan. During this time, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Take the opportunity to rest. Having said this, Hiruzen paused, gazing meaningfully at Uchiha Itachi before slowly continuing. By the way, I believe you should inform Danzo about certain matters, though you are not a member of Root. Your subordinates are. And since he is currently absent, it is only fitting that you keep him apprised. That I understand, Itachi replied with a nod, his voice steady. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I know what must be done. Rising, Itachi bowed earnestly to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others before activating his body flicker technique. Vanishing into a shadow, the third Hokage watched the spot where Itachi had disappeared for a long moment before shaking his head. He then placed the pipe heavily on the table and spoke softly. Now that there are no outsiders present, I hope everyone can speak candidly. With events reaching this point, decisive action is required. Moreover, with the mention of Danzo, it was high time for him to reveal himself after such a prolonged absence. As his words echoed in the dim shadows of the room, Shimura Danzo emerged silently, clearly having been present all along. Sarutobi Hiruzen paid little heed to Danzo, his expression starkly contrasting with the one he wore when facing Uchiha Itachi. What are your thoughts on the Uchiha clan, and that organization known as Akatsuki? Nara Shikaku and Mito Kaden exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was Mito who spoke that I have never heard of this Akatsuki. But the recent upheaval within the Uchiha is troubling. Their true intentions remain shrouded in mystery. Yet, the aura emanating from Uchiha Itachi suggests that the Uchiha clan has reached a perilous juncture. Troubles must be addressed incrementally, and prioritizing the Uchiha clan is of utmost importance. Although we are unaware of their plans, the previous clan meeting indicated they harbored some peculiar ideas that I believe that striking first is the wisest course of action. At this moment, Danzo interjected, his expression laced with derision as he fixated on Sarutobi. Furthermore, have you not already made a decision and provided that boy with a direction? Upon hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi gently shook his head, raising his gaze to meet Danzo's with utmost gravity. While preemptive action may appear favorable, I cannot issue an order for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, nor can the ninjas of Konoha act in such a manner. I trust you comprehend my meaning. A disdainful scoff escaped Danzo's lips as he lightly tapped his cane against the ground. Your hypocrisy is truly nauseating. After all these years as Hokage, you have fallen from your former decisiveness. Your once bold spirit has entirely vanished. However, rest assured, I know precisely how to proceed. Sarutobi merely shook his head, choosing to disregard Danzo's mockery, offering no explanations. This was not a matter of bravery or deceit, but of necessity, regardless of how others perceive this situation. The Hokage must never issue an order to eradicate a prominent clan within the village, unless the Uchiha act first. Even the ninjas of Konoha must refrain from involvement. Otherwise, the village will cease to belong to them. During the ensuing meeting, the four continued to deliberate on potential details. For instance, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly be on high alert, necessitating caution. That it was imperative for Uchiha Itachi to prepare thoroughly, as well as to determine which individuals should be dispatched in cooperation. After 2 hours, the four departed in succession. However, the future of the Uchiha clan had been decisively established within that brief span of time. As for the Akatsuki organization, the Meteor Garden Quartet remained oblivious and indifferent. Their primary concern lay with the Uchiha Shisui's sudden defection, Uchiha Itachi's ostracism from his family, and the enigmatic nature of the Uchiha clan's meetings all fueled their suspicions regarding the clan's intentions. Regardless of the veracity of these suspicions, as long as the Uchiha refrained from taking action, they could not afford to strike first. That would place them in an excessively passive position. Fortunately, Uchiha Itachi currently held the position of a small team leader within the Anbu, albeit assigned under Danzo for special reasons. His two teammates hailed from the root organization, necessitating that he report certain matters solely to Danzo. Thus, many operations became notably more convenient. For instance, Danzo could issue special missions without the Hokage's knowledge, and these would not be recorded by the Anbu. Consequently, in specific extreme circumstances, Uchiha Itachi's value could be fully realized. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he stood firmly on the Hokage's side. Moreover, they decided to delay their actions for a while longer. They had only just revoked Uchiha Itachi's right to participate in the clan meeting, which meant the Uchiha would undoubtedly remain vigilant. Furthermore, the Uchiha were not foolish. They would certainly implement necessary precautions, and waiting for a moment of negligence would present the best opportunity. What the Meteor Garden Quartet of Konoha contemplated remained unknown to Huyuan. Even the actions of Uchiha Itachi eluded his understanding. Despite having tasked Shisui with tracking Itachi, the information gleaned was scant. After all, as fellow wielders of the Mangekyō Sharingan and members of the Anbu, Uchiha Itachi's evasion skills were exceptionally formidable. Huyuan was only aware that Itachi had discreetly met with Sarutobi, and beyond that, he had no further clarity. However, Itachi's meeting with Sarutobi likely did not bode well. Therefore, a degree of caution was warranted, especially considering Itachi possessed the Mangekyō. As long as he kept a close watch on Itachi, the Uchiha would refrain from making overt moves, as Sarutobi would be hesitant to act boldly against them. Itachi posed the greatest challenge as he strolled along the streets. His mind whirled with thoughts as he made his way to the training grounds. He had been diligently training for days, with the clan dispatching numerous elite ninjas to accompany him. For Huyuan, the ideal training partner was undoubtedly Shisui, yet the latter was currently monitoring Uchiha Itachi's every move. Even if Shisui failed to obtain significant information, or if Itachi became aware of his presence, this endeavor was imperative. Just as Uchiha Itachi showcased his Mangekyō to Shisui, Huyuan understood that Itachi's Mangekyō posed no genuine threat to Shisui. However, its intimidating presence still held weight. Itachi likely exhibited his Mangekyō as a means of intimidation, signaling that he too possessed formidable power. Hu Yuan's directive for Shisui to shadow Itachi was clear, to convey to Itachi that we are watching you. Your every action is under our scrutiny. Moreover, Hu Yuan recalled that Itachi seemed to have engaged in a series of activities alongside Uchiha Obito. Thus, one could wonder whether Obito had begun to make his move. Hu Yuan maintained a certain level of vigilance regarding Obito. Although he was aware of Obito's weaknesses, the spatial abilities he wielded were exceedingly troublesome. The only individuals capable of countering him appeared to be the deceased fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kakashi, who had mastered the Mangekyō in later stages. Alongside Naruto in launching an attack, however, Shisui was on his side. If necessary, Shisui could employ Kodo Amatsukami against Obito, and Hu Yuan was confident that it would be effective. Using Genjutsu to confront Uchiha Obito was the most viable strategy Hu Yuan could conceive. Especially considering the terrifying influence of Kodo Amatsukami, that ability to subtly alter in others' will was something Hu Yuan surmised few could withstand. Of course, those with eternal Mangekyō Sharingan might not fear Kodo Amatsukami, and individuals possessing Hashirama Senju cells could potentially resist as well. Hu Yuan habitually considered every conceivable factor. Although his speculations remained unverified, that did not hinder his conjectures. Regardless of whether Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito were currently in contact, Obito would likely become Hu Yuan's adversary in the future. Thus, preparing in advance and categorizing him as a hypothetical enemy was entirely reasonable. Speaking of which, if only he could acquire some skills from the time-old man, not necessarily the grand techniques, but merely the ability to slow down time. He would be able to manipulate Obito at will. The power of time is undeniably one of the most formidable forces in existence. To attain such power through conventional means in this world, Yu Huan can only hope for a kaleidoscopic eruption. Regrettably, when Yu Huan's kaleidoscope awakened through the system, his mind was consumed with the desire to obtain the strongest power, resulting in the current predicament. Nevertheless, Yu Huan is not without methods through unconventional means. For he, too, possesses a system. Shaking his head, he grew weary of contemplating how to procure what he desired through the system's lottery. Frankly, such endeavors seemed exceedingly elusive. Rather than dwell on these thoughts, he would be better off pondering how Uchiha Madara would respond to Obito's ocular techniques. After much consideration, Yu Huan surmised that Madara's primary course of action would likely be to activate Susanoo and await Obito's move. Once Obito made his move, Uchiha Madara would undoubtedly unleash an unimaginable force, swiftly overpowering Obito. After all, in terms of foundational ninja prowess, few could rival Uchiha Madara. Having contemplated all of this, Yu Huan concluded that his immediate priority should be to diligently enhance his own strength. Currently, he has access to all the tomes within the library, including chapters on forbidden techniques, from which he has gleaned considerable knowledge. He is committed to memory both Izanagi and Izanami, and has also studied powerful fire techniques such as Great Fire Annihilation and Great Fire Extinguishing. Additionally, he has supplemented his skills in earth release and wind release acquired through waterfowl dance, aside from not having completed the transformation and qualitative change of earth and wind release. He can be said to have significantly enhanced his abilities overall. Wind release is unnecessary. The waterfowl dance has essentially granted me the effect of qualitative change. The transformations and qualitative changes of earth and wind release, within this brief month, are not something Yu Huan needs to dwell on, for there simply isn't enough time to accomplish them. Rather than invest time in that, Yu Huan believes it would be wiser to devote more time to mastering Susanoo. He already possesses ocular techniques that diminish the difficulty of activating Susanoo and reduce its energy consumption. And having perused numerous historical records of the Uchiha clan, his understanding of Susanoo has notably advanced. Given this, it is only natural for him to dedicate additional time to Susanoo. Moreover, the color of his Susanoo is identical to that of Uchiha Madara. He wonders if his Susanoo can evolve to the same magnitude as Madara's. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo is azure, and so is Yu Huan's, though at present, he can only advance Susanoo to its second stage. It feels somewhat embarrassing, for in comparison to both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke, his Susanoo falls short. However, considering that he has achieved this in just a couple of months of careful experimentation, it is still a commendable accomplishment. As he walked, he suddenly spotted two familiar faces approaching him. One was Nara Shikamaru, and the other was Nara Kaname. What a coincidence! He truly did not expect to encounter them here. Indeed, it is quite fortuitous. Upon seeing Kaname and Shikamaru, Yu Huan maintained a pleasant smile as he approached. while Kane merely shrugged slightly, appearing neither enthusiastic nor resistant. Yu Huan had long since grown accustomed to her demeanor. Moreover, his primary focus remained on Shikamaru in the original narrative. Aside from the prominently characterized protagonists like Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi, there exists a plethora of supporting characters that are equally endearing. Nara Shikamaru happens to be one of Yu Huan's favorites. He bears a slight resemblance to Jiraiya. Both seem unreliable at first glance, yet are indeed the most trustworthy individuals in critical moments. This somewhat paradoxical nature contributes to their unparalleled charisma. Furthermore, Shikamaru's future accomplishments are nothing short of astounding. Not only does he marry the sister of the Kazekage, but he also ascends to the position of Minister of Administration, effectively inheriting his father's role. Of course, these are matters of the future. Yu Huan is uncertain about how it will unfold, as he is more interested in the present. Yu Huan recalls that Shikamaru was among the earliest to recognize Naruto's potential, and the two share a good rapport. Currently, Yu Huan finds himself quite intrigued by Naruto, or rather, he harbors a slight curiosity about the nine tails within him. What kind of look is that? Kane noted the way Yu Huan gazed at Shikamaru, leaving her bemused. If you keep looking at my little brother like that, you might frighten him. Apologies, I was lost in thought. Yu Huan quickly regained his composure, flashing a smile. Just pondering some interesting matters. How baffling. Kane rolled her eyes and then playfully tapped Shikamaru on the head. Go off and play, honestly. Your father is quite lazy to have me babysit you. Oh. Shikamaru rubbed his head, though it was evident he was somewhat displeased. Yet, even in his annoyance, he dared not voice his complaints. Simply turning and walking away, Yu Huan found this scene rather amusing. He began to suspect that Shikamaru's future insistence that women are troublesome might stem from Kanemi's relentless teasing. Stealing a glance at Kane, Yu Huan decided it was best not to voice such thoughts. Regardless, Yu Huan had long considered giving Shikamaru's pineapple head a playful pat. Although he had never had the opportunity, seeing Kane do so left him quite satisfied. However, it is worth noting that Kane has not adopted the iconic pineapple hairstyle typical of the Nara clan. As far as Yu Huan can remember, Shikamaru's mother did not sport such a look either. Could it be that the classic pineapple style is exclusively a male privilege within the Nara clan? What are you thinking about now? Kane remarked as she observed Yu Huan lost in thought. Her tone slightly exasperated. Why do you seem so peculiar today? Is it strange? Yu Huan snapped back to reality and shrugged nonchalantly. I don't find it odd at all. Not odd. Kane shook her head, then suddenly covered her mouth. Lowering her voice earnestly. You really do have guts, killing someone right in the village. Have you lost your mind? Please, they attacked me first. Yu Huan scanned the bustling crowd around them, relieved to note that no one was encroaching upon their conversation. He also lowered his voice, wishing to keep his dialogue with Kane private. I've warned you that the village is not peaceful. Do you know who initiated the conflict? Kane glanced around before quietly inquiring as they walked forward. I do. Although the third Hokage defined them as outsiders, they sought me out because of my connection with Naruto. Yu Huan chuckled softly, revealing an answer that left Kane momentarily stunned. However, I believe they are more keen on provoking the Uchiha to act. I know who those people are. If nothing unexpected occurs, they should be from Danzo's faction. It seems you're well informed. But why didn't you heed my advice? Kane acknowledged Yu Huan's intelligence, though she was taken aback by his response. Yet, she quickly furrowed her brow. Wait a moment. Since you were so aware, why are you still here? You don't intend to do something horrifying, do you? At this point, Kanemi's expression grew significantly more serious. She halted, locking eyes with Yu Huan, then lowered her head, allowing her hair to obscure her face as she continued. If that's the case, I think it would be best for us to avoid each other. I do not wish to be entangled in such terrifying matters that I also advise you to think twice. After all, your clan's current predicament clearly indicates their inadequacies, so please take my advice to heart. At this, Kane paused, while Yu Huan couldn't help but feel a blend of amusement and exasperation. Surely, he was well aware of the Uchiha clan's former leadership failings. Otherwise, he would not have been able to oust Uchiha Fugaku from his position. However, such matters are not something Yahara would ever disclose, at least until all the dust is settled. He would resolutely refrain from revealing any information. Observing the retreating figure of Kodonoha, Yahara shook his head, deciding not to pursue further. After all, the affairs of the Uchiha clan are indeed quite sensitive. Yet, unexpectedly, Kodonoha suddenly halted her steps. This piqued Yahara's curiosity, prompting him to follow and inquire, "What is it? Is there something else?" "Nothing much," she replied. "I just suddenly recalled that someone asked me to convey some words to you." Kodonoha turned to face Yahara, her demeanor cautious. She first glanced discreetly around. ensuring there were no suspicious individuals or even flies nearby. Only after confirming the coast was clear did she lower her head nonchalantly, speaking in a voice audible only to her and Yuhara. Someone mentioned that the current environment in Konoha is rather peculiar, with certain troop movements being exceedingly clandestine. Moreover, it seems there have been some issues within your clan. Thus, someone wished to inform you that your situation is not particularly favorable. We are all inhabitants of Konoha, and indiscriminate actions could be detrimental to anyone. Some matters require careful deliberation. At this juncture, Konoha abruptly raised her head, a smile gracing her lips. She firmly patted Yuhara's shoulder and exclaimed, "All right, you clumsy fellow. Your words are so muddled that I can hardly comprehend what you're saying. I asked this about a gathering. We can discuss it later. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, Konoha turned on her heel and walked away, this time without looking back. Left standing in place, Yuhara found himself ensnared in deep contemplation. Was this the goodwill of the Nara clan? As he made his way to the training ground, he couldn't help but reminisce about the conversation he had just had with Konoha. In doing so, he also pondered the implications of her words and why the Nara clan would divulge such information to him. However, after some reflection, Yuhara was able to ascertain a considerable amount of information and began to grasp the Nara clan's intentions. It became increasingly evident that Uchiha Itachi harbored some rather unsavory thoughts. It was quite perplexing. How could he still be this way when Shisui was sent to seek him out and inform him of a new path? Yuhara struggled to understand how matters had escalated to this point, but he was disinclined to delve deeper into it, acknowledging that everyone has their own perspectives. Moreover, he had already prepared himself mentally for whatever may come. Therefore, he was not particularly surprised. What truly astonished him was the attitude of the Nara clan. In the original narrative, Yuhara had never heard of the Nara clan sending messages to the Uchiha. However, upon further contemplation, he speculated that it was not that they were unwilling to send messages, but rather that they did not know to whom to send them. Sending a message to Shisui was clearly out of the question, for during the original storyline, the situation had not yet spiraled out of control while he was alive. Sending a message to Uchiha Itachi after Shisui's demise was even less plausible. Shisui was already dead. Sending a message at that juncture would only drag them down as well, now that Shisui was still alive. And with Yuhara, who had a good rapport with Nara Konoha, he naturally became the recipient of such messages. The intention behind the Nara clan's message was quite simple. On one hand, it was likely out of genuine concern for Konoha, as the village could not withstand further turmoil. Should conflict arise, although the Uchiha would be doomed, Konoha would also suffer immense losses, compounded by the open rebellion of a prominent clan. This would deliver a devastating blow to Konoha's reputation within the shinobi world, especially considering that Konoha's image had already been tarnished due to the actions of the Cloud Village and Sarutobi Hiruzen. But on the other hand, it likely stemmed from dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, with the prior incident involving the Hyuga clan, as well as Danzo's actions against their families, it could be said that he had shattered the village's rules, whether it was the Yamanaka clan's Inoichi or the Yamanaka clan's Fu. Their involvement was coerced by Danzo. Forcibly taken from various ninja clans, Ino clan would willingly send their outstanding disciples to Danzo. Moreover, the list of those forcibly recruited extended beyond just these two families. In essence, this discontent towards the third Hokage led to the Uchiha's issues being discovered, and with Yuhara, who had some connections with the Nara clan, they chose to subtly convey this information. The only one likely aware of all this was the esteemed minister of the administration department, Nara Shikaku. Yuhara had essentially pieced together the situation, and with this knowledge, a smile crept onto his face. All of this brought to mind the Chunin exams, where even Kakashi had intercepted Guy, while others seemed to vanish without a trace. Particularly striking was Hinata Hisashi, who had been conversing with Niji just moments before, only to disappear without a clue as to his whereabouts. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen perished, they all reappeared, and it was evident how deep their dissatisfaction ran. They had merely watched as Hiruzen met his end, not intervening at all. Of course, it was also possible that some of them adhered to a so-called samurai spirit, allowing the two to engage in a duel. However, they were not samurai, they were shinobi. Shaking his head, Yuhara grew weary of contemplating these matters. He had received the goodwill of the Nara clan, and this was not solely from them. It was well known that the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans always acted in concert. However, to obtain further news, one must still look to the Uchiha themselves. Only by fulfilling his own responsibilities could he be perceived as having a future, as well as the opportunity to continue expressing goodwill. Although Shisui had been keeping a close watch on him, it was evident that it was still insufficient. Upon returning, he must revise the existing defense mechanisms entirely, ensuring that Shisui remained unaware. While uncertain about when such events might transpire, early preparation posed no harm, especially since it was unlikely that such occurrences would unfold immediately. Just moments ago, they had expelled Uchiha Itachi. Konoha would undoubtedly remain vigilant for a while. In the original narrative, after Uchiha Itachi met with Danzo, he had taken quite some time to prepare mentally, ultimately waiting for the Uchiha to lower their guard before taking action. At that time, the Uchiha were blissfully unaware of Itachi's betrayal. Now, with me keeping a close eye on you, should you dare to act, it would provide me with the perfect excuse to intervene. Within the depths of the root base, Uchiha Itachi, garbed in the attire of an Anbu ninja, had quietly made his entrance. He had been preparing for this moment for days, and today he resolved to take action. Removing the mask from his face, he stepped further inside, sensing that someone was watching him, yet he paid it no heed. This was not his first encounter with such situations. Indeed, much like before, once they confirmed his identity, they ceased their scrutiny. As he walked slowly into the innermost sanctum of the root base, Itachi found himself before Danzo, who sat there with an air of authority. Quickly, Itachi knelt and bowed his head, murmuring, "Danzo-sama do?" Danzo replied, nodding slightly. A cold smile crept upon his face as he remarked, "I told you there are matters you only need to report to me, yet it seems you have not heeded my words." With an impassive expression, Itachi responded, "I apologize, Danzo-sama, but this matter is of great significance, and thus, so you sought out Hiruzen." Danzo was already aware of everything, but he had no intention of undermining Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I've heard about this matter as well. What do you intend to do?" "The Hokage has instructed me to inquire of you, Danzo-sama." Itachi closed his eyes, uncertain of how to respond to this question. Otherwise, he would not have come here. Danzo observed Itachi's demeanor, his expression remaining indifferent. He had already reached a conclusion, yet he needed to remain vigilant regarding Itachi's fluctuations, for on that day, Itachi had explicitly informed them that he possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. "Do you wish to hear my answer?" After a long pause, Danzo finally spoke in a detached tone. "I will provide you with two options. The first, stand with the Uchiha clan and join others in pursuing your desires. The second, at this moment, Danzo's expression shifted slightly, becoming even colder and more menacing. The second, stand with us, with Konoha, and before the Uchiha commit any unforgivable acts. Leave only your brother alive and annihilate the rest of the Uchiha clan." As the words fell, Uchiha Itachi found himself momentarily stunned, and in that fleeting instant, a transformation occurred within his dual pupils. The three-tomo design in his eyes had inexplicably morphed into a pattern resembling a boomerang, both enchanting and ghostly, inducing a sensation of dizziness with just a single glance. Indeed, it was the kaleidoscope. This young prodigy had awakened such eyes. Danzo observed the transformation with silent contemplation. However, he did not exhibit much agitation. Instead, continuing with his indifferent discourse. In order to safeguard the village, it was imperative to suppress matters before chaos ensued. The only shinobi capable of shouldering this grave responsibility were the Uchiha and the double agents of Konoha. One was you, and the other was Shisui, yet with Shisui's defection, the situation had escalated gravely. "For the sake of Konoha, my command to you is to eliminate the threat. Will you accept this mission?" Uchiha Itachi gently closed his eyes. Although he was psychologically prepared, this task felt rather burdensome. Yet, as he reflected on the village's plight, his younger brother, and the potential consequences of conflict with his family and clan, as well as the ominous presence of Uchiha Madara, he soon opened his eyes. A profound seriousness etched upon his face as he declared, "As long as you uphold your promise, for the sake of Konoha, I am willing." In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had quietly slipped by. This period had been both busy and immensely fulfilling for Uchiha, during which he experienced significant growth. As he became increasingly familiar with the kaleidoscope, his physical abilities and chakra reserves underwent further enhancement. Nonetheless, his chakra growth continued to surpass his physical development by a considerable margin. Uchiha was personally quite satisfied with these changes. Yet those who trained alongside him found it quite challenging. After all, Uchiha's foundation was the kaleidoscope, and even when training without utilizing its powers, the intensity remained formidable for these elites. Of course, the primary issue lay in their reluctance to exert themselves fully, compounded by their innate caution regarding Uchiha's kaleidoscope abilities. Fortunately, their arduous days could soon be declared over, as both parties recognized that such training was yielding diminishing returns. What Uchiha needed most was consolidation. After all, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge over the past few weeks, during which numerous events had unfolded. For instance, Shisui had now become a free-spirited ninja. So, you have submitted your resignation and completely left the Anbu? Sitting in a corner of a dango shop, Yuhara observed Shisui, who appeared somewhat despondent yet resolute. Shisui sought out Yuhara for a straightforward reason, to report on recent developments and inform him of his departure from the Anbu. Yes, I have indeed submitted my application, and it has been approved. Shisui nodded in resignation, rubbing his brow before glancing at the soundproof barrier that had been set up, and then slowly continued, "It is for the best. The Anbu's missions are too demanding for me at this juncture, and they are no longer assigning tasks to me." Yuhara nodded in agreement. The Anbu's decision to withhold assignments from Shisui was entirely reasonable. After all, Itachi had already approached the third Hokage, making Shisui's loss of trust quite understandable. Given this context, remaining in the Anbu served little purpose, and leaving was indeed the wisest choice. Otherwise, Konoha would not have expedited the approval process. The nature of the Anbu's operations was highly secretive, and the swift release of a member spoke volumes. However, it was likely that Shisui would now be under close scrutiny. Or perhaps no one was watching him at all, as Sarutobi Hiruzen and others might not care about what Shisui knew. Contemplating this, Yuhara felt a twinge of frustration. Matters concerning the Uchiha were never straightforward, regardless of what Itachi or Sarutobi Hiruzen were up to. Yuhara believed it was essential to maintain caution, restraint, and vigilance. The Hokage would absolutely not issue orders for the extermination of the clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a shrewd individual and would never resort to such measures. The only one capable of issuing such orders was Danzo, with the execution falling to the root ninjas and Uchiha Itachi, possibly even including Uchiha Obito. This was one of the reasons Yuhara felt compelled to keep a close watch on Itachi, ensuring that he was fully prepared for any eventuality, thereby preventing any surprise attacks. As long as they refrained from taking action, the situation could be maintained, which was precisely what Yuhara required at present. Setting aside those matters, how has Uchiha Itachi been lately, and what of our clan leader Fugaku? Gently tapping the table, Yuhara inquired with newfound curiosity. While he was somewhat aware of the dynamics between the two, he preferred to obtain more concrete information directly from Shisui. Itachi has been preoccupied with his younger brother Sasuke. He has not undertaken any missions or sought intelligence. His demeanor is quite normal, yet undeniably peculiar. Upon mentioning Uchiha Itachi, Shisui couldn't help but sigh. In his view, Itachi's behavior was indeed strange. He spent so much time with his brother, completely neglecting other responsibilities, almost as if he were attempting to make up for lost moments with Sasuke. Furthermore, it felt as though Itachi's actions were akin to bidding farewell, instilling a sense of unease within Shisui. Regarding clan leader Fugaku, he has completely isolated himself. Aside from Madame Mikoto delivering meals daily, he refuses to see anyone else. Even Madame Mikoto merely leaves the food at the doorstep and departs, never entering to see Fugaku. Upon hearing this, Yuhara rubbed his head in exasperation. It seemed that neither father nor son was particularly normal. It was noteworthy that Uchiha Itachi did not share Yuhara's ideological stance, while Uchiha Fugaku was engaged in the final battle against his potential removal as clan leader. Ironically, one was desperately cherishing time with his brother, while the other was entirely reclusive, making no attempts to alter their precarious circumstances. Truly, it was a case of like father, like son. Of course, perhaps they had long since prepared for this, unbeknownst to others. Shaking his head, Yuhara decided not to dwell on the father-son dynamic, as overthinking would only lead to further headaches. Understood. However, I must advise the clan to exercise caution. It's essential to revise our lookout arrangements without letting anyone else in on it. After a moment of contemplation, Yuhara finally spoke. Revise the lookout? Shisui was momentarily taken aback. What are you concerned about? Are you worried that the village might? The Hokage won't. He could never issue such orders. But we must remain vigilant. Let's not forget that I was ambushed last time, Yuhara directly explained, emphasizing the reality of the situation. Thus, necessary precautions must still be undertaken. After all, I was their target. You could also interpret it as essential adjustments and rotations. Upon hearing this, Shisui nodded seriously. He vividly remembered Yuhara's ambush, firmly believing it to be the handiwork of Danzo, though lacking any concrete evidence. Very well. I understand. I will return and discuss this matter with the elders, aiming to finalize it as soon as possible. Please take care of this, Shisui. Yuhara smiled and nodded, though there was one matter that had been troubling him, which he ultimately chose not to voice. He was still pondering how to clarify Naruto's daily routine to Shisui. With the Nine Tails sealed within Naruto, it was undoubtedly a tremendous trump card, although Yahara was uncertain about how to control the Nine Tails. Should an opportune moment arise where he could detain Naruto, the deterrent effect on Konoha would be immense. Yet, such an action could irreparably damage relationships and yield significant negative repercussions, causing Yahara to hesitate. If he were to proceed with this plan, Shisui would likely struggle to accept it. After much contemplation, he ultimately abandoned this plan. After all, circumstances had yet to reach that critical juncture. He was merely engaging in a habitual exercise of caution, pondering whether to undertake more radical preparations. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that certain matters were best resolved through personal strength. Only by becoming more formidable could he extinguish all threats and uncertainties. A month may seem neither excessively long nor particularly short, especially for Uchiha Itachi, for whom this month was a blend of joy and torment. He relished the opportunity to spend quality time with his younger brother, making up for the moments lost since joining the Anbu. Yet, the turmoil within the clan and the pressure exerted by the individual claiming to be Uchiha Madara weighed heavily upon him. Uchiha Itachi found it incomprehensible and unacceptable to align with Shisui's perspective, for from the viewpoint of the Hokage, this was a confrontation between the clan and the village's representative. After all, opposing the Hokage equated to opposing the entire village. Initially, Itachi had not fully committed to a decision. He was still mired in contemplation. However, the emergence of the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara and Danzo's words solidified his resolve. The terror of Uchiha Madara was self-evident. Although Itachi suspected this individual might be an imposter, the Sharingan hidden beneath the mask could not deceive him. Moreover, the overwhelming pressure he felt in the presence of this figure suggested that their silent arrival in Konoha harbored sinister secrets. The upheaval within the clan, Shisui's betrayal, and the appearance of Uchiha Madara all converged to create an insurmountable weight upon him. Under such extreme pressure, coupled with Danzo's guidance, he ultimately decided to rid Konoha of calamity and, in doing so, approach Uchiha Madara to provide intelligence, perhaps out of concern for the immense burden he bore, or perhaps to afford him time to prepare. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo granted him a month's leave to recuperate. As this respite drew to a close, Itachi knew he was on the verge of action. "What are you thinking about, brother?" Under the twilight, Uchiha Itachi walked somewhat distractedly, responding to Sasuke's inquiry, which elicited his brother's displeasure. Sasuke, with a sulky expression, appeared somewhat dissatisfied, though it was more of a playful pout. "Nothing much, just contemplating some important matters," Itachi replied, shaking his head gently before allowing a smile to grace his features. "By the way, you'll head home on your own later. I have some matters to attend to." "What matters? Didn't you say you'd stay with me today?" Sasuke's face fell further upon hearing Itachi's words. While he understood that his brother had spent considerable time with him, human nature is inherently greedy. Sasuke cherished his time with Itachi above all else. After all, his brother had cared for him since childhood, and their time together had always been fragmented due to circumstances. Now, with a rare month of companionship, Sasuke was genuinely happy, but still yearned for more of Itachi's presence. "I'm sorry, but there are matters I must attend to." Itachi maintained his patience, explaining, "Moreover, as an Anbu, many things are beyond my control." Itachi paused, while Sasuke continued to sulk, clearly displeased. This prompted Itachi to shake his head gently. He approached Sasuke, crouched down, and playfully flicked his brother's forehead with his finger. "Next time, Sasuke, I promise to spend more time with you. Honestly, I'm not a child anymore." Sasuke rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight sting from the gesture. However, he internally forgave his brother, for he was not blind to the realities of Itachi's demanding life. He understood that his brother's busyness was often unavoidable. As he ran off towards home, he called back, "Remember, brother, next time you have to stay with me." Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, Itachi maintained a smile, but once that silhouette faded into the twilight, his expression grew solemn. That he sighed deeply and turned towards the cliff where he was to meet Shisui in secret. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the silvery moon quietly ascended into the sky, and Itachi had been waiting there for quite some time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sensing a strange chakra manifesting around him. He knew his awaited companion had arrived. "It seems you have made certain decisions," spoke Tobi, wearing an orange spiral mask, his tone heavy. "Uchiha Itachi, weren't you claiming to be Uchiha Madara? I hope you can demonstrate your true power," Itachi replied, his demeanor devoid of superfluous words as he addressed the enigmatic figure before him. "I require your assistance." There is an Uchiha with a Mangekyō, and engaging him would be troublesome. Are you referring to Uchiha Shisui? Tobi's voice remained hoarse, but there was a hint of mockery in his tone. I hear you two are quite close. It seems you've truly resolved to take action against him. However, I suspect others will join in this endeavor. Yes, after all, with so many Uchihas, even if both you and I possess Mangekyō, it won't be simple to confront them. Leave those details to me. Itachi maintained his impassive expression, though his fist clenched tighter, and his eyes transformed into the state of Mangekyō. Only a few need to cooperate. I can handle the rest. I only seek one answer. Can you assist me in dealing with him? Interesting, truly interesting. Tobi observed Itachi with a mocking gaze. Yet, he eventually nodded. Very well, as you wish, but I must advise you. It's best to strike when they let their guard down. After all, Uchiha Shisui is also a Mangekyō user. The silver moonlight illuminated the earth, and within the Uchiha clan, Shisui arrived at the home of Yahara. Bearing a shinobi blade. I have prepared the shinobi blade you requested. It is truly exceptional, containing a unique summoning seal that the artisans labored extensively to remove. Shisui placed the blade on the table, then smiled slightly. Tomorrow marks the beginning. Are you ready? Of course, I'm ready. This month has not been spent idly, Yahara replied with a smile. Picking up the blade to examine it closely, it was not overly heavy. Perfectly shaped as a shinobi blade, and it felt quite comfortable in his grip. Unfortunately, the blade's material was particularly attuned to lightning chakra, which might diminish the effectiveness of his wind-based technique, waterbird dance. Nevertheless, even with reduced efficacy, it surpassed an ordinary shinobi blade. While the latter could not carry chakra, it did so with poor efficiency and risked breaking under excessive chakra. This blade compensated for Yahara's shortcoming in that regard. By the way, how's the lookout situation? Yahara inquired, satisfied with the blade. All preparations are complete. Rest assured, the elders appreciate your caution and thoroughness, Shisui affirmed, his expression turning serious. Good luck, Yahara. Thank you, Shisui, Yahara responded, his demeanor now grave. He was determined to give his all the next day, for it marked the opening act of a grand performance. On the following morning, every Uchiha ninja, regardless of rank, independently requested leave. They gathered in a forest adjacent to a canyon on the outskirts of Konoha. While the clan's security team had already begun their preparations, what was to transpire today would not be casually disclosed, nor would outsiders be permitted to approach. Any announcements would only be made once everything had concluded. Uchiha Takashi, Uchiha Munenori, and other elders awaited, their eyes tightly shut, appearing remarkably composed. Yet, truth be told, their hearts were anything but tranquil, for they were all too aware that Uchiha Fugaku also possessed a Mangekyō Sharingan. Not only does Uchiha Fugaku possess those extraordinary eyes, but Uchiha Itachi, that young man, astonishingly wields the same ocular power. They truly baffle the onlookers, as this family seems to be filled with prodigious talents. Indeed, the elders dare not label Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi as mere geniuses. They believe genius pales in comparison to the term prodigy when referring to this father-son duo. One is feeble and indecisive, while the other displays an unwavering resolve that is utterly incomprehensible. It is hard to fathom that these two are related by blood, and even more difficult to believe that both have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. What else could they be, if not prodigies? However, intelligence reports suggest that Uchiha Fugaku has not disclosed the nature of his eyes to Uchiha Itachi, nor has Itachi sought to communicate with his father. The peculiarity of their relationship leaves many in awe. Do they truly intend to remain estranged? Moreover, after secluding himself, Uchiha Fugaku has refused to see anyone. Yet, remarkably, Uchiha Itachi, as his son, has made no effort to meet him. This young man merely dedicates his time to his younger brother, neglecting everything else. It is worth noting that Uchiha Fugaku is anticipating a fierce battle, one that will determine the rightful heir to the clan and the fate of their two Mangekyō. The Uchiha clan is also aware that Itachi has previously met with the higher-ups of Konoha, yet, witnessing their current behavior is indeed bizarre and utterly astonishing. Nevertheless, their eccentricity has resulted in a lack of communication between the father and son. Otherwise, the confrontation between two pairs of Mangekyō could escalate into a dire situation. One must admit, an eccentric personality can be challenging to categorize as either beneficial or detrimental. However, for those instigating change, this lack of concern over trivial matters is hardly a disadvantage. As the morning sun steadily ascends, today promises splendid weather. Under the radiant rays, Yuan and Shisui stroll gracefully, not far behind them. Uchiha Fugaku approaches silently. The sunlight elongates his shadow, rendering him somewhat desolate and forlorn. Yet, his aura emanates an extraordinary determination. Before long, the three have arrived at the heart of the forest, with their respective factions stealthily gathering behind them. Despite the numerical superiority of Yuan's side, the count of individuals is not the crux of the matter. The true focus lies with Yuan and Uchiha Fugaku clan head. It has been a while. Yuan regards Uchiha Fugaku, nodding slightly. You appear somewhat haggard. This is not the demeanor befitting a leader before battle. Thank you for your concern, Yuan-kun. Uchiha Fugaku gently shakes his head, his tone polite yet firm. I am fine, rest assured. Although I may seem in disarray, I am well aware of my own condition. I have no issues to speak of. Yuan nods in understanding. His words are merely pleasantries. An opponent in poor condition is undoubtedly advantageous for him. How could he relinquish his advantage? After all, Yuan is a competent shinobi, and shinobi are known to employ any means necessary to achieve their objectives. That I understand. Clan head Fugaku, Yuan affirms, then turns his gaze towards Uchiha Zong and the other elders, who in turn direct their attention to Fugaku. After a hushed exchange among the elders, Uchiha Zong steps forward, surveying everyone present before declaring, "We have gathered here today to address the impeachment incident from a month ago. Clan head Fugaku, regardless of the duel's outcome today, you shall relinquish your position as clan head. Do you have any objections? None." Uchiha Fugaku calmly shakes his head. He has long anticipated this outcome. In truth, he had lost his title the moment the clan meeting concluded. Yuan-kun. Uchiha Zong nods, then turns to Yuan. In this upcoming battle, should you emerge victorious, you will be the new clan head of the Uchiha. However, should you fail, you will not be able to assume the position directly. Nevertheless, you may retain your candidacy for clan head and participate in clan affairs. Do you have any objections? None. Yuan gently shakes his head. Fully aware that Uchiha Zong's words lean in his favor. It is evident that they genuinely fear Uchiha Fugaku's strength. Yet, they also recognize that they have irreparably offended him. Moreover, Yuan enjoys the support of the Mangekyō and Shisui. Should they turn and realign with Uchiha Fugaku, Yuan would undoubtedly seek retribution. To speak frankly, this is a predicament fraught with difficulty. Therefore, their only course of action is to steadfastly support Yuan. Furthermore, Yuan has already won their favor. They acknowledge him. Even if he were to lose, they would heed his directives. Yuan could hardly refuse such an arrangement, though he finds it amusing that these individuals perceive his chances of failure to be so substantial. While he must concede that Uchiha Fugaku is indeed a formidable adversary, his abilities remain unknown to Yuan. Conversely, Uchiha Fugaku is equally unaware of Yuan's powers. Moreover, beyond the Mangekyō, Yuan possesses the strength bestowed upon him by the system. Crucially, the capabilities of Yuan's Mangekyō can amplify the power granted by the system. Uchiha Fugaku lightly shakes his head, indicating he harbors no concerns, then steps forward, descending towards the cliff's edge. Yuan nods to the elders before following suit. After all, this is a confrontation between two Mangekyō-level Uchiha, and the extent of collateral damage remains uncertain. Exercising caution is wise. As he observes Uchiha Fugaku leading the way, Yuan feels a surge of excitement. He knows he has reached the final juncture, the base of the cliff. The river flows tumultuously. Yuan and Uchiha Fugaku stand opposed atop the rushing waters, while all the Uchiha shinobi capable of spectating silently observe from the forest above. A gentle breeze wafts through, yet neither Yuan nor Uchiha Fugaku makes a move. However, the tension between them has reached a zenith. The palpable chakra energy spirals above the river, cloaked in a menacing aura that renders them both akin to fearsome deities. Yuan-kun, I never anticipated my opponent would be you. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly speaks, and you truly astonish me. Should I thank clan head Fugaku for the praise, or is it more appropriate to feel a sense of guilt? Yuan gently shakes his head, his expression focused as he seems to be continually searching for an opening. You need not feel guilt. You have merely done what is expected of you. Uchiha Fugaku continues, his demeanor growing more solemn. I am in awe of your talent, your patience, and your vision. I must confess, I have consistently underestimated you, merely categorizing you as an unconventional genius of the clan. Yet your actual performance has proven that you are not just a mere clan genius, but one capable of sitting in the shadow position. Furthermore, your strength rivals that of Shisui. Indeed, you possess the Mangekyō Sharingan as well. You would make a competent clan head. Clan head Fugaku, what do you mean by that? Yuan furrows his brow at Uchiha Fugaku's unusual demeanor. His words seem strangely unconfident. as though he has already resigned himself to transferring the title of clan head to Yuanya if that were the case. Today's battle could have been avoided. Yet, his actual conduct suggests otherwise, leaving Yuan perplexed. Nevertheless, no matter how strange the situation, Yuan will not allow himself to relax, for he faces a Mangekyō level Uchiha. Is of little consequence. Merely some reflections. Uchiha Fugaku gently shakes his head, his expression suddenly sharpening. You will understand my meaning soon enough, but for now, remain vigilant for the battle. Before his words could conclude, a glint of cold steel flashes across Yuan's neck. As swift as lightning, the battle has commenced. Yuan remained utterly focused. The instant Uchiha Fugaku made his move, his eyes transformed into the three-tomo state, allowing him to deftly evade the terrifying strike. Concurrently, the ninja blade at his waist was drawn in a flash, radiating a brilliant azure glow as it surged towards Uchiha Fugaku's back. The battles of ninjas are indeed formidable, and those of the Uchiha clan, equipped with the Sharingan, possess an even sharper sense of timing. The moment their opponent shows the slightest lapse in concentration, they strike without hesitation, launching a lethal assault. The transition from motion to stillness occurs in the blink of an eye. And in that fleeting moment, the two had completely intertwined. Swords flashed and shadows danced as chakra surged like a torrent. However, both combatants seemed to share an unspoken understanding, refraining from unleashing their full power immediately. Though the exchange appeared intense, all present recognized it as merely a warm-up, a necessary prelude to gauge each other's strength and capabilities. The Scarlet Tomo spun incessantly, showcasing a terrifying insight at that moment. After evading Yuan's strike, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly aimed his kunai at Yuan's neck. Yet, midway through his motion, he abruptly halted. With a strange twist, Uchiha Fugaku redirected his kunai to the side. Suddenly, Yuan materialized. Seizing his arm, and without a moment's hesitation, plunged his ninja blade into Fugaku's abdomen. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers perched on the cliff, but as Uchiha Fugaku transformed into a cloud of smoke, they could only nod in acknowledgement. Such a battle was nothing short of exhilarating, offering valuable lessons even to them. Yet, to fully appreciate such a clash, it seemed one must activate the Sharingan for a clearer view. Many Uchiha ninjas pondered silently, with some already activating their Sharingan, intently observing the spectral figures below. Yuan's crimson eyes twirled slightly, and in the next moment, he unleashed an astonishing burst of speed. Although the feedback from his Mangekyō Sharingan primarily manifested in the enhancement of his chakra, his physical agility had also improved significantly. Nonetheless, his current swiftness was leagues beyond his self from half a year prior. Such speed. Uchiha Fugaku found himself alongside the river, mentally muttering to himself, yet he remained entirely composed. His Sharingan had already locked onto Yuan's figure. Yuan's blade sliced through the air. He deftly flicked it to disarm Fugaku's kunai. In a swift motion, he appeared before Fugaku, descending with unyielding force. However, at that moment, Uchiha Fugaku had already completed a hand sign with one hand. The waters around him surged violently, and a formidable wall of water rose to shield him. Water release, water barrier, water release. Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden emergence of the water wall. Few possess the ability to wield water release, given that most are naturally inclined towards fire release, which poses challenges in learning water techniques. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku's adeptness with water release genuinely intrigued Yuan. Nevertheless, without pausing, Yuan infused his ninja blade with wind release chakra. Uchiha Fugaku hurled his kunai towards the water wall, while leaping away, creating distance. Just as he retreated, the thick water wall was effortlessly sliced apart by Yuan's blade, with the kunai soaring towards him. Explosive tag. Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he noted an explosive tag affixed to the kunai's handle. It was undeniable that Uchiha Fugaku possessed a diverse array of techniques, showcasing a wealth of clever strategies. Though his personality was undeniably problematic, his prowess was beyond dispute. At least in practical combat, many of his techniques enlightened Yuan, though such an attack posed little threat to him, especially since he had now concentrated wind release chakra into his ninja blade. Boom! The explosive tag detonated suddenly, the thunderous roar accompanied by a blaze of fire enveloping Yuan. Yet, in the very instant of the explosion, a deep azure chakra manifested around him. The flames and thick smoke from the explosion caused the observing Uchiha clan members on the cliff to furrow their brows. They did not perceive Uchiha Fugaku's actions as excessive, nor did they believe Yuan could not evade such an attack. Rather, their activated Sharingan, aimed at better observing the clash, revealed the unique chakra enveloping Yu Yuan. This aura, though intangible, was undeniably real, leaving them perplexed about how Yu Yuan had achieved it. Meanwhile, the more assertive elites, including those who had witnessed Yu Yuan's exploits, seemed to form various hypotheses in their minds. As the gentle breeze wafted in, dispersing the dense smoke, a figure suddenly emerged from the side to eye in his hand. The ninja blade once again gleamed with azure radiance as he charged towards Uchiha Fugaka's position. Clang! The sharp metallic sound echoed as Uchiha Fugaka deftly blocked the blade with his kunai at a critical moment. Examining Yu Yuan closely, Uchiha Fugaka couldn't help but nod slightly. The explosive tag's violent detonation had left no trace on Yu Yuan's form. Yet, he remained enveloped in waves of azure chakra. It seems your Susanoo has reached a staggering level of mastery, Uchiha Fugaka remarked quietly while fending off Yu Yuan's blade. I noticed it last time. But now I can ascertain that such pure chakra defense, with such strength, must indeed be Susanoo. It's evident that your command over Susanoo is formidable. With such power, I feel considerably reassured. However, it's still not enough. You must remain cautious, Yu Yuan-Koen. Yu Yuan, listening to Uchiha Fugaka's words, found himself at a loss for words. How had his Ki shield transformed into Susanoo? Though the Ki shield bore some resemblance, the two were distinctly different. After all, the Ki shield could not undergo transformation into the form of Susanoo. Nevertheless, Yu Yuan had no intention of explaining this to Uchiha Fugaka. Moreover, he could sense that Uchiha Fugaka seemed to have no desire to continue conversing. With a forceful press of his kunai forward, Uchiha Fugaka exerted tremendous pressure on Yu Yuan. In that instant, he leaped backward, hurling his kunai at Yu Yuan. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand signs, and the next moment, a colossal fire dragon erupted from his mouth. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. A fire dragon burst forth, stirring the river into a thick mist as it roared toward Yu Yuan. Has he resorted to ninjutsu? Yu Yuan arched an eyebrow but quickly devised a counter. The three tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly, and in an instant, he pinpointed the technique's weakness, with a swift thrust of his ninja blade infused with wind-release chakra. He pierced through the head of the massive fire dragon, cleaving it in two. After executing this maneuver, he quickly leaped backward, simultaneously forming hand signs. He would not shy away from a ninjutsu confrontation, especially since he excelled in utilizing ninjutsu himself. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Yohara did not opt for an exceedingly powerful fire technique. Instead, he selected the one with the broadest range. Countless sparks erupted, instantly enveloping Uchiha Fugaka. A slight smile graced Uchiha Fugaka's lips, for ninjutsu was indeed his forte. Though he had heard that Yohara was particularly adept at fire techniques, he believed that during the past month, Yohara had certainly seized the opportunity to learn even more. Nevertheless, Yohara was still quite young, merely 16 or 17 years of age in terms of chakra reserves and proficiency in ninjutsu. He did not believe this young man could surpass him. However, he would not allow himself to be complacent. As Yohara possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan, it was an undeniable truth that the acquisition of the Mangekyō Sharingan would enhance one's physical abilities. Thus, while he was confident in surpassing Yohara in this regard, he knew he must remain exceedingly cautious. Water style. Water barrier. With this thought, Uchiha Fugaka swiftly formed hand seals, opting for water techniques to counter the fire. As he completed the seals, a torrent of water surged forth, materializing a wall that effectively blocked Yohara's flames. Yet, Yohara showed no sign of retreating. He clasped his hands together, and in the next moment, a colossal fire dragon erupted from his mouth. This fire dragon instantly generated a thick mist above the rushing river, the intense heat causing the water to evaporate, rendering the dragon even more ethereal. With a thunderous roar, the shadowy fire dragon barreled toward Uchiha Fugaka amidst the swirling steam. Uchiha Fugaka observed this scene with calmness. To him, Yohara's fire technique was indeed commendable. However, he could effortlessly counter it with his own fire techniques. Yet, he felt that this warm-up had served its purpose, as he had gleaned sufficient insight into Yohara's taijutsu and ninjutsu capabilities through this exchange. What astonished him further was Yohara's adeptness in wielding Susanoo. The level of proficiency he displayed left him speechless. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that Yohara had not yet activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. The warm-up was fundamentally meant for gathering intelligence and assessing strength. At this juncture, he had resolved to accelerate the pace, eager to witness the full extent of Yohara's capabilities. With a shift in thought, Uchiha Fugaka's three tomo began to spin rapidly in his eyes, a chilling aura filled with destructive energy enveloping the surroundings. with the extraordinary insight and dynamic vision granted by the Mangekyō. Uchiha Fugaku effortlessly leaped aside, evading the fire dragon's onslaught. In the instant he landed, he had silently appeared beside Yahara. Simultaneously, a peculiar chakra began to radiate ominously. That the Mangekyō. Yahara raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Uchiha Fugaku's swift activation of the Mangekyō Sharingan. However, since it had been invoked, Yahara would not hold back, having activated the Mangekyō for the first time against those from the root. He had experienced its power firsthand against formidable opponents. Yet, under the scrutiny of the Mangekyō, those adversaries revealed no secrets. Every movement they made was laid bare to Yahara's perception, by combining this ocular prowess with his techniques. Yahara effortlessly dispatched them to the Pure Land. Now he faced Uchiha Fugaku, who also wielded the Mangekyō. Yahara was eager to test the limits of his own vision and to uncover the extent of Uchiha Fugaku's abilities. Both their auras had shifted, exuding a terrifying presence. Had they both tapped into forbidden powers? On the cliff, numerous Uchiha shinobi sensed the sudden change in atmosphere below. The chilling, destructive energy rendered them breathless. As elite members of the Uchiha clan, they had participated in the clan assembly incident, allowing them to quickly deduce the situation. It was evident that Yahara and Uchiha Fugaku had commenced their use of the Mangekyō's power. Uchiha So stood on the precipice, letting out a soft sigh. Rest assured, their battle remains restrained. Uchiha Takuzi interjected, though he swiftly lowered his voice. By the way, how has Uchiha Itachi been lately? I heard he met Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jishui was on watch, and the scouts had been altered, as per Yahara's orders. Speaking of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha So felt a pang of concern. Let us observe this battle that could determine the future of our clan. Uchiha Itachi will be fine. A battle that determines the future of the clan. Uchiha Takuzi chuckled at this statement. The Uchiha clan now belongs to Yahara. What future is there to worry about? Uchiha So chose not to respond to Takuzi's remarks. Indeed, the Uchiha clan had come to be associated with Yahara. However, Yahara still lacked one vital element: the rightful title of clan leader. Have you decided to employ the power of the Mangekyō so soon? Yahara halted his offensive, his eyes now reflecting the Mangekyō state, gazing steadily at Uchiha Fugaku. The test within the three Tomo state has sufficed. I have gleaned your limits and capabilities, and that is ample for me. Uchiha Fugaku retained a tranquil demeanor, yet his chakra surged wildly. Then it is time to advance further. After all, the three Tomo state does restrict our potential. Soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Fugaku darted forward like a specter, his kunai thrusting toward Yahara with astonishing speed. Clang! Yahara reacted with remarkable swiftness, raising his ninja blade to block the kunai, then pressing forward with ferocity, closing the distance between them. Upon activating the Mangekyō Sharingan, both Yahara and Uchiha Fugaku exhibited strides in speed, strength, and reflexes that were visibly enhanced. Yahara felt the shift deeply. Although the pressure of battle intensified, he found the experience increasingly exhilarating. Those observing the duel from afar could also sense this transformation. They had activated their Sharingan to spectate, yet while they comprehended the combat, their bodies could not keep pace with the speed of the conflict. Amidst the fluidity of combat, Yahara subtly invoked the power of Dihan. He could distinctly perceive that Uchiha Fugaku held a significant advantage in foundational strength, which was only natural given that Fugaku was older, with superior physical prowess and combat experience that the still maturing Yahara could not match. Particularly, the benefits Fugaku derived from the Mangekyō were greater due to his longer experience with it. In light of this, even as Yahara cherished his ocular power, he began to use it judiciously. He was determined to overcome Uchiha Fugaku. He refused to allow this opponent to dominate him. Two figures, akin to phantoms, darted back and forth across the canyon, their clash marked by both restraint and peril. The resonating clang of metal echoed, heightening the tension of the battle. Just then, Uchiha Fugaku discreetly distanced himself. His eyes, with their intricate and enigmatic Mangekyō, spun rapidly as his chakra surged dangerously, completing his hand seals in silence. Fire style, great fire annihilation. With the might of his powerful chakra, a torrent of flames erupted forth like a tidal wave. Faced with such a formidable inferno, Yahara hesitated to advance further, although Uchiha Fugaku's fire techniques could not rival those of Uchiha Madara. Within the confines of the canyon, they effectively restricted Yahara's movements. He compelling me to employ Seno. Yahara thought swiftly. In truth, utilizing a large-scale earth or water technique could counter this jutsu. However, he was not yet proficient in earth techniques, and his water techniques were even less developed. Uchiha Fugaku likely knew this information. Yet, Yuhara possessed abilities that extended beyond the Mangekyō Sharingan. Deploying Susanoo was indeed a viable option, but to resort to such a measure at this stage would be excessively reckless. Yuhara gently flicked the knife in his hand, perhaps sensing the searing aura around him. As azure chakra began to manifest across his body, the flames rapidly spread forth, and in the next instant, Yuhara's figure flickered momentarily, only for the inferno to engulf the very spot he once occupied. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, uncertain of Yuhara's current condition, yet instinctively he sensed an impending threat. Suddenly, he raised his head swiftly, feeling a terrifying chakra brewing above him. Indeed, as he looked up, Yuhara had already soared into the sky. Flight ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku murmured inwardly, but soon he found himself hastily forming hand seals, for Yuhara had already made his move. Fire release, great fire destruction. Yuhara, airborne, afforded Uchiha Fugaku no moment for contemplation, as a fireball, akin to a falling stone, rushed towards him. Upon impact, the flames swiftly spread, creating a vast sea of fire. This inferno surpassed even Uchiha Fugaku's formidable great fire destruction in both scope and might. The horrific blaze seemed to ignite the very canyon itself, and under such a terrifying conflagration, few could withstand its wrath. Uchiha Fugaku was evidently among the few capable of resistance, yet a bitter smile adorned his face. He had not anticipated that Yuhara's ninjutsu would be so vastly superior to what it had been before. Was it an ocular technique, a means to enhance his jutsu, or perhaps some other ability? Uchiha Fugaku pondered silently, yet he recognized that relying solely on ninjutsu for defense was no longer feasible, leading him to a resolute decision. His eye Sharingan began to spin rapidly, and in an instant, a layer of yellow chakra enveloped him. This chakra surged forth, rapidly taking the shape of a humanoid figure. Susanoo? Clearly Uchiha Fugaku could also wield Susanoo. After possessing these eyes for so long, it would be impossible for him not to have conducted some research. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand seals, and a colossal wall of water surged upward, propelled by his chakra, firmly blocking the encroaching sea of flames. However, at that moment, he suddenly observed Yuhara descending rapidly from above. His ninja blade raised high, sharp winds of chakra swirling around the weapon. Fugaku, I shall claim the title of clan leader. I will be the blade of Uchiha. Secret technique. Water bird dance. The razor-sharp blade, accompanied by fierce winds, spread outward with relentless force as Yuhara elegantly swung down his ninja blade. Under the frenzied enhancement of reverse force, Yuhara felt as though he wielded the power to obliterate the world. Yet he understood that this sensation was merely an illusion. He was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient for the challenges ahead. Undeniably, the Sharingan was formidable. Yet its prowess would only hold significance in the present and the coming years. After all, within less than a decade, with the onset of the Fourth Shinobi World War, the very essence of a ninja's power would be redefined. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku was employing Susanoo, Yuhara's water bird dance. Even with the enhancement of reverse force, might not be sufficient to breach his defenses. Although Susanoo had a history of being defeated by wind release, it remained the most potent defensive technique. While Yuhara's water bird dance was indeed powerful, slicing through it directly would be a daunting task. Nevertheless, he was confident that he could leave sufficient cracks upon Susanoo, as long as he could create fissures. Uchiha Fugaku would be compelled to expend effort in mending them, thereby depleting more of his ocular power, which would present Yuhara with an opportunity. Yet Yuhara had to remain vigilant, uncertain of the exact nature of Uchiha Fugaku's ocular technique. Regardless of what it was, it mattered little to Yuhara. After all, he was prepared, and today he must seize what he desired. Even if the clan currently fell under his command, without the legal title, something vital remained absent, especially as he sensed a significant lack of systemic rewards. The wind-slicing blades, entwined with flames, relentlessly assailed Uchiha Fugaku, as Yuhara's ninja blade deftly and gracefully glided across the yellow Susanoo. The water bird dance consisted of 3 segments, each segment a haunting recollection for Yuhara, who could scarcely remember the number of times he had been struck down by the wind blade arm. Yet now, he resolved to make the 3 segments of the water bird dance a nightmare for the entire shinobi world. The root ninjas had already attested to the terror of this blade technique. And now Yuhara aimed to demonstrate its might through Uchiha Fugaku. Yet as Yuhara unleashed the 2nd segment of his blade dance, he sensed that Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo had begun to display faint cracks. However, at that moment, he felt an overwhelming chakra converging within Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Amaterasu, or some other technique? Although Yahara did not halt his assault, his own eyes began to rotate subtly. And the azure chakra that had once belonged to the Ki shield underwent a slight transformation. If it were Amaterasu, he was uncertain whether the Ki shield could withstand it. Naturally, the best choice would be Susanoo. If it were another technique, without understanding its nature, Yahara could only trust in Susanoo. This was a battle of Mangekyō Sharingan caliber. Ordinary defensive ninjutsu would prove futile. Yet in the next moment, Yahara suddenly perceived a violent transformation in the world before him. The once vibrant colors faded to monochrome. The sun above taking on the guise of the moon, albeit a lifeless one, that the surrounding environment became suffused with a sense of decay, as flames and wind blades vanished without a trace. Even the battle between Yahara and Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have never transpired. Illusion. Yahara raised an eyebrow, feeling no abnormalities, only to find himself ensnared within this illusory realm. Clearly, this was Uchiha Fugaku's ocular technique. This technique bore some resemblance to Tsukuyami, yet everything within felt distinctly different. However, these details were not the crux of the matter. What truly concerned Yahara was his peculiar state, bound by nothing, restricted by none. What was happening? Had he perhaps grown too arrogant, or was he simply overconfident? Upon assessing his condition, he realized that he was indeed unbound, everything about him intact. This perplexed him further, as today's battle had been rife with oddities. Particularly Uchiha Fugaku's behavior at Yaharakan. I apologize for resorting to such means for communication to Itachi that moment. Uchiha Fugaku's voice resonated slowly within the space, and his figure materialized swiftly before Yahara. Turning to look, Yahara found himself somewhat bewildered by Fugaku's actions. Yet he remained vigilant. Communication? Do you have something to say to me, clan leader Fugaku? Yahara inquired cautiously. Indeed, I have much to express, yet I have lacked the opportunity. Uchiha Fugaku offered a wry smile, deepening Yahara's sense of intrigue. However, ignoring Yahara's expression, he continued, a month ago, during the clan meeting, your words were thought-provoking. I had long believed that even if I was not an exemplary clan leader, I was at least a competent one. Yet after hearing your insights and witnessing the immense support you garnered, I realized the necessity for introspection. In this past month, I have isolated myself, avoiding contact with anyone, including my wife and children. I meticulously reviewed my actions as clan leader, and in light of your words, I arrived at a sorrowful conclusion. I am indeed not a qualified leader, and one could even say I am a dreadful one. As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku's wry smile deepened, further heightening Yahara's curiosity. What was happening? In the midst of battle, why did he find himself here, reliving memories? Was this a traditional manifestation of the Hokage, or had Uchiha Fugaku lost his senses? Thank you, Yahara-kun. It is you who has illuminated the extent of my weakness and inadequacies, revealing how unqualified I truly am. Uchiha Fugaku continued earnestly, his expression transforming into one of profound sincerity. I suspect you are quite puzzled by the purpose of this battle. Are you not? Yahara remained silent, gazing intently at Uchiha Fugaku. He seemed to grasp the essence of Fugaku's thoughts, yet he could not bring himself to be certain. The purpose of this confrontation was unmistakable. It served as both a signal and an inevitable process, particularly significant for me. Although Yahara was enveloped in silence, Uchiha Fugaku, at that moment, broke into a smile. Soon, I shall dispel the illusion. Once I step outside, I will relinquish my defenses. Your swordsmanship is exceptionally remarkable. It is undoubtedly one of the finest I have ever witnessed. To perish beneath such exquisite technique, especially coming from you, who wields the Mangekyō Sharingan. Would leave me with no regrets. To die by your blade. Yahara had nearly discerned Fugaku's intentions, eliciting a mix of amusement and resignation within him. It seemed that this man was teetering on the brink of a mental breakdown. Like Uchiha Itachi, Fugaku was resolute in his convictions. Once he set his mind to something, he was bound to act upon it. For instance, after Shirsue's death, the moderates swiftly shifted to the hardline faction. And due to his indecisiveness, he paid the price, ultimately becoming the leader of the hardliners. Following his ascension, he indeed undertook numerous actions, diligently preparing for the coup within the clan. Yet, on the night of the massacre, he could have stopped Itachi but succumbed once more to madness, allowing himself and his wife to await death after glimpsing Itachi's vision of the so-called future of the village. Such bewildering behavior from him was becoming all too familiar to Yahara. If Yahara's deductions were correct, this choice of Fugaku's could bode well for him, yet it was equally fraught with complications. Yes, To die beneath your blade would serve as my redemption. I have led my family to this fate. A reality I cannot amend, even in death. Uchiha Fugaku, though aware of Yahara's contemplation, continued undeterred. However, Yahara-kun, with your emergence among the Uchiha, possessing such resolve and strength at such a young age, you would make a commendable clan leader. Yet, leadership demands respect. By killing me, you would gain the utmost reverence, instilling fear and concern among the others, ultimately earning their recognition. Through my death, forge a new Uchiha. I leave this world without regret. Indeed, it was as he said. The corners of Yahara's mouth twitched slightly as he regarded the determined Fugaku, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps this was how he confronted the frenzied Uchiha Itachi, telling him, "You are a gentle child. Go ahead." Truly madness. Eliminating Uchiha Fugaku could instill fear in the Uchiha clan's elders, such as Uchiha Ziju, granting him unimaginable prestige. He could even attain a level of authority at clan meetings akin to Uchiha Madara's. Yet, such an act would undoubtedly sow discord among the elite of the Uchiha, as even Shisui might harbor dissent. Moreover, turning against one's kin was an abhorrent act, given they shared the same bloodline. While Yahara often espoused the principle of persuasion through reason, he had never resorted to lethal violence. Even when contemplating eliminating disobedient individuals, such measures were always a last resort, and he had exercised restraint, focusing solely on those he deemed spiritual leaders. Unlike Uchiha Itachi, he could not justify striking against his entire clan for an abstract reason, particularly for the sake of outsiders without considering alternative actions. Additionally, Yahara had to contemplate the potential repercussions from his involuntarily bound system regarding his decision to eliminate Uchiha Fugaku. Well, I believe I have articulated my thoughts clearly, just as Yahara was inwardly lamenting. Uchiha Fugaku spoke once more. Then, what follows is, "Why should I heed your words?" Yahara interrupted, snapping back to reality, his voice cutting through Fugaku's thoughts as he declared, "If I am to become the clan leader, it must be done with honor. I do not require your demise to attain prestige. Thus, I assert that you are unworthy of the title of clan leader. You lack the convictions essential for such a role. The grievous errors you have made have led our family to this plight, and your failure to remain clan leader cannot simply be absolved by death. Why do you not consider how to assist me? How to restore the Uchiha to greatness, rather than seeking an end to your own existence?" At this juncture, Yahara paused briefly before a faint smile graced his lips. "And why do you presume I would need you to hold back for me to triumph over you? You underestimate me." As his words fell, Yahara quietly activated secret technique, resolute will, and in that instant, he felt all negative influences dissipate. Clarity flooded his mind, and his mental fortitude coalesced. Within his eyes, he beheld a world interwoven with black and white. Witnessing the stillness of blades and flames converging, that he raised his gaze, his kaleidoscope spinning rapidly, as fearsome chakra surged within him. When his chakra peaked, he abruptly lifted his hand. In that fleeting moment, the sun, akin to a moon, was abruptly stained crimson in this realm of black and white. This blood-red sun imbued the space with an uncanny allure that in mere moments, the crimson orb transformed into a scarlet eye, emanating boundless bloodlust, swiftly saturating the entire world in crimson. Within the gaze of the blood-red sun, an eerie kaleidoscopic pattern began to rotate. That design was none other than Yahara's own kaleidoscope. This, Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily stunned by the spectacle before him. But soon his expression shifted dramatically as he realized he had lost control over the illusionary space. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass reverberated through the air, and the black and white realm became riddled with countless fissures. These cracks spread like a spider's web, with fragments akin to glass shards cascading through the gaps. Bang! Bang! The sounds of destruction grew increasingly rapid and piercing, as colors began to infiltrate this monochromatic world. Until everything faded away, reality returned to its original state, and Yahara's third dance of the blade was quietly unleashed. Furthermore, this time, the form of Susanoo manifested around him. Boom! The sharp blade struck fiercely against Uchiha Fugaku's tail. As the three dances of the blade unleashed a storm of razor-edged strikes, leaving Fugaku's Susanoo riddled with cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Yahara's Azure Susanoo launched an assault, delivering a punch of unparalleled force. As if empowered by the might to cleave mountains, in that explosive moment, the earth trembled violently, and Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo was shattered. At that moment, Fugaku appeared gravely weakened, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes. And when his Susanoo crumbled, he could no longer muster the strength to resist. Swiftly controlling Susanoo, he extended a hand to catch the rebounding Uchiha Fugaku, preventing him from plummeting into the inferno below. Observing the frail yet alert Fugaku, Yohara suddenly broke into a smile that I told you. You underestimated me, did you not? At Yohara's words, Uchiha Fugaku could not help but offer a wry smile, silently nodding in acknowledgement. In that instant, the onlooking Uchiha clansmen seemed to awaken from the surreal and awe-inspiring battle. What followed was a cacophony of cheers, alongside the triumphant cries for Uchiha Yohara, the victor. After the conclusion of a battle that would be the topic of fervent discussion among all the members of the Uchiha clan, they promptly returned to their clan grounds. However, their journey was not devoid of discourse. Even if this particular confrontation seemed somewhat beyond their usual scope, the earlier skirmishes had been manageable, despite the rapid speeds of both combatants. They could still discern the trajectories of the fights through their Sharingan. Yet, once these two individuals activated their Mangekyō Sharingan, the battle transformed into a realm that they could comprehend and anticipate, but ultimately could not emulate. It was as if, upon awakening this extraordinary sight, they had undergone a profound transformation, elevating their combat prowess to an unfathomable degree. Moreover, Lord Yohara's swordsmanship was utterly terrifying. The technique, imbued with wind release and achieving a qualitative change, instilled a palpable sense of dread even from a distance. Indeed, while such swordplay appeared deceptively simple, merely consisting of 3 segments, I sensed that I could scarcely withstand even the first. Have you all erred? He should now be addressed as clan leader Yohara, and can we truly fathom the extent of his power? This remark immediately caused a stir among the Uchiha ninjas present. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Yohara had unequivocally established himself as the absolute clan leader, both in terms of authority and strength, and they were compelled to adjust their titles accordingly. The elders Uchiha S and Uchiha Chikuchi walked side by side. Such a scene would have been inconceivable in the past, as these two had previously maintained a relationship characterized by mutual estrangement despite being of the same family. Yet now, they walked together in harmony, even demonstrating seamless cooperation during the clan meeting and the recent clan leader battle, all thanks to Yohara. It was truly unexpected that this young man had arrived at such a juncture. As Uchiha S walked, he suddenly chuckled. I still recall when he threatened me, saying he would eliminate me if I did not comply, and now, in the blink of an eye, he has become the true clan leader. He merely uttered a threat, yet he truly acted against my people. Uchiha Chikuchi also laughed, though soon after, he sighed with a hint of nostalgia. Nevertheless, he was merely speaking in jest. He had never truly acted with malice, even saving Uchiha Fugaku in the end. Uchiha Fugaku had been shattered by Yohara's Susanoo. Had Yohara not intervened, Uchiha Fugaku would have perished in the flames, a death that, despite their grievances, would have evoked little criticism among them. Furthermore, Uchiha Fugaku was the previous clan leader. Had Yohara truly eliminated him, his prestige would have been unassailable. Yet, he refrained from such an act, choosing not to consign the clan's Mangekyō to the inferno. Despite their being, in a strict sense, political adversaries, is it not commendable to follow such a leader? Uchiha S cast a glance at Uchiha Chikuchi, unable to suppress a light chuckle. Uchiha Chikuchi, momentarily taken aback, soon smiled and nodded in agreement. Although Yohara's dominance was formidable, it undeniably guided this fractured clan towards cohesion, a level of acceptance among the clansmen they could embrace. Moreover, alongside his undeniable strength, Yohara exhibited a degree of humanity that was indeed significant. However, after their laughter, Uchiha Chikuchi's expression grew serious once more. By the way, the security measures for this occasion were your responsibility. There were no issues, I trust. Rest assured, the perimeter has been fortified with barriers. And in accordance with clan leader Yohara's directives, we have modified the barriers accordingly. Uchiha S's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he scanned their surroundings before lowering his voice to speak. Even though the clansmen here were unaware of these matters, to prevent anyone from exploiting loopholes to infiltrate through transformation techniques, I specifically instructed a few trustworthy individuals to monitor the area with their Sharingan to ensure absolute security. Hearing this, Uchiha Chikuchi nodded in agreement. While the specifics of whom they were guarding against remained unspoken, everyone was implicitly aware. Konohagakure would not dare to strike first, yet there would inevitably be those who would take action. Moreover, There were a few within the clan who did not fully comprehend their situation. Before long, their group dispersed, returning to the clan grounds. However, they did not return to their respective posts or homes for rest. Instead, everyone reconvened at the named shrine. Although the battle had concluded, many matters within the clan required attention, as changing the clan leader was never a trivial undertaking. Lord Yahara, no, clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku was the first to stand and address Yahara after they had all settled within the shrine. It was evident that he was still somewhat unaccustomed to this, as he had previously been addressed as clan leader by others. This is the clan seal. From henceforth, Lord Yahara is the true clan leader. The Uchiha clan is entrusted to you. Yahara regarded Uchiha Fugaku, whose expression was solemn yet slightly relieved, and he ultimately nodded in calm agreement. Extending his hand, Yahara accepted the clan seal presented by Uchiha Fugaku. And in that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. From the moment he had been forcibly bound by the system until today, Yahara had spent over half a year to reach this point. And today marked the moment of his triumph. Although Yahara had a fleeting urge to jest about why the seal was not a fan, such trivial thoughts evaporated in the face of his excitement. Taking a deep breath, Yahara raised his head and declared with utmost seriousness. Once, Elder Chikuchi told me that to gain his support, I must fulfill 2 conditions that I still vividly recall those conditions. First, I must ensure the safety of our clan. This is my duty as the clan leader. Second, I must fulfill all my promises. I will restore the Uchiha clan to greatness. Today, I reaffirm my commitment. I, Uchiha Yahara, shall become the blade of the Uchiha, leading us to greatness once more. As Yahara's deep and resolute words resonated in the air, all present fell into a profound silence. Yet at that moment, they felt a surge of fervor coursing through them. At this juncture, Shisui rose to his feet, earnestly gazing at Yahara before breaking into a smile. He then slightly bowed, his voice ringing clear. I pay my respects to the clan leader. Uchiha Chikuchi and Uchiha S also stood, following suit with a slight bow towards Yahara. We pay our respects to the clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku took a step back, bowing respectfully. We pay our respects to the clan leader. Under their leadership, all present Uchiha members rose collectively, bowing deeply in a show of utmost respect towards Yahara. We pay our respects to the clan leader. Following the formal acknowledgement of Yahara's leadership, those who had participated in the morning clan meeting quietly departed. However, Yahara, Shisui, Uchiha S, and Uchiha Chikuchi remained behind. Even Uchiha Fugaku, who had initially intended to leave, was also retained at Yahara's ascension as clan leader marked the end of a chapter. Yet numerous subsequent matters required diligent attention. For instance, after some discussion, Uchiha Chikuchi and Uchiha S jointly proposed that the clan host a celebration to bolster morale. Yahara did not oppose this notion, recognizing the clan's need for encouragement in facing forthcoming challenges. Shall we hold it tomorrow? Is it feasible? Furthermore, have we informed Kanehagakure, and the issues regarding the security department remain unresolved, correct? Yahara was riddled with questions, feeling a sense of urgency. Indeed, clan leader Yahara, Uchiha Fugaku, as the former clan leader, spoke on behalf of Uchiha S and the others. Since you have become the clan leader of the Uchiha, you have naturally also inherited the position of head of the security department. Even though I must prepare resignation materials for my departure, it is merely a formality. We will notify Kanehagakure afterward. Upon hearing this explanation, Yahara nodded, realizing that they had indeed treated the security department as if it were their own household. Although based on Yahara's knowledge of the neighboring islands from his past life, such matters were not unusual at all. Yet, when it comes to Yahara, he finds himself somewhat out of sorts. Moreover, he cannot possibly approach the transformation of the guard department in the same manner as before. He firmly believes that both Uchiha Zong and Uchiha Juji are well aware of this. That it is easy to envision that upon taking charge of the guard department, Yahara will undoubtedly make relevant adjustments to certain individuals and positions within. Contemplating this, Yahara absent-mindedly stroked his chin, beginning to ponder how to handle various matters that lie ahead. After becoming the clan leader, his immediate priority is, of course, the relationship between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan. The Hokage is the leader of Konoha, yet Konoha is not merely the Hokage's Konoha. This is a crucial perspective that requires clarification. Konoha is composed of numerous ninja clans and tens of thousands of civilian ninjas. And Yahara is acutely aware of the deep-seated conflicts between the Uchiha and the current Hokage faction. Furthermore, following his previous encounter with Nara Yoshino, as well as the events chronicled in the original narrative. Yohara understands that the number of clans dissatisfied with the current Hokage faction is far from negligible. Now that he has ascended to the position of clan leader, he must reciprocate the goodwill previously extended by the Nara clan. Moreover, Yohara has long since determined the future trajectory of the guard department. The Hokage faction wishes for the Uchiha to bear the brunt of blame while covertly manipulating public opinion against them. Thus, he intends to open the guard department to all ninjas in the village, believing that under such circumstances, the Hokage faction will think twice before continuing their disparagement. Very well, let us hold a celebration tomorrow. Ensuring safety is paramount. With this resolution in mind, Yohara organized his thoughts before speaking up. However, the ensuing time would be busy. To the two elders, he declared, after the celebration, let us select a few clans for me and Shisui to pay a visit to their clan leaders. The suggestion elicited peculiar expressions from Uchiha Zone and Uchiha Fugaku, while Uchiha Juji appeared somewhat displeased. Lord Clan Leader, you are the leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Juji quickly interjected, attempting to dissuade him. Visiting other clan leaders seems somewhat inappropriate. Elder Juji, I understand your concerns, Yohara interrupted politely before Juji could finish his thought. However, I believe Elder Zong has shared with you my intentions for the Uchiha clan's future, particularly regarding the guard department. Indeed, I have heard Elder Zong speak of this. Uchiha Juji nodded, aware of the matter. Uchiha Fugaku, on the other hand, was curious, having been previously uninformed of these developments. However, he no longer held the title of clan leader. Strictly speaking, he should not remain present, thus opting for silence as the wisest course of action. Since Elder Juji is informed, it is clear we must seek alliances with others. Moreover, did I not mention that many prominent clans in Konoha are dissatisfied with our third Hokage due to the Hyuga clan's affairs? Yohara smiled gently, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Uchiha Fugaku, fully aware that he was listening intently. Nevertheless, he paid no mind to Fugaku hearing his remarks, as they were not particularly confidential. Additionally, Yohara hoped to earn Uchiha Fugaku's genuine support as the wielder of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Thus, sharing some matters that were not secrets but had not been fully disclosed could serve as a means of expressing trust. In truth, Yohara did not wish to tread so cautiously, for he had been deeply moved by Fugaku's previous demeanor. However, this individual's son is Uchiha Itachi, and in the original narrative, he possesses a dark history. Although Yohara knew that he and Uchiha Itachi had had no contact for the past month, Itachi had already met with the third Hokage and might even have encountered Danzo. Most critically, Uchiha Itachi had awakened the Mangekyō, who could predict his subsequent actions. Thus, Yohara felt compelled to exercise caution. While he was confident that Uchiha Fugaku would not betray him, based on Fugaku's prior behavior, the original narrative revealed that he had ultimately allowed Itachi to act against Konoha, leading to a moment of despair as he succumbed to fate without resistance. The reasons for this behavior were disconcerting, whether it was an outpouring of paternal love upon witnessing his son act, or a recognition of his own failures, leading him to resign himself to death alongside his clan. If it were the former, Yohara would need to be vigilant. If it were the latter, he could trust Fugaku completely once certain matters were clarified. What you imply is that you intend to seize the opportunity of these visits to convey some necessary information? Uchiha Juji, having navigated the clan hierarchy for so long, may have overlooked many matters due to his extreme temperament, yet that did not mean he was unable to comprehend. If that is the case, then it is indeed essential that we pay these visits to express our goodwill. Let it be decided thus. I will leave the drafting of the list to you two, Yohara concluded decisively, with Shisui nodding earnestly in agreement, evidently having no objections. Everyone, I must emphasize that for our clan to undergo transformation, certain actions must be taken. Otherwise, what significance remains in my role as clan leader? Furthermore, we cannot afford to relax our security efforts in the slightest. Let us not forget that our current situation is far from favorable. Yes, Lord Clan Leader, everyone present, including Uchiha Fugaku, responded in unison, rising to take their leave. Yohara too stood, though he chose to remain for the moment, not due to other pressing matters, but because the system binding him to the clan had undergone yet another change. The points he had accrued previously had propelled his clan's prosperity to a rather remarkable figure. Yet he still found it insufficient. The vast Uchiha clan, under his control, could not possibly yield as few points as a mere handful of ninjas, especially considering that many had activated their Sharingan. The meager total was simply unacceptable. Through the system, Yohara understood that while he had become the de facto controller of the Uchiha clan, he lacked legal standing. Thus, the points awarded were understandably limited. However, now not only was he the practical leader, but he had also acquired the legal title of clan leader. During the earlier meeting, Yohara had sensed a subtle tremor within his system, as if it were signaling him. Yet, he had been too preoccupied to pay it any heed. Now, however, he possessed the time and energy to delve into it. Focusing entirely on his system, Yohara soon found himself gazing upon his information panel. Current binding. Uchiha clan current status, relatively balanced. You have resolved internal clan issues and gained formal recognition as clan leader, yet external malevolence lingers. Prosperity. 14396. The standard foundational prosperity of a clan is 10,000. Suggestion. Implement moderate reforms within the clan to reintegrate them into Konoha. Yohara could not help but twitch his lips slightly at the sight of his clan's prosperity. It was not that he was particularly sensitive to numbers. Rather, removing the initial digit from this figure stirred the imagination. Nevertheless, he felt immense satisfaction with this increase, having gained over 2,000 points in one fell swoop. Even if the system is indeed discriminatory towards members who are not part of the kaleidoscope, and the points awarded are not particularly high, it is still sufficient for Yuhuan to participate in the lottery twice. Moreover, Yuhuan has taken note of the suggestions provided by the system, which coincidentally align with his own thoughts. Modest reforms are already underway. Even before Yuhuan initiated an impeachment against Uchiha Fugaku, they had already established the ideological guidelines and political aspirations for the future of their clan. Naturally, further advancements in reform require time to implement. Particularly in terms of cultural and ideological education, the world of ninjas demonstrates commendable proficiency in teaching specific techniques, such as the mathematical calculations that once perplexed Yuhuan. This skill demands that an individual comprehensively understand the various parameters influencing the flight of shurikens within a remarkably short time frame, as well as how to throw them with precision to strike the enemy. Additionally, there are numerous combat techniques and supplementary knowledge being imparted. However, when it comes to ideological development and assisting individuals in comprehending the world, there is a significant lack. Shisui serves as a prime example. Before Yuhuan elucidated the essence of war to him, he naively believed that war was merely a retaliatory action driven by hatred. Of course, Yuhuan has no intention of delving deeply into such improvements. After all, this world is one imbued with supernatural powers, and it is prudent to tread lightly. The paramount task is to establish a reliable set of values. Even if one aspires to be a political hero, one must at least grasp the reasons behind such circumstances, as well as the connections and contradictions involved. This endeavor must be pursued both within and outside the clan, and both aspects must progress concurrently. The external environment is, in fact, rather grim, with the most pressing concern being the existence of the security department. Although Yuhuan plans to open the security department to others, it is not guaranteed that they will be able to directly approach it. Hence, he must take the initiative to reform the security department himself. At the very least, he needs to establish necessary regulations to standardize the enforcement methods of the security department and the attitudes of various Uchiha members during law enforcement. Thus, the suggestions put forth by the system and Yuhuan's own thoughts are, in essence, quite similar. Yuhuan mused quietly to himself, but soon his attention returned to the prosperity rating of the system. How to proceed is a matter for future consideration. But the prosperity rating indicates that he currently possesses enough points for a lottery draw, which is truly the most joyous news. If all goes well, this means 2 opportunities to acquire abilities. Although Yuhuan has never regarded himself as particularly fortunate. After all, he has not obtained anything particularly powerful, but each skill he has acquired has proven to be immensely practical, which is sufficient. Congratulations to the host for becoming the clan leader. The prosperity of the clan is inextricably linked to the leader's efforts. Although the current external situation remains perilous, an internally unified clan that has achieved integration is one that possesses cohesion and combat effectiveness, and thus has a promising future. The host currently possesses over 2,000 points, granting the opportunity for 2 ability draws, which will be combined. Secret technique. Black Flame. The Black Flame is a divine flame used by hunting deities. Though it has lost its divinity, nevertheless, its power remains formidable. Upon acquiring this secret technique, one may choose to replace ordinary fire with this ninjutsu, with the intensity and quality of the flame far exceeding that of ordinary fire. Although it cannot achieve eternal existence, its potency is unimaginable. Upon seeing this, Yuhuan's mouth twitched slightly. Is this not the flame wielded by those monstrous beings like the Godskin? Yuhuan recalls having used it in a game before. Wielding a sword that resembled the Olympic torch, with flames that looked magnificent and seemed impressively powerful, Yuhuan stroked his chin, contemplating that if he could draw the true elder brother, the bionic teardrop might also be quite appealing. Though it seems that elder brother was already slain before his transmigration, shaking his head, he acknowledged that the initial choices presented were indeed commendable, perhaps a reward befitting his true status as clan leader. However, being able to choose 2 options means he has 6 options to consider, so he must carefully examine what the other rewards entail. Ultimate secret technique, thunder prison induction. This technique allows the release of a thunderstorm within a certain range, with the power of the technique being proportional to the chakra output. Ultimate secret technique, crow storm. This technique utilizes chakra to form death crows, plunging enemies into endless illusions and fears, potentially causing irreversible damage. Ultimate secret technique, void walk. This technique enables instant teleportation to a specified location within 100 meters, capable of causing spatial disturbances. Recasting within 15 seconds will increase chakra consumption. And the more it accumulates, the stronger the spatial disturbance will be, resulting in unimaginable damage to enemies. Secret technique, unstoppable blade. This technique allows the blade to be imbued with chakra energy, enabling attacks to ignore defenses for the next 5 seconds. Sword technique, blood blade dance. This technique inflicts unimaginable damage upon enemies like a whirlwind, causing blood to flow profusely as if in a dance, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Yuhuan stared blankly at his 6 options, swallowing hard. He vowed that this was indeed the first time he had encountered such a bountiful and precious reward. The richness of these rewards truly left Yuhuan dazzled. He desperately wished to claim them all. Each of these skills could significantly enhance Yuhuan's strength. Even the blood blade dance, which overlaps with his current swordsmanship, would greatly amplify his capabilities. However, he is now faced with the decision of selecting 2 from 6 options, and Yuhuan must deliberate carefully. In truth, the first choice required little contemplation. Yuhuan immediately chose the ultimate secret technique, void walk. As the famed glaive of faces, Kasha's biological father, and the progenitor of mages, he has no idea how many times he has been trampled by this being in his previous life. Moreover, this ability is remarkably suitable for Yuhuan in the current world. Although the accumulation mechanism has resulted in terrifying consumption, Yuhuan believes that with proper control, it remains exceedingly useful. Furthermore, this is a spatial teleportation ability, and if timed correctly, it could create an opportunity for a decisive strike. Given the system's adaptation to the current world, along with the description he just observed, it is likely that this technique will undergo modifications, just like the dance of the void. In fact, this aligns perfectly with Yuhuan's thoughts. In the game, accumulating 4 stacks without remaining calm could lead to disaster, while here, the number of stacks that can be accumulated is significantly higher. Simply put, accumulating within 10 stacks is a standard spatial movement technique. If it exceeds 10 stacks, it becomes a spatial explosion technique that inspires despair. At the very least, Yuhuan dares not utilize it beyond 10 times, especially since it is doubtful anyone could force him to do so. As for the second ability, Yuhuan hesitated for quite some time before ultimately selecting the secret technique, Black Flame. He initially considered choosing the unstoppable blade, but after much thought, he concluded that fire release would be more suitable for him than this technique. Furthermore, while the effect of the unstoppable blade is to ignore defenses, ninjas are not foolish. If they cannot block it, they will choose to evade, although the combination with Void Walk would yield impressive results. The chakra consumption remains daunting. Moreover, many opponents cannot be eliminated in a single strike, such as those capable of utilizing Izanagi, the Immortal, or those who manipulate puppets and possess numerous hearts. The most critical factor is that formidable individuals like Uchiha Madara may not even perish from a direct hit to a vital point. In contrast, the black flame derived from hunting deities can be substituted for Yuhuan's fire release ninjutsu, transforming it into this terrifying black flame according to his desires. This relatively flexible choice model undoubtedly pleases Yuhuan, as the consumption of this technique is likely to be substantial. Most importantly, the power of this black flame may not differ significantly from that of the so-called Amaterasu, at least based on the description provided by the system. This seems to be the case. Thus, Yuan has essentially acquired a power akin to Sasuke's Kagaya's blessing. Especially considering he also possesses the Dance of the Void, his fire release will ascend to a new level in terms of suppression, support, and lethality. Wait, if he also accounts for Void Walk, has he not acquired the future two ocular techniques of Uchiha Sasuke? Yuan pondered as he left the shrine. In the following days, he diligently trained and adapted to these two techniques. Whether they were self-learned or bestowed by the system, without sufficient practice, utilizing them effectively would be impossible, similar to his experimentation with the Dance of the Void. Yuan took a moment to understand the abilities he had acquired and made certain summaries before allowing himself to rest. The next morning, Shisui came knocking at his door and took him out. I say, is it really necessary to be this prompt? Yuhara appeared to be somewhat lacking in spirit, which could indeed be attributed to after effects. After all, just yesterday he had engaged in a fierce battle with Uchiha Fugaku, but his overwhelming excitement led him to overlook his own exhaustion. Furthermore, the system's rewards were exceedingly generous, causing him to lose himself in the moment. Only to realize after a night of rest that his depletion was quite significant. It was not merely the expenditure of chakra, but also the toll on his ocular prowess and mental fortitude. Thus, he presently looked rather listless, even though he felt he had recuperated adequately. Today marked the commencement of the celebration, and as the clan leader, he naturally needed to prepare early. Moreover, as the clan leader, he had numerous matters to attend to and familiarize himself with, necessitating an early start. Shisui gazed at Yuhara with a sense of helplessness. He had risen early today, and he had heard last night that Yuhara had ventured to the back mountain alone. Evidently to train his surprise, upon arriving to find Yuhara this morning, he discovered the young man indulging in a leisurely slumber, which left Shisui rather speechless. Yuhara, however, chose to disregard the situation. He was certainly aware of the day's events. Thus, he merely uttered a complaint before following Shisui onward. By the way, how is the security situation? Yuhara inquired as they walked, clearly invested in this matter. The celebration was the most relaxing time, and he did not wish for any unforeseen incidents to occur. Rest assured, I am well aware of the arrangements, Shisui replied with a nod. Everything has been organized. Later, I shall take you to inspect it. Indeed, Yuhara smiled and nodded, saying, as long as you've taken care of it. I trust you, Shisui. Yuhara held a deep trust in Shisui, yet when it came to Uchiha Itachi, he felt no trust whatsoever. Moreover, Itachi's recent behavior made Yuhara acutely aware that something might indeed transpire. However, this young man was oblivious to his own intelligence. He had no inkling that Yuhara possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan, which served as a hidden advantage. Yuhara's Mangekyō had never been revealed. Only the elite and core members of the clan were privy to this knowledge. They were aware that the clan meeting would not involve Uchiha Itachi, thus they would never disclose it, and during this period, they had not left Konohagakure, having only visited the guard division at most. Additionally, the clan maintained constant vigilance, rendering it impossible for either Uchiha Itachi or Konohagakure to acquire intelligence through these individuals. Frankly speaking, had it not been for considerations regarding Uchiha Fugaku and the system's prosperity, Yuhara would have truly contemplated capturing Uchiha Itachi and examining the contents of his mind. Yet, it was highly likely that it would be utterly fragmented. Regardless of Itachi's capabilities, Yuhara had adequately prepared defenses both personally and on behalf of the clan. Should he dare to act, Yuhara would ensure he faced consequences. As time flowed imperceptibly, dusk gradually descended. The night was melodious, with Uchiha Itachi and the masked Uchiha Obito standing outside the clan grounds. Observing the brightly lit Uchiha clan, poised for action, the Uchiha gathering was lively. Ever since their isolation to the village's outskirts, the nights here had been particularly desolate, but tonight was evidently different. They were set to hold a celebration, the specifics of which remained uncertain, as they had not disclosed it to him. Perhaps sensing the doubts harbored by the man claiming to be Uchiha Madara beside him, Uchiha Itachi coldly elucidated. This is precisely why I chose to act tonight. The celebration cannot possibly have stringent defenses, especially since I can feel that Shisui is not accompanying me today, that it seems you have completely lost trust within this clan. I am quite curious how you have driven yourself to this point, Uchiha Obito remarked, his voice low, yet the sarcasm and mockery in his tone were unmistakable to anyone. Nevertheless, Uchiha Itachi remained unfazed. Gently closing his eyes, and upon reopening them, they gleamed a fierce crimson. Trust matters not. I require no one's faith. This despairing clan holds little worth for me to anticipate or yearn for. After uttering these words, Uchiha Itachi took a step forward, casting a brief glance back at Obito before continuing. The guards have returned tonight, so there is no need for you to make a futile trip. Let us act. Tonight, we shall reach a resolution. With that, Uchiha Itachi vanished into the night, and Uchiha Obito tilted his head before he too disappeared into the evening sky. Unbeknownst to them, concealed atop the surrounding treetops were covert cameras, silently monitoring their every move. What? You installed surveillance cameras? Indeed. You instructed us to replace the hidden sentries, but after much searching, the elders found that the modifications would be too cumbersome and would reduce our defensive perimeter. Hence, we opted for surveillance cameras. While they may not possess the sensory capabilities of a ninja, they are cost-effective and convenient. Is there a problem? Do you not approve? Emerging from the monitoring guardroom, Yohara found himself at a loss for words in response to Shisui's inquiry. Or perhaps the question did not require a response at all. After all, Yohara was indeed supportive of such surveillance devices. He simply hadn't processed the thought in that moment. Considering the combination of surveillance cameras and the supernatural powers of ninjas was indeed rather peculiar. However, upon further reflection, Yohara recalled that in the world of ninjas, technology had indeed made strides, albeit subtly. For instance, while firearms existed in this world, they were of little use, as ninjas rarely employed them. Otherwise, such weapons would have long been popularized to deal with ninjas. Beyond firearms, this world also featured movies, televisions, and rudimentary communication devices. It seemed to encompass all that could be utilized. Thus, the presence of surveillance cameras did not appear particularly strange. Moreover, upon closer recollection, Yohara remembered that in the original narrative, Konoha had also installed numerous cameras outside the Uchiha clan to aid the Anbu in monitoring them. Nonetheless, as Shisui had mentioned, while these surveillance devices were discreet, they lacked the innate ability of ninjas to detect surrounding movements and sense chakra. Consequently, such devices could only serve as auxiliary tools, with ninjas remaining the primary force for executing any operations. It's not that I dislike them. I merely find them somewhat peculiar, Yohara replied, scratching his head, and soon shifted the topic that I must express my gratitude to the clan members on guard duty, as well as those monitoring the surveillance equipment. They have much to attend to during such a grand celebration. And I do feel a bit guilty, Shisui shrugged, appearing somewhat bemused by Yohara's overly cautious demeanor, yet he refrained from undermining Yohara's position. But you did mention that the clan requires discipline, and we cannot ascertain what actions Konoha might take. So exercising caution is prudent. Shisui's words elicited a chuckle from Yohara. Indeed, a little caution never hurt anyone. After all, he could hardly turn to Shisui and say, "You know, Uchiha Itachi is a significant threat," followed by revealing that without his intervention, he would have lost an eye to Danzo, leading to his own despair and subsequent suicide, with Itachi annihilating the entire clan for the sake of the village and his brother. Such statements could not be uttered. To do so would be tantamount to madness. Although Yohara was an Uchiha and wielded the Mangekyō, he was well aware that he was no madman. Adjusting his attire, Yohara smiled at Shisui and said, "I shall compensate them later. Now, let us proceed, my vice-clan leader. If we fail to attend today's clan meeting, it would be quite regrettable. Indeed, let us go to the water's edge." Smiled. It soon turned its gaze quizzically towards the side. At that moment, a young Uchiha ninja was hastily approaching them. The slight tension etched on his face instantly alerted both Shisui and Yohara to the possibility of trouble. Indeed, after he recounted the unfolding events, Yohara's expression had already shifted dramatically. The gentle smile that once graced his visage had vanished without a trace, replaced by a furrowed brow. Observing Yohara's change in demeanor, Shisui felt a sense of helplessness. Itachi's recent behavior had been undeniably peculiar. Itachi's actions had raised many eyebrows. He scarcely engaged with other family members, even avoiding his parents. Although some clan members disregarded him entirely, he rarely initiated conversation. The order was to inform the clan elders and Elder Kakashi that the celebration was to be temporarily cancelled, though without making a grand spectacle of it. They must ensure the safety of the weaker clan members. While Shisui pondered this, Yohara had already issued a direct command. "Isn't this a bit too tense, Yohara?" Shisui could not help but inquire. "This isn't about tension. It's about necessary precautions. Besides, with so many dangerous individuals returning quietly, I find it hard to believe they harbor no malicious intent," Yohara replied. refusing to see his orders as overly anxious or excessive. His frustration with Itachi's disruption of the celebration was palpable. Who would remain calm in the face of such chaos? Did Itachi truly believe himself a harbinger of justice, that all he did was right? Furthermore, he ordered the summoning of Fugaku Uchiha for a meeting. They would confront this prodigious ninja, this wielder of the Sharingan. If Itachi wished to see his son and discern his true intentions, they would also witness how the former clan leader would react. Taking a deep breath, Yohara quickly regained his composure and murmured, "Let us proceed." With that, he strode forward without a backward glance. Thankfully, today was the celebration, and all clan members were gathered at the shrine. Allowing Yohara to maintain vigilance and prevent any complacency among the Uchihas. Otherwise, if Itachi were to storm into their homes one by one, or launch an attack when they were least prepared, it would spell disaster. What further irked Yohara was the fact that not every Uchiha, despite their numbers, was a ninja. Many were ordinary citizens with no stake in the coup, yet this ruthless individual would eliminate them all, regardless of age or gender. Regardless of their involvement, he justified his actions as a means of protecting Konoha and his brother. Such cold-heartedness was repugnant to Yohara. Before taking action, he had contemplated persuading Shisui, considering the ramifications for their clan as prosperity. Now, with Itachi's actions escalating, it felt like a path to self-destruction. The speed of the ninjas was remarkable. Within moments, everyone had begun to mobilize. Even amidst the festivities, they maintained a commendable level of caution. Upon receiving the news, Fugaku Uchiha was momentarily taken aback. After a brief encounter with Yohara, he set off alone towards Itachi's location, eager to confront his son and ascertain the situation. He desperately wished to avoid any escalation of calamity. As Itachi and Obito entered the Uchiha compound, countless masked ninjas emerged from the woods beyond. Concealed in the shadows, their ominous gazes were fixed upon the entire Uchiha estate. Their numbers were vast. Their masks varied. As they surrounded the Uchiha territory in multiple formations, the leader signaled, and in the next moment, a root ninja swiftly performed hand seals, conjuring a smoke-filled summoning barrier that silently materialized. Meanwhile, at the root headquarters, Danzo sat in silence, awaiting reports that moment, a root ninja rushed in to inform him, "Lord Danzo, Itachi Uchiha has entered the Uchiha compound. Please advise." Danzo nodded lightly, then turned his gaze to the window. Observing the moonlight that, to him, appeared blood-red, ominously foreshadowing the impending slaughter. "Maintain your positions. Let Itachi handle the affairs within the Uchiha estate tonight. However, should any Uchiha attempt to flee, eliminate them without hesitation. Additionally, do not harm Sasuke Uchiha. We must contain him and bring him under our control." "Understood." The root ninja responded softly before relaying Danzo's orders. The darkness of the root headquarters returned to its previous stillness, while a cold smirk crept across Danzo's face. With many ninjas mobilized for the night, even if Itachi's words were persuasive, the higher-ups of Konoha would remain skeptical. These ninjas were a necessary presence, and tonight, Danzo's power reached unimaginable heights. They were aware that the Uchiha were celebrating. What this celebration entailed was of no concern to them. To preempt any unforeseen incidents, the third Hokage had even entrusted his personal Anbu to Danzo for the night's operations, though Danzo had yet to deploy the Anbu. He felt the true grip of power that came with the title of Hokage. As for the third Hokage, he was diligently working in his office, blissfully unaware of the impending Uchiha massacre. Nevertheless, he had instructed his most trusted Anbu to locate Sasuke, who remained at school due to his adjustments. Just as Itachi approached the left side, knowing 3 Uchiha ninjas were concealed there, serving as the first line of defense. Even during the celebration, the Uchiha maintained a degree of vigilance, albeit not particularly high. Wait, what? However, as Itachi neared, his brow furrowed involuntarily. He noticed that the designated area was completely devoid of guards. What could have happened? Had the sentries been replaced, or had those assigned to guard also gone to partake in the celebration? A sense of foreboding washed over Itachi. He had instinctively distanced himself from his family during this time. Aside from the family's indifference towards him, his inquiries had yielded no answers, and he subconsciously sought to sever ties with a clan that was destined to crumble. Instead, he chose to invest his time in his younger brother, for he believed Sasuke would surely survive. "Forget your intentions. Today marks the end that I will safeguard Konoha's peace, and I shall bear the sins of the Uchiha." Itachi mused internally, quickening his pace towards the shrine, only to suddenly spot a figure standing ahead. The sight of this person caused his brow to furrow deeper, for it was none other than his father. Fugaku Uchiha. Itachi, returning so late and dressed like this. May I ask if you understand what you are doing? Fugaku gazed at his son, his expression a mix of melancholy and gravity, though tinged with a hint of expectation. Yet, Itachi's indifferent demeanor and words sent a chill through Fugaku's heart. I know precisely what I am doing. I am eradicating calamity, bringing peace to the village, and preserving the last vestiges of Uchiha dignity. But what of you, father? Do you comprehend what you are doing? Do you realize the fate that awaits you? Fugaku silently regarded his son, already aware of Itachi's recent abnormalities from his wife. Unfortunately, he had not been able to reach Itachi. However, he heard that Shisui had engaged in dialogue with Itachi. Although the specifics of the clan meeting were not disclosed, it hinted at the family's future direction, to integrate into Konoha, to stand against unjust oppression, and to ensure that their voices reached everyone in the village. This was the information that Uchiha Fugaku quickly deduced after hearing Shisui's words. Their fight was not against Konoha, but against those who oppressed them, namely the current Hokage. The Hokage and Konoha were intertwined, yet fundamentally distinct, and he truly could not fathom why his son had chosen this path. I believe you have misunderstood something. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Fugaku gazed intently at Uchiha Itachi, his voice heavy with somberness, but he was interrupted as he began to speak. That I have not misunderstood. I know what you intend to do. You aim to oppose the Hokage and this village. Under the silvery moonlight, Uchiha Itachi appeared resolute, yet chillingly ominous. However, his words filled Uchiha Fugaku with profound disappointment. There is no need to say more. Regardless of your intentions, I have already envisioned the future of our clan. The future of you all. It seems this night will not yield a favorable outcome. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes, his voice hoarse as he spoke, feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and sorrow. Why do you believe that you alone can contend with the Uchiha? I am not alone, Uchiha Itachi replied indifferently. Even if I stand solitary, my endeavor is one of righteousness that I wish to. He paused momentarily, and in the next instant, his crimson eyes morphed into the state of the Mangekyō Sharingan. With these eyes, just like Shisui's, I can accomplish my mission. As his words echoed, Uchiha Itachi assumed a battle-ready stance. While Uchiha Fugaku sighed deeply, it must be said that he had received an answer that plunged him into deep disappointment, even despair. The Uchiha were on the brink of transformation, poised to embark on a new path. Yet, his own son was determined to destroy it all. Had he been negligent in his care and guidance, or had the influence of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others been too profound? Regardless of the reason, it could not absolve Uchiha Itachi of his transgressions, especially since he had now effectively acknowledged his intentions. Uchiha Fugaku truly could not believe anyone would spare him. Slowly opening his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze reflected the three-tomo state, each spinning rapidly. Before he could speak, a voice resonated from afar, prompting a sigh from Uchiha Fugaku and a frown from Uchiha Itachi. What were you saying about what you can achieve with those eyes? As he scanned the surroundings, he noticed Yuhara and Shisui approaching side by side, followed by the Uchiha elite clad in battle attire. The crimson eyes glimmered eerily under the moonlight, a chilling aura enveloping the Uchiha clan's territory and looming over Uchiha Itachi. Come out. I have long since sensed your presence. Yuhara cast a glance at Uchiha Itachi, but quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. Had it been before, Yuhara would have been oblivious to the hidden presence within the space. Yet, after acquiring the technique of void walking, he had developed a certain sensitivity to spatial fluctuations, effortlessly detecting the disturbances. Are the younger generations so capable now? You're quite impressive, kid, to have discovered me. As Yuhara's words fell, a voice suddenly emerged from the void. Soon, a spiral formed in the darkness, revealing a masked figure. His gaze fell upon Yuhara, and beneath the mask, his expression revealed surprise. This was the first time he had been unearthed from the shadows of space. It left him uncertain about how Yuhara had detected him or what abilities he possessed. Sharingan. Such patterns. Mangekyō Sharingan. Yuhara regarded the appearance of Obito with a slow, deliberate tone, quickly shifting his gaze back to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, I am truly disappointed in you. Disappointed in your actions, disappointed in your choices. You are unworthy of being a member of this clan. What does it mean for a clan to be one with a village? Yuhara, what do you understand? What qualifications do you have to admonish me? Uchiha Itachi frowned. Though most of his attention remained on Shisui and his father, Yuhara's words were of little concern to him. While Yuhara could indeed be regarded as a prodigy of the clan, There was a vast chasm between his level of talent and that of Shisui. Moreover, he had never favored Uchiha, as their perspectives had diverged significantly since childhood. This individual was certainly not loyal to the Hokage. As a member of Konoha's elite jonin, I possess that right. As the newly appointed clan leader of the Uchiha, I have even greater authority. Uchiha stated calmly, raising his hand slightly as the Uchiha elite behind him spread out, forming a semicircle that subtly surrounded Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. They were acutely aware that this battle would likely exceed their capabilities. Given that both Uchiha Itachi and the mysterious figure possessed Mangekyō Sharingan, yet they felt compelled to act in assisting their clan leader against one who sought to obliterate their family, having heard Uchiha Itachi's declarations. The new clan leader of the Uchiha, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito frowned at Uchiha's words. Particularly, Uchiha Itachi involuntarily cast a glance at his father. What struck him as astonishing was that his father seemingly acquiesced to it all, offering no rebuttal. When did the Uchiha clan change its leader? How intriguing, Obito suddenly chuckled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It seems I've been away too long. This family has become all the more interesting and more depraved. Even a brat like you can rise to the position of clan leader. How amusing. My ascendance to clan leader is due to my own abilities. However, your presence is repugnant to me. Uchiha raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixing on Obito, and he spoke with profound insinuation. You are a member of the Uchiha, yet in my recollection, there has been no one like you within the clan, which suggests you are an outsider. But who you are is inconsequential. Your identity holds no significance. Even if you claim to be Uchiha Madara or something else, it is irrelevant. Uchiha preemptively obstructed any potential declarations Obito might make. Uncertain of how the name Uchiha Madara would resonate with the current Uchiha clan. Most crucially, did everyone recall the events of the Nine Tails incident 8 years ago, as Uchiha's words echoed the expressions of all Uchiha members present, including Uchiha Fugaku, shifted dramatically. The impact and ramifications of the Nine Tails incident were indelibly etched in their memories, marking the beginning of the Uchiha's descent into their current plight. Each clan member harbored a deep-seated hatred for the one who had controlled the Nine Tails, and their gazes toward Obito now brimmed with murderous intent. Yet, Uchiha Itachi remained remarkably composed. He had considered such a scenario, having anticipated it since his first encounter with the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. However, he had no intention of discussing or clarifying anything. He would unravel the truth on his own. Oh, quick to react, are we? Obito remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, I once controlled the Nine Tails in Konoha. I thought you had all forgotten. How could we possibly forget such matters? Upon hearing Obito's candid admission, Uchiha's focus narrowed onto Uchiha Itachi. The Nine Tails incident had led the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials to associate it with the Uchiha, resulting in relentless oppression and distrust over the past 8 years. This had bred disappointment toward the Hokage among them, igniting their desire for rebellion. Furthermore, the Nine Tails incident had claimed the lives of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Uchiha Itachi, how noble of you to associate with such a person. As the words faded, the three Tomo in Uchiha's eyes began to rotate swiftly, and an icy aura emanated from him. It was not just him. The gazes of Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku directed towards Obito were also filled with murderous intent. Furthermore, the looks they cast at Uchiha Itachi were devoid of the previous helplessness and entanglement, replaced only by an endless chill, as if confronting a complete stranger. In an instant, the eyes of both individuals began to shift. In merely a moment, the three pairs of Sharingan quietly unfolded amidst Uchiha Itachi's incredulous expression and Obito's slightly furrowed brow. You just claimed that you could resolve this matter with your eyes, and that you are not alone. Uchiha's indifferent voice resounded once more, his chakra surging wildly. Then, I am eager to see how the two of you plan to confront such eyes. And Uchiha Itachi, from this day forth, in the name of the clan leader, I decree your permanent expulsion from the Uchiha clan. You shall no longer bear the Uchiha surname. Surrender your eyes. And, before he could finish, Uchiha had already appeared before Uchiha Itachi, his ninja blade radiating an endless chill. Your life. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha had reached Uchiha Itachi, his blade aimed directly at Itachi's neck with ruthless precision, showing no mercy whatsoever. However, Uchiha Itachi's reaction was swift. In a flash, he had parried with his own blade. Uchiha did not unleash his full strength, nor did he employ the technique of void walking, as he had to remain vigilant against a possible ambush from Uchiha Obito. While also observing the final decision of Uchiha Fugaku, what reassured him was that Uchiha Fugaku merely shot a cold glance at Uchiha Itachi before turning his wary eyes back to Obito. This action spoke volumes, prompting Yahara to exert a bit more force. He twisted his ninja blade, then struck at Uchiha Itachi from an unexpected angle. Uchiha Itachi's reflexes were remarkably quick, just as Yahara's blade was about to slice open his throat. He had already activated the body replacement technique. Amidst the enveloping smoke, 2 wooden blocks fell to the ground, while Uchiha Itachi appeared beside a nearby building. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's mind was in disarray. He had always believed that only Shisui possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan within the clan. He had never considered that his father, nor Yahara, who once shared equal renown with Shisui, also possessed such eyes. He was even more astonished to learn that Yahara was now the clan leader and had directly expelled him from the Uchiha clan. Feeling the icy, stranger-like gazes from Shisui and his father, he found himself suffocated by despair, a weight that rendered him nearly breathless. How did things come to this? How did it escalate to this point? Clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward, respectfully bowing slightly to Yahara before raising his gaze. Locking it on to Uchiha Itachi, that I hope the clan leader will allow me to take this sinner. I wish to personally atone for my sins. Uchiha Fugaku refrained from uttering Itachi's name, and Yahara could discern Fugaku's icy, yet resolute emotions. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, Yahara shook his head and spoke slowly. Fugaku, I appreciate your goodwill. I will not permit either you or Shisui to confront him. This is not a matter of trust. Rather, the emotional ties you share with him run too deep. It would be cruel to have you face him. You have a more fitting adversary. The one responsible for the calamity that has befallen the Uchiha clan is right here. Shisui, Fugaku, I assign you the task of eliminating this man to restore the Uchiha's honor. With that, Yahara advanced once more towards Uchiha Itachi, while Uchiha Fugaku sighed softly. Observing Yahara's retreating figure, turning away, he and Shisui fixed their gaze upon Uchiha Obito, their eyes brimming with a frenzied intent to kill. Although he did not blame Yahara for the impeachment, he held himself accountable for his past actions, filling him with resentment and a sense of loss. Now, standing before the very person who had led the Uchiha to such dire straits, how could he possibly endure? I do not know who you are, nor do I care. But it was you who unleashed the Ninetales. You were responsible for the deaths of the 4th Hokage and his wife. Uchiha Fugaku spoke through gritted teeth, his aura turning particularly frigid, instilling unease in those around him. You are the root of the Uchiha's misfortunes, and I intend to settle this score. You despicable, cowardly rat hiding in the sewers. With that, Uchiha Fugaku charged forward, followed closely by Shisui, who drew his short blade with a deep-seated hatred for the man before them. If it weren't for him, the Uchiha would not have fallen to such a state. At that moment, Shisui had completely dismissed Uchiha Itachi from his thoughts, as if the revelation of Yahara's true identity had severed any lingering ties. Uchiha Itachi, who had allied himself with such a villain and sought to destroy the Uchiha, was unworthy of bearing their name. From the moment Yahara had exiled him in the name of the clan leader, he was no longer a part of the Uchiha. He had become their enemy. As Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui charged at Obito, Yahara once again approached Uchiha Itachi, remaining ever vigilant. Although he had become sufficiently powerful, possessing the Mangekyō and receiving enhancements from the system, he felt confident even against Uchiha Shisui. Yet, the enigmatic nature of the Mangekyō compelled him to maintain utmost caution, especially since he was unaware of Uchiha Itachi's ocular abilities. With a sharp clang, the azure blade flashed momentarily as Uchiha Itachi swiftly retreated, a short blade appearing in his hand just in time to deflect Yahara's assault. However, this defense proved futile against Yahara's skill. As Yahara prepared to counterattack, he had already drawn his blade, launching a second wave of offense. Accompanied by his graceful blade dance, wind attribute chakra coalesced into sharp projectiles that swirled around him, rendering Uchiha Itachi unable to mount an offensive. Moreover, his swordsmanship paled in comparison to Yahara's, leaving him with no choice but to retreat and evade. The metallic clangs echoed relentlessly as Uchiha Itachi found himself increasingly beleaguered. He had never anticipated Uchiha Yahara's prowess to be so formidable. Most troubling was his inability to comprehend why this individual possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan, and when he had acquired such eyes. Yet he understood all too well that Yahara would not provide him with answers, much like the reason behind his father's loss of the clan leader position and why it had fallen to the man before him. With another resounding clash of blades, Uchiha Itachi swiftly employed the body flicker technique, creating distance between them. Then, with remarkable speed, he began forming hand seals as his chakra surged forth. Fire style, great fireball technique. Naive, Uchiha scoffed coldly upon witnessing the spectacle, charging forward without a moment's hesitation. But just then, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He instinctively dodged sideways, narrowly avoiding a piercing sound that sliced through the air. Uchiha knew without looking that he was unscathed, and he was certain that this was the handiwork of Uchiha Itachi. Interesting, attempting to obscure my vision with fire style and then launching a surprise attack. Uchiha's eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings, and in the blink of an eye, he pinpointed the location of Uchiha Itachi. In the next moment, he lunged forward. However, at that instant, Uchiha distinctly observed blood tears beginning to form in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. As a strange chakra enveloped the area, a searing heat began to permeate the atmosphere, and dark flames silently emerged within Uchiha's line of sight. The sudden appearance of these flames made Uchiha realize the nature of one of the abilities of Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan. If nothing unexpected occurred, this must be Amaterasu. If that were the case, then his other ability was likely Tsukuyami, right? Although Uchiha was deeply curious about how Itachi had awakened his eyes and acquired these two powers, this nonetheless was excellent news for him. There exists a disparity among Sharingan, and likewise, a distinction within the Mangekyō. Uchiha was determined to ensure that before Uchiha Itachi met his demise, he would clearly witness the vast differences between his own abilities and the freshly acquired Mangekyō of Uchiha Itachi. As the dark and searing flames of Amaterasu quietly emerged and enveloped Uchiha, a brilliant blue chakra simultaneously cloaked him. Uchiha was uncertain whether the ninjutsu chakra shield would be able to withstand the flames of Amaterasu. He would have never dared to test it before. However, with the terrifying spatial mobility granted by void walking, he now possessed the means to conduct some essential experiments. The most effective way to counter the flames of Amaterasu would be to create a layer of power that could keep the fire at bay before the flames ignited him, allowing them to burn the shield in place of his body. The chakra shield could indeed accomplish this, yet Uchiha harbored concerns regarding whether Amaterasu's flames would pierce through the shield in an instant. Typically, items produced by the system were exceedingly reliable, and the strength of the chakra shield had been validated against ordinary ninjutsu. Yet, what he faced now was far from ordinary ninjutsu. It was the ocular technique of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Even if Amaterasu in the original narrative did not result in death by fire, he still needed to exercise utmost caution. After all, Uchiha had previously eliminated several foes using a fire technique that did not kill in the original story. Boom! The black flames erupted around Uchiha, but at that moment, they were thwarted by a layer of azure chakra encasing him. The sound of the burning chakra shield echoed continuously, yet Uchiha himself remained unharmed. The chakra shield successfully blocked the onslaught of Amaterasu's flames, even as it was nearly consumed in an instant by the searing heat. Nevertheless, Uchiha could firmly ascertain that his chakra shield could indeed provide temporary resistance against such an attack. Although it could not endure for an extended period, that was sufficient. As long as he ignited the chakra-constructed shield, he could simply relinquish that portion of chakra. Uchiha silently contemplated this, concurrently discarding the chakra from that segment of the shield. He observed as the flames of Amaterasu fell to the ground, igniting the surroundings and threatening to incinerate everything in their vicinity. Uchiha nodded in agreement, affirming that the chakra shield, as chakra, could indeed be relinquished. Moreover, he noted that the potency of Amaterasu's flames seemed comparable to his own black flames. Even if Amaterasu's flames were stronger, his own black flames would not lag far behind. It appeared that he had indeed adopted certain characteristics of Uchiha Sasuke's later stages as his signature. Yet in comparison to Sasuke's later enhancements, he was still significantly lacking. Uchiha mused to himself, recognizing his own self-awareness in comparison to the later Sasuke. Rather than dwelling on future concerns, Uchiha's focus remained firmly on the present. Particularly regarding Uchiha Itachi at this moment, Itachi's expression had grown rather grim. Despite previously concealing his inner turmoil and discomfort, he could no longer restrain his emotions. The clash of taijutsu, though incomplete and merely a contest of blade techniques, could already be considered a catastrophic defeat for him. He had refrained from engaging in ninjutsu confrontations, having heard of Uchiha's exceptional mastery over techniques. Naturally, he did not intend to confront him directly. opting instead for a strategy of evasion and avoidance. He was uncertain when Yuhara had acquired his Mangekyō Sharingan, but in truth, this was not particularly important, as Yuhara had no knowledge of his intelligence. The optimal strategy was to find a suitable moment to unleash his ocular technique for a surprise attack. Seizing what he deemed a modest opportunity, he activated his most potent ocular technique, the flames of Amaterasu. Yet he truly did not anticipate that his technique would fail to make contact with Yuhara, instead being outright blocked by the azure chakra enveloping him. Was that Susanoo? Uchiha Itachi silently pondered, but evidently he had no time to dwell on it, for Yuhara had closed the distance entirely. Confronted with Yuhara's fierce advance, Uchiha Itachi strained to raise his blade in defense against the impending assault. However, the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Clearly, Yuhara's kick had struck him squarely in the stomach, sending his body flying backward. This situation was untenable. This adversary possessed an advantage in ninjutsu. Yet he had not anticipated that Yuhara's taijutsu and ocular techniques would be so formidable. Thus, Uchiha Itachi silently resolved, observing the unwavering determination in Yuhara's eyes as he pressed the attack. He began to gather chakra. Acknowledging that no one was flawless, he could sense Yuhara's strength, yet he believed it was impossible for him to excel in every aspect. Since Yuhara's taijutsu, jinjutsu, and ninjutsu were all exceptionally powerful, and he had yet to reveal what his ocular technique was. Uchiha Itachi was certain that Yuhara's jinjutsu could not be as formidable, while the Mangekyō Sharingan could indeed greatly resist the effects of jinjutsu. Uchiha Itachi's jinjutsu was by no means ordinary. Suddenly, as Yuhara relentlessly pressured Uchiha Itachi, he furrowed his brow, for in his eyes, he distinctly saw the rapid accumulation of power in Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan. This prompted Yuhara to become vigilant while contemplating whether this man intended to use Amaterasu against him. Just as he was musing over this, Yuhara once again intercepted Itachi's short blade, then swung his left fist with force towards Uchiha Itachi. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, he had predominantly faced foes who were adults, often finding himself at a physical disadvantage. Thus, he had to devise every conceivable strategy to contend with his enemies. Now, facing Uchiha Itachi, despite this adversary also possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan, he was still younger, and his physical capabilities were evidently not fully developed.